Bai Fengliu, you have trapped us for 1,000,000 years. When we break free, we will tear you to pieces." On the summit of Bai Mountain, a voice filled with resentment resounded. With this voice, a terrifying pressure descended upon the summit of Bai Mountain. In an instant, the world lost its color, and an oppressive aura enveloped the entire mountain. Hearing this voice, a young man in tattered cloth shoes at the foot of Bai Mountain curled his lips. Then, with a flicker of movement, he vanished from the spot. The voice from the summit, once filled with hatred, transformed into a terrified roar. "Impossible! How can you be so strong? This cannot be. Ah! We are unwilling." At the peak of Bai Mountain, the young man in plain clothes picked his ear, glanced at the few people he had just pinned to death, and said disdainfully, "Back then I lost a bet with that old man, and was forced to guard the Xianxia Great World for 1,000,000 years. Do you think I wanted to bother with this nonsense?" As his words fell, the space not far from him rippled, and 3 figures materialized before him. Seeing the 3, the young man grinned. The leading middle-aged man cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Senior, we just sensed a fluctuation, and then the presence of those on the summit vanished. We came to ask if something unexpected happened. You're still the same. With me here, what could happen? I just had a little spar with them. Now! They're gone," the young man said calmly. "Gone?" the middle-aged man asked, puzzled. "Yes, gone." The young man nodded. After a moment of silence, he looked at a woman among the 3 and said, "Little Qingwan, the wine at your Immortal Tao Academy is quite good. I'll come to fetch some another day. I have matters today, so let's talk another time." Before the woman could reply, Bai Fengliu's figure vanished. Seeing this, the middle-aged man shook his head with a wry smile. This senior's temperament was indeed eccentric. In the lower realm of Xianxia Great World, Wu City of the Tai Empire. At this moment, Bai Fengliu appeared in a forest outside Wu City. Not far away, a young man covered in blood was fighting a demonic beast. Looking at the young man, Bai Fengliu couldn't help but smile. "Sword heart, sword body. After waiting so long, I've finally met a talented little one." At this moment, the young man was drenched in blood and swaying unsteadily. The young man was named Xiao, a wandering cultivator outside Wu City. Orphan since childhood, he had struggled to survive all these years. Xiao stared coldly at the beast before him. "Damn it, if I weren't too poor to afford a weapon, I'd slaughter you today. After struggling to live this long, would I let this beast kill me here?" He began to wildly circulate his spiritual energy, ready to fight to the death. Seeing this, Bai Fengliu's eyes lit up. "A bit foolish, but he has guts. Not bad, not bad." But just as his words fell, Xiao roared, "Bye-bye to you then," and his figure disappeared instantly. The speed he displayed was far beyond what his cultivation level should allow. The demonic beast stood bewildered, and Bai Fengliu nearby was left dumbfounded in the wind. "What kind of move was that?" After a moment, Bai Fengliu laughed. "Maybe I'm getting old, but that kid actually suits my taste. No, he fits my requirements perfectly." With that, his figure flashed, and he appeared directly in front of the fleeing Xiao. He raised a finger and froze him in place. Seeing Bai Fengliu before him, Xiao's expression dimmed. Perhaps this was fate. He had just escaped only to be trapped again. Was his luck really this bad? Seeing Xiao's expression, Bai Fengliu smiled gently. "Little one, don't be afraid. I mean you no harm. I simply wish to take you as my disciple." "You?" But before he could finish, Xiao dropped to his knees. "Master, please accept this disciple's bow." "Huh?" Bai Fengliu was taken aback. "You could have thought it over." Xiao cowed out again. His inner thoughts think it over. "I seize the opportunity when it comes. Save my life first, worry about the rest later. If I refuse, you might kill me in a fit of anger. Who would I complain to?" Seeing Xiao's reaction, Bai Fengliu couldn't help but chuckle. It had been a long time since he met such an amusing little fellow. Looking at Xiao kneeling on the ground, Bai Fengliu nodded. "By the way, what did you say your name was?" "Your disciple is Xiao." "Xiao. What a strange name," Bai Fengliu said. Xiao thought not only blind but deaf too. In a plain beyond the Xianxia Great World, within a vast and magnificent hall, great emperors sat in a circle, each exuding terrifying pressure. The elder at the head exuded an even more profound aura. Suddenly he opened his eyes and gazed toward the direction of the Xianxia Great World. His piercing gaze traversed countless planes and landed on Bai Fengliu walking the streets of Wu City. Bai Fengliu seemed to sense it and looked back at the elder. Boundless darkness, 3 forbidden lands. After all these years you finally jumped out. You couldn't hold back any longer. It seems the swordbearer's threat to you is too great. But this time let's see who can kill the swordbearer before me. He then turned his gaze to Kuya, his eyes filled with undisguised satisfaction. Feeling Bai Fengliu's gaze, Kuya shuddered and stepped back a few paces. Swallowing hard, he said with difficulty, Master, what kind of look is that? You're not a pervert, are you? Wu City. Bai Fengliu, led by Kuya, arrived before a dilapidated thatched cottage. Looking at the scene, Bai Fengliu couldn't help but glance at Kuya, whose face was bruised and swollen, and said disdainfully, I say, disciple, this is where you live. Isn't this too shabby? Master, the cave I lived in recently was much better than this. Hearing this, Kuya turned his head, looked at Bai Fengliu dressed in tattered rags, and muttered under his breath, You criticize me, but look at what you're wearing. Even an orphan like me dresses better than you, charlatan. Slap. The moment Kuya's words fell, a slap landed on his face, sending him flying. Bai Fengliu rolled up his sleeves, walked up to Kuya, and said, Rebellious disciple, I think your face isn't swollen enough. You deserve a beating. Hearing this, Kuya shuddered. Just a moment ago, because he suspected Bai Fengliu was a pervert, he got a brutal beating. How long had it been? He couldn't control his mouth again. Thinking this, Kuya raised his arm and slapped himself directly, then said, Master, rest yourself, your disciple will do it himself. After Kuya slapped himself twice, Bai Fengliu stopped him and said, All right, since you are my disciple, being so shabby won't do. If word gets out, it'll lose my handsome face. With a wave of his hand, bottles of pills landed before Kuya. Kuya, with his bruised face, looked at the pills and felt the burning sensation on his face completely vanish. He exclaimed, Holy moly, this! Body-breaking pill, soul-refining pill, soul-shattering pill, minor rejuvenation pill, major rejuvenation pill. Bottles. How can he be so generous? Master, are all these for me? Kuya asked in disbelief. Bai Fengliu waved his hand and said, A small matter. Seeing Kuya's unsophisticated expression, Bai Fengliu asked, Kid, how about it? Are you now truly willing to be my disciple? What? Are you sincerely willing to be my disciple now? Hearing this, Kuya dropped to his knees directly, saying, What are you saying? Master, that's too formal. Why don't you become my father? What do you think? I'm an orphan anyway. At night, in front of Kuya's thatched cottage, the master and disciple sat facing each other. Feeling the sword heart slowly awakening within Kuya, Bai Fengliu flicked his finger, sending a sword light into Kuya's body, and then the slowly circulating sword heart fell back into slumber. All this was done right in front of Kuya, yet he didn't notice a thing. Bai Fengliu looked at Kuya and slowly asked, Disciple, if one day you stand at the pinnacle of the world, what do you most want to do? Hearing this, Kuya was stunned for a moment, then fell into thought. After a while, he raised his head and said very seriously, Let the world no longer be turbulent, and let the people no longer suffer. He was an orphan in this dog-eat-dog world. Every day was filled with fear and struggle. Hearing Kuya's words, Bai Fengliu smiled faintly, without pointing out how difficult it was to realize his wish. How hard would it be to achieve that? You must know that the most fickle thing is the human heart. After a moment of silence, Bai Fengliu looked at Kuya and slowly said, Disciple, you are now at the later stage of body integration. To fulfill your wish, you still have a long way to go. The path of cultivation is very hard, but you are different because I stand behind you. Hearing Bai Fengliu's proud tone, Kuya not only had no doubt, but stood up and spread his arms. Master, you really are. Slap. Before he could finish, another slap landed, and Bai Fengliu's voice came. What are you doing, a grown man? I think you're the pervert. Get back to sleep. At night, after Kuya fell asleep, Bai Fengliu stood on a cloud overlooking the Tai Empire, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Having a sword heart, a true sword bearer, I didn't expect to meet such an interesting little fellow. This talent can't be wasted. I need to find him something to do. Saying this, he suddenly grasped with his right hand, and in the endless starry sky a faint blue stream of light flew toward him. Wherever that stream of light passed, all matter was erased, leaving only endless darkness. Looking at the stream of light in his hand, Bai Fengliu closed his palm and the faint blue light slowly condensed into the shape of a sword. The sword's edge shimmered with a faint blue sharpness, and strange patterns flowed along the blade. Looking at the sword, then at the sleeping Kuya, Bai Fengliu said lightly, "A bit lacking, but it should be enough for this kid to use for a while." Saying this, he turned around and returned to the front of the thatched cottage. In the endless starry universe, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. These eyes were immense, as if countless stars revolved within them. Then a colossal figure appeared in the starry sky, emanating a terrifying aura. Yet this colossal figure was trembling slightly, as if it had just experienced life and death. After a long time, the figure stabilized and actually spoke human words, muttering to itself with a lingering fear. "Big shot. Next time you want something from little me, just give me a heads up. This sudden grab nearly set me off. It was so sudden." Bai Fengliu, who had just returned to the front of his thatched hut, suddenly turned his gaze icy cold. He looked into the depths of the starry sky, then tore open the void and stepped through. Deep within the vast starry sky, two figures were rapidly crossing toward the Xianxia great world. "I had just found the sword bearer, and you sensed it already. It seems many who fear death have joined your ranks." A voice rang out in the depths of the stars, and then Bai Fengliu's figure appeared before the two. Gazing at Bai Fengliu's silhouette, the two men's eyes narrowed simultaneously. One of them spoke. "You are searching for the sword bearer. So you are Bai Fengliu, the one who disrupted the Lord's plan." Before the man could finish his words, a long sword pinned him dead in the starry sky. This sword was the very one Bai Fengliu had just forged. Seeing his comrade fall to a single sword strike, the other man tore through the void and stepped into it. Witnessing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Bai Fengliu's eyes. Then the entire starry sky was enveloped by a powerful sword intent as cracks exploded across the firmament. Bai Fengliu flicked his finger, and a streak of sword chi shot forth. The next moment, a terrified scream echoed through the stars. "No, impossible!" Then it abruptly ceased. Having done all this, Bai Fengliu withdrew the long sword and said disdainfully, "Ants like you should not come seeking death. Killing you is utterly boring." Then he turned and left, returning once more to the front of the thatched hut. The next morning, after Kui had finished his preparations, Bai Fengliu brought out the sword he had forged for him the previous night and said, "Disciple, here. Your master forged this sword for you last night. Use it as your training weapon." With that, he tossed the sword over. Kui hurriedly caught the sword. The moment he grasped it, he felt a bone-chilling coldness emanating from its blade, which was also stained with faint traces of blood. Seeing the traces of blood, Kui first bowed in gratitude, then couldn't help but ask, "Master, if you just forged this, why is there blood on the blade?" Bai Fengliu froze for a moment, then gave an awkward smile. "Last night your master was a bit hungry. I used this sword to slaughter a chicken and roasted it." Though still somewhat puzzled, Kui said nothing. He was utterly delighted with the sword. The sheer style was absolutely perfect. Then, as if a thought struck him, he looked at Bai Fengliu and asked, "Master, what is this sword called? And how did you know I was a sword cultivator?" Hearing this, Bai Fengliu said calmly, "You can name the sword yourself. As for how I knew you were a sword cultivator, aren't you aware of how shameless you are?" Bai Fengliu decided not to tell Kui about the sword heart for now. Knowing about it too early would not be good for him. After a pause, Bai Fengliu added, "Also, this sword was forged from the scales of a candle dragon." Hearing this, Kui was stunned. "A candle dragon? The legendary one?" After a moment's thought, Kui said, "Such an awesome sword needs a flashy name. Master, how about calling it Heaven's Bane?" Bai Fengliu nodded. He had little interest in what the sword was named. "Disciple, your master will now teach you the way of the sword. Before that, let me ask you a question. What is a sword cultivator?" Bai Fengliu looked at Kui and asked. Kui was silent for a moment before replying. "A sword cultivator. One who walks the world with righteousness, following the heart's desire. We sword cultivators must stand tall and proud, fearing neither heaven nor earth, only revering our inner selves. Follow your heart in all things. Never forget your original intent, and only then can you become a powerful sword cultivator." Having said this, Kui looked at Bai Fengliu with eager anticipation. His eyes seemed to say, "How was that, master? Aren't I impressive?" Bai Fengliu stared back, wide-eyed, silent for a long moment, then uttered, "Idiot! Good heavens! So this is your idea of a sword cultivator? Bai Fengliu asked incredulously. Before he could answer, Bai Fengliu continued. Do you know that sword cultivators are divided into 3 types? The first type dedicates their entire life to the sword, becoming one with the Tao of the sword. Outsiders may see them as great sword masters, unaware that they have become slaves to the sword. The second type enters the sword Tao through magic. They cultivate magic, not the sword. Yet everything in the world can become a sword in their hands. This can be considered a form of sword cultivation. Of course, cultivating magic instead of the sword does not mean they truly neglect the sword. Saying too much would confuse you. Let's move on to the next. The third type consists of just 4 words. The sword awakens in Xianxia. The sword awakens in Xianxia. Kui looked bewildered. When you become a true sword cultivator, you will understand what these 4 words mean. Bai Fengliu did not explain further, but left it at that. The path of the sword is fraught with hardships. Your master hopes you become the second best sword in the world. Bai Fengliu said earnestly. Why only the second best? Who is the first? Kui asked, puzzled. The first is me, Bai Fengliu replied with a proud smirk. All right. A sword cultivator must first endure hardship. From today on, practice swordsmanship for 10 hours each day. Your master will teach you the sword technique, immortal capture, Bai Fengliu said. With a flick of his finger, a white glow merged into Kuwai's mind. Kui suddenly felt a surge of information in his head. The 8 swords of immortal capture. And then nothing more. That's it. Master. Just a name. Where are the moves? Kui was nearly driven mad. What kind of technique was this? Just a name and nothing else. What else? A true sword cultivator never walks another's path. You must comprehend all your own moves, Bai Fengliu said calmly. Kui was covered in black lines. But he said nothing. He drew Heaven's Bane and began to practice. Without any techniques, he would create his own. Not knowing where to start, he began with the most basic thrust. Kui felt that Bai Fengliu was right. A true sword cultivator should not follow another's path. Seeing this, Bai Fengliu nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Master, where are you going? Kui asked as he saw Bai Fengliu leaving. Me. Am off to find a girl to vent my frustration, Bai Fengliu said with a chuckle. Then he vanished in a flash. Kui shook his head. Though his master seemed frivolous, he was genuinely kind to him. Not to mention anything else, the Heaven's Bane in his hand was no ordinary item. Shaking off his thoughts, Kui focused on practicing his swordsmanship, starting with the most basic thrust. Under heaven, all great paths begin with diligence. Kui ceaselessly swung the sword in his hand. What he didn't know was that although the 8 swords of immortal capture Bai Fengliu gave him had no content, several miniature swords were now floating around his sword heart. Exactly 8 swords, no more no less. Long ago a saying echoed through the world: the celestial book is wordless, the 8 swords of immortal capture. Swords hidden in a book drawn to slay immortals. When all 8 swords emerge, one can stand invincible between heaven and earth. After leaving, Bai Fengliu arrived at Taihang City, the imperial capital of the Tai Empire. He strolled leisurely through the city, when he suddenly overheard some people talking. Who do you think will be the champion of this year's imperial tournament? The imperial tournament. It was only yesterday that he had been thinking of finding something for his disciple to watch, and it seemed the matter had delivered itself to him. Just as Bai Fengliu was about to turn and leave, he heard. That goes without saying. It's got to be the sword god Xianxia. A sharp voice rang out. Nonsense. The blade immortal Wang Badeo is my champion. Someone immediately retorted. Hey, where are you putting the Yanren fairy? Hearing this, Bai Fengliu could only marvel. There was even someone called Turtle Blade. Impressive. This level of naming could even rival that rascal Kuya. Returning to the thatched cottage, Bai Fengliu told Kuwai about the event. Initially, excitement flickered in Kuwai's eyes, but it slowly dimmed. He looked at Bai Fengliu and said helplessly, Master, participating in the imperial tournament requires a quota. Ordinary people simply can't get one. Even in the entire martial city, no one has the means to join, for the tournament's quotas are far too precious. Hearing this, Bai Fengliu smiled slightly. You focus on practicing your sword and don't embarrass me in the tournament. Don't worry about the quota. With that, his figure vanished instantly. Bai Fengliu had no idea where to get a quota, but since it was the imperial tournament, the palace must have one. So he headed straight for the Tai Empire's imperial palace. At the Tai Empire's imperial palace, a dignified middle-aged man in a dragon robe sat on the dragon throne perusing something. Suddenly Bai Fengliu's figure appeared abruptly within the palace. Seeing Bai Fengliu, the Tai Emperor narrowed his eyes, and asked warily, "Who are you? How dare you trespass in the imperial palace?" The Tai Emperor did not strike immediately. He could not see through Bai Fengliu. What sent chills down his spine was that this man had appeared without a sound. The imperial palace was heavily guarded. Without his command, not even a fly could get in. Looking at the Tai Emperor, Bai Fengliu smiled faintly and said calmly, "I came to get a quota for the imperial tournament. There's no need for such caution. I have no interest in making a move against you." Hearing this, the Tai Emperor burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, what big talk! Seize him!" With a wave of his hand, several hidden figures charged directly at Bai Fengliu. Seeing this, Bai Fengliu sighed. "It seems next time I'll have to use the front door." Moments later, a trembling voice came from within the palace. "Big shot, it's just one quota. Did you really have to resort to violence?" Before Bai Fengliu could answer, the voice spoke again. "Big shot, here is the token for this tournament's quota." As he spoke, the Tai Emperor, trembling, handed a token to Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu looked at the token, then at the terrified Emperor, and curled his lip. "Look at you, so pathetic." The Tai Emperor quickly nodded. "You're right." Bai Fengliu didn't spare him another glance and vanished in an instant. The Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. That young man was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. In an instant, he had killed all the hidden shadow guards, whose lowest cultivation was at the peak of the condensation realm. But the most terrifying part was that with a wave of his hand, the dead guards came back to life. Kill them, and then resurrect them. What kind of game was this? Before he could think further, he looked up and saw the young man again. The Tai Emperor nearly choked. "Big shot. Is there anything else you need?" "Nothing much. I almost forgot. I believe in fair exchange. Since I took your token, I should give you something in return," Bai Fengliu said calmly. Hearing this, the Emperor was bewildered. A big shot of this level, not killing him was already generous, and he believed in fair exchange. Who did he think he was fooling? Bai Fengliu thought for a moment, then produced a pill. "You've been stuck at the peak of Foundation establishment for a while. This is for you as repayment for the token." With that, he tossed the pill to the Tai Emperor and vanished. After Bai Fengliu left, the Emperor glanced at the pill in his hand. That single glance made the lofty Emperor lose his composure. For the pill in his hand was a golden origin pill, the essential pill for a Foundation establishment peak cultivator to break through to the golden core stage. Returning to the courtyard, he saw Kuwei still practicing his thrust. Bai Fengliu shook his head helplessly. "Good perseverance, but you're going in the wrong direction," he said. "Wrong direction. Master, I've heard that when masters reach a certain level, they return to simplicity, abandoning flashy moves for the most basic techniques," Kuwei said, puzzled. "You yourself said they are masters. What cultivation level are you? A nobody like you learning to return to simplicity," Bai Fengliu said bluntly. "Right. That makes sense," Kuwei said, embarrassed. Over the next few days, under Bai Fengliu's guidance, Kuwei managed to execute some techniques. Though the techniques were a bit ugly, that didn't stop them from being trash. So what if they were both ugly and trash? A few more days passed, and Bai Fengliu couldn't bear it any longer. He gave Kuwei some guidance. With Bai Fengliu's sly direction, Kuwei soon mastered the first sword technique of his life, Void Severance. In truth, it wasn't much guidance. He just gave Kuwei a manual on the Void Severance technique and demonstrated it 1,000 or 800 times for him. Watching Kuwei still practicing his sword, Bai Fengliu shook his head and said, "Stop practicing for now." Hearing this, Kuwei paused, looking at Bai Fengliu in confusion. "What's wrong, master? Why stop?" Hearing this, Bai Fengliu felt a sudden urge to strike. He tried to keep his composure and said, "Disciple, stop for now. With your understanding, if you keep practicing, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and kill you with my own hands." On the verge of eruption, Bai Fengliu yearned for nothing more than a place to indulge himself. Thus the master and his disciple arrived at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Gazing upon the Drunken Immortal Tavern before him, Bai Fengliu couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. What a clever businessman to have his enterprise even in this barren lower realm. With those words, he led Kauai inside. Once within, the resplendent hall nearly dazzled Kauai's eyes, accustomed as they were to utter poverty. Damn! Is this not excessively extravagant? Utterly devoid of restraint. Honored guests, do you wish to dine or conduct a transaction here at the Drunken Immortal Tavern? A sweet-faced young maid approached Bai Fengliu and spoke with deference. Though the pair's attire was far from impressive, the Drunken Immortal Tavern had a strict rule: never look down upon any guest. Hearing this, Bai Fengliu looked at her, and could not help but smile. Wine? Then turning to Kauai, he added, Disciple, though the wine here is inferior, it still allows one to savor the essence of mortal life. Just as Bai Fengliu's words faded, a brazen laugh echoed through the tavern. Ha ha ha! The wine here is inferior. Savor the essence of mortal life. What bold words to speak thus within the Drunken Immortal Tavern! A man in resplendent robes slowly approached the master and disciple. What matter has displeased brother? A slightly aged voice interjected as an old man in the robes of a tavern steward appeared. The man addressed as brother. He smiled faintly at the elder. Nothing serious. I merely wish to see who dares claim the wine here is inferior. Bai Fengliu completely ignored the two, his gaze fixed on the maid who had first received them. A jug of wine and a few simple dishes. With that, he led Kauai to a table and sat down. Seeing Bai Fengliu utterly disregard him, the man called brother, his expression turned icy. He strode over to the pair, glaring at Bai Fengliu. I Lao San speak, and you dare ignore me. At this, Bai Fengliu's brow furrowed slightly. What affliction plagued these lower realm cultivators? Had they lost their minds? Hearing Lao San's words, Kauai rose and addressed the tavern steward. My master and I are here to drink. Someone is causing a disturbance. Will your establishment not intervene? The steward smiled faintly, a hint of mockery in his tone. Brother, he has not resorted to violence. What disturbance is there to speak of? Hearing this, the young maid seemed to wish to speak, but after a moment's hesitation, she remained silent. She longed to remind the steward of the tavern's rules, but dared not, for she could not afford to offend him. Seeing the steward side with him, Lao San grew even more arrogant. He stepped forward, about to speak, but in the next instant, Bai Fengliu raised his hand and delivered a slap. The man instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Then Bai Fengliu remarked calmly, Have you forgotten your wits after all these years of cultivation? At this sight, the cultivators in the tavern were utterly stunned. Who was Lao San? The third master of the He family, one of the three great clans of Martial City. Though not exceptionally powerful, everyone in Martial City showed the He family respect. As Lao San was obliterated, the tavern steward frowned and spoke. Taoist brother, why did you kill someone in my tavern? Though Bai Fengliu's strength was formidable, the steward felt no fear. For he was Fanka, the grand steward of the Drunken Immortal Tavern's Martial City branch, a peak convergence cultivator, the strongest in the city. Most importantly, he had the backing of the Drunken Immortal Tavern itself. Bai Fengliu's voice turned cold. Are you blind? He had no interest in quarreling with these lower realm cultivators, but that did not mean he lacked a temper. You? Very well, you have nerve indeed. Do you think that killing Lao San allows you to run rampant in Martial City? Let me see what makes you so arrogant. So saying, he lunged directly at Bai Fengliu. Seeing Fang's charge, Kauai immediately summoned the Shutian and placed himself before his master. Meanwhile, Bai Fengliu calmly sipped his wine, utterly ignoring Fanka. Just as Fang's hand was about to touch Kauai, a flicker of sword aura emanated from Bai Fengliu. Suddenly Fang's figure vanished without a trace, leaving only a wisp of blood mist drifting in the air. This sight made the onlookers' scalps crawl, their legs trembling uncontrollably. A peak convergence powerhouse, gone just like that, without leaving a single trace. Who was this young man? Why had they never heard of him before? They also looked at the bewildered Kauai before him, finding his face unfamiliar. In truth, it was no surprise, for Kauai had always been a non-entity in Martial City. Watching Bai Fengliu leisurely drinking, Kauai tugged at his master's sleeve. Master, perhaps we should leave. Let's find another place to drink. To be honest, he was feeling rather uneasy. What kind of ruthless man was his master to erase people over a mere disagreement? It seemed he must be more cautious with his words in the future, lest he say something to provoke his master into erasing him as well. Hearing this, Bai Fengliu slowly rose. Gazing at the terrified crowd, he shook his head. Cultivators, when their power grows, they think they can do as they please. Too few cultivate with their minds. With that, he led Kauai out of the drunken immortal tavern. And before leaving, he made sure to take a few jugs of wine. That night at the He residence in Marshall City, in the main hall, a middle-aged man addressed the patriarch seated at the head. Patriarch, are we to simply let the third master's death go unavenged? When has the He family suffered such humiliation? The man seated above looked at the speaker and said flatly, If you wish to seek revenge, then go. But don't say I didn't warn you. That man killed Fonka in an instant. If you lack the courage, then get out and stop your useless blathering as if you were some formidable figure. The man suddenly stood staring at the patriarch with unwavering resolve. Fine, he'll leave. That night at the He residence in Marshall City, in the main hall, a middle-aged man addressed the patriarch seated at the head. Patriarch, are we to simply let the third master's death go unavenged? When has the He family suffered such humiliation? The next day, Kauai and Bai Fengliu arrived at an open patch of ground along Wu City's streets and set up a modest stall together, master and disciple side by side. Though Kauai had no idea why his master had suddenly decided to peddle pills on the street, he asked no questions. The realm of true masters, after all, remained utterly beyond his comprehension. Having chosen their spot, Kauai gave the stall an utterly whimsical name, the Fengliu Pill Stall. Passers-by do not walk past. The Fengliu Pill Stall opens today, for a limited time only. Name your need, and we shall supply any grade of pill, for a price you can afford. All items are offered at a 99% discount for our grand opening. Kauai bellowed with full-throated vigor. Who dares set up a stall within Wu City? Don't you know street vending is strictly forbidden here? No sooner had Kauai raised his voice than a gruff, thunderous shout rang out, followed swiftly by the sharp clatter of hooves. Moments later, a squad of city guards galloped into view and surrounded the Fengliu Pill Stall. At their head strode a man with chin held high, radiating arrogance, as he cursed under his breath, "Let me see who this insignificant brat is, daring to flout Wu City's laws so brazenly." He spoke, and then glanced down at the two before him. That single glance nearly shattered his soul. The very man who had slain Fonka in an instant stood there calm and unblinking. "And master, you're selling pills?" "Of course. Wu City is vast and rich. Leaving such prime roadside space idle would be sheer waste. Utter waste. Please continue your trade. I just remembered, my wife has cooked dinner, and I must hurry home. You carry on, you carry on." With that, he vanished in a blur. Good heavens! The man fled faster than his own mount could gallop. Only a crowd of stunned onlookers remained frozen mid-walk in the wind. Word spread like wildfire. 10 told 10, and 10 told 100. Soon everyone present knew Bai Fengliu's legend. They whispered that though he struck with terrifying severity, he only did so when honor was offered, and scornfully refused. Ordinarily, cultivators of such lofty stature did not kill on impulse. Moreover, if a master of such profound cultivation stood behind the stall, then Kauai's bold claims were almost certainly true, and everyone yearned to witness what extraordinary pills Bai Fengliu might produce. "Senior, I require a soul-shattering pill. How many spirit stones?" At last a cultivator, at the peak of the soul-refining realm, could contain his curiosity no longer. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, Kauai replied coolly. His master had entrusted him with a cache of pills, and left pricing entirely to his discretion. A typical soul-shattering pill fetched just over 600 low-grade spirit stones. But Kauai's price reflected the truth. Every pill Bai Fengliu had given him was of peerless supreme quality. "So expensive?" The cultivator recoiled, startled, disappointed by the cost. "Our pills are all supreme grade. Take it or leave it. Next customer, please." Kauai's tone remained unruffled. "Supreme grade pills." The cultivator's voice shot up 3 octaves in disbelief. Kauai spared no further words. He withdrew a jade vial, and tipped a single white pill onto his palm. The moment it emerged, a rich, intoxicating herbal fragrance unfurled across the square. "Truly supreme grade. It is supreme grade. Heaven above, supreme pills sold openly, and for only 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." A murmur rippled through the crowd. "I'll buy it. Here, this ring holds 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." The same cultivator hastily thrust a storage ring into Kuwia's hand, his expression frantic, as if fearing the offer might vanish at any second. I'll take a soul-cultivating pill. Me too. I want a soul-shattering pill. Stop shoving. Who even are you? Old biting? What do you think you're doing, cutting in line? In moments, the Fengliu pill stall teemed with eager cultivators pressing forward in a jostling tide. Everyone, no pushing. Form an orderly queue. Everyone will get what they seek. Anyone who dares cut in line may approach my master directly. If you survive his single palm strike, you may jump ahead, Kuwiya declared. At once the crowd fell into disciplined formation. None wished to test Bai Fengliu's palm. Besides, could anyone truly call that blow a mere palm strike? That was nothing short of a celestial ascension package. Here, your supreme-grade soul-shattering pill. Kuwiya accepted the storage ring and handed over the pill. I wish to purchase a great restoration pill. A figure draped entirely in black robes and a hooded cowl stepped forward, small, almost dwarf-like in stature. His voice was grating, harsh, and deeply unpleasant. We have it. We absolutely have it. A supreme-grade great restoration pill for 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Kuwiya beamed. A major order. Seize it, hold it tight. But at that price the black-robed figure's burning eyes dimmed, instantly doused, as if by icy water. She needed the pill, but 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones were beyond her reach. She considered seizing it by force, but Bai Fengliu's cultivation remained utterly inscrutable. After a silent pause she turned and walked away. Just then Bai Fengliu, who had been lounging lazily on the ground, spoke. Give her one. Free of charge. What? Not only Kuwiya but every onlooker, including the departing figure, stood frozen in shock. Free of charge. Master, that was 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones, just gifted away. Yet Kuwiya recovered swiftly. He retrieved a supreme-grade great restoration pill, and placed it gently into the black-robed figure's still dazed hands. If his master decreed it, refusal was unthinkable. Reasonable, yet utterly useless. Gazing at the pill before her, the black-robed figure trembled with emotion, on the verge of tears. Composing herself, she bowed deeply to Bai Fengliu and murmured thank you. Then she turned to leave. At that moment Bai Fengliu spoke again, softly. Little one, wait a moment. He turned to Kuwiya. Disciple, we close shop today. Tomorrow, we begin again. The black-robed figure paused, confused. But in the next breath her expression twisted in alarm. Her body had seized rigid and unyielding, then began moving against her will toward Bai Fengliu. After leaving the stall the trio made their way toward Kuwiya's thatched hut. Along the path the black-robed figure walked in deep silent thought. Inside the humble cottage, Bai Fengliu smiled faintly at the visibly tense figure, and said calmly, I am curious. You are a Tao spirit. How could you sustain such grievous wounds? Put plainly, who on this continent possesses the power to wound you so severely? Kuwiya looked on, puzzled. The black-robed figure snapped her head up, eyes locking onto Bai Fengliu, her aura erupting violently, as she demanded, who are you? The surge of spiritual pressure hurled Kuwiya, still counting spirit stones nearby, clean off his feet and across the floor. Bai Fengliu merely smiled unruffled and replied, if you wish to live, do not test me. The black-robed figure held her stance, gaze unblinking, aura undiminished. Bored, Bai Fengliu stepped forward, crossing the distance in a single stride. Before she could move, she found herself utterly immobilized, not a finger, not a breath under her command. Relax, Bai Fengliu said gently. I asked? You answer. I will not harm you. And if you value your life, do not lie to me. How were you wounded? After a long silence, she whispered, by the sovereign of Xianxia. Strangely her voice had transformed, now clear, sweet, and youthful like that of a young girl. Bai Fengliu showed no surprise. Why did he wound you? He sought to break through to the saint realm, but failed to grasp the Tao. So he schemed to seize my primordial essence, to forge his own path to sainthood. Her voice trembled. Then how, if he never attained sainthood, did he locate you? He lured me out, with deception. How did he deceive you? He said. Her voice faltered, softening, almost shy. What did he say? Bai Fengliu pressed. He said he'd buy me candy? Bai Fengliu stared, speechless. Candy. A preposterous excuse, enough to dupe a Tao spirit. With a sweep of his hand, Bai Fengliu whisked aside the black robes. Before them stood a little girl, no older than 8 or 9, wearing a pale green dress and tiny white shoes. Her large dewy eyes and plump cherubic cheeks radiated pure innocence and charm. Yet she was astonishingly small, only 1/5 the size of an ordinary child. And across her abdomen gaped a grotesque bleeding wound. Kuwia's fury ignited like wildfire. Damnation! Which heartless wretch would harm such a tender, beautiful child? Step forward, I'll fight you myself. Strike me once, I dare you. I'll sue you into oblivion. Gazing at the little Tao spirit, Bai Fengliu asked, as a Tao spirit, how could you possibly lose to one who hasn't even reached the saint realm? He had lived eons, encountered countless Tao spirits, and knew well each possessed formidable strength. Some could even match emperors in battle. The girl lowered her head, twisting her fingers bashfully. I took a nap, and forgot how to fight. Bai Fengliu sighed, abandoning further inquiry. He beckoned his bewildered disciple. This Tao spirit shall accompany you henceforth. Care for her well. She will prove invaluable to you in time. Kuwia nodded vigorously. How could anyone resist such a darling? Yet the little Tao spirit piped up, I don't blame him. He's simply too weak. Ah! Rejected? Utterly. Finally, after Bai Fengliu's persuasive coaxing, the little spirit child followed Kuwui with lingering doubt. Little one, come here. Bai Fengliu beckoned to the little spirit child. She scurried over on her short legs. Little one, you know the great return pill won't heal your injury, don't you? Bai Fengliu asked. The little spirit child nodded. Then why did you still want to buy it? It looked delicious. Master, can you heal the little spirit child? Kuwui asked. Gazing at the gruesome scar on her abdomen, he felt a pang of deep distress. Of course I can. But the treatment requires many spirit stones. I'll be charged to your account, Bai Fengliu said. No problem. Kuwui thumped his chest, wearing an expression of abundant wealth. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Bai Fengliu raised a finger and said unhurriedly. 10 million high-grade. How much? 10 million spirit stones. High-grade. Kuwui, who had been nonchalant, widened his eyes and stammered. 10 million. Is there a problem? Bai Fengliu asked calmly. Kuwui swallowed hard and said with difficulty, Master, can you give me a discount? Of course. How much off? Bones off. Shattered and buried. In the end, amid Kuwia's heart-wrenching cries, Bai Fengliu gently helped him sign and seal the deal. Kuwui sat on the ground, utterly dejected. Just then, the healed little spirit child walked up to him, hugged his arm, and said, Brother! Thank you. You're such a good person. Brother. Hearing those 2 words, the despondent Kuwui abruptly turned to look at the little spirit child. When he heard those words, Kuwui felt as if something had struck his heart, hitting the most tender spot within him. He had been an orphan since childhood, alone and adrift, surviving with difficulty in this world rife with deceit and the law of the jungle. He longed for kinship but never had it. Now, ha 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 ha, I, Kuwui, am no longer alone. I have a sister. I have a sister. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. He scooped up the little spirit child and said word by word, Little spirit, from now on I am your brother. If anyone bullies you, they'll have to step over me. I'll take care of you. Enough, she was just thanking you. What's this madness? Bai Fengliu interjected. Also, the little spirit is growing and needs spirit stones every day. About 10,000 high-grade spirit stones a day, Bai Fengliu added. Hearing this, Kuwia's excitement evaporated. He stared at the little spirit child with difficulty and asked, Little spirit, is what Master said true? The little spirit child blinked her adorable big eyes and said, Not exactly. Kuwui let out a long sigh of relief. But before he could finish sighing, the little spirit child added, Sometimes I eat more, about 30 or 40,000. Before Kuwui could resume his anguished wails, a mocking voice rang out, and a young man, with an effeminate appearance, appeared not far away. The youth glanced at Bai Fengliu, then at Kuwui, and said with derision, To have killed Vank in seconds, you must have broken through to Foundation establishment. But your mind is lacking, flaunting so many top-grade pills and wooching with mere Foundation establishment. Tis, quite the nerve. As he spoke, he unleashed his full aura, revealing his peak Foundation establishment cultivation. Strangely, Bai Fengliu didn't seem angered by the youth's words. Instead, a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He walked over to Kui and said, "Disciple, go ahead. Don't kill him, just spare his life." Hearing this, Kui looked at the Peak Foundation establishment youth, then turned to Bai Fengliu with utter disbelief. "Master, have you lost your mind?" He stepped closer and felt Bai Fengliu's forehead, muttering, "That can't be right. Not to mention your unfathomable cultivation, even a cultivator at my level shouldn't just lose their wits out of nowhere." Slap. Before Kui could finish, Bai Fengliu delivered a heavy slap. "You rebellious disciple, you can't go a day without a beating, can you? Come die." As Bai Fengliu was ferociously beating Kui, the young man, who had never reached his peak in the legendary texts, furrowed his brow slightly, then turned to Bai Fengliu and said in a cold voice, "Do you have no regard for my presence?" The moment the effeminate young man finished speaking, his expression shifted sharply, for he discovered with horror that he could no longer speak, nor could he move an inch. After a moment, Bai Fengliu straightened his somewhat disheveled and tattered Taoist robe, then looked at Kui, who stood nearby with a bruised and swollen face, wearing a look of grievance, and said softly, "Go ahead, vent all your grievances. Give him a good beating for me." Having said that, he pointed at Xianxia, whose expression still held terror. Kui glanced at Bai Fengliu, then at Xianxia, and whispered, "Master, I want go." Hearing this, Bai Fengliu frowned, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. Seeing Bai Fengliu's expression, Kui couldn't help but roar, "Bai Fengliu, have you no conscience? Do you want me to kick the bucket before you're happy? After all, I am your disciple. You can't treat me like this." Then pointing at the effeminate young man, he continued, "What is his cultivation level?" "Peak Foundation establishment." "And what is mine?" "Peak physical body." "One slap. He only needs one slap, and your disciple is gone. Gone, do you understand?" As Kui reached the end of his words, his voice became extremely aggrieved. Hearing this, Bai Fengliu suddenly understood, and a look of embarrassment crept onto his face. "Sorry, disciple. I thought you were both equally weak, so I didn't pay attention to the cultivation levels. For such a trivial matter, you should have told your master. Don't bottle it up inside. Look at what you've done to yourself, all bruised and swollen." With that, Bai Fengliu turned his gaze to the bound young man and slowly said, "Little one, you see, I'm not bullying you. My disciple's cultivation is truly too poor. How about this, you and I have a spar?" Having said this, he released the effeminate young man from his restraints. The effeminate young man looked at Bai Fengliu and fell into silence. After a moment, he raised his head and then, with a thud, he dropped directly to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Big brother, I beg you, let me go. I was desperate and came to steal your pills. I have 188 concubines at home waiting for me, and hundreds of infants in swaddling clothes who need to be fed. My life isn't easy. Big brother, if you don't believe me, go ask around. My name is Xianxia. Just ask my name and you'll know." At these words, Kui and Bai Fengliu were utterly dumbfounded. After composing himself, Bai Fengliu said, "I have traversed a myriad realms and never been defeated until I met you. Now I know what a true ruthless person is. In that regard, I am no match for you." With that, as Kui looked on in shock, he grabbed Xianxia by the shoulder and vanished without a trace. In the starry sky, a bewildered Xianxia was being carried by Bai Fengliu, crossing one galaxy after another. After a moment, Bai Fengliu stopped before a desolate planet. Then looking at the young man, he said slowly, "Dragon Clan, the 9th attendant. But with your temperament, you cannot yet accompany Xiao Ke. One degenerate cultivator is enough for me, I can't handle another." Without waiting for Xianxia's reply, he tossed him down directly. Watching Xianxia's falling figure, Bai Fengliu said slowly, "For now, keep him by your side and train him well. As long as you don't kill him, do as you please." Having said that, Bai Fengliu turned and left. The moment he departed, Xianxia's heart-wrenching screams erupted from the desolate planet. "Big brother, who are you? Let's talk this out. Don't come any closer." "Ah." In the starry sky, two figures sat facing each other. One was Bai Fengliu, and the other was a man in hemp robes, whose true face was indistinct. At that moment, floating before them was an object resembling a chessboard, but unlike any ordinary one, it was composed of countless twinkling points of light. Some of these points were gradually growing brighter, while others were slowly fading away. The starry sky chessboard, and each point of light represented a great world. After gazing at the starry sky chessboard for a while, the man in hemp robes, whose face could not be seen clearly, spoke slowly. The starry sky chessboard is in chaos. A great era is about to dawn. It seems this time is the final battle. Hearing this, Bai Fengliu nodded. The dragon attendant, one of the 9 attendants born with the sword bearer, has appeared early. It seems those behind the scenes can no longer sit still. They fear Xiao Ke growing up. Once he matures, I will have no more concerns. Then I will slaughter until the heavens tremble. The moment Bai Fengliu finished speaking, the starry sky around him, and the man, with the indistinct face, exploded with spatial cracks crisscrossing the void. Then over a dozen figures exuding terrifying auras appeared around them. With their arrival, the starry sky for tens of thousands of miles was sealed off. Witnessing this, Bai Fengliu turned his gaze to the man with the indistinct face and shook his head. You had many paths to choose from. Why did you have to pick a dead end? Upon hearing Bai Fengliu's words, the man shook his head. A dead end? No, I am merely choosing the right path. If anyone is to die here, it will be you. With that, he prepared to rise and leave. Yet before he could make a move, a streak of sword light halted directly before his brow. Bai Fengliu glanced at the man and then chuckled. Don't move. Just enjoy the show. Having said this, he rose to his feet and turned his gaze to the surrounding crowd. Kill! As the command fell from one of them, all the terrifying figures struck in unison. In an instant, the entire starry sky began to tremble, and a dreadful void storm raged across the cosmos. Facing the combined fearsome assault, Bai Fengliu's expression remained utterly unchanged. With a thunderous roar, the attacks descended upon Bai Fengliu all at once. In that moment, the very void where he stood was reduced to nothingness. A massive black hole manifested there, expanding relentlessly. Witnessing this, those assailants could not help but sneer. One of them spoke slowly. The sword lord of Xianxia. Pathetically weak. Only the man pinned by Bai Fengliu's sword aura remained grimfaced, for the danger emanating from the sword light before him had not diminished in the slightest. A hum resonated as a beam of sword light suddenly shot forth from the void black hole, piercing through the brow of one assailant. Shock was etched on his face as his life force swiftly faded away. More trash has arrived. How disappointing. As these words fell, Bai Fengliu's figure slowly emerged from the black hole. Bai Fengliu was now wreathed in countless strands of sword aura. The terrifying attack just moments ago had failed even to breach his protective sword energy. Gazing at Bai Fengliu's form, the assailants' expressions turned grave. One of them narrowed his eyes. Reaching out with a hand, he drew countless void energies toward him, which coalesced into a spear formed of pure spatial power. No sooner had the spear taken shape than the man saw Bai Fengliu wave his hand, sending a sword aura hurtling toward him. A flash of ferocity gleamed in the man's eyes as he thrust the spear violently to meet the incoming sword aura. With a sharp crack, the void spear shattered upon contact with Bai Fengliu's sword aura. The man himself was instantly nailed to the starry sky by the same sword energy. Retreat! Seeing this, the remaining assailants tore open the surrounding void and stepped into the spatial rift. Yet the moment they crossed the threshold, they reappeared within the same starry expanse, their faces dark with dismay. They realized that the surrounding space had been sealed by countless sword auras, leaving no path for escape. Looking at those who had reappeared in the starry sky, Bai Fengliu said slowly, My apologies for allowing you all to live a little longer. Now allow me to see you off on your final journey. With that, Bai Fengliu stepped forward. The protective sword aura swirling around him shot forth, radiating a destructive aura as it cleaved toward the assailants. A series of dull thuds echoed. No matter how they tried to defend, it was futile. The sword aura pierced through their brows, extinguishing the life within them. Gazing upon the corpses strewn across the starry sky, Bai Fengliu waved his hand. The bodies simultaneously exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist that dissipated into nothingness. After annihilating them, Bai Fengliu returned to the man in linen garments and smiled. The show is over. Time for you to depart. Without waiting for the man to reply, Bai Fengliu turned and walked away. The moment Bai Fengliu's figure vanished, the space before the man began to warp. Several spatial layers folded upon each other. The man's form instantly retreated tens of thousands of zhang before tearing open the void beside him. But before he could escape into the spatial rift, That sword light shot forth, piercing through layers of spatial barriers to strike at him. The man's expression shifted dramatically as his aura surged wildly. One barrier after another materialized before him. Yet these barriers were as flimsy as decorations. The sword aura shattered them effortlessly before passing through the man's body, rending him into a mist of blood. Having resolved everything, Bai Fengliu returned to the front of Kuwai's thatched hut. Seeing Kuwai playing with the little spirit, Bai Fengliu strode over and delivered a resounding slap. "Ungrateful disciple! Look at your pitifully weak cultivation. And you still have the nerve to fool around. Get your ass over there and practice swordsmanship. If you don't show some results, I'll beat you black and blue." Then turning to the little spirit, he said, "Little spirit, I'll play with you instead." Witnessing this, Kuwai felt deeply wronged. As he opened his mouth to speak, Bai Fengliu cut him off. "One word, one slap. Pray speak, young master." Upon hearing this, Kuwai immediately clamped his mouth shut and went off to practice swordsmanship. Watching Kuwai flailing about with the sword Jutian, Bai Fengliu couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing? Having a seizure?" Hearing this, Kuwai paused and looked up in confusion. "Didn't you, venerable sir, tell me to practice swordsmanship?" Bai Fengliu walked over to him and patted his shoulder. "My disciple, to be able to perform such an act of practicing swordsmanship against thin air, you truly are a talent. 1 in 10,000. In all my travels, I have never encountered anyone with an intellect as low as yours. I usually don't bother with fools, but as your master I must correct you." With that, he tore open the space before Kuwai. "I've already thought of an opponent for you. Off you go." Before Kuwai could react, Bai Fengliu kicked him straight into the rift. Kuwai, kicked into a spatial rift by Bai Fengliu, felt a dizzying whirl before finding himself in a forest. Rubbing his rear nearly split in two by Bai Fengliu's kick, Kuwai slowly stood up and curiously surveyed his surroundings. Recognizing the familiar environment, Kuwai couldn't help but curse under his breath. This was the very forest outside his city where he had nearly been killed by a beast before. The difference was that last time he was at the outskirts, now he was at the heart of the forest. As he spoke, every hair on his body stood on end, and an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Without a second thought, he summoned Jutian and swung a sword strike behind him. The blade cleaved into a massive silhouette, but a claw sent him flying, blood spraying from his mouth midair. A crimson tiger of the mid-congealing stage. Kuwai landed and quickly rose, fixing a wary gaze upon the beast before him. Ignoring his injuries, he knew that a single misstep against this mid-congealing crimson tiger could mean death. He had to remain vigilant. The crimson tiger, seeing the deep wound on its claw from Jutian, let out a furious roar and charged at Kuwai once more. Kuwai's expression turned cold as he unleashed a slashing void sword ray. Using a sword technique for the first time in his life, he eagerly anticipated its power. But the next moment, he froze. The crimson tiger raised a claw and struck the sword ray, shattering it entirely. The beast's claw bore only a faint scratch, unharmed otherwise. Cursing, Kuwai charged forward with Jutian in hand. If the sword ray failed, he would hack the beast down with his blade. Within moments, Kuwai was drenched in blood, his chest caved in. The crimson tiger, however, bore only a few non-lethal sword wounds. With a crack, Kuwai was sent flying by the tiger's claw, crashing into a massive tree. He barely had time to recover before leaping dozens of yards away. A roar echoed, and another mid-congealing crimson tiger appeared where Kuwai had just stood. 2 of them. Kuwai's face darkened at the sight of the second tiger. One was already overwhelming, now there were 2. Was this the end? He shook his head, gripping Jutian tightly, his eyes fixed on the 2 tigers. No matter what, he would not give up. If he lost hope himself, there would be no chance of survival. Yet he did not rush forward, instead quickly devising a strategy in his mind. With a synchronized roar, the 2 crimson tigers charged at Kuwai. A flash of ferocity in his eyes, he unleashed a slashing void sword ray and met them heat-on with Jutian. Battling 2 tigers alone, Kuwai soon felt his spiritual energy nearing depletion. He released another slashing void sword ray, swiftly distancing himself from the tigers, while consuming a top-grade great recovery pill. As the pill entered his mouth, his spiritual energy began to slowly restore. With a roar, he charged forward again. Had he thought of fleeing? He had, but escape was impossible against 2 tigers. Today, either he killed them, or they killed him. Under the assault of the two tigers, the image of a long sword flashed through Kauai's mind. In that instant of distraction, the tiger's claws tore into his back, leaving it a bloody mess. Feeling the searing pain, Kauai grimaced. Even if he fell here today, he vowed to sever one of the beast's legs. As his words faded, the image of the sword reappeared in his mind. This time, he saw it clearly, and something strange began to unfold. The two crimson tigers seemed frozen in place, their claws halted before Kauai, motionless. An immensely terrifying aura erupted around Kauai. A long sword materialized before him, gradually shrinking until it vanished into his brow. As the small sword merged with his forehead, a surge of information flooded his mind. The first form of the 8 celestial swords, Nocturnal Void. Kauai's eyes snapped open, his pupils turned an eerie gray-white. He stood like a demon emerging from the abyss. With a wave of his hand, a gray-white sword hovered before him, draining all color from the surroundings, leaving only a monochrome world. Uttering the word Nocturnal Void, Kauai sent the sword hurtling toward the two tigers. Just as the blade was about to strike, it exploded, and the world slowly regained its colors. But as hues returned, gray-white sword marks appeared on the tigers' bodies, which began to fade into nothingness. Before the thatched hut, Bai Fengliu watched the scene with a gratified smile. Not bad, the boy has talent worthy of being a sword-bearer. With that, he reached out and pulled Kauai back. Still dazed, Kauai looked around but saw no sign of Xiao Daoling. He asked, "Master, where is Xiao Daoling?" Bai Fengliu smiled, pointing to the hut. "Inside, refining pills. The little one thinks that following you will lead to starvation, so he's learning alchemy to fend for himself." Hearing this, Kauai puffed out his chest. "Master, call him out. Why bother with alchemy? Formidable now. I can support him." Bai Fengliu slapped him and retorted, "Peak of the adult stage, and you're already this arrogant. Get back to seclusion. You can't even support yourself and rely on me to survive. What nonsense are you spouting, fool?" In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Kauai had successfully stepped into the early stage of condensation unity. Having reached this stage, he felt an unprecedented sense of elation. Then, after Bai Fengliu's humane education, he suddenly realized that the early stage of condensation unity was nothing special. "Master, shouldn't we set off for the capital to participate in the grand tournament?" Kauai calculated the days. Only 10 days remained until the tournament. Bai Fengliu nodded. Then, grasping the little Taoist spirit with one hand, and supporting Kauai's shoulder with the other, his form flickered and vanished. Kauai felt his vision darken, and then an enormous city gate appeared before him. A great number of cultivators stood in front of the gate. Taihang City. Holy crap. We've reached the capital in the blink of an eye. Kauai was dumbfounded. What kind of sorcery was this? Let's go. What are you standing there gawking at? Bai Fengliu patted Kauai's shoulder, then led the little Taoist spirit toward Taihang City. Kauai snapped out of it and hurriedly followed. At the city gate, Kauai realized why so many cultivators were gathered there. Entering Taihang City required payment of spirit stones. 20 low-grade spirit stones per person. In the past, Kauai would have cursed up a storm. What kind of precious place was this, charging 20 low-grade spirit stones just to enter? But now things were different. 20 low-grade spirit stones meant nothing to Kauai. After paying the spirit stones, the three entered Taihang City. Gazing at the bustling scene, Kauai looked around like a curious child. Let's find a place to settle down first, then take a good look around. Bai Fengliu stretched lazily and said in a leisurely tone. This kind of life was immensely enjoyable for Bai Fengliu. He couldn't be bothered to use his divine sense to inspect anything. He simply let things take their natural course. The group found an extraordinarily luxurious inn. Bai Fengliu's aura of extravagance burst forth instantly, as he directly requested 2 of the most opulent rooms, costing 300 high-grade spirit stones per night. He paid a full month's rent upfront. Generous patron. Since you're so forthright, it'll take a bit less today. Seeing Bai Fengliu's lavish spending, the innkeeper didn't want to be outdone, and waved his hand magnanimously. Then he charged 5,999 high-grade spirit stones for the 2 rooms. Bai Fengliu. Arriving at the room doors, Bai Fengliu took the little Taoist spirit to one room, leaving Kauai to his own. Kauai was utterly bewildered by this arrangement. What was going on? Could the master be up to something with the little Taoist spirit? Thinking this, Kauai roared, "Bai Fengliu, you beast! Then raising his Shutian sword he charged at Bai Fengliu. Kuwayan's series of baffling actions left Bai Fengliu completely confused. What was this? Had sword practice addled his brain? Wait. What had this brat called him? Bai Fengliu. Beast. Realizing this, Bai Fengliu slapped Kuwayan to the ground with a single blow. Rebellious disciple. After Bai Fengliu's gentle explanation, Kuwayan, with tears in his eyes, understood the situation. For a great power like Bai Fengliu, creating a separate space within the room for the little Taoist spirit to learn alchemy was the simplest of tasks. The reason he kept the little Taoist spirit close was to offer guidance whenever he had free time. Master, why didn't you say so earlier? Kuwayan said plaintively. Rebellious disciple. Hearing Kuwayan's voice, Bai Fengliu's anger flared, and he delivered another slap without hesitation. Master, what did I do wrong now? You dared to breathe. With a face full of grievance and swelling, Kuwayan returned to his room. As soon as he entered, he felt a dense surge of spiritual energy gathering toward him. Good heavens! There was even a small spirit gathering array. Gazing at the incredibly luxurious room, Kuwayan felt that all his recent unpleasant experiences had been worth it. He had never stayed in such a lavish room in his life. After the initial surprise, Kuwayan began to cultivate, diligently contemplating the way of the sword. Although he had already comprehended endless night, he had yet to grasp the true sword Tao. Simply put, he hadn't even entered the threshold of the sword Tao. 3 days passed in a flash, and a burst of sword chi erupted from Kuwayan's body. Kuwayan opened his eyes satisfied as he assessed his progress in the sword Tao. He had finally entered the Tao. He had become a sword master. The ranks of the sword Tao are Sword Master, Grand Sword Master, Sword Controller, Sword King, Sword Saint. Kuwayan went to Bai Fengliu's room and saw the little Taoist spirit joyfully counting pills that exuded a rich medicinal fragrance, while Bai Fengliu looked on with approval. What the heck? What was this? Just as he was about to share the news of his breakthrough to Sword Master, he saw the little Taoist spirit had become a yellow-grade alchemist. Yellow-grade. None existed in the entire Tai Empire. You came to tell me you become a sword master. Go back. Compared to the little Taoist spirit, you're nothing. Bai Fengliu said flatly. Master, could you spar with me just once? Kuwayan mustered his courage and walked up to Bai Fengliu. Since comprehending endless night, Kuwayan had never truly fought anyone, so he didn't know his own limit. Hearing this, Bai Fengliu sat up abruptly. What a stroke of luck. I mean, how rare to see such ambition. Your master agrees. Bai Fengliu agreed without a second thought. Kuwayan broke out in a cold sweat, sensing an ominous premonition. With a wave of Bai Fengliu's hand, Kuwayan found himself in a mysterious world. In this world, towering floating peaks rose into the clouds covered with trees laden with spirit fruits. Below lay vast emerald green lakes where several massive shadows swam. A terrifying cry split the sky, and an enormous silhouette flew in from the horizon. It was a colossal bird radiating blazing flames, its feathers resplendent, and atop its head sat what seemed like a majestic crown. The giant bird flew to Bai Fengliu's side, and docilely prostrated itself. Bai Fengliu smiled at the bird, and said, Little Phoenix, are you comfortable here? One day I'll bring you some pure-blooded beasts for a good feast. The giant bird let out a long cry, then transformed into a streak of fiery light and vanished. Whoa! Master, why is your bird so huge? What breed is it? Bai Fengliu. He felt something was off. Suddenly Kuwayan felt his heart tremble violently, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Because Kuwayan saw that all around him colossal demonic beasts were staring at him with greedy eyes. Each beast exuded a terrifying aura, as if they were supreme demon kings of the world. Kuwayan wanted to curse. What kind of place was this? Master, couldn't you pick a better spot? How am I supposed to fight with this? Before it even began, he was already intimidated. Little ones, go about your business. Bai Fengliu waved his hand, releasing a burst of his aura. The beasts surrounding them instantly vanished. All right, disciple, let's begin now. Bai Fengliu said, satisfied once the beasts were gone. Master, what is this place? Why are there so many terrifying beasts? Kuwayan asked with a trembling voice. It was too terrifying. Without his master, the mere aura of those beasts would have sent him to his grave. This is my small world. When I have nothing to do, I collect beasts from various worlds and raise them here. Sometimes when I see a good spirit fruit tree, I plant it here too, Bai Fengliu replied. A small world. He owned a world. Good heavens. That was incredible. Don't look so impressed. Many people have such small worlds. Mine is nothing special, Bai Fengliu said casually. There was one thing he didn't mention: this small world was the lowest grade one he possessed. After a while, Kuyan calmed down, looked up at Bai Fengliu, and said, Master, I'm ready. Bai Fengliu nodded. Without another word, Kuyan summoned Jutian, let out a low growl, and slashed at Bai Fengliu. With a clang, Bai Fengliu extended 2 fingers, and effortlessly caught Jutian, leaving Kuyan utterly stunned. Too slow. Again. Releasing Jutian, Bai Fengliu said calmly. Returning to his starting point, Kuyan erupted with a dense sword intent, his entire being like a sharp blade. Void severance. Kuyan's momentum exploded as he transformed into a streak of light, slashing at Bai Fengliu. Too slow. Just as Jutian was about to strike, Kuyan heard Bai Fengliu's voice beside his ear. Then he saw the figure struck by Jutian vanish. It was just an afterimage. A force erupted on Kuyan's chest, sending him back to his starting point, but without injuring him. The most basic principle of a sword cultivator is speed and more speed. If your sword is fast enough, no flashy technique can match it. Again. Bai Fengliu said flatly. Master, be careful. After saying this, Kuyan's pupils slowly turned gray-white. Unlike last time, a faint small sword pattern appeared between his brows. Endless Night. Its range had more than doubled compared to before. Not bad. Sensing the expansion of the Endless Night domain, Bai Fengliu offered a rare compliment. Annihilation. Kuyan slowly uttered 2 words. Instantly, the entire Endless Night domain was filled with dense sword chi. Before Kuyan, a solid gray-white long sword formed. This sword, imbued with an aura of destruction, instantly reached Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu extended a finger and tapped it, shattering the sword into pieces. With the sword shattering, the Endless Night domain vanished. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Kuyan's mouth. Not bad. Bai Fengliu said calmly. Kuyan broke into a smile. His master had praised, but the next moment his calm shattered. Due to excessive spiritual energy consumption, he lost his footing and fell from the floating ground beneath him. And the lake below was teeming with terrifying beasts. Holy crap. Master saved me. Returning to the room once more, Kuyan was drenched in cold sweat. Good heavens, if Bai Fengliu hadn't grabbed his leg at that critical moment, he would have fallen into the jaws of the aquatic beast. That beast's fangs were larger than a man. Come with your master to see the prime locations in this imperial capital. Secure one and establish a pill pavilion for little Dowling. Bai Fengliu seemed to recall something, glancing at Kuyan as he spoke. A pill pavilion. Kuyan was bewildered, wondering where this came from. Little Dowling has recently refined many pills, both mortal and yellow grade. He told me he wants to earn spirit stones to support himself, unlike some people. Bai Fengliu said with a look of disdain. Kuyan felt subtly targeted. With a casual grasp, Bai Fengliu directly pulled Little Dowling out of the independent space where he was concocting pills. Little Dowling, mid-alchemy, stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered. Little Dowling, come with me to pick a shop and then open a pill pavilion. Hearing Bai Fengliu's words, Little Dowling was instantly thrilled, his large eyes narrowing into crescent moons, brimming with joy. The group searched the Taihang city extensively, finally selecting a shop in the central district. Initially, the owner scoffed at the idea of selling, but when Bai Fengliu produced 10 million top-grade spirit stones, the owner's eyes gleamed with greed. He quickly sold the shop to Bai Fengliu, promising to handle the renovations himself, ensuring Bai Fengliu's satisfaction within a day. Bai Fengliu was indifferent to this. Though he paid several times the market price for the shop, he had wealth to spare, and happiness was all that mattered. Kuyan winced at Bai Fengliu's extravagance. Seeing Kuyan's expression, Bai Fengliu merely remarked, What business is it of yours? The shop is Little Dowling's, the spirit stones are mine. What's with that look? A day later, the Little Fengliu Pill Pavilion opened, a name chosen by Little Dowling. To be honest, the trio's naming skills were rather lacking. Little Fengliu Pill Pavilion. Good heavens! What an odd name! What a boast! Selling all mortal-grade pills and yellow-grade pills below the 4th tier. Observing the pavilion's name and the listed pills, the gathered crowd buzzed with chatter. I think it's worth a look. In this prime location, opening such a large pill pavilion suggests some capability. I agree. With that, a portion of the crowd entered the little Fengliu pill pavilion only to be stunned by what they saw inside. Not to mention the sweet-faced hostesses Bai Fengliu had hired in the main hall alone, they spotted over a dozen types of top-grade mortal pills at remarkably affordable prices. Upon reaching the second floor, they were petrified. There were 8th and 9th grade mortal pills, and even the legendary yellow-grade Jinyuan pill. And it was of the highest quality. Good heavens! The Jinyuan pill essential for Foundation establishment cultivators to step into the golden core realm. It was said to be available only in first-rate empires, and at exorbitant prices. Most importantly, those empires did not sell Jinyuan pills to others. In a second-rate empire like Tai, a yellow-grade alchemist had never appeared, making the Jinyuan pill a legendary item. 2 million top-grade spirit stones for one top-grade Jinyuan pill. This price was incredibly low. It was said that a lower-grade Jinyuan pill could sell for 3 million top-grade spirit stones. And even then, supply couldn't meet demand. What was the origin of this pill pavilion? It seemed almost heaven-defying. Thus, the cultivators inside quickly contacted those outside, especially their close associates. Within half a day of opening the little Fengliu pill pavilion's revenue reached a staggering 2 million top-grade spirit stones. And this was even before the major clans and top powers had arrived. Outside, the crowd had become a sea of people forming long queues in an incredibly lively scene. Initially, some cultivators relying on their high cultivation tried to cause trouble inside, only to be promptly tossed out by Bai Fengliu. Over this half-day, little Dowling was ecstatic. Seeing his pills sought after by so many cultivators filled him with an overwhelming sense of achievement. Most importantly, he no longer had to worry about spirit stones. Just as the major imperial clans and top powers of Tai Empire arrived at the little Fengliu pill pavilion, they found it already closed. Those wishing to buy pills would have to return the next day. The major powers tacitly departed, planning to come back tomorrow. They refrained from causing trouble because a pill pavilion capable of selling yellow-grade pills surely had a backing they could not afford to provoke. The royal family's warning confirmed their suspicions. The royal family had sent them a message. The backing was absolutely not to be offended. Since even the royal family was wary, they naturally dared not act rashly. That evening, the group stayed at an inn beside the pavilion. The vast inn housed only the three of them, simply because Bai Fengliu had bought it. "Master, can't you spend your spirit stones more wisely? Buying a shop on a whim, can't we be a bit more low-key?" Kuwei said earnestly. "No," was the only reply. "Master, we paid for a month at the previous inn, but we only stayed a few days." Kuwei was genuinely pained. "That one. I bought it too for our pavilion and in staff to live in." "My apologies. I was wrong. I don't understand the world of the mighty. I am poor, and I admit it." The inn and tavern retained their original staff without any changes. For the pill pavilion, Bai Fengliu selected kind-hearted but unfortunate cultivators, or those struggling at the bottom of society across the entire Tai Empire. Bai Fengliu knew the backgrounds of these people thoroughly, ensuring no issues. These individuals cherished their jobs immensely, as the compensation was exceptionally generous: 100 top-grade spirit stones monthly for basic staff, and 1,000 for management. High performers also received top-grade pills as rewards. The next day, as soon as the little Fengliu pill pavilion opened, it was instantly flooded with cultivators eager to buy pills, some even emptying their life savings to stock up. Only little Dowling and Bai Fengliu were in the pavilion. Kuwei had been sent to the independent space to practice swordsmanship. Then a group arrived sent by major powers and families to purchase Jinyuan pills. Upon reaching the second floor, they gazed at the few top-grade Jinyuan pills, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Seeing them in person felt entirely different from mere hearsay. The reason they could instantly recognize the Jinyuan pill despite never seeing one before was that the compendium of pills was a mandatory text for cultivators in every empire. It contained descriptions of all pills below the yellow grade, along with some forbidden ones, complete with introductions and images. "Are you here to buy Jinyuan pills?" a crisp voice rang out. Turning, they saw an adorable little spirit flying toward them. In the cultivators' world, spirits were not rare. But a talking spirit was something they had never encountered. This further proved the mysterious origin of the pill pavilion. "Yes. We have come to purchase Jin Yuan pills. 2 million top-grade spirit stones each. How many do you need? Little Dowling asked. No other attendants were on the second floor, as the price of yellow-grade pills was beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Thus Little Dowling managed the second floor alone. As for Bai Fengliu, he lounged on the third floor enjoying a tranquil time. As long as no one caused trouble, there was nothing for him to do. We understand that. 2 million was a substantial sum even for these major powers. But it was within their means. One for the Gu family. One for the Lu family. One for the Yin family. One for the Sword Mountain. One for the Saber Gate. The powers did not wish to buy more, but Little Dowling had decreed that each faction could purchase only one pill. Moreover, each faction had only one foundation establishment peak cultivator, often an ancient elder. This rule was set by Bai Fengliu to maintain balance among the Tai Empire's powers. An excess of golden core cultivators would not bode well for the empire. He had also sent 2 Jin Yuan pills to the royal family, as the empire needed the throne's authority. Initially, upon hearing of the Little Fengliu pill pavilion sale of Jin Yuan pills, the Tai emperor's face turned green with worry. Yet he dared not act against the pavilion. He knew who stood behind it, an absolute powerhouse he could not afford to provoke. Soon he received a message from Bai Fengliu along with 2 Jin Yuan pills. The emperor responded, "My thanks," though the word sounded oddly forced. The major powers were satisfied the Tai emperor was content. Little Dowling was overjoyed, and Bai Fengliu remained as carefree as ever. Only one poor soul suffered a special treatment in the independent space. "Bai Fengliu, just wait until I get out. I'll never forgive you," Kuwei roared, lying on the ground in utter despair. Bai Fengliu was puzzled, wondering what the boy was yelling about. It was just sword practice. Why was he carrying on like a stuck pig? "Oh no! I forgot I locked those 2 old freaks in that space. My disciple, fear not. Your master is coming." When Bai Fengliu brought Kuwei out of the independent space, Kuwei was already beyond despair. No sooner had he entered that space than he saw 2 elderly men sitting cross-legged there. The 2 elders were gaunt as kindling, their eyes vacant, resembling nothing more than dry corpses. Initially Kuwei paid them no mind, but the moment he drew his sword Juti, the 2 suddenly rose, their lifeless eyes fixed intently upon him. One of them rasped, "What is Bai Fengliu to you?" Kuwei assumed they knew Bai Fengliu, and without overthinking recounted his relationship with Bai Fengliu. As it turned out, these 2 not only knew him, but knew him all too well, well enough to yearn to tear Bai Fengliu apart. Yet they were utterly powerless against him. Consequently, Kuwei became their punching bag. Good heavens, what a beating! It was unbearable to witness. Too tragic. As for sending Kuwei into that independent space, Bai Fengliu expressed his profound apologies. And then? There was no and then. Soon only one day remained before the Imperial Grand Competition, and the business at Little Fengliu's Pill Pavilion remained as booming as ever. Over these few days Little Dowling had raked in a fortune. The little one was grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile Kuwei was practicing his sword within Bai Fengliu's small world. This time, he was not alone. Bai Fengliu served as his sparring partner. Over the course of several days Kuwei was battered quite severely. Yet he grew increasingly exhilarated. He realized that his strength had advanced several levels during this period, and his mastery over the nocturnal domain had become more refined. Most importantly, he had comprehended a sword technique truly his own, reversal. Bai Fengliu offered no comment on Kuwei's creation of this new sword art. Perhaps in Bai Fengliu's mind it would be strange indeed if a sword-bearer with a sword heart failed to forge his own technique. Gazing at the overjoyed Kuwei before him, Bai Fengliu sank into deep contemplation. A long-buried memory surfaced in his mind. Long ago, so long that Bai Fengliu could barely recall it. In those days, Bai Fengliu was the unrivaled supreme being of the cosmos, traversing countless worlds in search of a single defeat. During one such journey, he took on a disciple named Feng Ting. Feng Ting also possessed a sword heart, and was the sword-bearer of that era, endowed with extraordinary talent. From then on, Bai Fengliu devoted himself entirely to nurturing this disciple. And Feng Ting did not disappoint his efforts. He quickly made a name for himself, becoming known as the Sword Emperor Feng Ting. In time, he shone as the most dazzling emperor across the entire cosmos. Yet fortune did not last. The 8 most formidable powers of that era united to besiege Emperor Feng Ting, for his brilliance was too great. Thus, under the joint assault of the 8 great powers, even the mighty sword Emperor Feng Ting met his end at the summit of the southern heaven. The faction he had founded was also uprooted entirely. At that time, Bai Fengliu was absent from the cosmic realm, having ventured into the forbidden land of Burial Sea alongside another great human sage, to seek a means to avert the epic calamity. Upon his return, the news struck Bai Fengliu like a thunderbolt. After nearly 10,000 years of companionship, Feng Ting was not merely a disciple to him, but more like a child. That day the 8 great powers were eradicated root and branch, and every vassal force involved in the siege was annihilated, leaving no survivors. The stench of blood permeated the entire cosmos, and the heavens were stained crimson by the blood of an emperor. It was like the end of days. On that day, Bai Fengliu stood atop the southern heavens peak, staring at Feng Ting nailed and suspended in the void, remaining silent for a long time. On that same day, Bai Fengliu, the master of the Xianxia sword, destroyed his own blade, splitting it into 8 broken swords, and sealing them within the celestial record. These would later become the 8 immortal swords. Afterward, the epic calamity descended. Bai Fengliu watched helplessly as the world crumbled, countless beings perishing in that catastrophe, their desperate cries echoing to the heavens. It was Bai Fengliu's first experience of an epic calamity, and the first time he witnessed its brutality. From transcendent cultivators to ordinary mortals, none were spared. With his cultivation at that time, Bai Fengliu could naturally survive the calamity, but he was powerless to save others. Back then he and another great human sage had found the answer within the forbidden land of Burial Sea. Only the sword-bearer could halt the epic calamity, yet Feng Ting had been nailed down by the 8 great powers. Perhaps everything was already predestined. Over subsequent epochs, Bai Fengliu's power grew ever greater. He stepped into the river of time, seeking the reason why the epic calamity descended upon every era. But he found nothing. What puzzled Bai Fengliu most was that sword Emperor Feng Ting, as the sword-bearer of his own epoch, had no sword attendants. In later epochs, the sword-bearer mysteriously vanished, leaving only 8 sword attendants behind. Finally, during one search for the sword-bearer, he uncovered the cause. In every epoch, a mysterious hidden hand erased the sword-bearer. From that point on, Bai Fengliu embarked on a long journey of pursuit, searching for that hidden hand. After countless years of searching, Bai Fengliu finally found it. And the truth was cruel. The mastermind he had sought for several epochs was none other than the great human sage, who had once entered the forbidden land of Burial Sea with him, his only true friend. War erupted. With boundless hatred, Bai Fengliu personally nailed his former best friend into the void. Yet the story did not end. Bai Fengliu discovered that in the ages that followed, other hidden hands continued to orchestrate everything. He grew weary. Eradication after eradication, resurrection after resurrection, the hidden figures seemed endless. Had it not been for his concern for the common world, Bai Fengliu would have long erased this realm with a single sword stroke. Most critically, the sword-bearers who came later were either mediocre in talent or corrupt in heart. Even one as powerful as him felt waves of helplessness. For he had lost count of how many sword-bearers he had slain with his own hands. Eventually he truly grew tired. He ceased to care about the epic calamity and stopped searching for the sword-bearer. Until this epoch, when he lost a bet to a mysterious old man. Initially he intended to brush the old man off, but he never expected to encounter Kuya, the sword-bearer of this generation. At first Bai Fengliu accepted Kuya half-heartedly. He knew that once he passed the 8 immortal swords to Kuya, cultivation would spell certain death. For every previous sword-bearer who cultivated the 8 immortal swords had failed to withstand the trial of the first sword, Nocturnal. Each sword contained Bai Fengliu's will, and those with impure hearts could never master them. But to his surprise, Kuya not only gained the recognition of the 8 swords, but also mastered Nocturnal. The subsequent urgency of the hidden hand to eliminate Kuya only confirmed Bai Fengliu's conviction after countless epochs. The true sword-bearer had finally reappeared. And this rekindled a hope in his heart dormant for eons. This time, he would see who could erase the sword-bearer under the watch of the Xianxia sword master. Looking up at the sky, Bai Fengliu murmured, "The chessboard of the stars is in disarray, the seals of the forbidden land of Burial Sea are fading, and the hidden hand has emerged once more. This epoch is bound to be turbulent. Then his gaze shifted to an extremely distant world, turning icy cold. "Old man, what role are you playing in this game?" Finally he added, "I, Bai Fengliu, have never been defeated in my life, not even in a bet." Then he slipped back into his usual nonchalant demeanor. Meanwhile, Kuya before him remained overjoyed. Looking at the carefree Bai Fengliu, Kuya felt that meeting such a master was the greatest fortune of his life. If he knew that Bai Fengliu had initially intended to kill him, one could only imagine the expression on Kuya's face. When the master and disciple returned to their dwelling, they found little Dowling counting spirit stones in his ring with a greedy look. "Little Dowling, how many spirit stones can you earn by tirelessly refining pills every day?" Kuya asked, approaching him. "Brother Kuya." Little Dowling looked up. I calculated these past few days, 27 million top-grade spirit stones," Little Dowling said with pride. "Only 2700. What? 27 million. Kuya nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Good heavens. Why bother practicing the sword? He might as well just refine pills. With that thought, Kuya turned back to glance at Bai Fengliu, whose expression was somewhat complicated, and said, "Bai Fengliu, you bastard! Can't you teach me alchemy? I think you're dead set on keeping me poor." Hearing this, Bai Fengliu, who had still felt some guilt over his initial intent to kill Kuya, immediately changed his mind. "Look at that. What kind of talk is that? Me guilty? I'd be guilty if I didn't kill him now. Ungrateful disciple." Bai Fengliu delivered a slap followed by a 360-degree combo punch massage, and finally swung his arm to land another smack on Kuya's other cheek. Witnessing this, Little Dowling widened his eyes and asked, "Master Fengliu, has Brother Kuya always been this brave?" "Brave? I think those two old geezers have beaten him senseless." The next morning, Kuya headed to the competition ground in the southern part of Taiyang City. Upon arrival, he was genuinely stunned by the throng of cultivators surrounding the massive arena. Crowded around the enormous arena, cultivators had gathered to watch the competition, at least 100,000 in number at first glance. "Hello, I am here to participate." Kuya addressed an elderly man at the entrance. "Token," the old man said, lifting his eyelids slightly and glancing at Kuya with indifference. Kuya produced his token, muttering inwardly, "What with the attitude? Even Bai Fengliu isn't this arrogant." After smoothly entering the competition grounds, he was assigned to the area representing independent cultivators. Kuya learned that 8 factions were participating in this competition: the Hidden Blade Sect Sword Mountain Martial Academy, the Gu family, the Lu family, the Willow family, the Imperial clan, and some independent cultivators. "Everyone silence!" A resonant voice rang out as an old man landed on the arena stage. He was a Foundation Establishment Peak cultivator. "I am the host of this grand competition. Allow me to explain the rules. This Imperial Grand Competition lasts 3 days. The first day is the elimination round to select 100 qualifiers, the second day picks 10 finalists, the third day is the final. The sole rule of this competition is the prohibition of external aids. Violators will be immediately disqualified. As for the champion, they shall receive a mortal grade 6-tier martial technique rewarded by the Imperial clan." Hearing this, some contestants grew fervent. Kuya, however, was indifferent. A mere mortal grade 6-tier martial technique. Not to mention his self-crafted immortal 8 swords, even the void severing technique far surpassed the mortal grade 6 tier. But others didn't share his view. A mortal grade 6 tier technique was a martial skill for Foundation Establishment cultivators, each one immensely precious. "Now all contestants please come to the arena to draw your number tags." After everyone received their tags, the elderly host spoke again. "Please find your competition ground based on the number on your tag. Numbers 1 to 50 at the first arena, 51 to 100 at the second, and so on." As soon as the old man finished speaking, a massive isolation formation divided the original arena into 10 competition grounds. Kuya drew number 16, placing him at the first arena. This elimination round uses a random match system. The display formation at each arena will randomly show a pair of numbers. When your number appears alongside another, that other number is your opponent. The crowd below nodded in understanding. "Then let the first round of elimination begin. Contestants whose numbers appear on the display formation come to your designated arena for a duel. Killing is prohibited, merely defeat your opponent." As the old man's voice faded, 20 cultivators soared onto the stage, commencing their duels. Such a hassle. Just start a free-for-all with all 500 contestants at once, wouldn't it be simpler? Why make it so complicated? In a certain pavilion, Bai Fengliu spoke indifferently to the Thai imperial sovereign beside him. The imperial sovereign, drenched in cold sweat, replied, "Yes, yes. The next competition will definitely follow your method, senior." Though he longed to refute Bai Fengliu, he lacked the courage. This person before him was not to be trifled with. The first group of matches ended quickly. Most of the 20 contestants were at the early condensation stage, with only one at the mid-condensation stage. The battles were evenly matched with no one-sided outcomes. Boring. Bai Fengliu yawned, looking listless. Kui also felt uninterested. He had no interest in the competition's rewards, and the contestants' skills left much to be desired. What a predicament. The life of a cheater is so lonely. After the second group of matches, both Bai Fengliu and Kui took notice of a strikingly beautiful cultivator. Bai Fengliu was intrigued because that cultivator possessed a natural spiritual physique only slightly inferior to Kui's sword heart. As for Kui, he was simply captivated by her beauty. Go Fairy Yanran! Ah! Fairy Yanran is so beautiful! To behold Fairy Yanran's beauty today, my life is complete. The watching cultivators below shouted enthusiastically. Yet the female cultivator called Fairy Yanran remained expressionless on her exquisite face. Which faction does this girl belong to? Bai Fengliu asked. Reporting to senior, she is Liu Yanran, a disciple of the Willow family, the foremost clan in the imperial capital. The imperial sovereign replied respectfully. Surnamed Liu. A spiritual physique. How intriguing. Bai Fengliu revealed an enigmatic smile. The third match was Kui's turn. His opponent was a mid-condensation independent cultivator named Yang Cheng. Without any preamble, they immediately engaged in combat. Yang Cheng was a spear cultivator, his strikes ruthless and fierce, clearly honed through battles of life and death. Against other condensation stage cultivators, Yang Cheng would have had a decent chance of victory. But he happened to face Kui, a cheater. After exchanging dozens of blows, they separated. Yang Cheng frowned slightly, realizing that despite his full force attacks, this early condensation cultivator showed no panic, and had even deflected all his strikes without using a single sword technique. Yang Cheng plunged his spear into the arena floor, gripping the shaft with both hands. Instantly a bloody scent reached Kui at the first arena. Yang Cheng's hair gradually turned blood-red, and his eyes became a fiery crimson. Killing intent. In the pavilion, Bai Fengliu remarked with interest, observing Yang Cheng. Kui, who had been at ease on the stage, finally felt a hint of pressure, which excited him. Since comprehending nocturnal and breaking through to the early condensation stage, he hadn't had a proper fight. As for his battle with Bai Fengliu, that was just one-sided suppression. I thought I'd win easily against you, but you forced me to unleash my killing intent. I must admit, you surprised me. Under the influence of killing intent, Yang Cheng's voice turned hoarse. Unwilling to respond to such arrogance, Kui sheathed his previous long sword and summoned Zhu Tian instead. The azure blade of Zhu Tian immediately drew the gaze of countless cultivators below. What a divine sword! Even the imperial sovereign in the pavilion stared at it for a long time. Do you want it? Bai Fengliu said casually. Before the imperial sovereign could reply, he added, You're not using this competition as an excuse to scout for treasures, are you? Are you planning robbery and murder? Don't tell me you've included me in your schemes. Stop. Please, senior, stop guessing. If you keep this up, I might be in trouble. The imperial sovereign quickly interrupted Bai Fengliu. Where was this going? If you want to kill me, just say so. In other pavilions, many covetous gazes also fixed on Zhu Tian. Sect leader, I've investigated. That youth with the divine sword is an independent cultivator. Should we, idiot, use some brains if you want to be a villain? How could an independent cultivator possess such an item? On the arena, Kui, unaware of these events, was locked in fierce combat with the killing intent's Yang Cheng. They separated again. Kui said excitedly, You'll return your words, you surprise me. He paused, then added, But this ends now. Aro. Yang Cheng's words were cut short as Kui, who had been tens of zhang away, appeared abruptly before him, his sword pressed against Yang Cheng's brow. Seeing this, the contestants below wore grave expressions. Such swift swordsmanship. I concede, Yang Cheng said, dejected. You're not weak. Kui said, patting his shoulder before turning and gracefully leaping off the arena. Show off. In the pavilion, Bai Fengliu curled his lip. The returning flow sword technique is so useless, he added. After leaving the arena, Kui watched several more matches, noting a few individuals: the independent cultivator Han Dongli, Yu Duqiu from Martial Academy, Wang Badeo from Hidden Blades Sect, and Xianxia from Sword Mountain. While the core disciples of the major families were strong, they still lagged behind these figures. After the first day's matches, Kui returned to the Little Breeze Alchemy Pavilion. Upon entering, he saw Xiao Dowling joyfully gazing at 2 pills in her small hands. Xiao Dowling, what makes you so happy? Kui asked cheerfully. Brother Wu, look at these pills. One is a divine return pill, the other an infant condensation pill. I finally succeeded, Xiao Dowling said delightedly. Kui, having been too poor to study the compendium of pills, couldn't tell which pill was which. So he asked, Xiao Dowling, which one is the infant condensation pill? Xiao Dowling extended her left hand. Here. This is the infant condensation pill. Then which one is the divine return pill? Xiao Dowling paused, then quickly flew toward the dozing Bai Fengliu, shouting, Master Fengliu, wake up. Brother Wu might really have gone stupid. After the first day of elimination, the remaining 100 cultivators were all elites. The rules for the second day were the same as the first, with opponents determined by drawing lots. Soon the first round began. Kuya drew the first group, and his opponent was Gu Qian, a core disciple of the ancient Gu family from the imperial capital. Gu Qian, whose cultivation was at the peak of condensation unity, wore a grave expression. He had watched Kuya's match the previous day, and was uncertain he could withstand that final sword strike. As the battle commenced, Gu Qian immediately drew his weapon, a large saber emitting a faint golden glow, and charged at Kuya with full force. After a few exchanges, Gu Qian suddenly halted and roared, Do you have to show off? Can't you just give me a clean fight and go all out? This left Kuya utterly bewildered. What? What did he do? He was giving his all. After a moment, he understood. Gu Qian was referring to the returning flow sword art. Kuya wished he could use it, but he simply couldn't at the moment. The returning flow sword art required leaving a sword aura on the opponent first, then using that aura to guide an instant kill. But it was still too early in the fight for him to use it. It was quite unfair. At a loss for words, Kuya could only continue battling Gu Qian with his Jutian sword. As the fight dragged on, Gu Qian suddenly retreated and shouted again, Do you have no shame? Are you using me as a tool to show off? You have no martial virtue. I deny. Shut up. You're a wicked man. I quit. I surrender. I won't let you show off. With that, Gu Qian leaped off the platform, forfeiting the match. Kuya stood dumbfounded on the stage, utterly confused. Below the stage, a handsome man with long blue hair, Han Dongli, shook his head as he watched Kuya. All flash, no substance. Though Kuya wanted to fight Gu Qian, the latter had already conceded, so he descended to watch the other contestants. In the third round, all eyes were drawn to Platform 8. Han Dongli was facing Wang Badao. As a top contender for the championship, Wang Badao naturally attracted much attention. Han Dongli, however, had exceeded everyone's expectations in his previous matches, defeating each opponent with a single move. A seated player versus a dark horse. On the platform, Wang Badao wielded a mountain-cleaving saber exuding a fierce killing intent, while Han Dongli with his blue hair wore a faint smile. Without any idle words, they engaged in battle. Wang Badao's aura surged, his saber techniques fierce and unmatched. Han Dongli radiated dense, cold energy, his moves equally sharp. Watching from below, Kuya felt something strange about Han Dongli's fighting style, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Inside the pavilion, Bai Fengliu gazed at the platform and asked the Imperial Lord with interest, Who do you think will win? The Thai Imperial Lord pondered briefly. Han Dongli. Oh. Why? Because he's of your royal blood, Bai Fengliu remarked casually. Nothing escapes your notice, senior, the Thai Imperial Lord replied, feigning calm. Internally, he was deeply shocked. Han Dongli was a secret of the royal family, known only to him and the former emperor. Yet Bai Fengliu had revealed his origins outright. Bai Fengliu glanced back at the Imperial Lord. I'm in a good mood today. Take this nascent soul pill. He tossed a jade bottle to the Imperial Lord. A nascent soul pill. Was this what it meant to be a true master, casually gifting such a treasure just because he felt like it? The Thai Imperial Lord caught the bottle, barely holding back tears of gratitude as he bowed. "Thank you, Senior," he then shouted. "Someone, write the Senior into the family tree in the ancestral generation. Hurry up." Bai Fengliu. The reason he gave the nascent soul pill was that Han Dongli would become a worthy opponent for Kuya, and the Imperial Lord, as his mentor, deserved a reward. Most importantly, he noticed that both the Imperial Lord and Han Dongli cultivated the righteous qi. Those who cultivated it were destined to be virtuous rulers who cared for the world. Yet this generation's monarch suffered from a deficiency in dragon energy, a sign of decline. Bai Fengliu had no desire to meddle in mortal affairs, but couldn't bear to see a righteous empire fall. Thus, he extended a helping hand. On Platform 8, Han Dongli and Wang Ba Dao had already exchanged hundreds of moves. "This move was meant for Xianxia. I didn't expect you to force me to use it," Wang Ba Dao said coldly as they separated. The crowd watched as his mountain-cleaving saber suddenly expanded dozens of times. Wang Ba Dao swung it fiercely, shouting, "Cleave the mountain!" The colossal saber, carrying an unstoppable momentum, slashed toward Han Dongli. Even the platform, reinforced by formations, began to crack, leaving a massive trench wherever the blade's energy passed. Facing this lethal strike, Han Dongli's lips curled into a faint smile. He summoned a white spear radiating bone-chilling cold. With a fierce swing, his spear shot forth like a soaring dragon, carrying icy energy toward Wang Ba Dao's saber. Boom! The moment they clashed, a tremendous wave of energy erupted. Fortunately, the platform's protective formation shielded the spectators from the deadly blast. When the smoke cleared, Wang Ba Dao knelt on one knee, his clothes shredded, blood trickling from his lips, his aura faint and weak. Han Dongli, however, still wore that faint smile, his white robe pristine, his energy undiminished. The victor was clear. At that moment, Kuya finally understood why Han Dongli's moves had seemed so oddly restrained. The man had been hiding his true strength all along. Even against Wang Ba Dao's explosive blade technique, Han Dongli likely hadn't used his full power. Truly formidable. Below the stage, Xianxia wore a solemn expression. He could block Wang Ba Dao's strike, but not with such ease as Han Dongli. Yu Duqiu, however, looked eager, like a battle maniac. Lu Yinran remained expressionless. "I have lost," Wang Ba Dao said, lifting his head with difficulty. He was then taken away by the Hidden Blade sect. Han Dongli turned, glanced at Kuya, and left the platform. In the subsequent matches, Yu Duqiu, Lu Yinran, and Xianxia all easily defeated their opponents. After all battles concluded, the 10 finalists emerged. They were Yu Duqiu, Lu Xiufeng, Xianxia, second prince, Yunche, sixth prince, Yunji, Kuya, Lu Yinran, Lu Qingfeng, the rogue cultivator Mao Yu, and Lu Yuan of the Hidden Blade sect. Back at the little Fengliu Alchemy Pavilion, Bai Fengliu took Kuya into the inner world. "Have you noticed the flaw in your returning flow sword art?" Kuya was silent for a moment. "Against a stronger opponent, the only use of the returning flow sword art is to hand in the victory." "Exactly. You're master. But master, I only use it to show off. Have you forgotten what I told you? A true swordsman has no need for flashy techniques." "Master, I understand the logic, but can you stop showing off? I know you're incredible, but can we just stop? Master, Before Kuya could finish. "Ungrateful disciple. You're just asking for a beating, aren't you?" Bai Fengliu slapped him directly. He added, "Come on, use your returning flow sword art on me." Thus Kuya, willingly, attacked Bai Fengliu, only to be slapped away every time he got close. Over a dozen attempts, each of Bai Fengliu's slaps landed precisely on the same spot, Kuya's face. Oh, what a sight! "Master, I was wrong. I want practice anymore," Kuya cried, snot and tears streaming. "Practice? A swordsman never gives up." "But master, I don't want to. I can't beat you." "Then practice until you wear me out." "Master, I understand your hardship," Kuya said with a lisp, his tone feigning sincerity. "It's good that you understand." Bai Fengliu wiped the sweat from his brow. "Your master is getting on in years. I can't always spar with you. It's exhausting." Bai Fengliu added, "I know, master, you've worked hard. Kuya said with difficulty. The next day, with the aid of a great returning pill, Kuya regained his former appearance. The final still adhered to the random draw rule, but the difference was that the massive arena previously divided into 10 smaller platforms had been restored to its original state. The finals were held on this grand arena. The first match, Lu Chengfeng versus Lu Yanran. It was rather dramatic that the first bout pitted two members of the Lu family against each other. In the first match, Lu Chengfeng conceded, granting Lu Yanran the victory. The second match, Yunche versus Yunji. Yunji conceded and Yunche won. The cultivators, who had been clamoring about a rigged tournament, fell silent. When even the royal family members faced each other, what room was left for conspiracy? The third match, Maoyu versus Xianxia. Although Maoyu displayed formidable combat prowess, he ultimately could not overcome Xianxia. The fourth match, Han Dongli versus Lu Shaofeng. Unsurprisingly, Han Dongli secured an easy victory. The fifth match, Kuya versus Yuduchio. On the arena, Kuya and Yuduchio clashed fiercely. Yuduchio wielded his spear like a god of war, making Kuya appear comparatively disadvantaged. Initially, Kuya struggled to parry Yuduchio's fierce spear techniques. However, bolstered by his sword intent, he gradually turned the tide. Break! Yuduchio lunged at Kuya like lightning, the tip of his spear carrying a palpable killing intent. Kuya held the Zhutian sword horizontally before him, channeling his spiritual energy until the blade emitted a blue radiance. Then, with a single slash, he met Yuduchio's spear. Both combatants retreated several zhang before engaging once more. Falling snow! Yuduchio suddenly shouted. Kuya then perceived that Yuduchio's spear seemed to dissolve before his eyes, transforming into delicate snowflakes drifting toward him. These snowflakes were fragmented, and Kuya felt an inexplicable reluctance to mar their broken beauty, allowing them to float closer. Suddenly, the small sword between Kuya's brows flickered, jolting him awake. Not good! By the time he snapped back to reality, the fragmented snowflakes had reverted to a spear already thrusting toward his face. In that instant, a towering sword aura erupted from Kuya, revealing his status as a sword master. A sword master? He's actually a sword master. The audience buzzed with discussion. Even Han Dongli fixed his full attention on Kuya. Under the influence of this overwhelming sword intent, Yuduchio's falling snow technique faltered momentarily. Seizing that brief hesitation, Kuya dodged Yuduchio's thrust. I never imagined you were a sword master, Yuduchio remarked with some surprise. There are many things you haven't imagined, Kuya replied coolly. Ha. Interesting. Come again. Yuduchio charged once more. Empowered by his sword intent, Kuya's attacks became exceptionally fierce. Yuduchio, no longer holding back, swung his spear with all his might. The clang of metal rang out repeatedly across the arena, and the spectators below cheered wildly. Backflow! Kuya roared, appearing before Yuduchio and bringing his sword down in a heavy slash. Yuduchio leaped backward, while thrusting his spear upward to block the strike. Before Yuduchio could react, a sword beam imbued with a dense aura of annihilation came hurtling toward him. It was one of Kuya's ultimate techniques, Void Severance. Facing this sword beam, Yuduchio felt enveloped by an intense killing intent and an aura of doom. There was no escape, he could only meet it head-on. Yuduchio gripped his spear tightly, channeling his spiritual energy frantically, and bellowed. Break for me! With a thunderous boom, the colossal arena was blasted into a massive crater from the collision of spear and sword. Yuduchio stood in the crater, panting heavily, his spear now broken. I concede, he declared, then stepped out of the crater and left the arena. He longed to continue fighting, but it was futile. That final strike had drained every ounce of his spiritual energy. Fifth match, Kuya wins. The crowd stirred in astonishment. This year's Empire Grand Tournament had defied all expectations, producing two dark horses, both of whom were rogue cultivators. Sigh! Look at them, then look at us. We're all rogue cultivators. Why is the gap so vast? When I get back, I swear I'll train hard and become a powerful cultivator like them. Well, the intentions were good, but neither of them was a true rogue cultivator. The sixth match, Xianxia versus Han Dongli. Xianxia, heavily drained from his previous battle with Mao Yu, knew he was no match for Han Dongli. After unleashing his strongest attack with the last of his spiritual energy, he leaped off the arena. Sixth match, Han Dongli wins. Seventh match, Lu Yanran versus third Prince Yunche. Kuya received a by advancing directly. The crowd buzzed with murmurs at this turn of events, but the elder presiding over the tournament merely stated, "Luck is also a form of strength." Want to argue? Shut it! To Kuwaya's surprise, Lu Yanran was a sound cultivator. Her weapon was a jade flute. Third Prince Xianxia, on the other hand, was a Confucian cultivator. Facing Lu Yanran's unpredictable attacks, Xianxia sat cross-legged and intoned 6 words guard. With the utterance of that single word, a faint halo formed around Xianxia, blocking Lu Yanran's flute sounds. 6 words attack. Xianxia softly spoke. As the word left his lips, phantom soldiers wielding spears and riding warhorses materialized on the field, charging at Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran unhurriedly played her jade flute again. As the melody spread, the phantoms dissipated into nothingness. 6 words profound yellow annihilate. Xianxia intoned 3 words in succession. Lu Yanran was instantly enveloped by a mysterious force. She vanished from sight. A bead of sweat slowly trickled down the 6th prince's forehead. After a while, a melodious flute sound echoed, and Lu Yanran reappeared before the crowd. "Fairy Yuran is truly remarkable. Go Fairy Yuran!" A group of Lu Yanran's devoted fans cheered. "Fairy Yuran, be careful with my final word," Xianxia said to Lu Yanran. Then he slowly uttered a single word. "Kill!" As the word fell, Xianxi's entire demeanor turned eerie and sinister. He became like a god of slaughter. Xianxia rose, his eerie gaze fixed on Lu Yanran, then vanished, and reappeared before her in an instant. He lunged for Lu Yanran's throat. But Lu Yanran put away her flute, her body radiating a soft ethereal glow, like a true celestial maiden. Empowered. Xianxia, bolstered by the word kill, and Lu Yanran, enhanced by her spiritual constitution, clashed for dozens of rounds before coming to a halt. Gradually Xianxia returned to normal, his spiritual energy depleted, his face slightly pale. He bowed slightly. "Fairy Yuran, forgive my rudeness. I can no longer fight, I concede this match." Lu Yanran smiled gently. "Third Prince, there's no need for such formality. This match is a draw. I too am spent." This was the first time she had tapped into her unique constitution. She had always known she possessed a special physique, but never knew its name, nor had she ever used it. The first activation drained her more than she had anticipated. The final match, naturally, was the winter battle against Kuya. In the attic, Bai Fengliu gazed at Lu Yanran and sighed with a shake of his head. "Seeing this girl today, I finally understand that it is not that there are no genius prodigies in the lower realm. Rather, the reason these prodigies fail to mature is that no one truly teaches them. What a waste of talent!" Indeed, Lu Yanran's spiritual physique was exceedingly rare. If she could unleash even 1% of its potential, Xianxia would not have lasted a single breath. With that thought, Bai Fengliu vanished in an instant. "Senior, since you... where did he go?" The Tai sovereign, who was about to speak with Bai Fengliu, suddenly realized that there was no trace of Bai Fengliu before him. Bai Fengliu directly arrived at the center of the Xiantian Great World. Then he proceeded to the Immortal Tao Academy, one of the 3 paramount powers of the Xiantian Great World. Within the Immortal Tao Academy, Bai Fengliu sat opposite the Azure Luan Empress. After conversing for a while, Bai Fengliu rose and took his leave. Following his departure, the Azure Luan Empress issued a divine decree within the Academy. "From this day forth, the Immortal Tao Academy shall establish branches across all continents of the lower realm, recruit disciples widely, and devote full effort to their cultivation. We humbly obey your Majesty's decree." Soon the final match of the tournament was about to commence. Kuya versus Han Dongli. A battle between 2 dark horses. On the arena, Kuya and Han Dongli stood facing each other, neither making a move, simply gazing at one another in silence. "I didn't expect my final opponent to be you. I watched your fight with Yuduchio, it was quite impressive. But if that's all you've got, you're still nothing in my eyes," Han Dongli remarked, coolly looking at Kuya. "You're even more long-winded than Bai Fengliu." Kuya shook his head. With that, he struck out with his sword, and the sword light instantly reached Han Dongli. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Han Dongli's mouth. He clenched his right fist and swung it fiercely forward, conjuring a massive ice shield before him that blocked Kuya's strike. After deflecting the blow, a white spear abruptly materialized in Han Dongli's left hand, and he whirled around to thrust it backward. A sharp clang rang out, as if the spear had struck a hard object. Kuya had somehow appeared behind Han Dongli, and the sound came from the collision of his Jutian sword with Han Donglei's white spear. Failing in his sneak attack, Kuya retreated several paces to create distance. Without giving him a moment to catch his breath, Han Donglei thrust his spear forward. The spear carried an intense chill as it swept toward Kuya. Something's wrong. Han Donglei frowned. It didn't add up. Based on the strength Kuya had displayed in previous battles, that last strike couldn't have been so weak. Could it be? Before he could dwell on it, Kuya uttered two words. Return flow. The moment Kuya appeared before him, the massive ice shield materialized again. With a crack, Kuya's Zutian sword slashed heavily into the shield. The ice shield shattered instantly under the blow. A pity! Kuya shook his head. Though the strike had shattered the shield, Han Donglei remained unscathed. Having retreated, Han Donglei steadied himself. He looked at Kuya. Not bad, quite impressive. After I defeat you, I'd like to meet the one behind you. Kuya, who had found Han Donglei rather talkative, gave him a thumbs up at this remark. Damn, brother. You're bold. When it comes to arrogance, 10 of me couldn't match you. Meanwhile, in the pavilion, Bai Fengliu turned to the Tai sovereign. This kid wants to see me. For a fight. The Tai sovereign broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly said, Senior must have misheard. That kid just let out a strange sound like a fart. Yes, that's it. On the arena, they exchanged dozens more moves. Kuya went all out, each strike aimed at Han Donglei's vital points. Han Donglei's spear technique was equally fierce, but what troubled Kuya was the biting cold emanating from the spear, which caused a slight sluggishness in his own spiritual energy flow. That slight sluggishness had cost him. A wound on his shoulder from Han Donglei's spear, now covered in tiny ice shards slowly spreading across his body. Void Severance. After they separated again, Kuya unleashed Void Severance without hesitation. Below, Yuduchio watched intently, eager to see how Han Donglei would counter this move. On the stage facing Kuya's full-powered Void Severance, Han Donglei didn't dodge. Instead, he gripped his spear and charged straight at the sword light. A heated clash. Seal snow! Han Donglei roared, transforming into a streak of white light that collided violently with the sword beam. A thunderous boom echoed as the center of the arena shattered. Kuya was blasted back several zhang, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Han Donglei stood proudly clad in white, spear in hand, like a divine warrior descended from heaven. Damn, he's showing off! Kuya cursed. Foundation establishment. He's already at Foundation establishment. Below, Yuduchio and the others were stunned. He knew the tournament had an age limit. Contestants' bone age must not exceed 24. Such a young Foundation establishment cultivator. In the past century of the Tai Empire, the youngest Foundation establishment cultivator had been 28 at the time, the current Tai sovereign Yuntian. Yet Han Donglei had reached Foundation establishment before 24. Yuduchio felt a bitter pang. He had always believed that even if Han Donglei was stronger, the gap was limited. But now it was clear that the difference was vast, far more than a mere step. Though Yuduchio was at the peak of condensation realm, a single step away from Foundation establishment, that step was incredibly difficult for any peak condensation cultivator, otherwise the Tai Empire wouldn't have so few Foundation establishment cultivators. I didn't expect you to have already reached Foundation establishment, Kuya said calmly as he rose. You're strong, but this match's outcome is already decided. Is that so? Isn't it? If you say so, then take another strike from me. Kuya unleashed Void Severance once more. Righteous Chi, Han Donglei said softly. His body was then enveloped in a blue-gold light. Righteous Chi. Below, Yunji and Yunche exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Others might not know of Righteous Chi, but as members of the royal family, they were all too familiar with it. With his cultivation revealed and bolstered by Righteous Chi, Han Donglei effortlessly blocked Kuya's Void Severance. Give up. It's useless. I told you the outcome is already decided. After deflecting the attack, Han Donglei said with a hint of arrogance. Kuya's response was his Jutian sword. He furiously channeled his spiritual energy, striking at Han Donglei again and again. He refrained from using Nocturne because he wanted to solidify his swordsmanship as a sword master. Facing Kuya's relentless assault, Han Donglei seemed at ease, repelling the attacks with little effort. They separated. Kuya panted heavily, looking up at Han Dongli. You're strong, but this ends now. As he spoke, the nocturne domain enveloped Han Dongli, and Kuya's eyes slowly turned gray-white. Unlike before, even his hair turned gray-white. Against this monochrome backdrop, the blood at the corner of his mouth seemed eerily striking. Caught in the nocturne domain, Han Dongli felt as though something had struck his heart, and he trembled as he looked at Kuya. To outsiders, Kuya might seem merely eerie, but within the nocturne domain, Han Dongli saw him as an ancient demon god. Forcing himself to calm down, Han Dongli erupted with spiritual energy, frantically retreating to escape the domain. But he found his movements had become excruciatingly slow, making escape impossible. Annihilation! Kuya uttered the two words slowly, and countless tiny swords materialized densely within the nocturne domain. These tiny swords slowly converged, and then struck at Han Dongli. In that moment, despair filled his eyes. He knew he could neither dodge nor block this strike. The great sword, formed from countless tiny blades, halted before Han Dongli's brow. You lose, Kuya said weakly. Then the terrifying domain that had enveloped him vanished. Witnessing this, the cultivators below were struck speechless. Han Dongli, a Foundation establishment cultivator, had lost to Kuya, who was only at the early condensation realm. And why hadn't Han Dongli dodged that last strike? After a moment of shock, the crowd erupted in murmurs. What a waste of my feelings! I thought we had a real genius, but it's just a fixed match. Exactly. Early condensation defeating Foundation establishment. Who do they think they're fooling? The crowd buzzed with accusations. All of you shut up. Han Dongli suddenly turned and roared at the spectators. I have my pride. I didn't throw the match. I couldn't block that strike. Anyone who disagrees can come up here and fight me. He then turned to Kuya. What was that move called? Kuya grinned. Nocturne. Nocturne. A formidable technique. I admit defeat. After a pause, he added, with all my heart. Then he turned and left. In the pavilion, the Tai sovereign was puzzled. Senior, that move just now. I know what you're thinking. That kid Han Dongli couldn't block it. Bai Fengliu paused, then added, you couldn't block it either before reaching Golden Core. That's strong. What, you don't believe me? Let me demonstrate it for you. I damn well don't believe you. Your demonstration would be nothing like that kid's. Even without your demonstration, I couldn't block it. At that moment, the Tai sovereign felt that this senior talked just as arrogantly as Han Dongli. His words were like empty farts. Days had passed since the grand competition. During this time, the most frequent topic of discussion in the imperial city was the champion Kuya. The most debated matter, however, was Kuya's renunciation of the final reward. As members of the imperial family, Han Dongli and Yunche naturally could not accept the prize, so it fell to the Liu family. Liu Yanran initially wished to decline, but realizing the reward's immense value to her clan, she accepted it. After the competition, many cultivators investigated and uncovered Kuya's identity. He was revealed to be the disciple of the master of the Little Fengliu Alchemy Pavilion. Those who had previously plotted to seize Kuya's sword Jutian secretly rejoiced that they had not acted, knowing that otherwise they and their factions might have been annihilated. Following the competition, Kuya did not idle for a moment, dedicating himself to sword cultivation within an isolated space. Meanwhile, Bai Fengliu busied himself with visiting them. He explored the imperial city, immersing himself in the mortal world's vitality. As for Xiao Dowling, he remained tirelessly occupied, for the Little Fengliu Alchemy Pavilion had thrived with booming business since its opening. The pavilion had expanded, opening several branches in the imperial city managed by various families and factions with Bai Fengliu's permission. He did not wish the pavilion's emergence to disrupt the imperial capital's balance. When these families sought to join, he agreed. Xiao Dowling refined the pills, the families provided the materials, and the profits were split 40% for the Little Fengliu Alchemy Pavilion, the rest distributed among the factions. The factions were more than satisfied with this arrangement. They had expected only a 20% share, yet Bai Fengliu granted them 60%. What a benevolent man! Kuya initially wished to object to this decision, but before he could speak, Bai Fengliu vetoed it. Taihang City had become a pilgrimage site for cultivators from all surrounding empires. The alchemy pills sold there were extraordinary, not only diverse and of supreme quality, but also remarkably affordable. In recent days, Bai Fengliu had begun gradually transferring control of the little Fengliu alchemy pavilion to the Tai imperial family. When the Tai emperor heard this news, he nearly perished from sheer shock. This was a celestial blessing beyond measure. Bai Fengliu also left behind a vast trove of cultivation pills for the Tai imperial family, including some of the profound grade. Most importantly, he bestowed a mysterious trump card. Moreover, he selected several disciples with alchemy talent from the imperial family, entrusting Xiao Daoling to mentor them. His assistance to the Tai imperial family stemmed from his plan to take Kuya and Xiao Daoling to a higher cultivation realm for training. The pavilion required caretakers, and the Tai imperial family was an ideal choice. Teaching alchemy ensured a steady supply of pills after Xiao Daoling's departure. He left behind cultivation pills for two reasons. First, as more cultivators from other empires came to trade, the Tai imperial family needed sufficient strength to deter them. Second, this was Kuwaya's birthplace, and he wished to leave a legacy here. Whether other reasons existed, only Bai Fengliu knew. "Master, when will we go to the higher cultivation realm?" Kuya asked eagerly. Bai Fengliu replied with a hint of mockery. "What? Are you so eager to go to a higher place and be humiliated? With my strength, who could humiliate me? Come! Let us continue practicing your returning flow sword technique. Forgive me, master. I was wrong. I admit my fault." At the Lu residence in the imperial city, the family head was beaming with joy, for Bai Fengliu, the master of the little Fengliu alchemy pavilion, had arrived. "I have come to see Lu Yanran," Bai Fengliu stated directly upon entering. "May I ask why, senior?" the Lu patriarch inquired, puzzled. Bai Fengliu glanced at Kuya beside him. "Do you see my disciple?" The Lu patriarch's mind raced with a possibility. Could this be a matchmaking visit from the Mighty One? If the Lu family could ally with such a powerhouse, their fortune would soar. Moreover, this master's disciple was undeniably a prodigy. Thinking this, he quickly ordered, "Summon Yanran at once." Soon Lu Yanran entered the reception hall. Seeing Bai Fengliu seated at the head, she was surprised, having heard many tales of him lately. She stepped forward and bowed. "Yanran greets Senior Bai and Senior Brother Wuya." Kuya, captivated by her beauty, could not help but let an unworthy tear escape the corner of his mouth. "Yanran, what do you think of this, Kuya?" At these words, Lu Yanran was stunned, Bai Fengliu was stunned, and Kuya was equally bewildered. A wild thought crossed Kuya's mind. Had his master come to propose marriage on his behalf? Now this was a true master. Lu Yanran also considered this possibility, for she could think of no other reason. Though she did not dislike Kuya, she was unwilling to marry a stranger so hastily. She was about to speak when Bai Fengliu interjected. "Patriarch Lu, you misunderstand. I am not here to propose. Look at this fool. Does he deserve your daughter? Is he worthy?" This was a true master. Kuya tried to retort, but Bai Fengliu cut him off. "Go cool off somewhere. Look at your lecherous expression. So disgraceful. Disgraceful. Bai Fengliu, I have endured you long enough." Before Kuya could finish, he felt that familiar sting on his face. "Let me handle some family matters first. Rebellious disciple, come here." Bai Fengliu swung his arm and slapped Kuya. Witnessing this comedic duo, Lu Yanran could not suppress a smile. Moments later, Kuya stood obediently beside Bai Fengliu, his face swollen like a pig's head. Dusting off his hands, Bai Fengliu continued. "Patriarch Lu, you misunderstood my intent. I have come to take this young girl away. Rest assured, I will find her a master." The patriarch hesitated, but Lu Yanran declared, "Father, I will go with Senior. I trust his character." "He has no character." Kuya blurted out his inner thought. Bai Fengliu turned to him. "Good lad. Bold. I like that. When we return, practice the returning flow sword technique 1,000 times. I'll prepare enough divine return pills for you. Master, is it too late to apologize?" "It is not too late." Kuya sighed in relief, but before he could utter the 3 words, Bai Fengliu added, "It is not too late for you to kill yourself now." After much persuasion, no heartfelt words, Bai Fengliu finally won over the Lu patriarch. Leaving behind a legacy for the Lu family, he departed with Lu Yanran. Under Lu Yanran's astonished gaze, Kuya brought her to the Xinzhou Immortal Academy and entrusted her to the Azure Luan Empress. Thus Lu Yanran became the Azure Luan Empress' first disciple. After Bai Fengliu left, the Empress gazed at Liu Yanran, a born spirit body, with growing fondness.
Yet from now on you shall cultivate diligently under my guidance.
Liu Yanran nodded. Though she did not know this beautiful woman's identity, she sensed her goodwill. Moreover, Bai Fengliu's display of power had shattered her understanding. A mere movement of his form had traversed countless worlds. What realm of cultivation was that? Reading her thoughts, the Azure Luan Empress smiled.
Yener Senior Bai is the most powerful being known in this world.
Returning to the little Fengliu alchemy pavilion, the master and disciple entered the isolated space. Bai Fengliu, true to his word, made Kuya practice the returning flow sword technique 1,000 times. Alas, poor Kuya. How tragic.
Disciple, do you know that Lu Girl is your future wife?
Kuya, lying on the ground in utter despair, shot up at these words, staring at Bai Fengliu.
How do you know? I divined it. Oh, and my divinations are never wrong. If I say so, it is so. Then why did you send her away? What? Is that not allowed? Bai Fengliu, you old bastard, I'll fight you. Give me back my wife. Rebellious disciple, face your death.
A cacophony of chaos erupted. After the ruckus, a voice echoed from the isolated space.
Forgive me, master. I was wrong. Please, no more training. Ah.
For many days in succession, Kuya immersed himself entirely in comprehending the Tao of the sword within the pocket dimension. His everyday domain continuously unfolded, and under its profound augmentation, he wielded sword after sword with unwavering focus.
Master, I sense that the everyday domain is merely the foundational technique of the everyday sword. Surely there must exist even more formidable forms above it.
Kuya turned to Bai Fengliu, who stood quietly observing his practice.
Refine the everyday domain first. To fantasize about advanced techniques before mastering the very first stroke, you're dreaming nonsense.
Bai Fengliu replied sharply. Kuya curled his lips in quiet dissent.
But my everyday domain is already exceptionally potent.
Bai Fengliu offered no further reply. Instead, he seized Kuya by the arm, and in a single ripple of movement, they vanished from the pocket dimension and reappeared in a desolate, lifeless world.
Master, where is this place?
Kuya asked, gazing at the eerie stillness surrounding them. The air thick with silence, the land barren and hollow.
Once, this was a world of breathtaking beauty.
Bai Fengliu murmured softly.
Watch closely. This is what the everyday domain truly means.
The moment Bai Fengliu spoke, Kuya's entire field of vision dissolved into absolute nothingness. Only impenetrable blackness remained. No light stirred darkness, deepened relentlessly, as if swallowing him whole. Suddenly the domain receded, and Bai Fengliu turned eyes steady.
This is the everyday domain. Did you see clearly? I saw nothing at all.
N.
You didn't see?
N.
Nothing but blackness, absolutely nothing.
In silence fell, then a sigh heavy with irony.
Ahem, let us set that aside. Now tell me, what is the sword?
Bai Fengliu asked. Kuya fell silent. The first time his master had posed this question, he had answered without hesitation, confidently declaring his understanding of the sword cultivator's path. Yet, as his cultivation deepened, he realized how profoundly mistaken his earliest notions had been. Seeing Kuya remain mute, Bai Fengliu added calmly,
Do not rush your answer. First witness a battle, then speak.
With a sweeping gesture of his hand, two figures materialized before them, locked in fierce combat. They stood in a barren expanse. A man of striking countenance, radiating the overwhelming aura of a sovereign emperor, gazed upon the robed figure before him and asked simply,
Why? Why have you become this?
N.
I guarded the frontier for 200,000 years, my entire life devoted to defending that world. And yet, what was my reward? They murdered my wife, for no reason other than she was a Yao.
N.
Does an entire world hold no space for a single benevolent Yao?
N.
Their leader lies dead by your hand. Why then can you not spare the innocent? Xianxia, no more words. You guard those you love, but the ones I cherished are gone forever.
With that, the robed man clenched his fist and struck, a blow charged with apocalyptic devastation. Xianxia sighed faintly, then his gaze hardened, glacial and unyielding. As he had said, behind him stood those he swore to protect. The robed man's fist carried annihilation itself, where its light passed space fractured like brittle glass collapsing into utter void. Xianxia raised his right hand, a crimson longsword shimmered into existence. His fingers traced its blood-hued blade, Then in one fluid motion he cleaved the air. A sword beam saturated with boundless slaughter surged forth, crashing headlong into the oncoming fist light. Boom! At the instant of impact, all matter within range was erased, leaving only swirling particles of primordial darkness suspended in the abyss. Then, two streaks of light flickered across the shattered void, colliding again and again. Each strike splintered the fabric of space anew. Soon the entire realm lay in ruins. Xianxia paused, eyes locked on the robed man.
Julio, we have known each other for 200,000 years. Yet today I shall slay you. You have fallen to demonic corruption. Then come!
And they clashed once more. Xianxia wielding his scarlet blade, each cut dripping with lethal intent. Julio fought barefisted, unarmored, unyielding. Indeed, Julio was a martial sovereign emperor. And they fought until the realm itself shattered beyond repair, until only formless void remained.
Sever the void!
Xianxia unleashed the sever the void technique, yet compared to Kuwia's version, there was no comparison. Kuwia's was not even in the same realm. And as Xianxia completed the technique, beads of sweat traced slow paths down his temples, and his face pale, drained of vitality. Where the sword light passed, the surrounding void churned violently. Countless vortexes of slaughter coalesced along its edge, converging upon Julio with devastating force. In an instant, Julio's body fissured from crown to heel, until only his nascent soul hovered trembling in the emptiness. He could not withstand it.
Where did you learn this technique?
Julio's soul asked, voice eerily calm. And
after you departed the Dongling Grand World 1 millennium ago, I encountered a senior expert whose cultivation transcended mortal comprehension.
Xianxia withheld nothing. And
transcended the sovereign emperor realm.
Xianxia nodded slowly. And at that moment, their exchange resembled that of old friends, quiet, measured, sorrowful.
Julio, you know well the ancient enmity between humanity and Yao in our Dongling Grand World. How could you forget?
And
she was different. But she was a Yao. Do you forget how our ancestors bled to preserve our lineage against the Yao? How countless heroes perished on the battlefield? A hatred forged over 1,000,000 years cannot be undone. Even if she differed, her nature as a Yao remains immutable.
His voice cooled, once more edged with finality.
I bear no regret. I betrayed no human. If given the chance, I would have taken Linger far from here, to live an ordinary life side by side until our last breath.
Julio's soul faded into silence. Xianxia exhaled deeply. Zulia spoke true. Linger had been kind. Yet the hatred of the Dongling Grand World's cultivators toward the Yao ran deeper than bone, older than memory. Upon learning Linger's nature, the cultivators of the Dongling Grand World united to hunt her down. At that time, Xianxia stood sentinel at the border, powerless to intervene. So too did Julio. Was that act just? When the Yao first invaded the Dongling Grand World, they slaughtered untold innocents. Were none among them as virtuous, as gentle as Linger? Had our ancestors not sacrificed their lives to shield this world, none of us would exist today. Was Julio wrong to guard the frontier for 200,000 years, only to watch his beloved slain? Would any man not break beneath such weight? Xianxia shook his head and turned away. And Bai Fengliu sighed beside Kuwia.
All were wrong, and yet none were wrong. Merely divided by perspective. Yet you have overreached, your hands stretched too far. For several eons, I've had no patience for your games. And now from your tortoiseshell sanctum you crawl forth once more. How delightful!
The vision dissolved. Bai Fengliu turned to Kuwia. And
what did you see? What did you grasp? Nothing at all, just blankness.
Kuwia blinked, bewildered. And Bai Fengliu erupted.
Are you blind? Truly, nothing.
Kuwia frowned, genuinely perplexed. He had seen only void. And
rebellious disciple, you dare mock your master.
And with that, Bai Fengliu lunged forward, and oh, the beating that followed. Yet mid-strike he froze, suddenly realizing something. He halted. And
my mistake.
Kuwia's current cultivation level, witnessing Sovereign Emperor tier combat, was utterly beyond his capacity. So, he'd just beaten the boy for nothing. And
Master, I truly saw nothing.
Kuwia pleaded, crestfallen. Bai Fengliu paused, uncertain how to proceed. Then quietly,
what angers me is precisely that you saw nothing. As my disciple, your cultivation, sigh. is far too low. You must strive harder. I hold great expectations for you. This frustration. It is the agony of seeing raw potential unrefined. N. Bai Fengliu, you wretched tortoise, keep spitting your lies. His attempt at explanation only inflamed Kuwia's fury, so much so that his rage seemed ready to shatter his own celestial aperture. N. What was that? My hearing fails. Come closer and repeat it. Master, I swear, I'll redouble my efforts. Don't come near me.
And thus, justice was served. For speaking out of turn. In silence settled once more. After the reputation of the Small Breeze Alchemy Pavilion spread to other empires, countless cultivators from foreign lands flocked to Taihang City. In an instant the number of cultivators in Taihang City surged. Foundation establishment cultivators, once exceedingly rare in the Tai Empire, suddenly became abundant, visible everywhere throughout the city. Patrol soldiers multiplied both within and outside Taihang City, immediately expelling anyone who violated the city's regulations. After a few reckless Foundation establishment cultivators caused trouble at the Small Breeze Alchemy Pavilion, and were erased by Bai Fengliu, no one dared to stir up trouble there again. That day a multitude of cultivators gathered at the gates of Taihang City, having heard that the Divine Martial Dynasty had sent an envoy to inspect the city. The Tai sovereign sneered at this, knowing full well that the Divine Martial Dynasty was using the guise of inspection to plot the annexation of the Small Breeze Alchemy Pavilion. Since they saw death, he could not be bothered to intervene. In the past, Yutian would have personally welcomed the Divine Martial Dynasty's envoy, but under Bai Fengliu's influence, he no longer regarded their so-called envoys with any respect. He perfunctorily sent a single person to receive them on his behalf. Soon a massive flying beast appeared in the sky outside Taihang City. Upon its back stood a group of people led by a young man in ornate robes, followed by dozens of guards, all of whom were Foundation establishment cultivators. Most fearsome was the elderly man beside the young man, a cultivator at the midstage peak of Golden Core.
Where is the Tai sovereign? Why does he not hasten to greet me?
A voice tinged with disdain rang out from the back of the massive flying beast. Hearing this, many cultivators of the Tai Empire frowned, perceiving the overbearing arrogance of the Divine Martial Dynasty.
In reply, Your Excellency, the Inspector the Sovereign is unwell, and has sent me to welcome you,
said a middle-aged man clad in armor. The rogue young man cast a contemptuous glance at the middle-aged man and said coldly,
What do you think you are? The Divine Martial Dynasty comes to inspect. Unless he is dead, tell him to crawl over here.
At these words, not only did the middle-aged man's face darken, but even the watching cultivators' expressions turned hostile. Only the cultivators from other empires secretly smirked, hoping the Tai Empire would offend the Divine Martial Dynasty.
In reply, Your Excellency, the Sovereign is unwell. If you have come to pick a quarrel, please turn back.
The middle-aged man recalled the Tai Sovereign's instructions before his departure. If the visitor spoke rudely, there was no need to show courtesy. This declaration stunned the crowd, since when had the Tai Empire grown so audacious? Daring to defy the Divine Martial Dynasty. The Tai Empire was merely a second-rate empire, while the Divine Martial Dynasty was a first-rate one, with dozens of second-rate empires under its suzerainty. The Tai Empire was one such vassal. This was akin to a younger brother challenging his elder brother. The rogue young man paused, then burst into laughter, his smile twisting into a scowl.
Who gave you the gall? Guards, kill him. As you command.
2 Foundation establishment guards stepped forward, advancing toward the middle-aged man.
The underling is ignorant. I pray the 9th Prince forgive him.
A dignified voice rang out. The crowd saw the Tai sovereign approaching, following behind a young man clad in a tattered Taoist robe. Some among the gathered cultivators quickly recognized the young man in the tattered robe as the patron behind the Small Breeze Alchemy Pavilion, aware of his formidable power. Yet no one warned the 9th Prince. The local cultivators despised his arrogance, while those from other empires eagerly anticipated Bai Fengliu teaching him a lesson.
Yuntian, your Tai Empire has grown quite insolent. Even a mongrel you keep dares to bark before this prince.
The 9th Prince sneered sarcastically. Yuntian, seeming to ignore the prince's words, smiled faintly.
9th Prince, the underlings lack manners. They are accustomed to speaking according to whom they face. Pray forgive them. You?
The 9th Prince's face turned pale with rage, and the elderly man beside him frowned in displeasure.
Yuntian, do you know to whom you speak?
The ninth prince barely restrained his fury.
I know. The ninth prince of the divine martial dynasty Shen Wuxuang. Yuntian, do you realize that the fate of your Tai Empire lies in my hands? Kneel and kowtow in apology now, then hand over the small breeze alchemy pavilion, and this prince will let bygones be bygones.
The elderly man grew irritated. This ninth prince was a fool to wear his intentions on his sleeve. The idiot had even blurted it out.
In reply, ninth prince, I have indeed spoken rashly. Kneeling is not out of the question, but the small breeze alchemy pavilion does not belong to the royal family. This request I cannot fulfill.
Yuntian replied, his tone inscrutable.
Fine, very fine, Yuntian. It seems the divine martial dynasty can no longer tolerate your Tai Empire. Lord Gong, kill him and install a replacement.
Shen Wuxuang ordered, turning to the elderly man. The elderly man frowned.
Ninth prince, slaying an empire sovereign requires His Majesty's authorization. Just do it. I will explain to my father upon our return.
Bai Fengliu, who had been watching the spectacle, turned to Yuntian.
Is this fellow's brain underdeveloped, or did he inherit it from his father?
Yuntian felt speechless. Sir, you are a formidable figure who fears not the divine martial dynasty, but I cannot yet contend with them. Must you say that so loudly? Indeed, the Tai Empire could not yet rival the divine martial dynasty. Yunshan's disregard for the ninth prince stemmed from the fact that Shen Wuxuang was a marginal unfavored prince. Ranking ninth, his utter stupidity made him the lowest among the princes. The divine martial dynasty would not annihilate the Tai Empire over such a prince, especially when the ninth prince had first insulted a sovereign ruler. As for the aim of seizing the small breeze alchemy pavilion, that was beyond his control.
Lord Yuntian, the ninth prince is young prey, do not take it to heart.
Lord Gong said with a slight bow.
Lord Gong,
the ninth prince exclaimed.
Ninth prince, forgive my impertinence, but you truly should have your head examined. You? Lord Yuntian, we have come regarding the small breeze alchemy pavilion, not to seize it, but because its sale of golden origin pills violates the decree set by the divine lord.
Lord Gong stated.
Alas! This matter does not stem from the Tai Empire's violation of the divine lord's decree, but because even the royal family cannot afford to offend the power behind the pavilion. Oh! Is there truly someone in the Tai Empire that the royal family dares not provoke?
Lord Gong said skeptically.
The pavilion is mine. If you have something to discuss, speak with me.
Bai Fengliu interjected calmly.
Well, for insulting the divine lord earlier, I intended to slay you on the spot. Yet you dare to speak again, courting death.
Lord Gong roared in fury. Turning to Yuntian, he added,
Lord Yuntian, regardless of this man's relation to your Tai Empire, I will kill him today.
Hearing this, Yuntian gave a thumbs up.
Awesome. You're truly awesome. Come, Lord Gong, kill him quickly. Once he's dead, the small breeze alchemy pavilion is yours.
Bai Fengliu turned to Yuntian.
Since when did you become so cheeky?
Yuntian broke into a cold sweat at these words. But Bai Fengliu did not press the matter.
Die!
Lord Gong charged, dismissing Yunshan's odd reaction. Even if this youth were a golden core cultivator, so what? He did not believe he could lose. Even if he were defeated, would the other party dare to kill him? He felt emboldened. What a fool!
Who dares harm my master?
A furious roar echoed as Kuwiyan appeared before Bai Fengliu. Kuwiyan cursed at Lord Gong.
You old turtle! Die!
With that, he raised his sword Jutian and charged at Lord Gong.
Fine! Excellent! Truly formidable youth!
Called an old turtle. Lord Gong's face turned green with rage. He punched directly at the sword like Kuwiyan unleashed, shattering it. The force of the punch sent Kuwiyan flying back to land before Bai Fengliu.
Holy crap! A golden core cultivator! Sorry! I apologize. I shouldn't have called you an old turtle. My master is formidable. Fight him, not me.
Such filial piety.
No need to rush today. Both you and your master shall die.
Palace Elder said to Kuwiyan with an expressionless face.
Master, do you see? This old turtle wants to kill you.
Turning around, Kuwiyan looked at Palace Elder and said,
Old bastard, aren't you so tough? Come on, kill my master.
Yuntian, who was watching from the sidelines, thought,
This young master Ke. He's barely a bipedal creature. Very well, I shall grant your wish.
With that, Palace Elder slightly curled his fingers and a formidable power radiated from his body. Then Palace Elder grabbed it Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu remained indifferent, calmly observing this. With a thunderous roar, a surge of immense power erupted in the arena. The surrounding cultivators hastily channeled their spiritual energy to shield themselves, yet some of the weaker ones were still sent flying by the blast.
Lord of Clouds, is your Tai Empire truly set on opposing my divine martial dynasty?
Palace Elder asked Yuntian, who now stood before Bai Fengliu, his face dark and grim. It was Yuntian who had just blocked his strike. Palace Elder was not surprised that Yuntian had formed his golden core, for with Yuntian's talent and the aid of a top-grade golden essence pill, stepping into the golden core realm was only natural. He was puzzled, however, as to who this young man before him was, that Yuntian would risk the entire Tai Empire to stand against the divine martial dynasty. He did not believe that Yuntian, having broken through to golden core, had grown arrogant enough to disregard the divine martial dynasty. After all, a golden core cultivator was nothing before the divine martial dynasty.
Palace Elder, to kill a subject of my Tai Empire right before my eyes, are you showing me the sovereign no respect at all?
Yuntian replied calmly.
Let's go.
Palace Elder turned and left. He found today's events too peculiar, each step defying his expectations. After the crowd dispersed, Bai Fengliu still looked on, as if watching a play, showing no intention to act.
Coward!
Kuyen muttered disdainfully.
See you at the palace in half an hour,
Bai Fengliu said to Yuntian. Then he turned to Kuyen and asked,
My dear disciple, what did you just say? The wind was too strong, I didn't catch it.
The result? I need not elaborate. Half an hour later at the palace. Inside the grand hall, only Bai Fengliu and Yuntian remained. Bai Fengliu lounged lazily on the steps, while Yuntian, shedding all imperial dignity, sat beside him.
You have ambition,
Bai Fengliu stated calmly. After a moment of silence, Yuntian replied,
I once did. Tell me about it. In my youth, I was full of vigor. The entire Tai Empire knew I reached foundation establishment at 28, but they didn't know I had already reached its peak at 16.
Yuntian sighed.
Senior, do you know why cultivators under the divine martial dynasty must use the golden essence pill to break through to the golden core stage? Consolidation and sealing,
Bai Fengliu said lightly.
Nothing escapes your notice, Senior. In all the vassal empires of the divine martial dynasty, a great formation has been laid, severing all opportunities for cultivators to comprehend the golden core.
As he spoke, Yuntian's eyes grew dimmer.
The year I reached the peak of foundation establishment, I forcibly tore a gap in that formation. That act angered those above, and I was gravely wounded, my cultivation never advancing another step. Do you know who set up these formations?
Bai Fengliu asked.
Please enlighten me, Senior. Consolidation, consolidation. Can't you guess?
Bai Fengliu's lips curled into a cold smile.
Consolidation,
Yuntian murmured.
Could it be?
Suddenly a terrifying possibility struck him.
That's right, it's the Holy Lord of your continent. As for why, you should understand. Severing the opportunities of future generations, consolidating spiritual energy for his own use. Such ruthless intent.
Yuntian's expression darkened ominously.
Continue. Later I inherited the throne, and the arrogance of my youth was ground away.
Yuntian sighed and continued.
The entire Tai Empire believes the imperial family is the heaven of the realm. Imperial power and hegemony might be a lifelong dream for commoners. But who knows the suffering of the imperial family? Every day I tread on thin ice, carefully maintaining relations among various forces. To the divine martial dynasty, the Tai Empire's only purpose is the annual tribute of resources. I once dreamed of overthrowing the established order, but I later realized it was impossible. Fear of the divine martial dynasty is etched into the very bones of every cultivator in the empire, and Tai is far too insignificant before them. Imperial power, imperial power. But who knows that a single misstep can turn it into the power of ruin, ruining my entire Tai Empire?
By the end, Yuntian's eyes held no light, only a bleak and desolate emptiness.
Seeing the truth clearly, not bad. Unlike that idiotic disciple of mine who struts around arrogantly looking down on everyone. Yuntian, you are truly remarkable, very remarkable.
Bai Fengliu praised.
You flatter me, Senior.
Yuntian quickly bowed in response.
You wanted to kill the 9th prince and his entourage earlier, am I right? Yes. Then why didn't you? I dared not.
Yun Tian did not say he couldn't, but that he dared not.
A heart that cares for the world. A true talent.
Hearing Bai Fengliu's praise, Yun Tian shook his head, with a self-deprecating smile, offering no reply.
Yun Tian, I offer you a chance at fortune. Do you desire it?
Bai Fengliu looked at Yun Tian.
I do.
Yun Tian immediately replied.
Are you not afraid the price might be beyond your endurance?
Bai Fengliu asked with keen interest.
No matter the cost, Senior would not harm the Tai Empire. Ha ha. Interesting, very interesting.
With a wave of his hand, Bai Fengliu brought them both into his small world. This time, however, they appeared inside a grand hall. The entire hall exuded an ancient, desolate aura. Bai Fengliu pointed to a skeleton radiating a primordial wild energy on the throne at the far end and said,
He was a sovereign of a nation just like you. When the great calamity descended, he fought and died for his people.
Hearing this, Yun Tian bowed deeply to the skeleton.
His name was Fengliu, the ruler of the southern kingdom during the Tianyuan era. The cultivators there called him Venerable Hung. Go now. Pass his trial, and you shall receive his legacy. Success or failure depends on you.
Yun Tian bowed once more and walked toward the skeleton. Bai Fengliu watched silently.
Xiao, he reminds me of you.
Half a day later, a powerful aura emanated from Yun Tian. His cultivation steadily rose until it reached a peak. After a short while, Yun Tian approached Bai Fengliu and bowed deeply. Having obtained the legacy of the Southern Venerable, he now understood Bai Fengliu's intentions. The great calamity of the era. He did not know if he could withstand the legendary cataclysm, but he knew that even if death was certain, he would be the first to stand. After that, Yun Tian remained the sovereign of the Tai Empire, but with one difference: the empire broke away from the divine martial dynasty, becoming an independent nation. Long after a saying spread in the Tai Empire, one clan produced 9 emperors. When the great calamity struck, the 9 emperors of Tai stood firm between heaven and earth, shielding billions of people with their flesh and blood. Though they perished, they endured forever.
Senior, this sealing formation. Leave it to that boy.
Yun Tian nodded. The two arrived at the little Fengliu alchemy pavilion. Seeing Yun Tian's vastly strengthened aura, Kuyen asked in confusion,
Lord of Clouds, what happened to you? I received some grace from Senior Bai, my master.
Yun Tian nodded. Kuyen turned to Bai Fengliu.
Old. Shut your damn mouth. This time no formalities, just come and die.
With that, Bai Fengliu charged straight at him. In the divine martial dynasty, 2 figures sat facing each other.
I didn't expect you to have grown this much.
The sovereign of the divine martial dynasty said, looking at Yun Tian.
Thank you for saving my life back then, divine sovereign.
Indeed, when Yun Tian tore the sealing formation, it was the divine sovereign who secretly spared him. The divine sovereign waved his hand dismissively.
We are all but ordinary people under this grand world. What is a divine sovereign or a sovereign?
The divine sovereign sighed.
I can no longer fathom your cultivation. Since that's the case, why not? Someone else will handle that matter. Can the dynasty be saved?
Yun Tian nodded.
Good. Someone decree. From this day forth lift the ban on alchemical methods. All vassal empires under the divine martial dynasty may sell the golden essence pill.
Having just finished thrashing Kuyen, Bai Fengliu looked at the starry chessboard in his hand and murmured,
Has it come early? Has the great era already begun? No, that can't be right. The seal on the burial sea forbidden zone hasn't broken yet. Strange. Why has the great era?
Before he could finish, Kuyen's terrified roar cut through.
What? Beat me to death. Bai Fengliu, you vicious master. I haven't even said anything, and you want to kill me. Come on, kill me. I must have been blind to take you as my master.
Bai Fengliu, what sharp ears you have, young master. A few days later, Bai Fengliu departed from the Tai Empire with the little spirit and Kuyen. Within the imperial palace, sensing Bai Fengliu's departure, Yun Tian felt a momentary daze. In such a short span of time, the entire destiny of the Tai Empire had been utterly rewritten. After a moment of silence, he declared,
Issue my decree, erect a statue of Senior Bai and offer veneration.
Bai Fengliu,
Master, where shall we go next?
Kuyen inquired. By now, Kuyen had already stepped into the late stage of convergence middle phase.
To a fine place,
Kuyen retorted.
I don't believe you.
The party left the Tai Empire and headed straight for a forbidden land on the Xianxia continent. The Valley of Severed Souls. This was a forbidden ground known throughout the Xianxia continent, rumored to be filled with countless ancient treasures, yet no cultivator who entered had ever emerged alive. A saying circulated across the Xianxia continent.
Valley of Severed Souls, valley that severs souls. Easy to enter, hard to leave. Severs human life, severs ghostly spirit.
A few days later, at the forbidden land of the Xianxia continent, before the Valley of Severed Souls.
Master, is this the fine place you spoke of?
Kuo-yin asked, gazing at the desolate and dark valley before him. Bai Fengliu nodded and continued walking into the valley. Kuo-yin hastily followed. As for the little spirit, it remained within Bai Fengliu's small world. Stepping into this icy, gloomy valley, Kuo-yin felt as if he had entered the maw of a primordial beast, his life hanging by a thread at any moment.
Master, how about we head back? What's so good about this place? Don't you think?
Kuo-yin hurried forward, looking at Bai Fengliu with a cowardly expression.
This place is perfect for your training,
Bai Fengliu replied, continuing deeper into the Valley of Severed Souls. Left with no choice, Kuo-yin cautiously followed behind Bai Fengliu, his eyes darting around from time to time. Suddenly Kuo-yin felt his heart nearly stop, for he saw in the pitch-black valley a multitude of luminous green eyes appearing abruptly, all fixed intently on him.
Master, something's watching us.
Kuo-yin stammered, his voice trembling. Bai Fengliu rolled his eyes.
Weren't you always so brave? You even dared to provoke me, and now you're scared.
Changing his tone, Bai Fengliu said calmly,
Go on, kill those ghost soldiers. This is the first wave of training I've arranged for you. What? You want me to kill them?
Kuo-yin's eyes widened in disbelief.
Yes, kill them. What are you looking at me for? Are you going or not? If not, I'll help you.
With that, Bai Fengliu hurled Kuo-yin directly at the group of ghost soldiers.
Bai Fengliu, you bastard. I've never seen a more treacherous master than you.
Midair, Kuo-yin cursed loudly. With a heavy thud, he crashed onto the ground. Standing up, he brushed off the dust.
Can't you use a little less force? Before I even fight these ghost soldiers, you'll have killed me first. Oh crap.
No sooner had he spoken. Kuo-yin suddenly noticed that all around him densely packed soldiers in armor wielding spears and exuding a strong stench of decay were staring at him with those glowing green eyes.
Oh crap. Bai Fengliu, can you hear me? Let's call it quits, let's go. Let's...
Before he could finish, the ghost soldiers charged straight at him.
Damn it. If I survive this, the first thing I'll do is take you down, Bai Fengliu. I swear it, no one can stop me.
With that, he raised his heaven-slaying sword and charged at the ghost soldiers.
This kid talks too much,
Bai Fengliu remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned his head, nearly coming face-to-face with a ghost soldier.
Oh crap.
Bai Fengliu slapped the ghost soldier directly. The soldier vanished without a trace, not even a wisp of aura remaining.
Damn it. Have you no respect for the elderly? Huh? I'm an old man. You nearly scared me to death, you ugly thing.
After dispatching the ghost soldier, Bai Fengliu was still not appeased. He patted his chest and cursed loudly.
I need to find a better spot to watch the show.
With that, he rose into the air, observing Kuo-yin's battle against the horde of ghost soldiers. At this moment, Kuo-yin was cursing Bai Fengliu's ancestors with every fiber of his being. What kind of master treats his disciple like this? These ghost soldiers, who knew from what era, were all at the golden core stage. Though mindless, they attacked instinctively. But there were just too many of them. As far as the eye could see, the ghost soldiers were packed tightly together. He had already killed dozens, yet it seemed like nothing had changed. Kuo-yin cursed inwardly while continuously swinging his heaven-slaying sword. Gradually he began to tire, and several wounds appeared on his body. But now his eyes were bloodshot, ignoring his injuries, as he kept swinging the sword.
Come on! Kill me!
Kuo-yin roared. The surrounding ghost soldiers paused in unison. Seeing this, Kuo-yin's confidence soared, and he continued shouting,
Come on, kill me! If I take a single step back today, Oh crap! Are they really coming?
Before the youth could finish his bravado, the swarm of ghost soldiers surged forward. 1 slash. 2 slashes. Kuo-yin had lost count of how many strikes he had made. At his feet, the corpses of ghost soldiers had piled up into a small hill. Gasping for breath, Kuwiyin swallowed a divine restoration pill, and instantly felt much of his spiritual energy restored.
Come on, continue.
Kuwiyin charged forward with a roar. Thus swinging his sword ceaselessly, and swallowing divine restoration pills, he unknowingly fought the ghost soldiers in the Valley of Severed Souls for 3 days and 3 nights. With a resounding crash, the last ghost soldier around Kuwiyin was vanquished. Looking at the mountain of ghost soldier corpses, he sat on the ground panting heavily. He looked up at Bai Fengliu, who was watching the show, and said disdainfully,
"Is that all?"
Bai Fengliu smiled faintly.
"Look behind you." "Behind me." "Aye."
Before Kuwiyin could finish, a violent force sent him flying crashing into the canyon wall. With a spurt of blood from his mouth, Kuwiyin looked up to see a middle-aged man in silver-white armor staring straight at him.
"No martial honor. You ambushed me,"
Kuwiyin said bitterly. But then he realized something was wrong. The middle-aged man in silver-white armor had no trace of life about him, and his staring eyes were a dull gray devoid of any vitality. Another ghost soldier. Their leader.
"This is a ghost general, the boss of those ghost soldiers,"
Bai Fengliu explained.
"No end to this, no end. Kill a group and a big one shows up. Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully? Void severance."
Kuwiyin roared, and streaks of blood-red sword light slashed toward the ghost general.
"Not bad, the sword path has already fused a hint of the killing path."
Bai Fengliu nodded as he watched. With a thunderous boom, several sword lights struck the ghost general, sending it flying.
"See my power now,"
Kuwiyin said smugly. But before he could bask in his triumph, he saw the ghost general get back up. What the hell? Not even a scratch.
"Tough are you? I don't believe you're tougher than me. I can withstand over 1,000 slaps from Bai Fengliu, can you?"
Activating his endless night domain, Kuwiyin became eerie once more.
"Sever,"
he uttered slowly. A great sword formed from countless smaller blades slashed directly at the ghost general. With continuous sounds of tearing within the gray endless night domain, the ghost general was instantly sliced into countless tiny fragments. Withdrawing his domain, Kuwiyin grinned.
"Now do you see my power? I'll have you know I'm destined to become the greatest sword cultivator under heaven. When that time comes, I'll beat Bai Fengliu until he cries for his parents. Too bad you won't live to see it."
As he was about to continue, Kuwiyin felt a chill run down his spine. He turned his head with difficulty, and saw Bai Fengliu smiling at him.
"Go on, my good disciple. Keep talking. If you don't, I want to know how ambitious you are." "No, master, listen to my excuse. I mean my explanation." Don't hit my face, master. Ungrateful disciple. It's your face I'm hitting." "Alright, it was just a few light taps. Stop whining like a girl,"
Bai Fengliu said, looking at Kuwiyin, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, tears and snot streaming down his face. "You call those light taps? You swung your arm with all your might and slapped me across the face. Look at my face. Doesn't your conscience ache? I feel wronged."
"Do you sense any change in yourself?"
Bai Fengliu asked. Kuwiyin focused for a moment, and his brow gradually relaxed.
"Killing intent. I feel a surge of killing intent flowing within me. That's it. That's it."
Bai Fengliu slapped his forehead.
"I'm asking about your swordsmanship. You've slain so many ghost soldiers, it's only natural for some killing intent to linger, isn't it?"
"I'm asking if your swordsmanship has changed." "Oh. Ahem. Same as before. I feel that every sword I now wield is imbued with a fierce killing intent. The moment my blade is drawn, it seeks the enemy's life. I feel."
Kuwiyin was about to continue. "Enough. I don't want to hear you show off. If you can perceive some killing intent within your swordsmanship, that's enough. Say no more, I don't want to hear it."
Bai Fengliu cut him off.
"Master, are we still going forward?"
Kuwiyin asked.
"Nonsense, of course we continue. I still need to dig a pit for you. Excavate your potential. Why do you have so many questions? Are you coming or not? If not, let's go to the small world and I'll spar with you." "I'm coming, of course." "Master, don't you think it's beautiful here? Not scary at all."
"Really?"
After the master and disciple walked a bit further, Bai Fengliu suddenly stopped. "Moss."
Before Kuwiyin could finish his question, he felt a chill at his throat, and then the life force within him began to ebb rapidly. He turned around with difficulty only to see a shadowy figure holding a curved blade grinning at him with sharp blood-red teeth. Blood was dripping from the blade. Was this the end? Was he truly going to die this time? It was worth it. In this short span of time, he had experienced things had never even dreamed of before. That was enough. The only regret was. With this thought, Kuya raised his hand with difficulty and flipped the middle finger at the shadow.
You are truly ugly.
Then he turned to Bai Fengliu.
Master, thank you. Thank you for teaching me swordsmanship. When I'm gone, take care of little Dowling for me. Aye. Can you stop your blubbering?
Are you dead? Take a good look at your own body.
Bai Fengliu interrupted. Kuya looked at himself and noticed his body was enveloped in a faint golden light.
The life force that had been draining was completely restored. Not dead. Nothing happened. Kuya was baffled. He had just had his throat slit by that ugly thing, felt his vitality fading, and now he was perfectly fine. Could this be the legendary chosen one?
Enough, don't overthink it. This spiritual body is temporarily lent to you by me.
Now all you have to do is kill the dark specter before you. When it was alive, it thrived on assassination. Now that it's dead, it's even fiercer. This is my help to you. The rest is up to you.
With that, Bai Fengliu ascended to the top of the Broken Soul Valley, ready to watch the show. Ha ha ha, I'm immortal. What can you do to?
Another sound of flesh being sliced open. Kuya felt his life force ebb away again, only to be restored moments later. And so it continued, losing and regaining. Kuya was going mad. Yes, he couldn't die, but it hurt. And that feeling of impending death, damn it, he didn't want to experience it again.
Master, spare me. I can't beat it, I simply can't. Aren't you immortal? What are you afraid of? It hurts. And Master, I really can't defeat it. This spiritual body I lent you comes with a rental fee, 10 million high-grade spirit stones per hour. Think about it. How much? 10 million.
Kuya turned to the dark specter and roared.
Come on, stop staring. Get over here and let me kill you.
Hurry up. I'm in a rush.
Bai Fengliu slapped his forehead.
My God. I've never seen anyone so foolish. Endless night.
Kuya unleashed the endless night domain.
Within the endless night domain, the dark specter, which had been too fast to see, slowed down in Kuya's eyes.
I'll kill you. Slash.
The familiar longsword materialized once more, striking at the dark specter. But this time the specter dodged.
Don't dodge. Do you have any idea how expensive this is? 10 million per hour. Are you going to pay for it? Huh? My God. How can anyone be this stupid?
Bai Fengliu couldn't bear to watch anymore. Had never seen such idiocy.
You can dodge, huh? Try my second move from Endless Night. Traceless.
As the word traceless fell, the entire endless night domain materialized, and everything within it froze. The dark specter stood immobilized, covered in countless strands of sword energy. Countless thin, long strands pinned it firmly within the endless night domain.
Come on, keep running. Run as fast as you can.
Kuya said bitterly. This bastard had cost him so many spirit stones.
Traceless. That looks a bit odd.
Bai Fengliu muttered, puzzled. Within the endless night domain, Kuya ended the dark specter with a single sword strike.
Bai Fengliu, aren't you supposed to be tough? Come on, try to kill me now. I'm immortal, I tell.
Kuya, in the midst of his rant, suddenly realized the golden light on his body had vanished. It was over. He had completely blown it. That golden light was borrowed.
Go on, yell. Why did you stop? Shout it out loud.
Bai Fengliu said, looking at Kuya.
Master, don't bother. I'll do it myself.
With that, Kuya swung his arm and slapped himself across the face. Good heavens, that was brutal.
Any insights?
Bai Fengliu asked.
Death. I'm afraid of death. The reason I couldn't defeat the dark specter before was my fear of dying. I was constantly on guard against its attacks, even though I couldn't truly die. But I feared the sensation of death.
Kuya said after a long silence.
Everyone fears death. That's normal. Your sword intent now contains a trace of deathly aura, but you cannot cultivate it yet. Life and death can only be truly understood when you are free to walk the river of time.
Bai Fengliu said.
Master, I discovered something. What? When I knew I couldn't die, I dared to fight anyone, even you, master. But now I am not immortal. What if I encounter someone who can kill me with a flick of their finger? Wouldn't I be dead for real? Air. Well, that was rash. Disciple, I have a solution. What solution?
Kuya asked curiously. Then he saw Bai Fengliu approaching with a sly grin. Oh no! He could already feel the pain on his face. Sure enough, after a thorough beating from Bai Fengliu, Kuya quickly lost that bad habit of daring to fight anyone.
Mather, you gotta admit it really works.
Kuya said, his speech slurred. The master and disciple continued on. On the way, a thought struck Kuya.
Master, one is killing intent, and the other is deathly aura. Do you intend for my swordsmanship to encompass these great Taoists?
Bai Fengliu nodded, a look of relief on his face. Finally, he's catching on.
Then, master, I already contain 2 kinds of Taoists.
Kuya said proudly.
Those aren't even embryonic forms. You're still far from true Tao.
Bai Fengliu shot him a glance.
How far is far? The distance between our cultivation levels.
That was a critical hit. In all his life, Kuya had never been so wounded.
Then, master, how many Taoists must I encompass to be considered accomplished? All the Taoists under heaven. It's not actually that difficult.
Kuya thought for a moment.
Alchemy, Tao, spear, blade, sound, Confucianism, life, death, killing.
That doesn't seem like many. Is it really that hard?
Bai Fengliu looked stunned.
Is that your understanding of all the Taoists under heaven?
Isn't it?
Kuya asked.
All right, I suppose it's close. You're only missing a few 100,000 types. Only a few hundred.
What? A few 100,000 types. You mean I have to encompass hundreds of thousands of Taoists?
Bai Fengliu nodded. Kuya roared.
And you say that's not difficult? Are you even human? Hundreds of thousands of Taoists. Master, please be human. I beg you, be human.
Sigh.
Why can't he ever learn? That mouth of his, can't he control it? No need to show more, it's too tragic. Gazing at the pitch-black valley before him, Kuya wondered how many more inhuman trials awaited him.
Ahead lies the true soul-severing valley. This place is rather intriguing.
Bai Fengliu remarked, looking at Kuya.
We've only just arrived. I thought we were almost out.
Along the way, Kuya had lost count of the skeletal remains of cultivators he had seen, some as weak as the body formation stage, others surpassing even the nascent soul realm.
No matter how strong, they all turn to dust in the end.
Kuya sighed.
Who told you that?
Bai Fengliu turned his head.
Is it not true?
Kuya couldn't help but ask.
Guess how long I've lived.
Bai Fengliu suddenly grew interested. Kuya pondered.
You may have lived long, venerable one, but surely not longer than heaven and earth. I have indeed existed longer than this very realm.
Bai Fengliu replied calmly.
You're just bragging.
Kuya refused to believe it. Bai Fengliu smiled faintly and said nothing. As long as he didn't wish to die, nothing in this world could kill him, not even time. As they walked, Kuya suddenly spotted a faint crimson glow ahead.
Soul-severing grass.
Bai Fengliu glanced at the grass, then at Kuya, and spoke.
Disciple, your third trial is that flower before you. Pluck it and you pass. That's simple.
Kuya was skeptical.
That's simple. It's just a flower. I don't believe a flower can do anything to me.
With that, Kuya strode toward the flower. As he walked, he noticed a glimmer of light emerging behind.
That Bai Fengliu is always deceiving me. The exit is clearly right behind it.
Kuya muttered.
Sir, are you here to pluck little me?
Suddenly, Kuya realized that the enchanting flower had transformed into a beautiful woman. She wore a crimson dress, her skin like white jade, her long dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Her exquisite features were flawless, and her captivating eyes were fixed unblinkingly on Kuya.
What the hell?
Kuya was stunned, but only for a moment.
May I ask, young lady? Ahem, miss, why do you say that?
Kuya put on a foolish grin, completely forgetting how bizarre the scene was.
Your master told you to pluck that flower, and I am that flower.
Kuya turned to Bai Fengliu.
Master, you mean I should pluck this young lady?
Bai Fengliu nodded. Hearing this, an inexplicable fury surged within Kuya's heart. How could one use the word pluck for such a beautiful and moving woman?
Sir, can you spare me? If you uproot my roots, my life will fade away. Do you really have the heart to do it? Let me stay by your side instead. Allow me to serve you well and ease your weariness.
Her sweet coquettish voice reached Kawaii's ears. Instantly his body burned with intense heat, and his soul felt as if it were about to fly away. He involuntarily moved toward the woman in red, his gaze gradually turning vacant.
Disciple, I told you to pluck the flower. Shut up!
Kawai suddenly roared.
You old turtle, I've had enough of you. Stop ruining my fun.
With that he continued advancing toward the woman in red. When Kawai reached her, the woman in red walked behind him, her arms slowly wrapping around him, from behind her slender hands caressing his chest. Her sweet voice whispered in his ear.
Sir, do you find me beautiful? Beautiful. Beautiful.
Kawai mumbled indistinctly.
Sir, I'm hungry. It's been so long since I've seen a cultivator. Your soul is quite a tonic. Would you like to merge with me?
The woman in red continued.
I want to give you my soul, but I don't want to die.
Suddenly Kawai's previously vacant voice turned icy cold as he seized her by the throat. The woman in red stared at him in terror.
Impossible. When did you break my illusion?
Her voice had become shrill.
I didn't see through it.
Kawai shook his head.
Then how are you awake? When I insulted my master, and he didn't move from where he stood.
Kawai said calmly.
You don't understand him,
he added. Without giving her a chance to speak further, he crushed her neck. The woman in red slowly transformed back into the eerie flower. Kawai found himself once again in the dark valley.
Impressive. You broke through the soul-severing grass illusion so quickly. It proves you've resisted temptation, worthy of being my disciple.
Bai Fengliu observed with satisfaction. Kawai's face flushed. I couldn't resist at all. Who could? That figure, that voice. But I know you. Normally you'd have slapped me by now.
Master, look at this flower.
The soul-severing grass was slowly withering.
Normal. You erased its spirit, it's only natural it withers.
With that the master and disciple ventured deeper. Kawai breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Bai Fengliu hadn't noticed his earlier insults.
Disciple, tell me how you resisted the soul-severing grass temptation.
Bai Fengliu asked curiously.
Ahem, nothing special. As your disciple, I naturally have such composure. Let me see for myself.
With that, Bai Fengliu's eyes turned a pale gray, and he witnessed the entire sequence of events.
And Master, are you all right? You insulted me again.
Bai Fengliu said, his expression unreadable.
Master, you're not angry, are you?
Kawai asked nervously. Suddenly Bai Fengliu smiled.
Of course not. It's remarkable that you spotted the flaw. How could I be angry?
Kawai let out a long breath of relief.
Slap.
Before he could finish exhaling, a familiar sting landed on his face. Another slap. The force was unprecedented. Kawai was sent flying. Midair he heard.
Disciple, there was a mosquito on your face.
Damn you. A mosquito, my ass. Bai Fengliu, if you want to hit me, just say so.
What an amusing pair of master and disciple. It's been ages since I last saw living cultivators.
Kawai heard two icy voices, then felt a massive hand seize his foot. Trouble. It feels like my heart has stopped. Kawai, hanging upside down in the air, felt a chilling aura enveloping his entire being. His tiny heart thumped wildly, beating without cease.
Don't be nervous. I won't kill you. It's rare to encounter a living cultivator. Why would I so easily dispose of you?
The icy voice echoed once more. Then Kawai felt himself flung through the air, landing heavily at Bai Fengliu's feet. Kawai looked up and saw a pitch-black creature, its body riddled with countless gaping cracks, standing on the open ground not far from him. I say this because I, Kawai, have truly never seen anything like it. Call it human. Its size was far too enormous, a full 10 meters tall. Call it a demon beast. Yet it could speak human tongue, and aside from being taller, uglier, and, well, peculiar, it bore a fair resemblance to a human.
Human, you are strong. Congratulations. Your fate will be grim, for you have successfully caught my attention.
The strange creature spoke indifferently, gazing at Bai Fengliu.
Merely a grotesque thing condensed from vengeful souls.
Bai Fengliu replied calmly.
Human, am surprised you recognize my origin. You intrigue me more and more. Tell me, what death do you desire?
The monster said with keen interest. Kawai stared wide-eyed at the creature.
Friend, are you always this bold?
The monster, momentarily puzzled by Kawai's words, looked at him curiously.
Nothing, I just give you a thumbs up. You're incredible,
Kawaii said, extending his thumb.
Ha. Interesting. What an amusing human. I've decided not to kill you. After I deal with the human beside you, you shall become my slave.
The monster laughed loudly, though its laughter was grating.
Disciple, I won't leave this thing to you. I fear you'd waste time. The very existence of this creature makes me uncomfortable,
Bai Fengliu said. With that he waved his hand.
Ha, are you fanning me? Or expressing?
The monster's words were cut short as it vanished instantly.
Yes.
Gone. Not a single trace remained.
Too ugly,
Bai Fengliu remarked flatly. Kawaii walked to the spot where the monster had stood and spoke to the air.
Friend, though you couldn't withstand my master's slap in my heart, you'll always be a true man. You dared.
Suddenly a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire soul-severing valley. Countless ghost soldiers and demonic creatures dissolved into nothingness, but deeper, within several beams of light flickered, resisting the dreadful force. An elderly man appeared in Kawaii's side, accompanied by a youth. The elder gazed into the depths of the valley.
How intriguing.
Then he turned to Bai Fengliu, and an overwhelming emperor's pressure surged toward Kawai. Suddenly a golden light shielded him. The fearsome emperor's might dissipated into nothing upon contact with the golden radiance. A flicker of ferocity passed through Bai Fengliu's eyes as he prepared to act.
Bai Fengliu, your reputation precedes you, but meeting you today is disappointing. You are unworthy of my strike,
the elder said disdainfully. With that he vanished with the youth. Stunned, Bai Fengliu was utterly bewildered by the elder's series of bewildering actions. At the boundary of the Xianxia great world, the elder frantically tore through the surrounding space, fleeing desperately beyond its confines. The youth beside him asked, puzzled.
Master, why are we fleeing? Damn it, enough with the chatter. If I weren't quick-witted, would be gone just now. Too terrifying. How can such a fearsome being exist in this world?
The elder said, still shaken.
Master, can't you defeat him?
The elder suddenly stopped.
Don't you see my state? If I could win, why would I run? Are you stupid?
The youth replied plaintively.
Master, didn't you say fools have fools' luck?
The elder bellowed.
I did say fools have fools' luck, but damn it, idiots don't. Master, what was that old man about?
Kawai asked, bewildered.
You ask me. Who do I ask?
Bai Fengliu replied helplessly. This behavior had left him utterly perplexed.
Master, what cultivation level was that old man? He seemed so formidable, like an immortal. Immortal. Merely an ant.
At the boundary of the Xianxia great world.
Who gave you the courage to seek out Senior Bai?
A deep voice resounded through the void.
Not good,
the elder thought, and then saw a middle-aged man appear abruptly not far from.
Earlier, when you tore through the boundary of the Xianxia great world to enter, I wanted to see your purpose. But I never expected. A false emperor like you could be so foolish.
The middle-aged man looked at the elder with an expression of utter disdain.
Master, he's calling you foolish. Damn it, I heard him.
The elder wished he could slap the youth to death.
Master, then why don't you hit him?
The youth added. Enough. Unbearable.
Get away from me.
The elder reached out, grabbed the youth, and flung him into a spatial rift. At that moment several more figures appeared in the void, chasing after the youth.
Do you truly seek to annihilate us utterly?
The elder said darkly, watching the scene.
What do you think? Remnant of the alien race.
The elder's expression shifted violently. Before he could speak further, the man before him thrust out a spear, and instantly the entire void was engulfed in an explosive killing intent. The elder summoned a massive round shield, pouring all his spiritual energy into it. Seeing this, the middle-aged man sneered.
Merely a deathbed struggle.
Meanwhile, the youth had appeared in a desolate land, a realm filled with ruin and deathly stillness. The youth looked up at the void.
Master, I'm not stupid. Am not stupid. Rest assured, I will avenge you. I will personally kill Bai Fengliu.
Suddenly his expression changed. Several figures appeared in the shattered sky, but vanished in an instant. The youth breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze gradually turned icy cold.
Once I achieve cultivation success, you all will.
His words were cut short as the entire sky darkened, and he saw an enormous claw descending from above. Above the planet, a colossal candle dragon held the sphere in one claw, its face etched with confusion.
Strange, I clearly sense the presence of a human cultivator. Where did it go? Never mind, time to sleep.
With that, its massive claw crushed the ruined planet entirely. The poor youth, having just set a grand goal, vanished into nothing along with the planet before he could even begin. Bai Fengliu looked up, watching the scene.
All is fated.
Kuwei stared curiously at Bai Fengliu, muttering, puzzled.
Damn, no way. Could that old man have scared him senseless? Hey, old turtle. Have you lost your mind?
Bai Fengliu whirled around to face Kuwei. Seeing that familiar gaze, Kuwei's heart turned cold.
It's over. Done for. He's not crazy. I'm the one who's lost it. Let's go to a good place.
Bai Fengliu's gaze fixed on the deepest part of the soul-severing valley.
I can't walk. You broke my leg.
Kuwei sat on the ground, his face full of anger.
Can you walk or not? Do you want your master to carry you?
Bai Fengliu turned his head and said indifferently.
I can walk.
Kuwei, who had been about to put on an act, immediately backed down upon seeing Bai Fengliu's gaze. This guy. Hopeless. As they walked, Kuwei heard Bai Fengliu say,
Too slow.
Then he felt himself being grabbed, and the next thing he saw was a colossal mountain floating in the air before him. The mountain was covered in colorful flowers, and countless spirit rabbits darted among the blossoms.
Halt. Ahead lies the domain of the mistress. Outsiders are not permitted to enter.
A deep voice sounded. Then a middle-aged man clad in armor appeared before the two.
You may withdraw. Let Senior Bai enter. As you command, mistress.
Following a somewhat world-weary female voice, the middle-aged man named Ada allowed Bai Fengliu and the other to enter. Gazing at the beautiful scenery within the mountain, Kuwei found it utterly delightful.
How wonderful! I truly wish I could live in a place this beautiful and peaceful.
Kuwei sighed.
You wish?
Bai Fengliu retorted.
Go to the small world and keep Dowling company for a while. Your master has to meet an old acquaintance. Master, why can't I come? The person is too beautiful. I'm afraid you'll drool with envy. Shameful.
And so Kuwei was sent into the small world by Bai Fengliu. Upon entering this small world, Kuwei was utterly stunned.
What's going on here?
He saw Dowling sitting leisurely atop the head of a colossal beast. And before this beast, hordes of other demonic beasts were prostrating themselves.
Brother Wei, you're here too.
Dowling spotted Kuwei entering. She flew straight over to him and settled on his shoulder.
Dowling, what's all this about?
Kuwei's face was a mask of confusion.
You mean these big guys? I'm not sure either. They call me something like Ancestor. Oh right, Demon Ancestor.
Dowling rubbed her little head, thinking hard.
Demon Ancestor? No way. Aren't you a Tao spirit?
Kuwei was even more bewildered now.
Not me. It's this. Here.
Dowling rummaged through the miniature storage ring on her hand and pulled out a pitch-black scale the size of a palm. The moment Dowling took out the scale, Kuwei felt a gigantic monstrous shadow suddenly projected from it. That shadow was filled with an ancient desolate aura, as if it could devour the very heavens and earth. All the surrounding demonic beasts prostrated themselves, trembling in fear. Seeing Kuwei's pale face, Dowling quickly put the scale away.
Brother Wei, what's wrong? Nothing. Dowling, where did you get that scale? This. An old man gave it to me a long time ago. He said he wanted to form a good bond with me. Liar! Who forms a bond by giving something like this? You can't even eat it.
Dowling said a little indignantly. Kuwei was speechless. This girl must have met a supreme being in the past. Bai Fengliu walked all the way to the mountaintop. There a bamboo hut stood from which came the sound of zither music, beautiful but laced with profound sorrow. Pushing open the door of the hut, Bai Fengliu saw a white-haired woman playing before a wooden zither. Seeing him enter, she rose.
Senior, it has been a long time.
Her voice carried a hint of melancholy.
Yes, 2 million years,
Bai Fengliu said with a slight smile.
Even you have grown old.
Looking at the woman of breathtaking beauty before him, Bai Fengliu felt a pang of emotion.
Yes, I too have aged,
the white-haired woman said softly. They sat facing each other at a stone table inside the hut.
This place is wonderful, so peaceful,
Bai Fengliu praised.
Yes, falling flowers, flowing water. But he is no longer here. He had his mission. I know. It's just a pity I could not bear him a child. Why did you choose this place?
Bai Fengliu asked.
To see the things he saw and think of him.
The woman's voice carried an involuntary sorrow.
Hong Yen, do you resent me?
Bai Fengliu asked.
No,
The white-haired woman replied.
I could have saved him.
Bai Fengliu said again. The white-haired woman did not answer. They sat in silence for a long while. After a moment, Bai Fengliu spoke.
Go back to the Immortal Tao Academy sometime. After all, and he founded it. I won't go back,
the white-haired woman said with a faint smile. Bai Fengliu was about to say something when his brow suddenly furrowed.
How can this be? Your lifespan. My heart is dead, and my imperial throne is destroyed,
the white-haired woman replied with a faint unconcerned smile.
A great era is about to dawn. I have found the sword bearer,
Bai Fengliu said unhurriedly.
Senior, is this true?
The woman's expression became agitated. Bai Fengliu nodded.
You said before, Senior, that you had preserved a wisp of his soul. Once the sword bearer is found, you can save him. This is wonderful. I searched for 2 million years until my imperial throne collapsed 10,000 years ago, and my remaining years grew short, so I secluded myself here. I never thought.
As she spoke, tears began to fall from the white-haired woman's eyes. But then, as if thinking of something, she sighed.
It's a pity I won't live to see that day.
Waited for you for 1,000,000 years, yet you did not come. When you finally return, you haven't changed, but I am no longer here.
Silly girl, as long as I'm here, you and that boy will definitely meet again,
Bai Fengliu said with a smile. Hearing this, hope ignited in the white-haired woman's eyes. Yes, was there anything in this world that the person before her could not accomplish?
Girl, return to the Immortal Tao Academy. It needs you, and the Xianxia Great World needs you too. I must leave. At most 100 years, at least a few decades, and I will surely depart. The stage of the sword bearer is too vast, so vast, that I cannot see its end at a single glance.
Upon hearing this, the white-haired woman looked utterly incredulous. After they discussed some matters of the past, Bai Fengliu rose to leave. After Bai Fengliu left, the woman called for Ada.
Ada, from today onwards you no longer need to follow me. I have wronged you all these years.
Ada knelt on one knee.
Mistress, without the Saint Lord there would be no me, Ada. I failed to live and die with the Saint Lord back then I. All right, Ada. I will be fine. Do you know who that senior just now was? Ada does not know. He was your husband's guide. He is the sword master.
The white-haired woman nodded.
Ada, my heart was dead before, but now I see hope. I want the world to still be the one he wishes to see when my husband returns. Ada, do you understand?
Yes, mistress.
Even if I must fight to the death, I will not let a single outsider set foot in our Xianxia Great World. You? Don't you want to see your master again? So you must not die, understand? Yes.
Ada turned and left. From that day on, at the entrance to the Xianxia Great World stood an armored man holding a long spear. Anyone who dared to try and enter the Xianxia Great World died by this man's hand. No one knew his origins. Even fewer knew that this seemingly simple-minded middle-aged man 2 million years ago bore a title that struck fear into the hearts of all. The town passed Great Emperor. Upon arriving at the small world and witnessing the scene before him, Bai Fengliu was not surprised at all. He had long known that Xiaodaling possessed a scale of the dragon ancestor, otherwise he would not have so confidently thrown Xiaodaling into the small world.
Master Fengliu, you're here too.
Xiaodaling, who was happily playing with a group of demon beasts, waved his little hand and said. Bai Fengliu nodded.
Where's that kid?
He asked.
You mean Brother Wuya. He's practicing swordplay with Xianxia.
Xiaodaling replied.
Oh. Xiong. Who? Xianxia.
Bai Fengliu's eyes widened.
You mean he's fighting Xianxia? Yes.
Xiaodaling blinked his eyes.
Impressive. When did this guy get so brave?
As soon as Bai Fengliu finished speaking, he saw a shadow flying toward him like a cannonball. He raised his hand ready to swat it away. Suddenly he heard the shadow shout.
Master, don't strike, it's me.
Bai Fengliu's palm moved slightly, and the shadow stopped not far in front of him.
So Xiaodaling says you went to fight Xianxia?
Bai Fengliu asked, still somewhat incredulous. The person who had stopped was none other than Kuya. Kuya scratched his head sheepishly.
Not exactly. Brother Xianxia said you saved him back then. Seeing me swinging my sword at the air, he told me to swing it at him.
Soon Bai Fengliu arrived beside Xianxia.
So what do you think of my disciple? Not bad, eh? His talent is indeed formidable, but his techniques are far too flashy.
Bai Fengliu was puzzled.
That kid told me to stand still and let him chop at me. If he wants to chop, so be it, but he blames me when he gets hurt and shamelessly demands some of my essence blood. A bit of essence blood shouldn't be a big deal for you, right?
Bai Fengliu was still confused.
Do you know how much a bit means to that kid? How much? Take a look over there.
Following Xianxia's gaze, Bai Fengliu looked over. The sight nearly sent him to his grave. Good heavens. Over 100 large basins.
And then, I couldn't help it, and sent him flying with a slap.
Xianxia continued. After a moment of silence, Bai Fengliu said,
You didn't slap hard enough. Next time, slap him until he's dead. Brother Bai, I just sensed the presence of the dragon ancestor. Did you bring that old bastard in here too? Where is he? I'm going to fight him. He's not here. That fellow is living it up.
Bai Fengliu said helplessly. Xianxia was good in every way, just a bit too hot-tempered. Back then, the dragon ancestor nearly killed him, and Bai Fengliu brought him into the small world to recover. Now that he's just woken up, he wants to fight again.
Brother, why did you teach that kid that reflex sword technique? If you don't like him, just kill him. Why mess with him like this?
Xianxia was puzzled. Wasn't the reflex sword technique just a way to get oneself killed? Bai Fengliu's face darkened. It wasn't him who taught it, the kid figured it out on his own. He called Kuya over and said disdainfully,
Can you stop using that reflex sword technique of yours? If you're not embarrassed, I am.
Kuya was indignant.
Master, are you looking down on me? Do you know I've already merged the reflex sword technique with the void severing slash? Do you know how powerful it is? Let me show you, don't underestimate me.
With that, Kuya looked at Xianxia.
Brother Xianxia, would you be my opponent? Still standing still to be chopped?
Xianxia asked. Kuya nodded sheepishly. Xianxia looked indifferent, such attacks on his body were barely noticeable. Kuya walked up to Xianxia and left a streak of sword chi on his enormous body. Then he retreated hundreds of zhang away.
Void severing slash.
A beam of sword light slashed toward Xianxia. Then he shouted,
Reflux.
Instantly he appeared before Xianxia and struck out with his sword. But before his sword could land on Xianxia, he was sent flying by the very void severing slash he had just unleashed. A mouthful of blood sprayed into the air. Seeing this, Xianxia was stunned, and so was Bai Fengliu. After a moment, Bai Fengliu gave a thumbs up.
Brilliant. Impressive. What a fine suicide technique. Disciple, I am no match for you in harming yourself. I crown you the strongest.
Xianxia nodded as well.
I thought there was no one more foolish than me in this world, but today I've seen one. Brother, I have to say your disciple is truly foolish enough.
Kuya, sitting on the ground, didn't even bother wiping the blood from his lips. He cleaved a crack in the earth with his sword and crawled inside. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. After calling for a while, and getting no response, Bai Fengliu reached in and dragged him out.
Master, leave me alone. I need some time alone.
Kuya said, utterly dejected. He had tried to show off, but only made a fool of himself.
No, I think this move of yours is great. Very good. Think about it. What would your enemy think when they see this? They'd definitely think you're an absolute madman. If you're this ruthless to yourself, who would dare to provoke you?
Bai Fengliu said with a gloating grin.
Master, I beg you stop. It's too embarrassing. Actually, nephew, I think you've cultivated that Immortal Eight Swords nocturnal technique quite well.
Xianxia consoled.
I think it's not far off from the true nocturnal, just a little.
Hearing this, Kuya perked up. See, I do have talent. Xianxia thought for a moment.
It's only about as far off from the true nocturnal as Brother Bai is from you. Don't stop me. Today you'll die right in front of you. Void severing slash. Reflux.
To the astonishment of Bai Fengliu and Xianxia, Kuya unleashed this divine technique once more.
Brother, maybe we should talk some sense into the kid. He's dead set on ending himself.
Xianxia couldn't bear to watch anymore.
I'd like to, but how? You know my mouth.
Bai Fengliu said with a shrug.
I'm no good either. I just tried to comfort him, and now he doesn't want to live again. I'll go get Xiaodaling.
Bai Fengliu reached out, and Xiaodaling appeared in his hand, looking bewildered.
Xiaodaling, go cheer up that kid. He's been crushed.
Xiaodaling trotted over to Kuya, who was lying on the ground.
Brother Weall, what's wrong?
Xiaodaling asked curiously.
I feel like I've been critically hit. I don't want to live anymore. Xiaodaling, do you think the gap between me and Master is huge?
Xiaodaling was about to open his mouth.
Don't.
Xianxia and Bai Fengliu said in unison. They were truly afraid Xiaodaling would say yes. That would be the end. Then Xiaodaling said,
How could it be?
Both man and beast let out a long sigh of relief. Kuya immediately stood up and hugged Xiaodaling.
Xiaodaling, you're the best.
Xiaodaling looked at him seriously and said,
How could it not be huge? I think it's a lot. It's over.
Xianxia and Bai Fengliu said in unison. Sure enough, upon hearing Xiaodaling's words, Kuya turned to stone. Suddenly he roared,
Void severing slash. Reflux. Kill me. I don't want to live. Brother, stop him quickly, or the kid will really be done for.
Xianxia urged.
Watch me.
Bai Fengliu said, and then he slapped Kuya across the face. Kuya was knocked unconscious by the slap. Seeing this, Bai Fengliu let out a long sigh of relief.
Brother, you're even fiercer than your disciple.
Xianxia gave a thumbs up, or rather a thumb claw. After being comforted by a spirit, a man, and a demon, Kuya finally ceased his divine strikes. Half a month later, within this small world.
Xianxia, what was the reason you fought with the dragon ancestor back then?
Bai Fengliu was genuinely curious. Logically speaking, these two should have been on the same side.
What reason? That old bastard Tian dragon ancestor was just looking for trouble.
Xianxia said indignantly.
Aren't you and Tian both subordinates of Yuandi? You were colleagues. He couldn't have started a fight just because he disliked you, could he?
Bai Fengliu remained skeptical.
Brother Bai, tell me, what do you think of my bloodline?
Xianxia asked.
It's decent, considered top tier among the demon race. You're saying my bloodline isn't even worthy of pursuing a dragon woman. Back then, just because I pursued a dragon woman, that old bastard Tian chased me across dozens of star domains.
Xianxia said helplessly.
All because of that.
Bai Fengliu found it hard to believe.
Although dragons aren't part of the demon race, your bloodline is far stronger than an average dragon's. It shouldn't have been a problem. Was the woman you had your eye on someone special?
Bai Fengliu asked. Hearing this, Xianxia's face reddened.
I didn't know. If I had, I would never have. So her identity was indeed special.
Xianxia nodded.
Well, I saw this incredibly beautiful female dragon. Brother, you know I've been single for so long I couldn't resist and teased her a bit. Then I found out her name was Qi Yun. Isn't that just absurd?
Xianxia's face twitched as he finished.
Who? The dragon mother Qi Yun.
Bai Fengliu's eyes widened. Xianxia nodded sheepishly.
You deserved it. You're lucky Tian didn't just kill you.
Just then Kuya approached the man and the demon.
Isn't this kid too monstrous? He's already at Foundation establishment in just half a month. Did he cultivate by devouring cultivation?
Xianxia was baffled. He had seen countless geniuses. Some prodigies were born at the nascent soul stage, or even higher. But that was due to the power of their bloodlines. This kid had neither a special bloodline nor any cultivation-boosting treasures. To improve this much in just half a month. What a joke. Seeing this, Bai Fengliu smiled faintly.
Can you truly not see this kid's destiny?
Xianxia's gaze sharpened.
No wonder. Senior Xianxia Master, what are you talking about?
Kuya was puzzled.
Nothing good, this talent is impressive.
Xianxia said with a wide grin.
Senior Xianxia, would you mind sparring with me again? Nephew, why always me? Can't your master do it? He can't, he's shameless. Every time he claims to guide me, he just beats me into a pulp.
Well, these two were something else. He called him brother, and the other called him nephew. They had their own separate forms of address, and it didn't interfere.
All right, then come let me see your progress,
Xianxia said. Without any hesitation, Kuya fully unleashed his endless night domain.
Traces.
With the extension of his domain, the second form of endless night traces took shape instantly. A dense mass of sword chi directly enveloped Xianxia.
Nephew, who taught you that traces?
Xianxia was dumbfounded. What kind of traces was this? Damn, what was with this dense mass of sword chi? This was called traces.
Is it not?
Kawaii was also confused. This was what he had comprehended himself. Was he wrong?
This move of yours is fine against ordinary cultivators, but against someone slightly stronger your sword chi can be broken easily,
Xianxia said.
I was fortunate enough to witness Brother Bai's traces once. That was true power. An entire star domain was silently erased. And I didn't even see how it happened. That's strong.
Kawaii was stunned.
What else did you expect? Nephew, it's not about the gap between your traces and Brother Bai's. The problem is your direction. The trace's sword art is about killing without a trace. Yours.
Upon hearing this, Kawaii fell silent. Where exactly was he going wrong?
A killing sword isn't about the spectacle,
Bai Fengliu said calmly from the side. Those words instantly enlightened Kawaii. He jerked his head up.
Traces.
This time a crackling sound came from Xianxia's body, as countless invisible sword chi slashed against him.
Damn, I'm jealous of this comprehension,
Xianxia said enviously.
I understand. I was always chasing the flashiness of the sword technique. So that's it,
Kawaii said excitedly.
Returning flow.
Kawaii executed the returning flow sword art again. This time, it was the same as before, no change.
Why is this happening?
Kawaii was puzzled.
Nephew, give it up. Your sword technique is truly garbage. It has nothing to do with flashiness, it's simply no good. Not bad, you've touched upon a sliver of the threshold of traces.
Bai Fengliu nodded with satisfaction. In truth, Kawaii's talent was undoubtedly top tier, especially in the way of the sword. But the kid was too flashy. It was good that he had realized this now.
Master, although my current traces is invisible, some powerful cultivators can still detect it with their divine sense.
Kawaii voiced his doubt. Did that make hiding the sword chi pointless?
Nephew, let me answer that.
Xianxia interjected.
Nephew, you're overlooking 2 points. First is your own strength. Cultivators with divine sense are at least at the nascent soul stage, and you're only at foundation establishment. Besides, your traces has just barely touched the threshold. Let's put it this way, if you faced a foundation establishment cultivator, do you think they could block your traces?
Kawaii shook his head. He didn't believe anyone at foundation establishment could withstand his traces.
Damn, that confident,
Xianxia blurted out.
What? Nothing, let's continue. First, it's undoubtedly a matter of your cultivation base, and your insufficient comprehension of the trace's sword art. Second, nephew, don't you know the ability of the endless night domain?
Xianxia asked. Hearing this, Kawaii's eyes lit up.
That's right. Within the endless night domain, no divine sense can function. All of a cultivator's senses are dulled, and even their spiritual energy flow becomes sluggish. Traces. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is,
Kawaii roared with laughter.
Brother, I have to say this kid's talent is truly top tier,
Xianxia said to Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu also felt a sense of pride. This kid had never brought him such glory before. But before he could speak, Kawaii shouted.
That Bai Fengliu fellow isn't a complete idiot after all. A sword technique like this is awesome.
Xianxia. He turned to Bai Fengliu.
Brother, is this kid always this cheeky?
Bai Fengliu nodded, suppressing his anger. He then walked towards Kawaii, who in the midst of his laughter suddenly felt a powerful killing intent envelop him. This time he didn't turn around. He just waited to be beaten.
Brother, wait. I have something to say to my nephew.
Xianxia suddenly spoke. Kawaii turned to Xianxia, his eyes full of gratitude, as if to say, Brother, you're a true friend. Then he heard Xianxia say,
Nephew, any last words? Your uncle here will carry them out for you.
Well, hope was lost. Time to get beaten. A few days later, Bai Fengliu led Kawaii to the gates of an immensely colossal city.
Disciple, that old fool thwarted our plans at the soul-breaking valley, so I must alter the third trial. The city before you is called Dongshou City. It is one of the 180 cities within the Great Nan Dynasty. Your third trial is to single-handedly establish your own faction within this dynasty. I have matters to attend to. Take this.
With these words, Bai Fengliu flicked his finger, and a pale golden orb materialized in Kawaii's hand.
This contains a strand of my aura. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, crush it.
Kuya hastily stowed the orb away. A life-saving treasure.
Also, little Dao's spirit will remain by your side. I have left the mini-world with her, and you may seek Xianxia's aid. However, should you trigger either of these, this trial will be deemed a failure. And the price of failure, you little rascal, you understand.
Bai Fengliu flashed a sinister smile. That single look sent a shiver down Kuya's spine.
Master, didn't you say I should do this independently? Why leave little Dao's spirit with me?
Kuya was puzzled.
Afraid you'll starve to death, you fool.
Bai Fengliu departed, truly gone. Gazing at the city before him, Kuya strode forward with little Dao's spirit. After paying some spirit stones, they entered Dongshou City. Upon entering, Kuya noticed that while this was but an ordinary city within the Great Nan dynasty, the cultivators here were far more advanced than those in Taihang City. Foundation establishment cultivators were a common sight. Kuya found lodging with little Dao's spirit. In the room, he grumbled,
"Are they robbing me? An ordinary room costs 300 high-grade spirit stones a day. Why not just steal?"
Little Dao's spirit remained indifferent. 300 stones meant little to her now.
It seems I need to earn some spirit stones first. Opening a pill pavilion is out of the question. Even though little Dao's spirit's alchemy is flawless, without master I can't protect it.
Kuya racked his brain, but found no good solution.
Forget it, I'll first scout the faction distribution in Dongshou City. Little Dao's spirit, stay put in the room, and don't wander off, understand?
She nodded obediently. In truth, Kuya was utterly clueless. Little Dao's spirit's combat prowess could best tell of him. Walking through Dongshou City's streets, Kuya felt utterly lost. He was a stranger here. Who could he ask? Soon it struck him, the commercial pavilion. That place was sure to yield information. Without delay, he found a lavish pavilion, the drunken immortal pavilion. Gazing at its imposing facade, curiosity stirred within Kuya. What faction was the drunken immortal pavilion that it had a branch even here in Dongshou City? Wandering through the first-floor trading hall, Kuya was bored. The pills here were inferior worlds apart from those little Dao's spirit concocted.
Friend, by your expression, do you disdain the drunken immortal pavilion's pills?
Just as Kuya wondered how to inquire about the city's factions, a chubby young man approached.
A bit,
Kuya replied.
Keep your voice down, brother.
The young man's expression shifted. He hadn't expected Kuya to truly look down on the pills, let alone say it aloud. He quickly glanced around. Fortunately, no one was paying them attention.
Brother, you're not a local cultivator of Dongshou City, are you? How do you know?
Kuya was surprised.
This isn't the place to talk, brother. Let's chat outside,
the young man said slyly. And so Kuya, foolishly naive, followed him out. Whether from sheer stupidity or confidence in his own strength remained unclear. They arrived at a tavern. After ordering a few dishes, the young man said to Kuya,
"The drunken immortal pavilion's cuisine is said to be divine, but alas, I can't afford it. This place's food isn't bad either."
Kuya nodded in agreement. For a foundation establishment cultivator, going a year without food was trivial. Kuya wouldn't waste spirit stones on the drunken immortal pavilion's tasteless meals when they could fuel his cultivation.
Brother, you asked how I knew you weren't from here. It's simple, the best local pills all come from the drunken immortal pavilion,
the young man explained. Kuya had an epiphany.
Brother, care to buy a detailed guide to Dongshou City? It's cheap, just the cost of this meal,
the young man said with a sly grin. A godsend. Kuya had been desperate for information.
Deal,
he agreed without hesitation.
Generous, brother.
The young man laughed heartily.
Waiter, bring me every dish on the menu. Only the priciest, not the best.
Soon a table laden with food was set. Kuya was unfazed. Had learned the meal cost 400 high-grade spirit stones. 400 high-grade spirit stones meant little to him. Watching the young man wolf down his food, Kuya sighed.
Were you starved in a past life? You don't understand. Eating is the meaning of my existence.
The young man mumbled through a full. Soon the table was cleared. Kuya finally understood why the fellow was so plump. After the meal, the young man said contentedly,
"In Dongshou City, there are 4 major factions. The strongest is the drunken immortal pavilion, but they never meddle in others' affairs, only business. Next is the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Yi Jingyuan is said to have reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. The remaining 2 are the Yuan and Mu families dwelling in the east, and west respectively. Patriarch Yun Shang and Patriarch Mu Ting are at the late Golden Core stage, each with no fewer than 10 Golden Core elders. Among the younger generation, the young city lord Yi Tong Mu Xiaofan and Yun Feng are the three prodigies of Dongshou City, all at the peak of foundation establishment before 20. Kuwion nodded. Tell me about the trading distribution in Dongshou City. About 50% is controlled by the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, especially pills, 90% of them. The rest is split among the other three factions. No independent shops. Kuwion was puzzled. Brother, you don't know this place. How could anyone snatch business from these powers? Those who try are eliminated. Look at the shops outside. They're either backed by the city lord's mansion, the Yun family, or the Mu family. Kuwion frowned. Establishing a foothold here would be no easy task. Little fatty, which faction are you from? Kuwion suddenly asked. The young man was taken aback. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Guanqiu, a rogue cultivator. Rolling ball. What a name, rivaling his own. Kuwion, also a rogue cultivator. No way. A rogue cultivator this wealthy? The young man exclaimed. Am I wealthy? Kuwion was bewildered in turn. Spending 400 spirit stones on a meal, how is that not wealthy? The young man said. Heaven knows you ate it all. What does that have to do with me? Guanqiu, you're at the peak of condensation realm. Can't you afford 400 stones? Kuwion asked. I have 400 stones, but I earn them through hard work. I can't bear to spend them on a single meal. The young man mused. Great. So my spirit stones just fell from the sky. From what you say, is it hard to earn stones here? Alas! All the shops are in the hands of the major factions. We rogue cultivators can only earn stones through dangerous jobs, like transporting goods between cities for them. It's a rough gig. Bandits lurk between the cities. One slip, and you lose your life. With my cultivation, I can only take simple tasks, earning a few hundred high-grade stones each time. The young man lamented. Interested in following me? Kuwion suddenly proposed. Brother, I know you're rich, but how many stones can I earn with you? Better to keep conning, or helping new cultivators get to know Dongshou City, the young man said. How about 10,000 high-grade spirit stones a month? 10,000. How much? 10,000 high-grade stones. Are you serious, big brother? The address had already changed. Kuwion nodded. Deal. And so on his first day in Dongshou City, Kuwion successfully recruited a lackey. Kuwion hired Guanqiu because he was a rogue cultivator familiar with Dongshou City. With his help, Kuwion's plans could be better executed. And even if Guanqiu harbored ill intentions, Kuwion feared him not. Not even City Lord Yi Jingyuan could escape his blade if he dared to scheme. You ask how Kuwion is so formidable. I can only say you don't know him well enough. If he can't win a fight, can't he at least boast? Deep within the boundless starry sky, within an immensely vast hall, Bai Fengliu lounged lazily on a chair, listening to a woman speaking before the hall. The epic cataclysm is less than 10,000 years away. Unrest stirs everywhere. 36 great worlds in the south have been invaded by alien races, and 4 emperors have been severely wounded. The demon realm in the east has also sent envoys to Argentdao Hall for aid. The North Sea Demon Emperor, along with 9 other demon emperors from the eastern tribes, is desperately defending the boundless secret realm. But they may not hold out for even 1,000 years. In the west, the Sea clans, Bone clans, and other major races have formed an alliance to resist the alien invasion. And Argentdao Hall has dispatched more than 10 emperors to support various fronts. The great era is upon us. This epoch will not be peaceful, the woman said. High Priestess, the human clan Argentdao Hall has existed for several epochs and nurtured nearly 100 emperors. Why not recall these emperors? A middle-aged scholar inquired. Do you not understand the might of these alien races? Without the guardians above the clouds, even summoning all the emperors of Argentdao Hall might not stop the invasion. Moreover, the target of these aliens is not Argentdao Hall nor any particular race, but the primal spirit veins of each great world. Every time they conquer a great world, they take away its primal spirit vein. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged scholar's expression shifted, and he remained silent. High Priestess, primal spirit veins cannot be refined. What use are they to them?
Another man asked.
I do not know either.
The high priestess shook her head.
A sacrifice.
Bai Fengliu suddenly spoke.
Senior, what do you mean?
The man who had asked earlier said.
They are resurrecting a powerful entity. Though I know not what it is, it must be immensely formidable. As for the primal spirit veins, though unrefinable, they can provide spiritual energy for the thing they intend to revive.
Bai Fengliu said calmly.
What?
The crowd in the hall turned pale. No one doubted Bai Fengliu's words. As members of the Jintian Hall, they knew his fearsome nature.
Senior Bai, can you stop it?
The high priestess asked.
I can, but I cannot act.
Bai Fengliu replied.
Why?
The high priestess pressed.
Xiao Qing, your Zhuge clan has practiced divination for generations. Do you not know?
Bai Fengliu asked instead of answering. The high priestess' eyes transformed into boundless stars gazing into the depths of the cosmos. Suddenly 2 streams of blood flowed from her eyes.
High priestess!
The crowd rushed forward. The high priestess waved her hand.
I am fine.
Then she murmured to herself.
How is this possible? How is this possible? Recall Lonting and Tingyun. I will handle matters there. The Jintian Hall needs someone to guard it.
Bai Fengliu said. The high priestess nodded. In the boundless depths of the universe, a colossal city stood in the void. Bai Fengliu entered this city filled with countless powerful cultivators, the weakest of whom possessed mystic immortal cultivation.
Tingyun pays respects to the Jingjia sword master.
A feminine voice echoed through the city. The voice was pleasant yet carried immense pressure. Instantly the cultivators in the city turned their gaze toward the main city. The owner of that voice was none other than the city's lord. Tingyun Venerable.
Tingyun, it has been a long time.
Looking at the valiant and spirited Tingyun Venerable, Bai Fengliu smiled.
Yes, senior, it has been long. I came to ask you to return to the Jintian Hall. You are needed there.
Bai Fengliu stated directly. Tingyun nodded.
Has Lonting also returned? Yes. The aliens' movements have grown too bold.
Hearing this, a chill flashed in Tingyun's eyes.
Senior, are there any considerations?
Tingyun asked.
None. This time the human clan and the aliens must settle accounts. You and Lonting just leave the rest to us old-timers.
Bai Fengliu's voice also turned icy.
Understood.
With that, Tingyun vanished. Suddenly a peerlessly formidable sword intent erupted within the Dianan city. Countless sword cultivators sensing this sword intent immediately sat cross-legged to contemplate deeply.
This sword intent will remain for 7 days. May fortune favor you all.
Bai Fengliu's voice rang out in the sky. The crowd looked up, but saw no trace of him. At the passage connecting the alien and human worlds, 6 figures stood opposed to each other. Boundless spatial storms raged around them, yet they remained completely unaffected. Bai Fengliu appeared in their midst. Upon seeing him, 3 of the figures bowed.
Greeting, Sword Master.
Bai Fengliu nodded. The other 3 figures erupted with intense killing intent.
Bai Fengliu, when our clan's great venerable awakens, you will be obliterated.
One figure said coldly. Bai Fengliu remained utterly indifferent. Such words from someone beyond the Emperor realm were sheer idiocy. Bai Fengliu turned to the 3 human clan grandmasters.
Tingyun and Lonting will arrive soon. Then simply eradicate these aliens. Don't worry about the yet unawakened thing, it will be dealt with by others. We obey the Sword Master's command.
The 3 bowed.
Sword Master, what of the mastermind?
One figure asked.
Not that thing. After waiting so long, this is all that shows up, a waste of time.
Bai Fengliu said disdainfully. The 3 nodded. In truth, the aliens were easily destroyable for Bai Fengliu. He had delayed only to seek clues about the mastermind from them. But now disappointment, these aliens had no connection to that shadowy hand.
A few of these aliens are fairly formidable, be cautious.
With that, Bai Fengliu vanished. Days later, a cataclysmic battle erupted in that void. In the void, Bai Fengliu gazed at the endless star domain, then at the starry sky chessboard in his hand, his eyes icily cold.
Since it's not the aliens, it means you are from the 9 great clans. Those in the Burial Sea Forbidden Ground are not, nor are you in the Boundless Secret Realm. The Bone Clans and others were born after you. Excellent, truly excellent. I never thought the human clan would produce people like you. How interesting.
A smile curled at the corner of Bai Fengliu's mouth, but it was as cold as ice.
With this great era upon us, let's see if you can still hide. Xianxia sword master, my master bids me tell you, hope you and your sword-bearer disciple do not disappoint him.
A voice sounded in Bai Fengliu's ear. Bai Fengliu raised his hand, and a flash of sword light pinned a shadow hidden in the void.
Impossible. How could you detect me?
The shadow said in terror.
Tell me, have you offended your master recently?
Bai Fengliu asked.
Don't you know your master sent you here to die?
He continued. The shadow was about to speak when it suddenly burst into flames.
Fool, even your master dares not boast in front of me. And you come here making threats. Utter moron.
With that, Bai Fengliu turned and left. In the city of Dongshou, it must be said that Xiao indeed had some skills. In just 2 short days, he had helped Kuiyan sell over a dozen bottles of medicinal pills.
Here, this is your reward. Stick with the big boss and you'll eat well,
Kuiyan said with a hint of pride.
Sure thing, boss. From now on, Xiao will follow you.
Xiao's chubby face bloomed with joy. In just 2 days, Kuiyan had given him nearly 10,000 high-grade spirit stones as compensation. The reason for such generosity was that the pills Xiao had sold were all grade 7 or higher. From these sales, Kuiyan had earned nearly 40,000 high-grade spirit stones. Since the pills were painstakingly refined by little spirit, Kuiyan gave most of the spirit stones to him. This little glutton could absorb nearly 5,000 high-grade spirit stones daily, far more than the 3,000 he had previously claimed.
Boss, these pills practically sell themselves. The quality is unmatched. All are top-grade yet priced like mid-grade ones,
Xiao remarked.
It's a pity we can't open our own alchemy pavilion. If we could, we'd monopolize the entire city of Dongshou.
Xiao sighed with regret. Having such excellent pills, but no pavilion to call their own, was frustrating.
Little spirit, do you need me to buy some medicinal herbs for pill refining?
Kuiyan asked. He suddenly realized that little spirit had never purchased any herbs.
No need. The small world has plenty,
little spirit said cheerfully.
They were all left to me by Master Fengliu. How much did that guy leave you? Well, Master Fengliu left me a herb garden with all kinds of plants. As for its size, it's about as vast as the Tai Empire,
little spirit said after a moment's thought. Kuiyan nearly spat out blood. A herb garden the size of the Tai Empire. Bai Fengliu, come out. Let's have a talk. Am I not your disciple?
Huh?
That night, Kuiyan obtained 10 top-grade gold yuan pills and numerous other supreme-grade pills from little spirit. He called Xiao ready to undertake a grand endeavor.
Boss, where are we going in the dead of night?
Xiao asked, puzzled.
Take a look at this.
Kuiyan handed him a foundation condensing pill.
Holy crap! A top-grade foundation condensing pill.
Xiao stared at the pill in shock.
It's yours,
Kuiyan said. Xiao's eyes blazed with desire, but he returned the pill.
Boss, this is too precious. Even though you're my leader, I can't accept it,
Xiao insisted.
Not bad, little fatty. It seems the lackey I recruited has good character,
Kuiyan thought.
Keep it. I usually eat these like candy,
Kuiyan said nonchalantly.
What? A top-grade foundation condensing pill worth 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, and you eat it like candy?
Xiao was flabbergasted.
You got a problem?
Kuiyan asked.
No, boss, in with you for life.
Gotta say, the thrill of showing off was real.
Boss, where are we really going? Lead the way. We're going to the Yun family,
Kuiyan declared. He had decided to collaborate with the Yun family. He would provide the pills, and they would use their alchemy pavilion for sales. He chose the Yun family because Xiao had mentioned their awkward situation. Once a leading pill merchant, their business had been declining daily due to the drunken immortal pavilion. Thus the Yun family was a solid choice.
Boss, are you crazy? Going to the Yun family in the middle of the night? We'll be mistaken for thieves and killed.
The little fatty's eyes widened in confusion.
Just lead the way and watch me. Show off. Oh, I mean watch how I bring the Yun family to our side,
Kuiyan said. This loose tongue of his almost spilled his true thoughts. When they arrived at the Yun family's gate, the guard stopped them.
This is the Yun residence. Outsiders are not allowed,
a guard said coldly.
Tell Yun Shan to come see me,
Kuiyan replied calmly. Since he was putting on a show, he might as well go all out. Both he and Guan Qiu were shrouded in black robes, their true appearances hidden.
Courting death.
Hearing Ku Wuyan address the Yun family head by name, the guards moved to attack.
What's all this noise?
A voice rang out, and an elderly man appeared at the gate.
Steward, these two came from nowhere, and dared to call the family head by name.
A guard reported.
Oh, and what business do you two have at our Yin residence this late?
The steward asked curiously.
I'm here to discuss a partnership.
Ku Wuyan deliberately lowered his voice, adding a touch of weariness. He also concealed their cultivation levels. This concealment technique taught to him by Xianxia was undetectable even by cultivators above the nascent soul stage, let alone golden core cultivators.
What kind of partnership?
The steward inquired.
Can you make the decision? If not, call Yunshang. I'll discuss it with him,
Ku Wuyan said impatiently. By speaking this way, Ku Wuyan aimed to portray himself as a master. As for why he chose this demeanor, it was because he had no idea how a true expert should act. He had seen many formidable people, Ku Wuyan Xianxia, but they all seemed somewhat unconventional.
Quite the bold tone,
the steward said with displeasure.
You'll know my boldness when you see Yunshang. I advise you not to miss this chance, or the Yun family will never rise again.
Ku Wuyan's voice remained cold.
Fine, let's see what game you're playing. Follow me.
The steward led them to a reception hall. Then, he went to Yunshang's quarters.
Boss, maybe we should leave,
Guan Qiu said nervously. One wrong move, and they might not see the morning sun.
Coward, shut up and just watch my performance,
Ku Wuyan said.
Master, this old servant has something to report.
The steward bowed before Yunshang's chamber.
It's late, elderly. Come in and speak.
A middle-aged man's voice came from within. The steward pushed open the door, and saw Yunshang gloomily flipping through account books.
Elderly, how many times must I say it? Don't call yourself an old servant. You're a veteran of the Yun family who fought alongside my father. I grew up under your care.
Yunshang set down the account book.
Yes, master, this old servant remembers,
the steward said. Yunshang shook his head at this.
Elderly, is there something urgent at this hour?
Yunshang asked.
Master, two black-robed figures, whose cultivation I cannot discern, have arrived. They claim they can revive the Yun family's pill business.
The steward reported concisely, omitting Ku Wuyan's arrogance.
Oh, you can't see through their cultivation.
Yunshang was surprised. He knew that the steward was the strongest cultivator in the Yun family.
Yes, otherwise, I wouldn't have brought them in,
the steward said.
Let's go. I'll meet these two.
With that, Yunshang rose and followed the steward to the reception hall. He was eager to see who had such audacity. Yunshang and the chief steward arrived at the reception hall, where they found Ku Wuyan lazily seated in a chair sipping the spiritual tea served by a maid. Yunshang looked at Ku Wuyan and said politely,
My apologies for the neglect. I hope you can forgive me, my friend. Indeed, it is neglectful for such a large Yun family to entertain guests with such inferior spiritual tea,
Ku Wuyan remarked, somewhat displeased. Yunshang remained courteous. Ku Wuyan waved his hand lightly, but his impression of Yunshang improved slightly.
Head of the Yun family, I won't waste words. I have come to borrow your alchemy tower to sell pills, and I will take 80% of the profits, while your family takes 20%.
Upon hearing this, Elder Li's expression turned somewhat cold, while Yunshang still wore a smile and remained silent.
Do you think that's too little? The materials for alchemy don't need pricing, and here, take a look at this pill.
With that, Ku Wuyan threw a jade vial containing 10 top-tier golden essence pills to Yunshang. Yunshang caught the jade vial and opened it, his face changing dramatically as he blurted out,
Golden essence pills, top tier.
Hearing this, the chief steward's expression also changed, and he quickly looked at the jade vial in Yunshang's hand. A slight smile appeared on Ku Wuyan's lips as he witnessed this scene. This was exactly the result he desired.
What do you think, head of the Yun family?
Ku Wuyan asked. Yunshang fell silent for a moment.
My friend, may I inquire who refined this pill? It seems you are asking too many questions. Just say whether you agree or not.
Ku Wuyan replied lightly.
I was too abrupt,
Yunshang hurriedly said. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from the chief steward.
Elderly.
Seeing this, Yunshang frowned.
Interesting, is the head of the Yun family attempting to seize my pills?
Ku Wuyan said disdainfully. As he spoke, the noonday domain expanded, and at the same time, the Wuhan sword technique bound the chief steward. Seeing this, Yunshang's face changed abruptly, and he quickly said,
"My friend, please spare him."
Upon hearing this, Kuya retracted the noonday domain.
"Very well, I won't force the issue. It seems the head of the Yun family does not wish to cooperate with me. Guan disciple, we shall leave."
He was about to rise and take Guanqiu away.
"Senior, please wait. My Yun family is willing to cooperate with you. This was my fault. Whether to kill or maim is at your discretion, but I beg you to give the Yun family a chance."
The chief steward quickly bowed to Kuya upon seeing this scene.
"Elderly,"
Yunshang quickly said.
"Head, I was too anxious. The Yun family's pill business is nearly bankrupt, and I was too abrupt, angering the senior." The chief steward said regretfully,
"Enough. Considering this is your first offense, I shall grant you leniency."
Kuya replied indifferently.
Despite his calm demeanor, he was actually quite anxious. That last move had depleted most of his spiritual energy, and if he were to act again, he would surely show a flaw. If he continued to pretend, things would turn dire.
"Thank you, senior."
The chief steward bowed.
"Head of the Yun family, can we talk now?" Kuya looked at Yunshang.
"Senior, please take a seat."
Yunshang hastily said.
"Bring the best spiritual tea." Yunshang asked.
"I wonder how many kinds of pills you wish to sell in my Yun family's alchemy tower, and how will the prices be determined?" "These 10 golden essence pills will serve as the first batch of signature pills priced at 3 million top-grade spirit stones each,"
Kuya stated.
3 million? Isn't that a bit low?"
Yunshang immediately remarked. "The golden essence pill is among the top-tier pills in East Guard City, and only the Zuaxian Tower sells them, and they are extremely rare. Each low-grade golden essence pill sells for 4 million top-grade spirit stones." The fact that this senior was offering the top-tier golden essence pills at 3 million was indeed surprising.
"This is just for publicity. Only these 10 will be sold at 3 million, and afterwards the golden essence pills will be priced at 5 million, and they will also be top-tier."
Kuya maintained a calm tone.
"What?"
This time Yunshang truly lost his composure. He thought there were only these 10, but it turned out there would be more. Kuya looked at him. Yunshang appeared embarrassed, as he had indeed lost his composure earlier.
"Look at these pills I have."
With a wave of his hand, Kuya directly took out dozens of jade vials from his storage ring. Yunshang took the jade vials.
"Top-tier great recovery pills. Top-tier Huasen pills. Top-tier Wenning pills. Top-tier Jingji pills."
Yunshang was shocked as he recited the names of these pills. He then looked up at Kuya. What kind of background does this senior have? With just a wave, all the pills are top tier.
"Never seen such wealth,"
Guanqiu suddenly said. Yunshang felt somewhat awkward. Unbeknownst to him, Guanqiu was even more shocked than he was when he first saw these pills.
"Senior, will these pills be sold by my Yun family's alchemy tower?"
Yunshang asked.
"Otherwise, is there another alchemy tower selling them?" Kuya replied indifferently.
Exactly.
What kind of foolish question had he asked?
In the future, I will provide the Yun family with 500 top-tier ordinary pills and 10 golden essence pills every 10 days.
Upon hearing this, Yunshang was overjoyed. This was a heavenly opportunity. With these pills, the Yun family's business would be completely revived. "Thank you, senior."
Yunshang quickly bowed in gratitude.
"No need for thanks. Our relationship is one of cooperation."
Kuya waved his hand.
"Senior, how may I contact you?"
Yunshang asked.
"I will come to the Yun family again in 10 days.
Kuya replied. After saying this, he seemed to remember something and handed a jade vial to Yunshang.
"This is a nascent infant pill. As your alchemy business gains attention, it will help you break through to the nascent soul stage and intimidate any small-time troublemakers."
Kuya said faintly. The chief steward's eyes nearly bulged out.
"Damn! How wealthy are you, brother?"
A nascent infant pill, a gift. Yunshang also couldn't believe it, and trembled as he received the jade vial, opening it cautiously.
"Nascent infant pill, top tier."
Yunshang could no longer maintain his composure and exclaimed.
"Senior, this... No worries, just accept it. I said it would help you break through to the nascent soul stage and establish authority."
Kuya maintained his aloof demeanor.
Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior.
Xianxia felt that today was the most exhilarating day of his life. After Kuya left, Xianxia looked at the chief steward.
Elderly, what do you think? Head, that man's strength is unfathomable. He casually produced a top-tier nascent infant pill. However, I have one question. Why would he want to cooperate with our Yun family? With his strength, he could easily open an alchemy tower in East Guard City without anyone daring to cause trouble,
Elderly stated. After a moment of silence, Xianxia replied,
I don't understand either, but this is a good thing for our Yun family. Elderly, do not test that Senior any further. Moreover, I will instruct that we will sell 10 top-tier golden essence pills at our alchemy tower tomorrow. Why not buy these golden essence pills and keep them in our Yun family?
Elderly asked curiously.
Elderly, do you know why the Senior gave me the nascent infant pill?
Xianxia inquired.
I do not know.
After leaving the Yun family, Kuya and Guanqiu returned to their residence. On the day he took Guanqiu and Kuya, with a heavy heart, had also rented a room for him.
Boss, just how reckless are you with your wealth? That was a top-grade condensing infant pill,
Guanqiu said, his face full of anguish.
Is it really that big a deal? It's just a lousy pill,
Kuya said, looking completely unconcerned.
A lousy pill. Boss, my apologies. I just don't understand the world of the ultra-rich.
Though Kuya appeared indifferent on the surface, he was inwardly heartbroken. Yet he had no choice if Xianxia didn't reach the nascent soul stage, who would guard the alchemy tower. It wasn't as if he could go and hold down the fort himself. With his meager strength, he could only bluff his way through. If it came to a real fight, he'd be done for. Everything was going according to plan. The next day, a shocking piece of news erupted in Dongsho City. The Yun family alchemy tower was selling top-grade golden origin pills, each priced at 3 million high-grade spirit stones. As soon as the news broke, the entire city of Dongsho was in an uproar. Countless cultivators flocked to the Yun family alchemy tower.
Have you heard? The Yun family alchemy tower is selling top-grade golden origin pills at an absurdly low price of 3 million high-grade spirit stones. What? Really? Wasn't the Yun family alchemy tower on the verge of bankruptcy? I'm not sure either. How about we go check it out? Let's go.
For a time, countless cultivators in Dongsho City were buzzing with discussion. At that moment, the Yun family alchemy tower was packed to the brim. The cultivators who arrived discovered that the tower had indeed produced 10 top-grade golden origin pills. Furthermore, all the pills the tower offered for sale had changed. They were all top-grade and priced very low. Atop the alchemy tower, Xianxia watched the scene and couldn't help but smile. The Yun family alchemy tower was alive again. In Dongsho City, at the Mu family estate.
Where in the world did that old man Yun get so many top-grade pills?
Mu Ting, the head of the Mu family, looked utterly perplexed. The Yun and Mu families had been locked in a struggle for centuries, always evenly matched. It wasn't until 100 years ago, with the sudden arrival of the drunken immortal tower, that the balance was broken. The Yun family's pill business plummeted, and for the past century, they had been barely clinging to survival. In recent years, they had been on the verge of collapse. After centuries of rivalry, Mu Ting was overjoyed at the prospect of finally seeing the Yun family fall. But precisely at this critical juncture, the Yun family had somehow acquired so many top-grade pills, reviving their business in one fell swoop. Mu Ting pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out why.
This is wonderful! All the pills at the Yun family alchemy tower are top-grade and very affordable. From now on, I'll buy my pills from the Yun family alchemy tower. Who would have thought? I'll be coming to the Yun family alchemy tower for my pills from now on too.
In an instant, the cultivators, who had purchased pills from the tower, declared they would do so in the future.
Patriarch, the pills left by the senior are almost sold out by these cultivators,
the head steward reported to Xianxia from atop the tower.
How are the golden origin pills selling?
Xianxia asked.
4 of the golden origin pills have been sold. As for the backgrounds of those who bought them, this old servant has thoroughly investigated. They are all well-known rogue cultivators from Dongsho City. Those sent by the Mu family disguised as rogue cultivators to buy the golden origin pills have already been driven away by this old servant.
Xianxia nodded. He wasn't foolish enough to sell those golden origin pills to the Mu family.
Any moves from the city lord's mansion or the drunken immortal tower? Yunshang asked. Neither faction has made any move. They must be plotting something.
The head steward replied.
Once I break through to the nascent soul stage, whatever they plan to do, let them come.
That very day, all the pills Kuya had provided to the Yun family, including the golden origin pills, were completely sold out. Watching the scene unfold from the crowd, Kuya was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected such a frenzy. That evening, Kuya went to the Yun residence again.
Senior, here are the spirit stones from the pill sales totaling 42 million. Please take a look,
Yunshang said, handing a ring to Kuya.
Patriarch Yun, what is the meaning of this? Didn't we agree on a 20% share for your family?
Kuya asked. Yunshang smiled faintly.
Senior, a single condensing infant pill of yours is already priceless. How could my Yun family possibly take a 20% share of the spirit stones? Business is business.
Kuya handed the 20% share of spirit stones to Yunshang.
Take it. I said 20%, so it's 20%. Thank you, Senior.
Yunshang didn't refuse too much. Seeing this, Kuya nodded in satisfaction. Yunshang's conduct pleased him.
Patriarch Yun, I have 2 matters to discuss this time,
Kuya said.
Please speak, Senior. These are the pills for the next 10 days.
Kuya handed a stack of jade bottles to Yunshang.
Inside are 10 golden origin pills. You can purchase half of them yourself and sell one every 2 days from the remaining,
Kuya said.
Thank you, Senior.
Yunshang quickly expressed his gratitude.
Patriarch Yun, you must understand that showing too much brilliance is not good. Though business is booming, we still need to exercise restraint. Even after you break through to the nascent soul stage and have no rivals in Dongsho City, what about the forces from other places?
Kuya said calmly. Then he added,
I have some matters to attend to and won't have time to guard the alchemy tower.
Kuya found a very convenient excuse for his own weakness.
I have been remiss in my considerations,
Yunshang said.
The second matter, Patriarch Yun must be curious about my origin right. I wouldn't dare.
Yunshang quickly said.
It's fine.
Kuya waved his hand.
To be honest, Patriarch Yun, I wish to establish a force here in Dongsho City. I would trouble you to gather some cultivators of good character for me. Their cultivation level doesn't matter,
Kuya said.
Senior, this is?
Yunshang asked.
It's merely to provide a place for rogue cultivators to train,
Kuya said indifferently.
Senior's magnanimity humbles me.
This flattery. TSK. In truth, Yunshang was a bit troubled. Just as the Yun family was about to rise, this senior wanted to establish a new force. He wanted to refuse, but how could he? With his life on the line.
Senior, I wonder if I, as the head of the Yun family, could join the force you are establishing,
Yunshang asked.
Of course, but if your character is not upright, don't blame me for being merciless,
Kuya said, his tone turning sharp.
I understand, Senior,
Yunshang quickly said. Kuya nodded.
Stewardly summon finger,
Yunshang said to the head steward beside him. Before long, a young man was brought before Kuya by the head steward.
Father,
the young man said, bowing to Yunshang.
What does Senior think of finger?
Yunshang asked. Kuya nodded.
Not bad.
Not bad was an understatement. He was excellent.
Finger, quickly pay your respects to Senior,
Yunshang said to Yunfeng.
Senior.
Yunfeng gave a slight bow.
Finger, from now on you will join the force Senior is establishing. Following him is your fortune,
Yunshang said to Yunfeng. Yunfeng frowned slightly. Seeing this, Yunshang quickly scolded.
Finger, shows some respect.
Kuya didn't mind. Youth were always a bit arrogant. Just like him, he had even dared to lash out at Bai Fengliu. If it came down to it, was there anyone more arrogant than him?
May I ask what Senior's force will be called?
Yunshang asked.
The Wuya Imperial Sect.
Kuya had long thought of this imposing name. Just then Yunfeng suddenly spoke up.
I'll join. Huh?
Kuya looked confused. Yunfeng then said,
Forget everything else, I like this name. It's grand enough. The cool factor is absolutely maxed out.
Afterward, Yunshang introduced 9 rogue cultivators to Kuya. These cultivators were the same guards Yun had previously assembled, the very line of work Guanqiu once pursued. Thus the Wuya Imperial Sect was officially established. Little did Kuya know that the sect he founded today would one day become the renowned imperial sect of the Xiantian Great World. Having taken these 10 individuals, Guiyao handed a ring to Guanqiu, concealing Guanqiu's cultivation and instructing him to don a black robe to hide his features. He then led the 10 to the western part of Dongshou City on land owned by the Yuan family to construct a sect. Gazing at the 10 million top-grade spirit stones and numerous pills within the ring, Guanqiu nodded vigorously. Never before had he been entrusted with such responsibility. He vowed to serve Guiyao with unwavering loyalty. Days later, a rumor erupted in Dongshou City. Someone had founded a sect in the city's west bearing the audacious name, Wuya Imperial Sect. Cultivators across Dongshou City buzzed with discussion.
Where did this bumpkin come from? Establishing a force here is nothing short of suicide. I agree.
Yet to everyone's astonishment, the envoys sent by the Mu family and the city lord's mansion were all cast out, every single one of them a golden core cultivator. These golden core cultivators were expelled by none other than Xiao Dowling. Anticipating trouble, Guiyao had left Xiao Dowling at the sect. The Wuya Imperial Sect issued a proclamation: any who dared to provoke them would be slain on the spot. The sect also began recruiting rogue cultivators. Only those who passed the sect master's trial could join. Members of the Wuya Imperial Sect would receive cultivation resources provided by the sect. Countless rogue cultivators flocked to its gates, enticed by resources that were nothing short of irresistible. These included top-grade pills such as the Supreme Gold Yuan pill. Ultimately, Guanqiu selected 21 cultivators of upright character from the throng of applicants. Within the Wuya Imperial Sect, Guiyao sat upon the sect master's throne, with Guanqiu seated beside him. Below stood 31 cultivators led by Yun Feng. Among them 6 were at the foundation establishment stage, with Yun Feng at the peak of foundation establishment being the strongest. The remaining consisted of 20 condensing body cultivators and 5 forming body cultivators. Guiyao nodded in satisfaction. Cultivation level mattered little. Character was paramount.
Welcome to the Wuya Imperial Sect. My purpose in founding this sect is to provide a place of cultivation for all rogue cultivators. Consider this your home. But if anyone betrays the sect, do not blame me for striking them down.
His voice turned icy, and his nocturne domain unfurled. He retracted his domain after a moment, but his intent was clear. Every cultivator, including Yun Feng, was awed by his display.
We shall never fail the sect's nurturing.
They all bowed. Guiyao nodded.
Since you've joined, you must abide by the sect's rules. The Wuya Imperial Sect has only 2 rules. First, this is your home. As a family, we must work together to strengthen the sect, and the sect will reward those who contribute with resources. Second, disciples must not stir trouble outside or bully the weak, but as members of this sect, they must not be oppressed by others. No matter which force bullies you, fight back. As long as you are in the right, the sect will be your strongest shield. Remember, you are no longer rogue cultivators. You are disciples of the Wuya Imperial Sect,
declared Guiyao.
We shall uphold the sect's rules and live up to the sect master's expectations.
They chorused.
Good, a sect needs positions. Yun Fengliu and the 5 other foundation establishment cultivators shall be the sect's elders. See Vice Sect Master Guan for a gold yuan pill each.
Guiyao spoke.
Thank you, Sect Master.
Yun Feng and the others quickly expressed their gratitude. Guiyao secretly observed the reactions of the others. To his relief, none showed eagerness or the slightest discontent over not receiving pills. It seemed that chubby Guanqiu had some skill after all.
The remaining disciples may each claim a pill suited to their cultivation. Condensing harmony cultivators may take a condensing foundation pill, and forming body cultivators may take an enlightenment condensing pill,
Guiyao announced. They bowed in thanks once more.
Our goal is to establish our influence across all dynasties. As the first to join, your task is monumental. I hope we all strive together.
After giving further instructions, Guiyao rose and departed, leaving the rest to Guanqiu. In the following month, Guiyao tirelessly honed his swordsmanship and elevated his cultivation within this small world. He entrusted all pill matters to Guanqiu. Before entering this small world, he left a vast stock of pills, partly for the Yuan family to sell and sustain the sect, and partly to reward disciples who contributed. Over the month, though Guiyao made no breakthrough with the Immortal 8th sword, his Nocturne domain and Traceless sword art grew more refined, and his cultivation advanced to the Golden Core stage. Xianxia upon witnessing this simply refused to look, too infuriating. Leaving the small world, Kuya was astonished by the Wuya imperial sect's progress. The sect had already claimed the entire western part of Dongzhou City, with over 100 disciples. Under Guanqiu's management, disciples ventured out on missions to earn spirit stones, for the sect rewarded with pills. Kuya was thoroughly pleased. He hadn't expected Guanqiu to achieve the sect's self-sufficiency so quickly. This chubby fellow was indeed a talent.
Brother, our sect now has 3 golden core disciples, and over 30 at the foundation establishment stage,
Guanqiu reported.
Guanqiu, our aim is to make the sect stand above the clouds. The Great Nan dynasty is merely our starting point. Our destination knows no bounds,
Kuya declared. The vision was grand, but reality was harsh. Little did he know that in the near future the Wuya imperial sect would face a catastrophic calamity. That disaster would nearly obliterate the entire sect. As for the development of the Wuyati sect, the Mu family and the city lord's mansion wished to annihilate it, but alas, their strength did not permit such an act. With a minor spirit guardian present, not to mention golden core cultivators, even a nascent soul would be dispatched with a single slap.
Big Brother Yunfeng has led a group to carry out a mission, but I fear this mission is far from simple.
Within the grand hall of the sect, Guanqiu looked at Kuya and spoke. Kuya expressed some confusion.
It's like this: a group of rogue cultivators pooled together funds to request the sect to eradicate a bandit force. But previously several major powers from the Eastern Defense City launched a joint siege against them. It is said that those powers suffered heavy losses, yet the bandits still remain. I'm afraid. Then why didn't you stop him?
Kuya asked directly.
I only received the news belatedly. By the time I did, Yunfeng had already set out with the team.
Guanqiu looked helpless.
Let's go.
With that, Kuya and Guanqiu hurried toward the bandits' lair. At that moment, Yunfeng was leading the disciples of the Wuyati sect in a fierce battle against a group of bandits. When foes meet, their eyes blaze with fury. These disciples were once rogue cultivators, most of whom had taken on escort missions to earn resources for cultivation. Thus they harbored deep-seated hatred for the bandits. Nearly all of them had encountered such outlaws before, and many of their friends had perished at the hands of these very brigands.
Brother, slaughter these ignorant fools. Then I'll take you back to the stronghold for a feast of wine and meat.
A man clad in a red tiger skin roared loudly.
Disciples of the Wuyati sect, hear my command: retreat with all your might.
Yunfeng shouted as well. He had never anticipated that these bandits would be so formidable, 7 golden core cultivators among them, while their side could only muster 3. No, he absolutely could not allow the sect's disciples to sacrifice themselves in vain here.
Ha ha ha, the Wuyati sect. How laughable!
A bandit jeered.
Xianxia, you despicable wretch. I was blind to have called you brother for so many years.
A disciple of the Wuyati sect cursed.
Puyang, spare me your hypocrisy. You joined that sect of yours. Why should you be allowed while I am not?
The cultivator named Xianxia roared in fury.
Why? What makes you better than me? Why did they take you, a worthless piece of trash, and reject me?
Puyang shook his head.
Xianxia, I never imagined you would become like this. Save your act. I've always been this way.
Xianxia bellowed. Then he let out a cold, sinister laugh.
You never expected this, did you? The mission you accepted wasn't requested by rogue cultivators at all. I proposed it to the chieftain. You sect disciples all carry top-grade pills on you. The chieftain accepted me for it, and now I belong to a sect too. Puyang, I am not inferior to you. Ha ha, I like those words. However,
the man addressed as chieftain suddenly turned icy cold. In the next instant, he felt a massive blade shatter his heart.
Why? Chieftain.
Before he could finish, the chieftain utterly obliterated him.
Why? A man like you I dare not keep either. But I suppose I should thank you,
the chieftain said indifferently, sheathing his blade.
Alas!
Witnessing this, Puyang let out a sigh. At that moment, Yunfeng approached and patted him on the shoulder.
Don't grieve for someone like him, he's not worth it. Boy, if you surrender obediently, I might consider letting you go,
the chieftain said flatly.
You? Worthy.
Yunfeng lifted his head and sneered disdainfully.
Good lad, I like your spirit. Let's see how long you can keep up that brave talk. Men attack.
With that he raised his blade and charged at Yun Feng and the others.
You all flee now. I'll hold them off.
Yun Feng shouted to the disciples of the Wiyadi sect.
Go quickly. Return to the sect and tell the sect master to avenge me. Elder Yun'll stay behind. I Pu Yang have been a rogue cultivator my entire life, always fretting over cultivation resources. I never imagined I would join a sect. Just as the sect master said, during this time spent with fellow disciples, I have felt the existence of a family, a feeling I never had before. It's wonderful. Even if I die here today, my life will have been worth it,
Pu Yang declared.
We feel the same. We will live or die with Elder Yun.
The disciples of the Wiyadi sect shouted in unison.
You? You are all splendid. Ha ha ha. Very well, today we shall fight side by side and take on these scoundrels.
Yun Feng turned to face the crowd.
If there is a next life, I still want to join the Wiyadi sect. Me too. How touching. Since you all wish to die, I'll grant your wish. Not only that, but I will also annihilate your sect so you can reunite in the underworld,
the chieftain declared.
Is that so?
Just then an icy voice rang out. Without anyone noticing, Kauai's figure had appeared on the battlefield.
Sect master,
the disciples of the Wiyadi sect exclaimed in unison.
You are all remarkable.
Kauai turned and addressed the crowd. By then Guanqiu had also arrived at Kauai's side.
Take the sect's disciples back to the sect. I will return after I have slain these men,
Kauai said to Guanqiu.
Sect master, let me join you,
Yun Feng pleaded.
And us? Very well. Those below the golden core stage will be dealt with by you. Leave the 7 golden core cultivators to me,
Kauai said, turning around.
Understood. Such arrogance. I'd like to see how you plan to kill us,
the chieftain scoffed disdainfully.
Patience. You shall see.
With that, Kauai activated his endless night domain. Instantly an incredibly eerie figure coalesced behind him. The figure bore a pair of horns on its head, its 3 eyes, as if emerging from the depths of hell. Stranger still, behind this ferocious phantom grew a pair of exquisitely beautiful wings. The endless night Dharma body. This was the first time Kauai had manifested it, proving that his endless night domain had reached the subtlety stage.
This.
Both the disciples of the Wiyadi sect and the bandits were stunned by the sight.
Kill!
Kauai uttered a single cold word. The phantom eerily appeared before the chieftain, then reached out and grasped, causing countless sword auras to explode across his body. Before the chieftain could even process his shock, he was utterly erased by Kauai's endless night Dharma body. Witnessing this, the bandits turned tail and fled. How could they possibly fight this? Even a mid-stage golden core chieftain had been killed in an instant. Were they supposed to sacrifice their lives?
Attack!
The disciples of the Wiyadi sect, recovering from their astonishment, surged with morale and charged at the bandits with their weapons. Kauai commanded the endless night Dharma body weaving through the bandits. With every raise of the phantom's hand, a golden core cultivator fell. The lesser minions were also completely wiped out by the Wiyadi sect disciples. Thus the bandit force that had terrorized these mountains for centuries was thoroughly eradicated by the Wiyadi sect. Upon returning to the sect, Kauai went straight to the minor world. The moment he entered, he spat out a mouthful of blood.
It seems my strength is still insufficient to fully control the endless night Dharma body,
he murmured. He looked up to see Xianxia staring at him with a bewildered expression.
Nephew, what new trick is this? You spit blood right off the bat. Is it to confuse the enemy? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
After swallowing a divine return pill within the minor world, Kauai sat cross-legged, quietly contemplating every detail of the nocturnal Dharma form he had just executed. At the headquarters of the drunken immortal pavilion in the Xiantian Grand World, Bai Fengliu withdrew his gaze, having witnessed all that Kauai had just experienced.
Not bad, truly not bad,
Bai Fengliu praised. What a pity that Kauai could not hear him. If that fellow heard it, he would surely become arrogant again, and might even say,
"Now you know how incredibly talented I am, right?"
Withdrawing his gaze, Bai Fengliu turned to look at a man seated across from him.
This disciple of mine has stolen business from your drunken immortal pavilion in the lower realm. Senior jests. The first rule of my drunken immortal pavilion's business is never to compete through improper means,
the man said with a faint smile.
Only your drunken immortal pavilion could be like this because you're simply not short on money.
Bai Fengliu remarked. The man smiled slightly, offering no denial.
God of wealth, tell me honestly, just how much wealth do you possess?
Bai Fengliu asked curiously, looking at the man. Indeed, this man was the wealthiest figure in the Xiantian Grand World. No, in all the surrounding Grand Worlds. He also bore a title that could dazzle one's eyes, the Money Emperor. Hearing this, the man looked wary.
Senior, please don't set your sights on me. Do you think it's easy for me to earn money? You still haven't repaid the 10 top-grade Emperor Spirit Veins you borrowed last time, nor the 30 billion top-grade Emperor Spirit Stones from the time before, nor the... Stop, say no more. I won't ask.
But then, the man produced a ring and handed it to Bai Fengliu.
What is this?
Bai Fengliu was puzzled. With his cultivation level, the ring's restrictions were mere decorations. A single sweep of his divine sense revealed 200 top-grade Emperor Spirit Veins and a single essence of heaven and earth. This essence of heaven and earth was even purer than the source spirit vein of a grand world. The god of wealth smiled slightly.
A great era is approaching. Though my strength is insufficient, I can still provide some spirit veins. Senior, I am a very stingy person, so stingy that I calculate every single spirit stone meticulously. Yet sometimes I am also very generous. See, I took out these 200 top-grade Emperor Spirit Veins without even blinking.
To this, Bai Fengliu merely asked calmly,
Just tell me directly, how much does this amount to for you?
The man felt a slight embarrassment, but still told the truth, knowing that if Bai Fengliu wished to know, lying would be impossible.
Just a drop in the bucket.
Bai Fengliu rose and left directly, unable to stay any longer. As an ancient being who had lived for countless epochs, he was utterly crushed by the Money Emperor in terms of wealth. What a disheartening feeling. Seeing Bai Fengliu about to leave, the god of wealth said directly,
Senior, this junior speaks the truth. It really is just a drop in the bucket. Even if you added 10 times more, it would still be a drop in the bucket.
Bai Fengliu suddenly turned and roared.
Shut up!
Then he vanished, leaving behind a bewildered god of wealth.
These days can't one even speak the truth?
The god of wealth muttered. In the lower realm within Bai Fengliu's minor world.
Brother Xianxia, let me ask you something.
Kuwiao looked at Xianxia and asked.
Just say whatever you need to, nephew.
Kuwiao nodded.
Brother, how much do you know about little Dao Ling? Just how powerful is she?
Kuwiao asked. He truly had no idea how formidable little Dao Ling was. He only knew that even a nascent soul cultivator was nothing before her. Xianxia was silent for a moment.
Little Dao Ling belongs to the lineage of benevolent spirits. This lineage is not particularly strong in terms of combat. The truly formidable ones are the malevolent spirits. I once witnessed the ancestor of malevolent spirits in action, and even I was no match for it. That powerful.
Kuwiao was astonished. Though he did not know Xianxia's exact strength, he was certain Xianxia was an incredibly formidable being.
I speak of malevolent spirits. But little Dao Ling is a benevolent spirit. Her lineage, being too innocent, has dwindled to almost none. In all these years, she is the first benevolent spirit I have seen.
After a moment's thought, Xianxia added,
As for how powerful she is, if little Dao Ling fully matures, she should be equivalent to an emperor. Emperor?
Kuwiao was puzzled.
How shall I put it? She could kill cultivators above the nascent soul stage with just a fart. Holy crap!
Kuwiao was stunned. A moment later, he turned and left.
Nephew, where are you going? Stay and chat a while longer. I'm so bored here. I'm going to find little Dao Ling. What for? To beg her to take me as her little brother. Damn it, a worthless piece of trash, like me shamelessly calling myself her big brother. I'm not worthy.
Despite his words, Kuwiao did not leave the minor world. Instead, he remained there, training with relentless effort.
Nephew, didn't you say you wanted to be little Dao Ling's little brother? What are you really going to be shameless about it?
Xianxia asked curiously.
I'm just going to be shameless. So what?
With Kuwiao continuously providing pills, the Yun family's alchemy pavilion rapidly expanded across the neighboring cities. As a shrewd businessman, Yun Shang naturally found ways to establish branches in other cities smoothly. As for the drunken immortal pavilion, they declared themselves too wealthy and influential to be bothered with the pill business. In truth, the managers of the drunken immortal pavilion had no choice. The pavilion's rules forbade unfair competition, yet they couldn't compete fairly either. Previously a branch manager of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had defied the rules and secretly dismantled a faction. After that incident, no one ever saw that manager again.
Brother, over the past 2 months, we've earned a total of 280 million high-grade spirit stones from selling pills at the Yuan family's alchemy pavilion.
Guanqiu exclaimed excitedly. Kuweo nodded, maintaining a calm exterior, while his heart raced with exhilaration. This was incredibly profitable.
And this is with controlled pill sales, otherwise I dare not imagine. Brother, I'd like to allocate some spirit stones to expand our sect's headquarters. With more disciples joining, our current territory is no longer sufficient,
Guanqiu said.
Just go ahead and handle it. These spirit stones are yours to manage,
Kuweo replied. Guanqiu nodded firmly. Without delay, he hired some cultivators and began constructing the sect on the land previously occupied by bandits. Within days, an imposing sect stood outside Dongshou City. Above its gate were carved 4 bold, powerful characters, Wuya Emperor Sect. The protective formations common to all sects were arranged by Little Dao Ling, a yellow grade 8 defensive array, and a profound grade 2 killing formation. With these 2 great formations guarding the sect, even cultivators above the nascent soul stage could not breach the Wuya Emperor Sect.
Little Dao Ling, tell me honestly, besides alchemy and formations, what else can you do?
Kuweo asked in astonishment. He had never expected Little Dao Ling to be capable of setting up formations. Little Dao Ling thought for a moment.
Brother Wuyo, besides alchemy and formations, I can also forge artifacts, craft talismans, and I can. Enough, stop there.
Kuweo quickly interrupted.
Why, Brother Wuyo?
Little Dao Ling asked, puzzled.
Because it breaks my heart,
Kuweo replied with a look of indignation. Well, compared to Little Dao Ling, he was utterly useless. Soon news of the Wuya Emperor Sect's establishment spread across the surrounding cities, along with reports of its sovereign instantly slaying 7 golden core cultivators. In a flash, the Wuya Emperor Sect gained great renown. Many rogue cultivators flocked to request entry. In response, the sect issued a notice. In half a year, the Wuya Emperor Sect would hold its founding ceremony and simultaneously conduct a disciple recruitment event. Kuweo set the date half a year later because he intended to advance to the nascent soul stage by then. With many factions attending the ceremony, he needed to assert dominance.
Brother, the sect is now preliminarily organized. It's divided into the outer sect and inner sect. Though our Emperor Sect currently has few members, we have 9 elders at the Golden Core stage and 87 disciples at the Foundation Establishment stage. These Foundation Establishment disciples will form the first batch of inner sect disciples, while those below Foundation Establishment will be outer sect disciples,
Guanqiu said. Kuweo simply nodded, indicating that everything should proceed, as Guanqiu suggested. He preferred to be an absentee leader.
But brother, the sect faces a problem. Our foundation is too weak. We lack a powerful guardian. You know Little Dao Ling dislikes violence,
Guanqiu added.
Didn't you mention a demon king in the southern mountain range? I'll go fetch it,
Kuweo said after a moment's thought.
Damn it, brother, don't do that. That demon king is already at the peak of divine ability stage above nascent soul. If things go wrong, you could die,
Guanqiu quickly warned.
What? Don't you trust your big brother?
Kuweo asked calmly.
It's not that I don't trust you, but showing off and actual strength are 2 different things.
Without further ado, Kuweo headed straight to the southern beast forest. A few days later, he returned with a muscular man. Guanqiu looked at the man beside Kuweo, puzzled.
What are you staring at? This is the demon king you mentioned,
Kuweo said casually. Seeing Guanqiu still confused, Kuweo said to the man,
Little lion, show him your true form.
The man immediately revealed his true form. A massive lion beast king, its body radiating a faint red glow with a sharp horn atop its head.
Holy crap! Brother, you really...
Guanqiu was utterly stunned. This was incredible. A demon king at the divine ability stage. In truth, Kuweo had expended no effort at all. Upon meeting the demon king, he simply produced a jade bottle to show it. Inside the bottle was the essence blood he had obtained from Xianxia, who was brother Xianxia, one of the true 4 great demon kings. Upon seeing Xianxia's essence blood, the lion demon king nearly wet itself in fear. Then Kuweo promised that if it guarded the Wuya Emperor Sect for 300 years, he would give it that drop of essence blood. The Demon King was more than willing. 300 years meant little to it, and obtaining a drop of Xianxia's essence blood in exchange was an incredibly worthwhile deal. If Xianxia ever learned that its essence blood had been bartered so cheaply, it would surely tear Kawuyo apart. Who do you think you're underestimating? My essence blood given away like that. Thus the Huo Emperor sect gained a mysterious guardian. Inside the small world, Kawuyo was fully practicing the nightless Dharma body, with the ever-exploited Xianxia serving as his sparring partner.
Nephew, your Dharma body still needs more refinement. You're far from Brother Bai's level. Brother Xianxia, can you not mention him?
Kawuyo said.
Why? Every time you bring him up, my face feels like it's burning.
Every disciple of the Boundless Emperor sect cultivated with relentless dedication. Those who had once toiled as rogue cultivators now trained even more fervently, bolstered by the resources provided by the sect.
It's been nearly 3 months since Master left.
Kawuyo murmured, gazing at the vast sect hall before him.
Master, can you see this from the heavens? Your disciple has not let you down. Soon the Boundless Emperor sect will become the foremost sect of the great Nan dynasty.
Bai Fengliu thought, I beg you stop being so filial. Am not dead yet. Besides practicing swordsmanship with Xianxia in the minor realm every day, Kawuyo's favorite pastime was visiting the tavern, the dazzling establishment, to watch the dancers perform.
Guanqiu, what do you think this place is?
Kawuyo asked, watching the dancing maidens.
Brother, I believe this place is excellent, truly a wellspring of joy for men.
Guanqiu replied, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the dancers.
Wrong. Completely wrong. A wellspring of joy,
Kawuyo retorted. Perplexed, Guanqiu looked at him. Kawuyo said earnestly,
This is paradise. A celestial paradise, don't you understand? Now I finally grasp Bai Fengliu's delight.
Bai Fengliu thought, say one more word, and it'll come back right now. Returning to the sect, Kawuyo saw 2 disciples sparring on the training platform, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Upon seeing Kawuyo, the sparring disciples halted, and along with the spectators bowed in unison. Kawuyo waved his hand, signaling them to continue. He watched the duel with keen interest, a sense of daze washing over him. In such a short time, he had transformed from a destitute rogue cultivator struggling for survival into a golden core midstage cultivator, and the leader of a sect. Snapping back to reality, Kawuyo smiled. He expressed no gratitude to Bai Fengliu in words, only resolved to cultivate relentlessly, and never disappoint him.
Thank you, Master,
Kawuyo said, looking up. Above the clouds, Bai Fengliu wore a paternal smile. This kid. Before he could finish, he heard Kawuyo add,
If only you hadn't struck me.
Struck you? Is this how you thank me? Just wait until I finish my business. I'll thrash you thoroughly. Watching the 2 disciples, Kawuyo addressed a sword cultivator among them.
Your sword is excellent, but your direction is flawed. Please enlighten me, sect leader.
The disciple bowed hastily. Kawuyo nodded.
Flashy but impractical. A sword cultivator never pursues ostentatious techniques.
With that, he executed the void-severing technique. The disciple observed intently, and after a long pause, his eyes lit up.
Thank you for your guidance, sect leader.
He leaped off the platform, bowed deeply to Kawuyo, and departed.
Puyang, where are you going? We haven't finished sparring,
called the other disciple.
I'm going into seclusion,
Puyang replied.
Brother, a group of people outside wishes to see you,
Guanqiu reported, approaching Kawuyo.
Who? Huashan, the city lord of Nanshan City.
In the reception hall of the Boundless Emperor sect, Kawuyo asked.
City Lord Hua, what brings you here? I've come to discuss a matter with the Boundless Emperor sect,
Huashan said with a hint of disdain. Kawuyo, though displeased, inquired.
And what matter might that be? I hear your sect is recruiting disciples. I wish to send some cultivators from Nanshan City to train here,
Huashan stated. Kawuyo found him absurd. Is this man a fool? He said flatly.
City Lord Hua, why do you assume I would agree? What? Are you refusing me?
Huashan asked coldly.
Who do you think you are?
Kawuyo retorted, unable to contain his irritation at the man's apparent stupidity.
Fine, very well. Aye.
Before Huashan could finish, Kawuyo said to Guanqiu.
Show him out. Do you think killing a few trashy golden core cultivators makes you invincible? Let's see what you're really made of.
A terrifying nascent soul aura erupted from Huashan. A young man beside Huashan sneered.
Ungrateful wretch.
Kuya turned around.
City Lord Hua, there's one thing I don't understand. Oh, do tell. How did someone with your intellect become City Lord? And with such arrogance, how have you survived this long? You seek death.
Enraged Huashan threw a punch. A burly figure stepped before Kuya and effortlessly caught the blow. With a slight squeeze, the figure crushed Huashan's hand, eliciting a pained cry as he stumbled back. The figure was none other than the Lion King. The Lion King looked at Kuya.
Sect leader, shall I kill him?
Kuya shook his head.
Throw him out. He's an eyesore.
The Lion King complied.
Brother, why not kill him?
Guanqiu asked.
He's an official of the Great Nan dynasty. Killing him would be a slap in the face to the royal family.
Kuya replied with a sigh. He was not yet strong enough to challenge the Great Nan dynasty directly.
Brother, city lords are usually powerful individuals. If you killed Huashan, the royal family wouldn't interfere as long as you're strong enough. They only need someone capable to govern the city. They don't care who it is.
Guanqiu explained slowly.
Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask.
Back at the city lord's mansion, Huashan entered a hall where a man in black robes sat. He knelt immediately.
Master, this subordinate failed to glimpse the face of the boundless emperor sect's leader. It's not your fault. With that demonic lion around, it's understandable you couldn't succeed.
Despite the black-robed man's words, Huashan dared not rise, clearly terrified of him.
Come now, I said it's not your fault. Though they didn't kill you, they struck you. You were after all my dog. That makes me lose face.
Hearing this, a flicker of coldness passed through Huashan's eyes. The black-robed man toyed with a strange insect, muttering to himself.
As the Yuan family's pill supplier, and now having tamed that lion. Truly intriguing. But those who pique my interest always meet a gruesome end.
Kuya arrived once again at the small world.
Brother Xianxia.
Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia's voice rang out.
Stop right there, dear nephew. Don't you find practicing swordsmanship with me dreadfully dull? Here, let me show you something wonderful.
With a sweep of his massive claw, a strangely shaped pagoda appeared before Kuya.
What is this?
Kuya gazed at the pagoda and Xianxia's claw with confusion.
This is the demon-suppressing pagoda where our demon race disciples cultivate. It imprisons all kinds of ferocious beasts.
Xianxia explained.
Impressive, brother. You even imprison your own kind inside.
Kuya gave a thumbs up. Xianxia simply shook his head. Then he recounted the pagoda's origins to Kuya. At the dawn of this world, immensely powerful demonic beasts were born. Taodia Hunden, Bai Zai, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Dang Kong, Qilin, and others. Some of these beasts were called auspicious beasts, others divine beasts, and still others ferocious beasts. But in Xianxia's eyes, they were all merely demonic beasts. With so many demonic beasts coexisting, war was inevitable, which laid the groundwork for the eventual emergence of the demon-suppressing pagoda. The fiercest conflict at that time was between Taotai and Xianxia. Neither would yield to the other. They fought practically every day. While other demonic beasts had their skirmishes, they were far less intense than the great war between Taotai and Xianxia. The struggle between Taotai and Xianxia lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, until the appearance of a single demon, Yuandi. As the first demon between heaven and earth, Yuandi's power was unquestionable. Yuandi suppressed numerous demon kings with overwhelming strength. But Xianxia and Taotia, known as ferocious beasts, had tempers to match. Neither could abide being controlled by another. Thus an even greater war erupted. Xianxia, leading his many demon followers, joined forces with Taotai and his legion to fight against Yuandi. That war erupted suddenly and ended just as abruptly. At this point, Xianxia sighed.
Nephew, you have no idea how strong that old man Yuandi really is. I was dumbfounded. Just one slap, truly one single slap. It nearly killed me. After that, I had to submit. I had no choice. I really couldn't beat him.
Xianxia then revealed a slightly gleeful expression.
That idiot Taotai kept fighting even when he couldn't win. Not only did he court death himself, but he also dragged countless demon beasts down with him. In the end, he made old man Yuandi angry. In a fit of rage, Yuandi suppressed the entire Taotai lineage inside this demon-suppressing pagoda. Nephew, tell me, wasn't that fool brainless? You can't even withstand one of his slaps, so what were you pretending for? So this is the origin of the demon-suppressing pagoda?
Kuya asked.
More or less. Actually, after Yuanda's anger subsided, he released the Taotai lineage. But guess what? That idiot still refused to yield and fought Yuandi again, so he's been sealed until now. Since I know how to flatter. I mean, since my conduct was good, Yuandi gave me this demon-suppressing pagoda. I fought Taotai for so long, and now that old thing has fallen into my hands. Of course, I torment him thoroughly. So I turned this pagoda into a training tower for our lineage. It has a total of 9 levels. Each level corresponds to a matching level of strength. Nephew, you can enter the first level to cultivate. The first level contains demonic beasts below the nascent soul stage, Xianxia said, looking at Kuya. Brother, let me ask you something. Who do you think is stronger, my master or your Yuandi? Kuya asked with utmost seriousness. He genuinely wanted to know how powerful his master truly was. Xianxia shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? I truly don't. Yuandi defeated me with 1 slap, and brother Bai also used 1 slap. How would I know? Xianxia's voice carried a trace of grievance at the end. Brother, that might mean I'm a bit stronger than you, Kuya said. Oh. Xianxia was curious. When my master hits me, it's usually 1,000 consecutive strikes, each one a critical blow. Then Kuya was sent by Xianxia into the demon-suppressing pagoda. As soon as he entered the demon-suppressing pagoda, Kuya sensed an extremely dense aura of demonic beasts. Moreover, this place was less like a pagoda and more like a small world. Is it really this vast? A roar rang out, and Kuya saw a massive figure charging toward. Perfect! Kuya laughed loudly and dashed toward the enormous shadow. But as he made contact with the beast's colossal body, he was stunned. What's going on? Didn't he say the strongest beast on the first level was only equivalent to a golden core cultivator? Then what's with this beast that's even stronger than a nascent soul cultivator? Kuya, flying backward and spewing blood, was utterly bewildered. Brother Xianxia, what did I ever do to wrong you? Why are you setting me up like this? Inside the small world, Xianxia glanced at the demon-suppressing pagoda. That one look nearly made his eyes pop out. What's happening? Why is the second level lit up? Damn. No way. Did he send his nephew to the second level? Oh no, is he going to die in there? Nephew, hang on. I'm coming to save you. If you die, brother Bai will definitely kill me. Don't you dare die on me. Kuya thought, brother, can you talk less? If that beast hits me again, I really will die. In the end, Xianxia pulled the nearly lifeless Kuya out from the second level of the demon-suppressing pagoda. Kuya was a pitiful sight. Almost every bone and muscle in his body that could be broken was shattered. Nephew, you're scaring your old brother. Can you take a breath? Xianxia said anxiously. Kuya obediently took a few breaths. Suddenly, Xianxia noticed that Kuya was enveloped in a faint halo of light, and his injuries were rapidly healing. Sword Heart, Xianxia realized with a start. He also let out a long sigh of relief. He had truly feared Kuya would die. If that happened, he would surely die too. As for saving people, he really had no skill. If it were about killing Kuya with a single slap, that he could do. But healing? Forget it. If he tried, he would only hasten Kuya's demise. Half a day passed, and Kuya struggled to his feet. Damn, is it that overpowered? Xianxia was astonished. The power of the Sword Heart exceeded his expectations, especially considering it was still in a sealed state. Most importantly, the Sword Heart had been sealed by Bai Fengliu. Yet even so, it allowed Kuya, who had suffered such severe injuries, to recover within half a day. If it weren't sealed, and were fully mastered, what could it achieve? Nephew, this was my fault. After sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years, I forgot how to use the demon-suppressing pagoda, Xianxia said sheepishly. But even so, how could a beast from the second level injure you so severely in such a short time? Xianxia was genuinely puzzled. Logically, even if Kuya used his nocturnal dharma aspect, the beasts on the second level might wound him, but not to this extent so quickly. Could it be the third level? No, that's not right. His eyesight wasn't that bad yet. Nephew, what exactly happened? Xianxia asked again. Kuya didn't answer. Instead, he looked up and asked with utmost seriousness. Brother Xianxia, have I ever offended you? Of course not, nephew. It's all my fault. Since I haven't offended you. Kuya's expression suddenly changed and he roared. If I haven't offended you, then why are you trying to kill me? Huh? I won't even mention sending me to the second level. But when you grabbed me out of there with that claw, couldn't you have used a little less force? I wasn't killed by that beast. I almost died from your claw.
Xianxia was a bit embarrassed. So that was it.
Nephew, I was just anxious. Cut me some slack. This time I absolutely won't make a mistake,
Xianxia promised. Kuwei looked at him skeptically.
Are you sure you won't mess up? I won't. Alright then, please send me to the first level. Sure.
Then Kuwei was sent in. Xianxia saw that the second level of the demon-suppressing pagoda wasn't lit, and let out a long breath. It seemed he got it right this time. Suddenly he saw that while the second level wasn't lit, the third level was glowing. Damn. No way. Had his hundreds of thousands of years of sleep made him senile? At that moment on the third level of the demon-suppressing pagoda, Kuwei stared at a group of immensely powerful, ferocious beasts eyeing him. He put away his Jutian sword, straightened his clothes, and said,
Come on, just kill me. Come.
Then, he suddenly roared.
Xianxia, just wait until I get out. I'll have my master kill you. I've never seen such a useless screw-up.
With that he directly crushed the sphere that Bai Fengliu had left for him. When Kuwei had crushed the orb that Bai Fengliu had left for him, a sky-piercing sword intent instantly swept through the entire demon suppression tower. Countless powerful beasts within the demon suppression tower were subdued by this overwhelming sword intent, pinned to the ground and unable to move. At the top floor of the demon suppression tower, a beast with an ink-green body, a goat's torso, tiger claws, and eyes beneath its armpits, abruptly raised its head, unleashing a formidable pressure.
That one sword intent. What's going on? Which blind fool provoked him?
This peculiar beast was none other than the Taotai imprisoned at the tower's summit. The Taotai was utterly speechless. It couldn't even defeat Yuan Di, and now Bai Fengliu had arrived. Wasn't this simply a death sentence? Most importantly, it couldn't leave the top floor, nor could it even transmit its voice. It could only pray that Bai Fengliu would come up and listen to its explanation rather than cleaving it in two with a single sword strike. The sky-piercing sword intent surged directly into Kuwei's body. He felt as if he were about to burst from the sheer force of it. Just as he could endure no more, the sword intent gradually stabilized. Kuwei's strength then skyrocketed from the late golden core stage to the peak, then to nascent soul mid-stage, late stage peak, and finally halting at the peak of the transcendent spirit stage. Sensing the boundless spiritual energy within him, Kuwei felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Thrilling. Not only had his power grown, but his confidence had also swelled to new heights. He directly raised the Zutian sword and struck at the beasts on the third floor. In truth, with his current cultivation, he was no match for those beasts. However, due to the lingering trace of Bai Fengliu's sword intent, the beasts now facing Kuwei, exuding the very aura, had lost all will to resist.
Awesome! I've never felt this amazing,
Kuwei roared. The sheer thrill of chasing down countless powerful beasts was simply indescribable.
Die for me!
Kuwei shouted at a beast before him, swinging the Jutian sword. He struck the beast, and a sharp
clang
echoed. Then, the beast was completely unharmed. Not even a single hair had fallen.
Damn, what's going on? Why am I back at the mid-golden core stage?
Kuwei was utterly bewildered. No way, right? Could it be that the sword intent had only granted him a brief moment of power? Suddenly he felt enveloped by a powerful killing intent. The beast he had just struck was now staring at him with a sinister expression.
Human, come on! Kill me! I'll stand here and let you... Oh! Crap!
He had gone too far.
Bai Fengliu, you fraud! You gave me a counterfeit weakling's pill. Damn it!
Kuwei cursed inwardly. Then the beast knocked him unconscious with a single claw swipe. When he awoke, Kuwei immediately saw Bai Fengliu's ever-smiling face.
Bai Fengliu, can't you do something decent for once?
Kuwei shouted as soon as he woke.
Disciple, rest and heal. We'll talk about the rest later.
Bai Fengliu replied for the first time without anger.
You still have the nerve. What was that thing you gave me? It nearly killed me.
Kuwei continued shouting.
Disciple, it was a life-saving gift from your master. Shut up. What was that thing? A 3-second man. Disciple, I won't listen. I won't listen. Disciple, I won't listen. I won't listen.
Finally, Bai Fengliu's rage reached its peak. He then delivered a flurry of punches, shouting as he struck.
You won't listen. You won't listen. Let's see if you'll listen now. Keep defying me. Come on.
After a while,
Disciple. Ah, master, please speak. Your disciple is all ears.
What a pathetic wretch. He clearly deserved a beating.
Actually, that thing I gave you was only meant for a critical moment. It wasn't supposed to last long. Who told you to show off?
Bai Fengliu said helplessly, as he explained that sword energy had been compressed to its absolute limit just to preserve it. A normal sword energy would have obliterated the entire demon suppression tower.
Master, your words are absolutely right. I completely agree,
Qiuyu said with difficulty. Bai Fengliu nodded, then turned to Xianxia.
Can't you be more reliable? Playing with him like this, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough.
Xianxia felt a bit awkward.
My matters aren't finished yet. For now, don't send him into the tower again. If he gets hurt in there again, it'll destroy this tower.
Bai Fengliu stated flatly to Xianxia.
Is that true, Brother Bai?
Xianxia asked.
It's true.
Xianxia suddenly bellowed.
Nephew, your uncle begs a favor. Go back into the tower and let those beasts beat you up again. Want revenge? Hurry or you'll miss the chance. Xianxia, go to hell.
After Bai Fengliu left, Qiuyu struggled to his feet. He looked at Xianxia.
Brother, I've never wronged you yet. You've set me up twice. Does your conscience not ache? And now the life-saving measure master left me is gone. What do I do if danger strikes again?
These words made Xianxia feel somewhat embarrassed. Had he really been too unfair?
Nephew, name your request,
Xianxia said. Hearing this, Qiuyu revealed a faint smile.
Well, brother, could you spare some more of your essence blood? Nephew, essence blood. You said it yourself. How much of that do you think I have? Fine. Since I truly did wrong you, how much do you want?
Xianxia finally relented with some resignation.
Not much, not much. 10 basins will do.
With that, Qiuyu pulled out 10 large basins from his ring. Good heavens, those basins were nearly the size of Qianqi's head.
Are you serious, nephew?
Qiuyu nodded. Xianxia looked up at the sky.
Brother Bai, don't blame me for being too harsh, but this fellow is clearly trying to kill me. Stop, brother. Let's talk this out,
Qiuyu quickly said as Xianxia prepared to strike. Xianxia grunted.
All right, I was too greedy. I didn't think it through. How about this, brother? What do you think of 9 basins?
Qiuyu said with a pained expression.
I think you'd better just die. There's no point in you living anymore. Farewell, nephew.
In the end, yielding to Qiuyu's relentless demands, Xianxia reluctantly stripped several scales from its own body, handed them to the little spirit, who forged an armed guard for Qiuyu, and then infused several drops of its essence blood into the guard. Only then did Qiuyu leave satisfied. After departing the small world and returning to the sect, Qiuyu stared at Guanqiu in disbelief.
Tell me, Guanqiu, how long has it been, and you're already at the peak of Foundation establishment?
Before him, Guanqiu had indeed reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment.
Brother, you just noticed. I've been at the Foundation establishment peak for half a month now,
Guanqiu said calmly. Damn it. What kind of people am I running into? Every one of them has such exceptional talent. Will I only encounter freaks like this from now on? Of course not. You'll only meet even more monstrous ones.
Brother, how about a sparring match?
Guanqiu suddenly grew enthusiastic.
You? Spar with me?
Qiuyu asked skeptically.
Of course, but brother, you can't use your sword,
Guanqiu declared.
Without my sword, isn't the gap in cultivation too vast?
Qiuyu inquired. A cultivator at the peak of mid-golden core on the verge of advancing to the late stage, fighting someone at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. What a joke.
Brother, don't underestimate me. In the guard squad, I used to be a meat shield. Otherwise, do you think someone with my mediocre combat skills could join escort missions?
Guanqiu said. Then he continued.
Not to brag, but back when I was at the peak of coagulation, I withstood a full-force palm strike from a Foundation establishment peak bandit. Aside from a bit of pain, I was perfectly fine. So brother, come at me without worry,
Guanqiu said with a hint of pride.
That impressive.
Qiuyu was genuinely astonished. withstanding a full-force palm strike from a Foundation Establishment Peak cultivator at the coagulation peak without a scratch. Guanqiu's defense was indeed remarkable. Guanqiu nodded.
All right, then let's do this,
Kuya said. With that he charged forward and threw a punch. When Kuya's fist landed on Guanqiu's body, he almost dropped his jaw in shock. Guanqiu's plump body felt as if he had slammed his fist into an incredibly hard metal surface. Good heavens, that punch nearly crippled his hand.
Brother, can't you put some strength into it?
Guanqiu said with a smug look. Kuya said nothing, instead landing over a dozen consecutive punches on Guanqiu's body. The chubby Guanqiu neither dodged nor blocked, letting Kuya's blows rain down on him. Well. A dozen punches, each one hitting solid flesh. Guanqiu was fine, but Kuya was nearly spent. Seeing Kuya utterly powerless against him, Guanqiu grinned slyly.
Brother, let me tell you a secret. I'm not actually human. I was born from a stone.
Kuya looked up.
I don't care if you're human or not, but I'm starting to think you fell from the sky. Brother, how's my defense?
Guanqiu asked.
Not bad,
Kuya replied flatly.
Brother, you.
Before Guanqiu could finish, a flash of sword light sent him flying.
Damn it, brother, you sneak attacked me. You can't play fair, you've got no skill.
Guanqiu fumed.
I just wanted to test your defense.
Kuya was inwardly shocked. His earlier sword strike was indeed meant to gauge Guanqiu's defense. He hadn't held back, and if had sensed Guanqiu couldn't withstand it, he would have immediately retracted the sword energy. But when the sword energy struck Guanqiu's body, Kuya felt it was completely unnecessary to pull back. The sword energy had no effect on Guanqiu at all.
Brother, what do you think?
Guanqiu asked eagerly.
Just average. Come on, brother, why are you so stubborn? You can't even break through my defense,
Guanqiu said disdainfully.
Little fatty, do you know how much strength I used just now?
Kuya asked.
How much? Less than 1%. Keep bragging, brother, keep going.
Guanqiu didn't believe it at all.
You don't believe me? Fine, I'll use my full strength,
Kuya said.
Bring it on. Guanqiu, if you think you can't take it, say so. Otherwise this punch might kill you,
Kuya said.
Brother, among everyone I know, you're definitely number one. Really? I didn't realize I held such a high place in your heart,
Kuya said, preening.
Bragging, absolutely number one and always will be.
Without further ado, Kuya channeled all his spiritual energy frantically into his right arm, activating the arm guard gifted by Xianxia. Countless black scales covered his entire right arm.
Brother, where do you get all these weird tricks?
Guanqiu didn't take it seriously. At that moment, aside from the black scales, Kuya's right arm showed no other changes.
Little fatty, have you ever seen a fist as big as a sandbag?
Kuya waved his now demonized right arm. He felt an overwhelming earth-shattering energy coursing through his entire right arm. Guanqiu nodded casually.
Seen them. Brother, I've seen fists even bigger than yours. Oh, really? Then have you seen a fist this big?
With those words, Kuya let out a sudden roar.
Rise up!
His scale-covered right arm then swelled several times in size. Good heavens, an arm of the Qilin. No, an arm of Xianxia. Seeing this, Guanqiu swallowed hard.
Brother, how about we call it off? I believe you now. I can't withstand that punch. Coward!
Kuya muttered, then retracted the arm guard.
Brother, seriously, that's terrifying. You lack experience. I've seen things far more terrifying than this,
Kuya said calmly.
Like what? My master slap.
Kuya looked up at the sky.
Now that's truly terrifying. 100 slaps a second, each one landing perfectly on the same spot. Report.
A voice rang out from outside the grand hall, just as Kuya and Guanqiu were discussing the future development of the sect. A sect disciple then entered, approached the two, bowed and said,
Reporting to the sect leader and deputy sect leader. The head of the Yun family, Yunshang, says he has urgent matters to discuss with the sect leader. Bring him here.
Kuya nodded. Before long, Yunshang was led before Kuya by the disciple. Kuya waved his hand, dismissing the disciple.
Senior Yunshang has important matters to report.
Yunshang's expression was anxious.
Has something happened?
Kuya asked, intrigued by Yunshang's demeanor.
The alchemy pavilion is in trouble.
Yunshang's voice was urgent and indignant.
What happened?
Kuwei frowned slightly.
Senior, it's like this.
Yuan Shang began recounting the events concerning the alchemy pavilion. A few days prior, the Nanshan City Lord's Mansion had issued a proclamation declaring that the Yuan family's alchemy pavilion disrupted the existing order of Nanshan City. It ordered the expulsion of the Yuan family's alchemy pavilion from Nanshan City and threatened that any cultivator who dared purchase pills from the Yuan family's alchemy pavilion would be summarily executed by the City Lord's Mansion on the spot. This proclamation immediately ignited the fury of all the rogue cultivators in Nanshan City. The emergence of the Yuan family's alchemy pavilion had been a tremendous blessing for them. High-quality pills at affordable prices perfectly suited for their impoverished circumstances. But this proclamation from the Nanshan City Lord's Mansion effectively severed their path of cultivation, casting them back into their former state. In an instant, countless cultivators in Nanshan City united in protest. Unexpectedly, the Nanshan City Lord Huashan directly dispatched the city's guard force to slaughter the assembled rogue cultivators. The bodies of these cultivators were then hung atop the city gates of Nanshan. This act, far from cowing the rogue cultivators, only inflamed their rage further. Many rogue cultivators abandoned Nanshan City and flocked to Dongshou City. Although the Yuan family had lost their alchemy pavilion in Nanshan, the losses were offset by the influx of cultivators into Dongshou City. What puzzled Yuan Shang was that he had previously smoothed things over with Huashang. Yet abruptly Huashang had banned the Yuan family's alchemy pavilion business. He had even risked inciting public outrage to shut down the Yuan family's alchemy pavilion. What baffled Yuan Shang most was that just today the Dongshou City Lord Yi Jingyuan had suddenly died. And the head of the Mu family, Mu Ting, had directly taken control of Dongshou City. Mu Ting's first act as the new city lord was to order the sealing of the Yuan family's alchemy pavilion. Naturally, Yuan Shang was incensed. He sought out Mu Ting to discuss the matter, only to discover with astonishment that Mu Ting had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, his cultivation not inferior to Yuan Shang's own. Helpless Yuan Shang could only return empty-handed.
Senior, when Mu Ting ordered the alchemy pavilion sealed, the heads of our Yuan family's alchemy pavilions in other cities also sent word that their respective city lords' mansions had similarly decreed the sealing of our pavilions.
Yuan Shang's face was bitter. After listening, Kuwei's frown deepened. He looked at Yuan Shang.
What do you think?
Yuan Shang pondered for a moment.
This is too strange. It's impossible for so many cities to suddenly unite against our Yuan family's alchemy pavilion. I suspect Yi Jingyuan's death is also connected to this. Someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. But I truly cannot recall offending anyone. How well do you know Huashang?
Kuwei suddenly asked.
I don't know much about him. I only know he was originally a rogue cultivator in Nanshan City. But 20 years ago, his cultivation suddenly skyrocketed. Within a single year, he leaped from the early golden core stage to the nascent soul stage, and he seized the position of Nanshan City Lord. I've heard that after taking office, he governed Nanshan City with exceptional diligence. Originally, Nanshan City was weaker than Dongshou City, but under his rule its overall strength surpassed Dongshou City in just 20 years. So he is a capable man. What is he like as a person?
Kuwei inquired.
From the time he assumed the position of City Lord until now, he has indeed proven to be a very capable man. As for his character, I am not sure. I only know he is extremely low-key.
These words plunged Kuwei into silence.
What do you think?
Kuwei turned to Guanqiu beside him.
Head of the Yuan family, on which specific day did Huashang target the Yuan family's alchemy pavilion?
Guanqiu asked.
5 days ago.
Guanqiu paused for a moment, then said,
5 days ago was precisely the day Huashang visited our Huiyan Emperor sect. It seems as the head of the Yuan family said, a hidden hand is manipulating everything behind the scenes. Huashang is merely a puppet, or more accurately, all the nearby city lords are likely puppets.
Kuwei nodded.
This might be directed at me,
Kuwei said.
He wants to force me to reveal myself. He wants to force the backer of the Yuan family's alchemy pavilion to show himself. Since he wants to play, he'll play along.
As he spoke, Kuwei's voice turned icy.
Head of the Yuan family, you may return first. Leave this matter to me. Senior, if you need anything from the Yuan family, just command us. The Yuan family will spare no effort.
With that, Yuan Shan departed.
Guanqiu issue a proclamation. announced that our Wuyang Emperor sect is the backer of the Yuan family's alchemy pavilion. Any force that dares to target the Yuan family's alchemy pavilion from now on will be deemed an enemy of our Wuyang Emperor sect, Kuwei said, looking at Guanqiu. Seeing Guanqiu unmoving, Kuwei frowned slightly. Do you find my method inappropriate? Guanqiu spread his hands, a helpless expression on his face. Big brother, don't you have any self-awareness? Don't you know our sect's actual strength? Who would respect our authority? Ah well, that was not without reason. No matter, he'll handle the strength aspect, Kuwei said calmly. And what do you mean by no strength? Not to mention anything else, which of these forces could stand against little Dao Ling? With the announcement from the boundless imperial sect, a thick atmosphere of hostility erupted between the sect and the major cities. In Nanshan City, the city lord's mansion. Inside the city lord's mansion of Nanshan City at that moment, a man clad in a black robe enveloped in an aura of malevolence sat in the seat of honor. Below him stood several nascent soul cultivators, among whom Hua Shang and Mu Ting were notably present. Interesting. The sect master of the boundless imperial sect is no simple character to have deduced my existence so quickly. The black-robed man smiled faintly. Master, shall we? Hua Shang's words were cut short. No matter. Let us see what the boundless imperial sect does next. I am growing ever more anticipative. What you did back then I will now repay tenfold. The man's voice was icy and piercing. Big brother, several cities have not responded to the boundless imperial sect's proclamation, said Guanqiu. Kuwei nodded. Send word to Yunshang. Tell him to resume operations at the alchemy pavilion. I will dispatch people to guard it. But big brother, we don't have that many people, Guanqiu said helplessly. In response, Kuwei snapped his fingers with great flair, and 6 cultivators at the divine ability peak stage appeared beside him, making 7 in total, including the Lion King. Whoa, big brother! Are they free? Where did you get them? Guanqiu asked, utterly astonished. When had divine ability peak cultivators become so abundant? I borrowed them from Xiao Daoling, Kuwei said calmly. These were naturally beasts from Bai Fengliu's minor world, and they were also Xiao Daoling's underlings. To help Kuwei put on a show, Xianxia had exerted great effort to bring out these few divine ability peak beasts. This was the limit; it could not bring out even one more. Impressive, big brother. Guanqiu gave a thumbs up. Go handle it. 2 hours after the first proclamation, the boundless imperial sect issued a second proclamation. The Yuan family alchemy pavilion resumes operations. All cultivators may purchase with confidence. Any cultivator who buys pills from the Yuan family alchemy pavilion will receive the protection of the boundless imperial sect. With this proclamation, hope ignited in the hearts of all cultivators, only to slowly dwindle. They did not believe that a newly established sect like the boundless imperial sect could contend with the several major cities. However, soon everyone discovered that each Yuan family alchemy pavilion suddenly had a divine ability peak powerhouse guarding it. What kind of divine faction was this? Having just been established, it already possessed so many divine ability peak cultivators. I told you the boundless imperial sect is absolutely divine, a cultivator exclaimed. With the deterrence of a divine ability senior, the city lord's mansion is nothing. I'm going to the Yuan family alchemy pavilion to buy pills. Instantly, countless rogue cultivators surged back into the Yuan family alchemy pavilion. Yuan Shan was utterly dumbfounded. Just what background did that senior have to directly dispatch so many divine ability cultivators? But then he smiled. Great fortune for the Yuan family. This time the Yuan family would rise completely. Master, news has just arrived. The boundless imperial sect has issued a proclamation for all Yuan family alchemy pavilions to resume operations, with a divine ability peak cultivator guarding each pavilion, Hua Shang reported to the black-robed man. Upon hearing this, the several cultivators present all changed expression drastically. Divine ability cultivators were only found in the imperial capital of the Great Southern Dynasty, and even their divine ability peak cultivators were not abundant. What was the origin of this boundless imperial sect to have so many divine ability peak cultivators? Mu Ting, besides shock, felt mostly bitterness. He knew he might have bet wrong, and the consequence could be the total ruin of the Mu family. What made it worse was that he had no choice, for he had witnessed with his own eyes how Yi Jingyuan was obliterated by the black-robed man before him. Oh! 7 divine ability peak cultivators. How interesting. I didn't expect the boundless imperial sect to be even more intriguing than I imagined.
The black-robed man said with a hint of surprise, then spoke calmly.
Master, with our strength, we cannot contend with divine ability peak powerhouses,
Huashan said with a bow. The black-robed man nodded.
Do not concern yourselves with this matter for now. I will send others to handle it. I am returning to the sect for now. I will summon a few fellow disciples to assist. Remember, do not take any action until I return. Do you understand? If you defy my orders, you know the consequences.
With that, the black-robed man revealed a cruel smile.
We dare not.
The assembled men knelt.
We await your command.
Seeing this, the man nodded.
In half a year, at the founding ceremony of the boundless imperial sect, I will present it with a grand gift.
Then he vanished. It was a long while after the black-robed man had left before those present slowly rose. Then they departed, leaving only Huashan and another middle-aged man.
Brother Shan, you have followed the master for so long. Do you know what the master is plotting?
A middle-aged man asked Huashan cautiously.
How could we fathom the master's thoughts?
Huashan replied indifferently. The man quickly said,
I have asked too much. But what is our identity?
Huashan asked.
The master's dogs,
the man answered. Huashan cursed inwardly. But outwardly he shook his head slightly and said,
I refer to our other identity. The city lords of Nanshan City, Dongzhou City, Beiwan City, Zhonglin City, Huancheng City, Qincheng City, and Shitong City. The 7 southernmost cities of the dynasty. City lords,
the man murmured.
City lord, Great Southern.
After uttering these 4 words, he abruptly lifted his head.
Brother Hua, could it be that the master intends to rule the entire? Brother Ming, speak with caution. We know nothing of this matter,
Huashan said slowly. On the other side, Kuwei listened to Guanqiu's report, his brow deeply furrowed. For he too had suddenly thought of a terrifying conjecture. The person behind the scenes might not be targeting him specifically, but rather his appearance had disrupted that person's plans. A plan to rule the entire Great Southern Dynasty. Seeing Kuwei's expression, Guanqiu asked curiously,
What's wrong, big brother? Did you eat something foul? Your expression is so grim. Elder brother, something's off,
Guanqiu remarked.
How so? It's too calm. If they could ally with several major cities, their origins must be extraordinary. But several days have passed, and they still haven't made a move.
Guanqiu frowned deeply.
Well, deal with whatever comes,
Kuwei said confidently. His confidence was not without reason. This fellow grew arrogant with a hint of power. Now that the Huia Emperor sect boasted 7 peak divine ability experts, it was a miracle he hadn't floated to the heavens. Peaceful days were always fleeting. A few days later, as Kuwei emerged from the small world, he saw countless disciples gathered in the sect's main hall, where Guanqiu was negotiating with a young man in ornate robes.
What's going on?
Kuwei asked. Hearing this, everyone turned. Seeing Kuwei's arrival, Guanqiu hurried over.
Sect Master, allow me to introduce you. This is the 6th prince of the Great Nan Dynasty, Nanning. Nanning pays respects to the Sect Master.
The prince gave a slight bow.
You flatter me, 6th prince.
This wasn't following the script. Shouldn't he be arrogant and provoke Kuwei into sending him flying with a punch before all the disciples? This completely robbed him of his chance to show off. The reason the 6th prince addressed Kuwei as Sect Master was simply because he didn't know his surname. To others, Kuwei remained an enigma clad in a black robe. They knew him only as the master of the Huia Emperor sect, ignorant of his appearance and surname.
Sect Master, the 6th prince has come to discuss a matter of great importance with our Huia Emperor sect, one that concerns the very survival of the entire empire,
Guanqiu said urgently. Kuwei was puzzled. Why would the Great Nan Empire's survival hinge on his Huia Emperor sect? Seeing his confusion, Nanming began.
It's like this.
3 days prior, a massive horde of beasts had suddenly gathered in the east of the Great Nan Empire. These beasts, seemingly driven mad, began attacking the eastern cities. Initially, the imperial court paid little heed, for since the dynasty's founding, countless beast tides had come and gone, their beasts too weak to breach any city walls. Yet within 2 short days, 27 of the 31 eastern cities had fallen. Only 4, defended by peak divine ability experts, still held out. The imperial court rushed to redeploy defenders from other cities to the east, But as they issued this order, massive beast tides erupted in the north and west as well. Most devastatingly, these hordes were led by over a dozen beast kings at the peak of divine ability. Several cities in the west and north fell instantly. Only the arrival of reinforcements from the court halted the further collapse in those regions. Hearing this, Kuya frowned.
So a beast tide might break out in the south as well?
The sixth prince shook his head.
No. Because just 100 kilometers south lies a cliff. The beasts within that radius pose no threat to the west,
Xianxia explained. Kuya nodded.
May I ask, Sixth Prince, what is your purpose here?
Kuya already knew, but asked nonetheless.
I come on behalf of the imperial court to beseech the Wuya Emperor sect for aid.
Nanming bowed deeply. Nanming had originally intended only to mobilize the strongest defenders of the south. But upon arriving, he chanced to learn that a few months prior a sect named the Wuya Emperor sect had been established outside the eastern city of Dongshou. Initially, the sixth prince paid it no mind. But then he discovered that this sect boasted 7 peak divine ability experts. He knew that before the Wuya Emperor sect's rise, the entire south had only 5 divine ability experts, and a mere 3 at the peak of soul fusion. Thus Nanning swiftly relayed this news to the imperial court. The court was astounded when had such a powerful sect emerged in the south. But they quickly responded, instructing Nanming to secure the Wuya Emperor sect's support at all costs, and if that failed, to avoid offending them at this critical juncture.
You are too kind, Sixth Prince. Since the Wuya Emperor sect resides within the Great Nan Empire, it is only right that we contribute our strength,
Kuya declared. As he said, if the beasts overran the empire, his sect could not remain unscathed. Moreover, all of the Wuya Emperor sect's disciples hailed from the Great Nan Empire. He had no choice but to accept Nanming's plea.
However, Sixth Prince, if I dispatch the 7 guardian elders, the surrounding cities might seize the chance to invade our sect.
Kuya voiced his concern. Kuya thought, if the imperial court disregards our sect's safety, then sorry, find someone else. In a disaster, he could simply relocate the entire sect. He was no saint, he had hundreds of disciples to care for.
Rest assured, Sect Master,
Nanming said.
By my command, from this day forth the Wuya Emperor sect and the Yun family are under the protection of the Great Nan Imperial Court. Should anyone dare provoke them, they shall be our enemies.
Nanming turned and ordered one of his attendants.
Yes.
With that, the man departed. Soon Nanming's decree spread through the southern cities. Kuya merely smiled. He then ordered the 7 peak divine ability experts to return to the sect and accompany Nanming to aid other cities. He himself would follow in a few days. Nanming bowed again in gratitude before leading his men away. After they left, Kuya turned to Xianxia.
Go to the Yun family. Have them close all their alchemy pavilions and move the entire clan into our sect.
Xianxia paused and frowned deeply. He nodded and left.
Yun Feng, from today increase the patrols. Have every Golden Core elder lead the rounds personally,
Kuya ordered.
Yes.
Having given his orders, Kuya summoned the little spirit from the small world.
Little spirit, will you stay in the sect for a few days?
Night fell. At a location several kilometers away from the boundless imperial sect, dozens of black-clad figures stood. The lowest cultivation among them was at the Golden Core stage.
Are we truly going to oppose the royal family?
One of the leading black-clad figures asked.
Choose between the royal family and the master,
another replied. Hearing this, the first speaker shuddered. The man in the black robe, their master, said,
Choose. I told you to stay put, and the royal family told you to stay put. What the hell are you choosing here?
Huh?
Let's go! The boundless imperial sect is at its weakest now. Such an opportunity may never come again.
With that, the group vanished into the night. After they left, a figure appeared abruptly where they had stood.
You want to die? I'll grant your wish.
The figure then disappeared. The group approached the boundless imperial sect and spotted wave after wave of patrolling disciples. The leading black-clad man said coldly,
Such tight security confirms the news. The sect master and all the divine ability experts have left. City Lord Ma, City Lord Wang, take your men to the eastern part. City Lord Mu, City Lord Li, take the west. City Lord Ming, City Lord Li, take the north. I'll stay here. Once I draw their attention, you all attack. Tonight the boundless imperial sect will fall.
After the others left with their men, the speaker turned to a man beside him and asked,
"You honor, have all the Hua family members been arranged?"
The man nodded.
"Father, as you instructed, I've sent everyone in the clan to the divine martial dynasty."
The black-clad man nodded.
"Retreat? Huh? Father, aren't we attacking the boundless imperial sect?"
The other asked, confused.
"Attack my foot. Do you think the sect master wouldn't anticipate us defying the royal family? There must be a trap here. But if we run, what about those people? Those fools are used to being dogs. They're better off dead. I'm giving them release,"
the black-clad man said indifferently. With that he drew his long blade and slashed a blade light directly onto the sect's gate. Then, without looking back, he led his men away.
"Go enter the main hall."
Yun Feng, who was leading the patrol, suddenly stopped and said,
"Brother Hua has started. Let's go attack."
At that, the black-clad men lying in ambush from the east, west, and north simultaneously stormed into the boundless imperial sect. But when they rushed in, they were stunned. The sect was completely empty, not a single person in sight, and even the patrols had vanished. Seeing this eerie scene, a sense of dread crept into their hearts.
"Retreat."
But as they tried to flee, they found the surroundings sealed by a formation. Only the south was unsealed.
"Let's go that way."
The three groups of black-clad men all headed south. As they gathered to leave, a calm voice sounded behind them.
"Since you've come, why not come in and sit for a while?"
They all spun around to see Xiao and hundreds of sect disciples watching them with amusement.
"Did you know we were coming tonight?"
The leading black-clad man asked hoarsely.
"No."
Xiao shook his head. He didn't know, and neither did Kuwu. It was just a guess, but it turned out to be true.
"Since you're here, why not show your true faces, city lords?"
Xiao said mockingly.
"I didn't expect you to know who we are. Seems we underestimated you. But knowing our identities won't help you stop us."
The man's voice returned to normal, no longer hoarse.
"Can't you use your brains?"
Xiao said disdainfully.
"You've been played, and you don't even realize it. How pathetic."
Only then did the black-clad men realize Huashan was gone.
"So what? I told you can't stop us,"
the man said darkly.
"True, we can't stop you. But we can't, she can."
Xiao pointed to Xiao Dowling beside him.
"A spirit? Ha. You don't expect a single spirit to hold us back, do you? You know."
Before he could finish, Xiao Dowling appeared before him and swung her tiny fist. And then, there was no then. The last thing he heard before losing consciousness was,
"Master Fengliu said don't talk during a fight. The more you talk, the faster you die."
The scene left everyone stunned. What kind of combat power was this little creature?
"Last time one punch cost 40. This time they're tougher, so he'll raise it a bit."
With that, Xiao Dowling charged into the black-clad group. Each punch took down one of them, whether golden core or nascent soul. And with every punch she muttered,
"Just a little raise, 800,000, 800,000.
A little raise. Indeed. Soon the black-clad men were all wiped out except for one nascent soul cultivator, who knelt on the ground trembling. This spirit, no, not a spirit, she was a demon. The reason he was spared was that Xiao wanted a live captive to interrogate for the mastermind. Xiao Dowling counted on her little fingers, muttering,
"I punched so many times. Last time one person was 40 great recovery pills. This time it's 800,000 per person. How many did I punch? Can't remember, seems like dozens. So, 8 billion it is. Wyajich has no money. I'll ask Fengliu to reimburse me."
With that, she hopped over to Xiao.
"The rest is yours. I'm off."
Bai Fengliu thought, what does this have to do with me? Why reimburse you? And Xiao Dowling, who taught you math? A loan shark or a robber? Meanwhile, Huashan was leading his people in a desperate dash toward the divine martial dynasty.
"Those fools must be dead by now."
Huashan laughed.
"I don't know about them, but City Lord Hua, you might be the one to die."
A voice suddenly came from not far ahead of him.
"City Lord Hua, I've been waiting for you for a long time."
As the voice rang out, Kuwu appeared before Huashan. This time Kuwu was no longer clad in a black robe. Nor did he hide his cultivation level.
"Who are you?"
Huashan was momentarily stunned. He had never seen this youth before.
"City Lord Hua, after visiting my Wia Emperor sect, are you so eager to leave?"
Kuya said with a hint of mockery. Hearing this, Hua Shan suddenly realized a possibility.
You are the sect master of Huiya Emperor sect. I never imagined the sect master would be a mere brat at the Golden Core late stage.
Hua Shan found it hard to believe. Indeed, Kuwaya's cultivation had now reached the Golden Core late stage.
That's right, it's me. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Kuya, the sect master of Huiya Emperor sect.
Kuya did not conceal his identity.
Sect master Ku, it seems there is no conflict between us, is there?
Hua Shan asked. Although Kuya was only at the Golden Core late stage, the fact that he dared to block his path alone was highly unusual.
When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. Sect master Ku, I may have offended you before, but you know, I was merely following orders. Also, I did not participate in the encirclement of Huiya Emperor sect.
Hua Shan added.
City Lord Hua, do you take me for a fool? Rest assured, I came alone today.
Kuya said calmly. The earlier provocation Kuya could overlook. But this time uniting several city lords to besiege Huiya Emperor sect was something Kuya could not tolerate.
Moreover, City Lord Hua, what a brilliant scheme. First you toyed with the other city lords, making them clash with my Huiya Emperor sect, then you seized the chance to break free from your backer. Brilliant, truly brilliant.
Kuya remarked admiringly. One had to admit Hua Shan's move was insidious enough. With all the city lords dead at Huiya Emperor sect's hands, even his backer would never suspect that Hua Shan had escaped long ago.
Sect Master Ku, I don't understand what you mean.
Hua Shan said again.
You don't need to understand. I told you I came alone. City Lord Hua, are you afraid of a mere Golden Core latest-stage cultivator?
Kuya said unhurriedly.
Sect Master Ku, I have no desire to be your enemy. It's truly just me. Sect Master Ku, I really don't want to be your enemy. Can you be any more cowardly? I said it's only me. Come on, hit me. I won't. I can't take it anymore. Kuya wasted no more words, directly summoning Zhu Tian and charging at Hua Shan and his men.
Seeing this, Hua Shan's expression turned cold. He was not afraid of Kuya, but he vaguely sensed that behind Kuya might lurk an existence he could not afford to provoke. But since Kuya attacked first, he had no choice but to kill him and then flee. Even if someone was backing Kuya, they wouldn't be able to find him later. With that thought, Hua Shan also summoned his long blade and rushed at Kuya. For a time, the clash of blade and sword rang out continuously. Kuya used no sword techniques, he had just broken through to the Golden Core late stage and needed to stabilize it. And Hua Shan was naturally the best opponent.
I never expected you to be such a prodigy.
The more Hua Shan fought, the more alarmed he became. Initially he suppressed Kuya, but gradually he found that Kuya was beginning to gain the upper hand.
City Lord, this old servant will assist you.
Just then an aged voice rang out, and a streak of light flashed, sending Kuya flying. Kuya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at an old man beside Hua Shan. Nascent soul mid-stage, even more formidable than Hua Shan.
City Lord, let's finish this quickly,
the old man said. Hua Shan nodded, and together they charged at Kuya. Watching the two rushing toward him, a smile curled on Kuya's lips.
Good, I didn't want to kill you outright anyway.
He shook his head, as if in regret. Then he looked up.
But unfortunately, wait.
Before he could finish, Kuya was sent flying by a palm strike.
So much nonsense,
the old man remarked indifferently and charged at Kuya again. Kuya, having been knocked back, quickly steadied himself, fully activated his Xianxia right arm, and threw a punch. With a boom, the old man, caught off guard, was sent flying by Kuya's punch. But before Kuya could catch his breath, he felt an icy, killing intent lock onto him from behind.
Not good. It's Hua Shan.
As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned to see a long blade slashing toward his neck. A cruel smile curled on Hua Shan's lips.
Since you don't know your place, die.
Suddenly his figure froze, a look of shock spreading across his face. Because Kuya's figure had vanished, a sound of blades slicing through flesh rang out. Hua Shan turned to see Kuya appearing before the old man, his sword plunged into the old man's chest. Nocturnal Domain plus Returning Flow Sword Technique. When the old man had sent him flying earlier, Kuya had secretly left a trace of sword energy on him, all for this moment.
You insolent brat, how dare you!
Hua Shan's eyes turned bloodshot, his teeth grinding audibly.
Oh! Why wouldn't I dare?
Kuya withdrew Zhu Tian and swung it fiercely, turning the old man into a mist of blood.
"You'll have your life."
Hua Shan roared and charged at Kuya, killing intent surging.
Nocturnal Dharma body.
The eerie phantom appeared once more behind Kuya.
Domain open.
Kuya bellowed. Instantly Hua Shan's surroundings turned gray and white, and his movements became sluggish. Seeing the eerie phantom behind Kuya, Hua Shan felt a trace of fear. Suddenly he felt as if countless sharp objects were slicing across his body, and the next moment he lost consciousness. Trellis sword technique. Kuya couldn't be bothered to waste more time with Hua Shan. He directly used the trellis sword technique to erase him. Turning around he saw Hua Yuan and a group of black-clad men standing frozen. Kuya charged at them, activating his formless Dharma body. Eliminate the root. Soon all the black-clad men were slain by Kuya. Withdrawing his formless Dharma body, Kuya realized that his returning flow sword technique wasn't entirely useless. It was a divine skill at critical moments. With that thought, he suddenly looked up at the sky and roared,
"Bai Fengliu, open your dog eyes, and see how awesome my returning flow sword technique is."
In the endless void, Bai Fengliu had just eliminated a remnant of an alien race, and was about to leave when he sensed something. His gaze pierced through countless realms, and landed on Kuya. At that moment Kuya was roaring at the sky, and Bai Fengliu heard every word clearly. Bai Fengliu's face turned green, and he directly slapped Kuya across the endless void. Kuya was sent flying. He slowly got up, touched his face, utterly bewildered.
"Huh?"
Bai Fengliu could hear that. Impossible. It must be an illusion. So he shouted again.
"Bai Fengliu, you old bastard, slap me again if you dare."
After shouting he waited for a long time, but nothing happened.
"You? It was just an illusion, I knew it."
Before he could finish, he heard a mocking voice behind him.
"You knew what?"
Kuya froze. He knew that voice all too well.
I was saying, Master, can you not hit me in the face? After all. Don't hit my face, You rebellious disciple, I'm slapping that mouth of yours. Who told you to have your mouth on your face? Master, why have you returned so soon?
Kuya asked.
If I hadn't come back quickly, would you have ended up beating me up in the heavens?
Bai Fengliu said indifferently.
How could that be? Am I that kind of person? Without absolute certainty, how would I?
Kuyan's expression shifted as he spoke. Damn, how did I accidentally blurt out my true thoughts? What's going on?
How would you? Speak slowly, disciple, I'm all ears.
Bai Fengliu turned his head, a mocking smile playing on his lips, as he looked at Kuyan.
Nothing, hee. Master, you say. You don't come any closer.
A series of crackling sounds followed. After a while Bai Fengliu gazed at the sky.
Wandering. A wandering life, how could it compare to the present? This life now. Eating, sleeping, beating up disciples. Couldn't be more wonderful. I feel the same.
Kuyan, seated on the ground, chimed in.
Oh.
Bai Fengliu looked at him curiously. Imitating his master, Kuyan also lifted his head toward the sky.
Every day eating, sleeping, talking big, then getting beaten by master. I find it very fulfilling.
In the eastern part of the Great Nan Empire, only one city remained of the original 31, Dongli City. The other 30 had been overrun by demonic beasts.
Lion King. Honored ones. Many thanks.
The Lord of Dongli City said gratefully. All 7 elders of the Wuyan imperial sect at the pinnacle of the divine ability realm had come to support the east. As for the north and west, the imperial family had united forces from all major and minor powers of the Great Nan dynasty to provide support. Days earlier, demonic beasts had swiftly captured the easternmost cities. The Lord of Dongli City decisively ordered the abandonment of other cities, gathering all city lords and cultivators to defend Dongli City. The other city lords naturally agreed. Dongli City was already the largest in the east, far superior to any other, and its lord had not abandoned their cultivators, allowing them all to retreat within its walls. But they had vastly underestimated the ferocity of this beast tide. In the east alone, 14 demon kings at the pinnacle of the divine ability realm led the charge. The number of Golden Core realm beasts reached into the hundreds. In Dongli City, including all cultivators, and the city lord, there were 4 at the pinnacle of divine ability, 3 at the mid-stage, 6 at the early stage, and a total of 208 in the Golden Core realm. Had it not been for the city's protective formation, Dongli City would have fallen long ago. Not long ago, that formation was completely breached, and countless demonic beasts surged into the city. The city lord led the cultivators in a desperate resistance, but the disparity in strength was too great. Just as Dongli City was about to fall, 7 powerful auras appeared above it. They swiftly joined the battle, fighting on Dongli City's side.
Lord of Dongli City, we are elders of the Wuyan Imperial sect sent at the Imperial family's request to aid your city.
The Lion King spoke. Hearing this, the city lord was overjoyed, and the morale of all cultivators in Dongli City soared.
Lion King, I have a question I hope you can clarify.
The city lord clasped his hands.
Speak freely. Since you are all demon kings, why do you help Dongli City?
The city lord doubted the imperial family could persuade 7 demon kings to fight against the beasts. The Lion King was silent for a moment.
2 reasons. First, we have joined the Wuyan Imperial sect, and the sect master sent us here at the imperial family's request. Second, I bear a grudge against the demonic beasts behind this tide.
The Lion King's expression turned fearsome.
As for the 6 elders beside me, they have their own reasons.
The city lord did not press for the other demon king's reasons, but looked puzzled at the Lion King.
A grudge?
The Lion King nodded. Then he began to recount. Long ago, the Lion King's ancestral line and the mastermind behind this beast tide were both renowned as 2 great demon kings. They ruled the entire Nanyuan forest, the woods surrounding the great Nan dynasty. At that time, those called demon kings had truly surpassed the divine ability realm. Back then, the 2 demon kings had no conflict. But one day, that other demon king ambushed the Lion King's ancestor. Though the ancestor escaped to their ancestral land, his injuries were too severe, and he soon perished. The Lion King's lineage declined with his fall.
The reason for the ambush was that the demon king wanted to join forces with my ancestor to attack the great Nan dynasty, but my ancestor refused, so it attacked him.
The Lion King said, his voice laced with hatred. Later, the demon king united the many beasts under the Lion King's lineage and launched an assault on the great Nan dynasty. But it failed, dealing a devastating blow to the entire beast race. That demon king was sealed in the Nanyuan forest by the 3rd emperor of the great Nan dynasty.
This beast tide is unprecedented. That demonic beast is likely breaking free, and its strength has probably increased.
The Lion King's expression grew extremely grave.
Lion King, do you know which race that beast belongs to and its strength?
Asked the city lord.
The ancestor of the red-horned demon rhinoceros clan. Before being sealed, it was already at the peak of the tribulation change realm. Breaking the seal now, it may have advanced to an even higher level.
What? The city lord was shocked. In the great Nan dynasty, the strongest cultivator was Emperor Nan Xianxia at the midstage of the tribulation change realm. If that demon king had surpassed the tribulation change realm, how could the great Nan dynasty withstand it? The city lord frowned deeply, while the 6 beast elders of the Wuyan imperial sect remained calm. Scared just by surpassing the tribulation change realm. If you saw our sect master's elder brother, the Xianxia demon king, you'd probably wet your pants in fear. And if you met Bai Fengliu, the elder brother of the Xianxia demon king, you'd likely drop dead on the spot. So provincial. How embarrassing. How utterly embarrassing.
Master, I must go to Dongli City in the east. The entire great Nan dynasty is under attack by demonic beasts.
Kuya said, glancing at Bai Fengliu beside him. Bai Fengliu replied calmly.
Go then. Master, countless cultivators have fallen in the beast tide.
Kuya continued.
Master, can't you show some reaction?
What reaction?
Such a severe beast tide, and you have no reaction at all. Damn it, I've witnessed the end of the world countless times. What reaction do you expect from me, huh?
In the end, Wuya set off for Dongli City, while Bai Fengliu returned to the Wuya imperial sect to guide the disciples there for Kuya. Dongli City. With an utterly chilling roar, a colossal figure appeared outside the city walls. The crimson-horned demonic rhinoceros.
Nan Wudi, you imprisoned me for 10,000 years. Today I shall slaughter every soul in the great Nan dynasty to avenge this millennial grudge.
A deep voice emanated from the rhinoceros' mouth. Then its form gradually shrank, transforming into a towering crimson-skinned man.
Charge in and massacre the city.
The crimson-horned demonic rhinoceros commanded. Countless demonic beasts around it surged toward Dongli City.
Warriors defend.
The Lord of Dongli City roared, leading several divine ability cultivators into battle. The Great War erupted. Watching the Lord of Dongli City and his men fighting on the battlefield, the rhinoceros addressed the 14-peak divine ability demon kings beside it.
Go eliminate them.
The 14 demon kings charged straight at the city lord's group. Suddenly 7 figures blocked their path.
Your opponents are us.
The Lion King roared, charging at the 14 demon kings alongside the 6 other demon beast elders of the Wuya imperial sect.
The Nether Lion lineage.
All demon beasts. The rhinoceros' eyes narrowed as it beheld the 7 figures. Soon the demon kings clashed in fierce battle. To the rhinoceros' surprise, aside from the Lion King struggling against 2 foes, the other 6 were each dominating their 2 opponents.
Such bloodlines!
The rhinoceros murmured, gazing at the 6 demon kings. It realized their bloodlines were far more formidable than its own. What origins did these kings have?
But so what? Mere ants!
The rhinoceros scoffed. With a wave of its hand, a colossal crimson figure materialized and charged straight at the Lion King and his allies. With a thunderous crash, the demon kings of the Wuya imperial sect were sent flying, slamming heavily into the gates of Dongli City.
Rhinoceros, my ancestor sealed you long ago. I never thought you'd break the seal.
A deep voice echoed across the battlefield as a figure appeared in the sky. Nan Xianxia, the great Nan Emperor. Seeing Nan Xianxia, the rhinoceros gaze turned icy.
A descendant of Nan Wudi. But compared to your ancestor, you are far inferior. My ancestor was exceptionally gifted. Though I am not his equal, I am more than enough to slay you.
Nan Xianxia said calmly.
Such arrogance. Let me see how a mere mid-tribulation transcendence cultivator can achieve what Nan Wudi could not.
With that, the rhinoceros vanished, reappearing before Nan Xianxia in an instant. Unhurried, Nan Xianxia erupted with imperial chi and threw a punch at the rhinoceros. Simultaneously, the rhinoceros struck back with a punch of its own. With a deafening boom, a wave of immense energy spread across the battlefield, hurling many battling beasts and cultivators away. The rhinoceros stood unmoved while Nan Xianxia was thrown back dozens of zhang.
Mediocre.
The rhinoceros sneered.
Again!
Nan Xianxia roared, his aura surging instantly to the peak of tribulation transcendence.
Hidden your strength. Pity. Still not enough.
The rhinoceros charged at Nan Xianxia again. Explosions echoed overhead as waves of energy rippled across the battlefield. All beasts and cultivators halted their fights, bracing against the energy surges.
Nan Xianxia is no match.
Observing the 2 clashing in the sky, a peak divine ability demon king of the Wuya imperial sect shook his head. Soon Nan Xianxia was sent flying again, blood trickling from his lips.
You've already undergone the tribulation.
Nan Xianxia wiped the blood from his mouth, his expression dark. The rhinoceros ignored him and threw another punch. A fierce glint flashed in Nan Xianxia's eyes as he channeled his imperial chi into his body, pushing his cultivation to the half-step tribulation transcendence realm. Facing the rhinoceros' lethal punch, Nan Xianxia summoned a jade seal, the Jinan imperial seal.
Go!
He shouted, hurling the seal laden with imperial might at the rhinoceros. The moment they collided, an even more violent energy wave swept across the battlefield. The beasts and cultivators below, unable to withstand it, spat blood.
Interesting, but it ends here.
As the rhinoceros spoke, a colossal phantom of itself appeared behind it. Then, with overwhelming pressure, it charged at Nan Xianxia. Nan Xianxia hastily recalled the seal, holding it before him.
Defend.
Instantly, a golden light enveloped Nan Xianxia. With a crack, the golden light shattered upon impact with the rhinoceros phantom. Nan Xianxia was sent crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from Nan Xianxia's mouth. Before he could react, the rhinoceros appeared before him, its fist thick with murderous intent, hurtling toward his head. Just then a voice rang out across the field.
Nocturnal Dharma body. Nocturnal domain open.
A bizarre phantom materialized before Nan Xianxia. Kuya had arrived. As the rhinoceros fist struck the nocturnal Dharma body, Kuya spat blood. The nocturnal Dharma body flickered, but it held.
Huh?
The rhinoceros turned, surprised to see the pale-faced Kuya. It couldn't believe a mere latest-stage golden core and had blocked its blow.
Who are you? Am your grandfather.
Kuya roared, channeling all his spiritual energy into his right arm. With the power of the Xianxia arm, a massive fist hurtled toward the rhinoceros.
And you seek death.
The rhinoceros' face darkened as it punched back. Kuwiao was sent flying, spitting blood multiple times in midair. Landing on the ground, Kuwiao pulled out a jade bottle, uncorked it, and swallowed several divine return pills.
Nocturnal Dharma body. Nocturnal domain open.
Kuwiao bellowed. The domain instantly enveloped the rhinoceros. The nocturnal Dharma body, wielding a longsword, slashed at the rhinoceros within the domain. A blade of light thick with killing intent struck the beast, but it was utterly useless. The rhinoceros remained unscathed.
Kid, which idiot taught you those flashy sword techniques?
The rhinoceros scoffed. Hearing this, Kuwiao was stunned. The 6 demon kings from Bai Fengliu's inner world were equally taken aback. After a moment, Kuwiao gave a thumbs up.
Awesome, big bro. You're on par with that monster I saw in Duanhuan Valley. I'm impressed. We are equally impressed.
The 6 demon kings nodded in unison. Just as the rhinoceros was bewildered, it was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying killing intent. The next second, its entire body was erased by an invisible force. Gone. Back at the Wuya Imperial sect, Bai Fengliu training Yin Feng and the other disciples clapped his hands dismissively.
Who gave you the courage? Kuwiao.
With another wave of his hand, Kuwiao, still on the battlefield, was also sent flying by an unseen force.
Bai Fengliu, what the hell are you doing? Did I offend you? Sorry, disciple. Old habits die hard.
After Bai Fengliu obliterated the demon rhinoceros, this unprecedented super beast tide came to a dramatic end.
Young hero, thank you.
Nan Xianxia walked up to Kuwiao and expressed his gratitude. Though he still did not understand how the demon rhinoceros had vanished, it did not diminish his thanks to Kuwiao. After all, this youth had saved his life at a critical moment, and what was most astonishing was that he was only at the golden core stage. What an extraordinary prodigy, capable of withstanding the full force strike of a demon rhinoceros with merely golden core cultivation.
Your Majesty, you flatter me. It was my duty,
Kuwiao replied.
Haha, may I ask where the young hero hails from?
Nan Xianxia inquired. If this youth was a rogue cultivator, he could recruit him into the great Nan royal family.
Sect Master.
Just as Nan Xianxia finished his question, the Lion King and 6 other elders of the Wai Emperor sect approached and spoke in unison. Sect Master? No way could it be. This youth was the sect master of the Wai Emperor sect. When Nan Xianxia arrived, he had learned about the Wai Emperor sect from Nan Ming, and knew it had sent 7 elders at the peak of divine ability to assist. However, Nan Ming described the sect master as unfathomable and deeply mysterious. Little did he expect that the enigmatic sect master of the Wai Emperor sect was only at the golden core stage.
Young.
Nan Xianxia looked at Kuwiao again, momentarily unsure how to address him.
Kuwiao, sect master of the Wai Emperor sect,
Kuwiao said with a slight smile.
Sect master, would you have time to visit the great Nan royal palace?
Upon learning that Kuwiao was the sect master of the Wai Emperor sect, Nan Xianxia abandoned his earlier plan. Kuwiao nodded. After all, Bai Fengliu was still at the Wai Emperor sect. Why would he go back? To seek punishment. Kuwiao followed Nan Xianxia to Nandu, the capital of the great Nan dynasty. Matters such as city reconstruction and the settlement of numerous cultivators were left to subordinates. Meanwhile, the elders of the Wai Emperor sect returned to their sect. At the great Nan Imperial Palace.
Sect master, could please take a seat,
Nan Xianxia said courteously. Setting aside Kuwiao's own strength and the power of the Wai Emperor sect, Nan Xianxia believed there must be a supreme powerhouse backing Kuwiao.
You are too kind, your Majesty. Sect master, could thank you once again.
Nan Xianxia was genuinely grateful to Kuwiao. Without the support of the Wai Emperor sect, the eastern region might have fallen, and he himself would likely be joining the ancestors in the heavens.
Sect master, I heard from Nan Ming that the city lords of several southern cities once united against the Wai Emperor sect.
Kuwiao nodded.
This matter may not be so simple,
Nan Xianxia said. Kuwiao remained silent, listening intently.
If my suspicions are correct, sect master, you must be cautious at the upcoming founding ceremony.
Nan Xianxia's voice was low.
Your Majesty, what do you mean? To be honest, if that is the case, much of the blame lies with me.
After speaking, Nan Xianxia told Kuwiao a story. He speculated that the mastermind behind those city lords was likely his own younger brother, the former prince of Zhenan, Nan Xianxia. Within the great Nan dynasty, only Nan Xianxia possessed such power and cunning. The reason he was called the former prince of Jinan was that Xianxia had mysteriously disappeared decades ago after losing the struggle for the throne. However, only Xianxia knew that Xianxia had not vanished but had joined a sinister force in the eastern continent, the Soul Sect. Xianxia felt helpless. From a young age, Xianxia had revealed immense ambition and was ruthless and unscrupulous. The defeat in the throne struggle had completely corrupted his already dark heart.
Now that he has returned, he likely seeks to take over my entire great Nan dynasty.
Xianxia sighed.
Your Majesty, why not capture Xianxia?
Kuwei asked. He did not believe Xianxia would be so bound by brotherly affection. Seated on the throne of the great Nan dynasty, Xianxia could not be a soft-hearted man.
It is not a matter of unwillingness, but impossibility.
Xianxia sighed again.
The Soul Sect is an extremely evil force, yet it stands firm in the eastern continent. My great Nan dynasty simply cannot afford to provoke the Soul Sect. Though Xianxia is merely a disciple of the Soul Sect, they are fiercely protective of their own. If I eliminate Xianxia, my great Nan dynasty will surely face disaster. So you will watch Xianxia slowly devour the great Nan dynasty.
Kuwei was puzzled. According to this logic, the great Nan dynasty was doomed anyway.
Sect Master Xianxia has likely returned to the Soul Sect to seek reinforcements. When he comes back, his first target may be the Wei Emperor Sect, followed by the great Nan dynasty.
Though Xianxia did not know why Xianxia targeted the Wei Emperor Sect, this was advantageous for him. It allowed him to ally with the sect against Xianxia.
I propose that the Wei Emperor Sect join forces with my royal family,
Xianxia said, looking at Kuwei.
No need. My Wei Emperor Sect is not to be bullied.
Kuwei smiled mysteriously. After all, with Bai Fengliu currently at the Wei Emperor Sect, even the little Tao spirit alone would give the Soul Sect a hard time. He did not know how strong the Soul Sect was, but the little Tao spirit had escaped from the profound Yellow Sacred Lord, surely not ordinary. Hearing this, the great Nan Emperor was stunned. Seeing the Emperor's reaction, Kuwei smiled faintly.
Your Majesty, rest assured. If the Soul Sect dares to come knocking, it will have no reason to exist.
Though he said this, Kuwei inwardly cursed Xianxia's ancestors. Why target me? What did I do to you? Xianxia thought, Sect Master, could you only curse Xianxia? Cursing his ancestors puts me in an awkward position. No matter how Xianxia wished to ally with the Wuyan Imperial Sect against Xianxia, no matter what he said, Kuwei simply replied, no problem. After touring the Grand Nan Palace for a while, Kuwei found it rather dull. This Grand Nan Palace should be renamed the Grand Male Palace. Damn it, it's all men. Where are the women? Where are the princesses? Where are the girls? Lord Nan, I won't stay any longer. Kuwei said. Sect leader, if the Wuyan Imperial Sect needs any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Xianxia replied. Really? Of course. Since I, Xianxia, have spoken, it shall be honored. Xianxia chuckled. Our sect has just been established, and is short on funds, Lord Nan. How about supporting us with 10 billion top-grade spirit stones? Kuwei said without a second thought. Sect leader, what are you saying? 10 billion. How much? Xianxia's eyes widened. Kuwei nodded. Sect leader, I've been eating a lot lately, and my digestion isn't good. I just let out a fart. Sect leader, you should return now. I'm sure your sect has many matters to attend to. Coincidentally, I have a lot of things to handle here as well. Xianxia quickly said. But I have nothing to do. I have things to do. It doesn't look like you have anything to do. Hearing this, Xianxia shouted, guards. Your Majesty? A guard-like figure appeared before Xianxia. You there, quickly find me something to do now. Xianxia bellowed. In the end, with his silver tongue, Kuwei successfully extorted 2 billion top-grade spirit stones from Xianxia. Kuwei left feeling immensely satisfied. On the way, he suddenly wondered, when did he become so articulate? Could it be because he constantly shot the breeze in front of Bai Fengliu? Well, it seemed he should do more of that in the future. Suddenly, Kuwei swung his arm and slapped himself hard across the face. He muttered to himself, think positive. Damn it, I think Bai Fengliu was right, you're just a glutton for punishment. Returning to the sect, Kuwei was stopped at the gate. Wuyan Imperial Sect outsiders halt. A disciple of the sect declared. I am your sect leader, Kuwei said calmly.
Bullshit. If you insult our sect leader again, he'll cut you down, believe it. The disciple retorted. Why are you cursing? Kuiyin was speechless. Our sect leader founded the Wuyan Imperial sect for the sake of all wandering cultivators. He is powerful, handsome, charming, and skilled in all arts. Do you think you can impersonate him? The disciple sneered. Praising me like that will make me shy, Kuiyin said, a little embarrassed. Who spread that rumor? Huh? Stop spouting such obvious truths. Say more in the future. Better be on your way. If you want to join the Wuyan Imperial sect, don't use such stupid methods. Soon our sect will recruit new disciples. You can come then. I really am your sect leader. Kuiyin was so exasperated. He regretted wearing a mask when he founded the sect. What a mess. What's going on? A voice rang out, and Kuiyin saw Yunfeng approaching with some people. Elder Yun, this man claims to be our sect leader. The disciple bowed to Yunfeng and reported. Yunfeng, perfect timing. You? Kuiyin didn't get to finish. Before he could, Yunfeng said, outrageous. Who gave you the audacity to impersonate our sect leader? And how do you know my name? Damn, it is this never-ending. Kuiyin realized further explanations were useless, so he decided to take practical action. Without hesitation, he manifested the Nightless Dharma body. Seeing the Nightless Dharma body, Yunfeng quickly said, it really is the sect leader. He then bowed and said, Disciple Yunfeng did not know you were the sect leader. Please forgive my offense. Please punish me, sect leader. Kuiyin waved his hand and walked up to the disciple who had stopped him earlier. What you said just now was good. In the future, if you can speak so well, say more. Kuiyin strode straight to the main hall of the sect. Upon entering, he saw Bai Fengliu lounging lazily on the steps of the hall. Meanwhile, Guanqiu stood respectfully to the side. Seeing Kuiyin return, Guanqiu hurried over. Big brother, you're finally back. Kuiyin looked at Guanqiu's face and asked, puzzled, Guanqiu, has the sect's food been that good lately? How did you get fatter? Big brother, I've been wronged. With that, Guanqiu's eyes reddened. Huh? What happened? Kuiyin asked, confused. I was beaten, big brother. You have to avenge me. Guanqiu said plaintively. Outrageous. Who in our sect dares to bully you? Kuiyin fumed. Bai Fengliu, didn't you see that someone from my sect was attacked? And you just stood there watching? Kuiyin shouted at Bai Fengliu. He couldn't understand why Guanqiu was beaten while Bai Fengliu was in the sect. Big brother, it was him. He hid me, and he claimed to be your master. Guanqiu pointed at Bai Fengliu. What? Bai Fengliu did it? Kuiyin asked with difficulty. You mean he hit you? Guanqiu nodded emphatically. Oh, if he hit you, then it's nothing. He really is my master. Kuiyin said to Guanqiu. But speaking of which, why did he hit you? Kuiyin was puzzled. Given Bai Fengliu's personality, he wouldn't beat Guanqiu for no reason. Big brother, it was yesterday. Guanqiu recounted the incident. It turned out that yesterday, Bai Fengliu arrived at the Wuyan Imperial sect without alerting anyone, and went alone to the main hall. The main hall was usually empty with only Guanqiu present. Bai Fengliu found Guanqiu claimed to be Kuwaiyan's master, and said he had come to the Wuyan Imperial sect to guide the disciples on Kuwaiyan's behalf. He instructed Guanqiu to gather all the disciples the next day. Naturally, Guanqiu didn't believe him. Big brother, could I believe that? No one would. Guanqiu said, aggrieved. And then? Kuiyin asked. Then I made a move. Guanqiu said, still shaken. You mean you attacked Bai Fengliu? Kuwaiyan's eyes widened. Yes, big brother. No. Don't call me big brother. From now on, you're my big brother. You're truly amazing, more so than the demon rhino, and what I saw in Duanhuan Valley. They just talk big, but you don't just talk. You actually act. Impressive, I salute you. Kuiyin gave a thumbs up. Guanqiu. Big brother, is that old turtle? I mean, is that person really your master? Huh? Where'd he go? Guanqiu was about to point at Bai Fengliu when he noticed the figure on the steps had vanished. The next second, Kuiyin turned around and looked at Guanqiu with an eerily calm expression. Guanqiu, I just cursed him, and now you've cursed him too. Get ready for what's coming. Trust me, it'll be over soon. With that, Kuiyin closed his eyes. Then a pair of hands wrapped around the shoulders of both Kuiyin and Guanqiu from behind.
A pair of eyes glowing red with murderous intent appeared behind them. Are you done chatting? Because I'm about to start. Bai Fengliu's voice reached their ears. No. Xianxia shuddered. No. Whatever you have to say, save it for later. Then the hall echoed with their screams. Not long after Kauai returned to the Y Imperial sect, the sect issued such an announcement. The originally scheduled grand opening ceremony and disciple recruitment of the Y Imperial sect were to be advanced. It would be held in 3 days. As soon as this announcement was made, cultivators from the entire Great Southern Imperial Dynasty flocked to Dongshou City to take up residence awaiting the Y Imperial sect's disciple recruitment ceremony 3 days later. The name of the Y Imperial sect due to this beast tide had spread throughout the Great Southern Imperial Dynasty. Within the Y Imperial sect, Guan Qiuzhen and a group of elders were planning the events of 3 days hence. Meanwhile, sect master Kauai was practicing his sword techniques within the small world. This time was different, as he was under the personal tutelage of Bai Fengliu. Unleash your Wuzhou, Bai Fengliu said. Kauai nodded and directly summoned his Wuzhou Dharmakaya. The Wuzhou domain immediately enveloped the watching Xianxia. Xianxia was completely baffled. Nephew, if Elder Bai is instructing you, why are you targeting me? My mistake, let's do it again, Kauai said apologetically. Then, he activated the Wuzhou domain again, and once more enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia's face darkened. Nephew, have you made another mistake? Elder, please bear with it. Just be my opponent one more time. It's hard for me to perform when I have to direct the Wuzhou domain at my master. And so with the enhancement of the Wuzhou Dharmakaya and the Wuzhou domain, Kauai simultaneously unleashed the traceless sword art and the void-severing technique. A dazzling sword light interwoven with countless invisible sword energies slashed toward Xianxia. Nephew, put some strength into it. Your elder can still take it. Struck by the void-severing sword light, Xianxia scratched the spot where he was hit and looked at Kauai. Return flow. Kauai shouted, then instantly appeared before Xianxia. In a flash, he directly activated the power in Xianxia's right arm, and his massive fist slammed heavily into Xianxia's body. Yet after this fierce flurry of attacks, Xianxia was completely unscathed. Elder, give me some reaction, Kauai said awkwardly, looking at Xianxia. What reaction? Nephew, should I roar or play dead? Never mind, Elder. Your direction is still wrong. After observing Kauai's entire series of moves, Bai Fengliu shook his head. Wrong direction. Kauai was puzzled. Yes. If you continue like this, you will never master Wuzhou. Master, didn't you say a true sword cultivator never walks another's path? Since the Wuzhou sword art was created by you, wouldn't it be better for your disciple to incorporate his own understanding and create a completely new Wuzhou? Kauai said. I did say that, but your direction is wrong. Master, if the direction is wrong, I can create a new one. Are you stupid? Don't you understand what I mean? Create. What can you possibly create? Huh? There are many paths from the foot of the mountain to the summit, but you refuse to choose any of them. You insist on burrowing into the ground. Huh? Bai Fengliu roared. Watch, Bai Fengliu said. The entire small world was suddenly enveloped by the Wuzhou domain, turning a desolate gray. Then, Bai Fengliu clenched his right hand, and the Wuzhou domain instantly transformed from gray to pitch black. Countless demonic beasts prostrated themselves, not daring to move. The little Tao spirit playing within the small world suddenly muttered, why has it gotten dark? Withdrawing the Wuzhou domain, Bai Fengliu looked at Kauai and asked, did you see the difference? Kauai thought for a moment. Yours is blacker than mine. Hearing this answer, Bai Fengliu wondered if he should find a new disciple. This one might as well be killed outright. Suppressing his rage, Bai Fengliu directly manifested his Wuzhou Dharmakaya. Unlike Kauai's, Bai Fengliu's Wuzhou Dharmakaya did not coalesce into a phantom behind him, but swirled around his entire body. At this moment, Bai Fengliu appeared no different from usual, and the Wuzhou Dharmakaya swirling around him showed no ominous signs. Yet Bai Fengliu now exuded an aura like a god of slaughter emerging from hell. Though the Wuzhou Dharmakaya was formless, it seemed condensed from overwhelming killing intent. How ugly. Mine is much more handsome. Kauai pouted. I can't stand you anymore. Bai Fengliu was about to explode. He immediately went up and gave Kauai a thorough beating. Watch again, Bai Fengliu said, then executed the traceless sword art. Kauai saw no change around him, and frowned slightly. But in Xianxia's eyes, it was a completely different scene. Xianxia perceived the entire small world filled with countless faint ethereal tiny sword energies. He knew that what seemed like an endless torrent of sword energy was actually just a single one moving too swiftly. "Master, I can't see it," Kauai said bluntly. "If you can't see, there's nothing I can do. I've already slowed the sword energy to its limit," Bai Fengliu said helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to instruct this fellow, but the fellow was simply too infuriating. The things he said and did were utterly unlike a normal human. "All right, I'll demonstrate it one more time for you," Bai Fengliu said. "Brother Xianxia'll trouble you to be my sparring partner," Bai Fengliu said, looking at Xianxia. "Me? Be your sparring partner?" Xianxia asked incredulously. Bai Fengliu nodded. "Elder Bai, this is no joke. You can't just kill me to demonstrate the traceless sword art for your nephew. With me here you won't die. No. Not even if you beat me to death." Unable to demonstrate, Bai Fengliu could only explain Wuzhou in detail to Kauai. The Wuzhou sword art is formless, substanceless, lawless, pathless, colorless, traceless, and signless. The first 5 aspects are all contained within the Wuzhou domain, while the latter 2 are separate applications. Disciple, your Wuzhou domain has only simply achieved being substanceless and colorless. The true Wuzhou domain, when unfolded, renders all enemies within the domain unable to see with their eyes, unusable, with their Dao methods unsearchable, with their divine sense unattainable, with their divine powers, and unmovable, with their spiritual energy. No matter their cultivation level within my domain, I am invincible. As for the traceless sword art, it emphasizes speed, ultimate speed, not consuming vast amounts of spiritual energy to control one's own sword energy. The traceless sword art includes speed, imprisonment, evolution, and slaughter. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, imprisoning men, imprisoning heaven. Evolving all things, slaughtering everything. The signless Dharmakaya is connected to the self contained within oneself and emanates outward. Bai Fengliu said a great deal, then looked at Kauai. These are the most basic requirements for cultivating the 3 forms of Wuzhou. Do you understand? Kauai shook his head. I don't understand. Hearing this, Bai Fengliu calmly looked at Xianxia. Kill him. There's no point in him living anymore. He's my own disciple, so it's not convenient for me to do it myself. Go on. Kill him for me. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Though Kauai had made no breakthrough in the sunless sword art, he had also failed to progress in any other aspect. Such balance. Upon returning to the sect, Kauai discovered that a vast multitude of cultivators had already gathered in the sect's plaza. On the VIP seats, Kauai spotted only 3 familiar figures: Yuan Shang, the head of the Yuan family, Nanming, the 6th prince, and the city lord of Dongli. He recognized none of the others. "Big brother, let me introduce you," Guanqiu said, sidling up to Kauai as he approached. "Everyone, allow me to present the sect master of the Y Imperial sect, Sect Master Ke," Guanqiu announced to the cultivators on the VIP seats. "Sect Master Ke." They all rose to greet him. "Sect Master, let me introduce you. This is Manzhan, the Gate Master of the Earthwalk sect. This is Han Lu, the City Lord of Balian City." Guanqiu introduced each person on the VIP seats to Kauai. "Sect Master Ke, my father asked me to convey his congratulations to the Y Imperial sect," 6th Prince Nanming said. Kauai returned each greeting, then seated himself in the central sect master's chair. Meanwhile, Bai Fengliu watched everything languidly from the main hall entrance, far from the plaza. "Everyone, I am Kauai, the sect master of the Y Imperial sect. Welcome all friends to our sect for the founding ceremony." Kauai rose and addressed the multitude of cultivators in the plaza. "What? No way. The sect master of the Y Imperial sect is actually a youth. Damn, which second-generation heir is this?" Immediately, the onlookers in the plaza buzzed with discussion, for Kauai appeared far too young and his cultivation was merely at the late golden core stage. "Silence!" The Lion King's voice boomed across the plaza. Instantly, the crowd fell quiet. A cultivator at the divine ability peak was not someone they could afford to provoke. "After the founding ceremony, our Y Imperial sect will hold a disciple recruitment ritual. Cultivators wishing to join, please line up in the eastern part of the plaza." Guanqiu's voice rang out. "Activate the formation." At his command, an immense formation of indeterminate rank enveloped the Y Imperial sect. This Both the cultivators in the plaza and the VIPs on the seats were awestruck by the formation.
This formation is called derivation. It is a saint-grade formation surpassing heaven-grade arrays. Arranged personally by our sect master's master. All disciples of the Y Imperial sect hear my command.
Guanqiu announced loudly.
Worship the formation.
As Guanqiu's words fell, hundreds of disciples and elders of the Y Imperial sect prostrated themselves before the formation. As disciples of the sect, they would henceforth be blessed by this formation. Naturally, they had to pay homage.
Saint grade,
Nan Ning murmured to himself. He finally understood why the Y Imperial sect had no need to ally with the Imperial family. With a Saint grade formation in place, not even Nan Xianxia, let alone true powers from the Soul sect, could breach it.
Saint formation.
Bai Fengliu, upon hearing Guanqiu's introduction, sneered with disdain.
Don't insult me. Everyone, please help yourselves.
Kuwei rose and waved his hand, producing from his ring many spiritual fruits of yellow grade, and above, along with some wine, he had shamelessly wheedled from Bai Fengliu.
Fine wine paired with trash. This kid really knows how to waste good things.
Watching Kuwei distribute his wine and spiritual fruits to the VIPs, Bai Fengliu was left speechless.
Is this a white-blue spirit fruit?
Han Lu, the city lord of Billion, exclaimed in surprise, as he spotted a particular fruit among the many.
And there are sea spirit peaches, golden apricots. These are all spiritual fruits of yellow grade or higher.
The sect master of the Y Imperial sect was truly generous.
Indeed, I gathered these during a journey to a secret realm. Today, for our sect's founding ceremony, I share these treasures with you all.
Kuwei said with a smile. Bai Fengliu, seated at the hall entrance, was bewildered. What was this? A journey? A secret realm? Couldn't you just tell the truth? Weren't these fruits the rejects from my small world that even the demon beasts disdained?
Thank you, Sect Master Ku.
Everyone rose to express their gratitude. These were rare treasures. Regardless of grade, spiritual fruits could solidify a cultivator's spiritual energy. A single yellow grade fruit could sell for millions of high-grade spirit stones, let alone those of higher grades. Yet the sect master of the Y Imperial sect had brought out so many at once. Such magnanimity. Kuwei had no idea these fruits were so valuable. Had he known, he would have spat blood on the spot. What a reckless spender.
Everyone, this wine is called Dao Immortal Brew. It was provided by my master.
Kuwei raised his cup again.
Guanqiu, give a cup of Dao Immortal Brew to each elder of our sect. For the disciples, a diluted cup each. For the onlookers, half a diluted cup each.
Kuwei instructed Guanqiu.
Yes, big brother, he'll see to it at once.
Witnessing this, Bai Fengliu shook his head. This fellow hadn't spoken a single truthful word.
Come, let us drink together.
Kuwei raised his cup and declared to the crowd.
Cheers!
All the cultivators drained their cups in one gulp.
Excellent wine. Wait, why is my cultivation rising? Mine too, heavens.
Observing their reactions, Kuwei said calmly.
The Dao Immortal Brew is my master's private wine. It contains immensely powerful spiritual energy. It would be strange if a cultivator's cultivation didn't increase after drinking it.
Before he could finish, a chilling voice interrupted.
Oh, that makes me want to taste.
A dozen figures appeared in the sky.
Tribulation Transcendence cultivators.
The Lion King and other elders of the Y Imperial sect tensed simultaneously.
Ah, forgive my forgetfulness. I am Kumu, an outer sect elder of the Soul sect. I've come to the Y Imperial sect to discuss a matter with Sect Master Ku.
An elderly man at the lead spoke in a hoarse voice.
Oh!
Kuwei smiled faintly.
And what matter might that be? I request that Sect Master Ku hand over the alchemist behind the Y Imperial sect to our Soul sect. In exchange, our sect will spare yours from annihilation.
The elder said flatly.
What say you, Sect Master Ku? I say you might be a fool, or perhaps you haven't woken up yet.
Kuwei replied, still wearing a mocking grin at Kumu.
Hey there, woodhead, spare me your drivel. I don't want to hear it, and don't bother with threats. Let's just cut to the chase. Bai Fengliu, throw these idiots out.
Kuwei suddenly shouted.
Be big brother. Are you always this bold?
Guanqiu's eyes widened. After a long wait, there was no response. Kumu in the air burst into laughter.
Bai Fengliu, Kid just shouting a name won't scare me. Even if he existed, ask him if he'd dare show his face before me. Big brother, this old geezer is even fiercer than you,
Xiao said in disbelief.
How?
The elder began, but abruptly stopped.
I didn't want to intervene, but why do all the opponents this kid encounters speak without a shred of sense?
A voice whispered in his ear. Mu spun around abruptly, unleashing a surge of powerful energy behind him. The black-clad figure accompanying him was caught off guard and sent flying. Bai Fengliu, who had just risen from the hall entrance, was stunned.
What's this old fool doing? I only sent a voice transmission, and he's already fighting his own man. What kind of intelligence is that? Go back to where you came from.
Bai Fengliu's voice rang out again, this time audible to everyone in the square.
Holy crap, daring to speak to a tribulation transcendence expert like that. Hey, you don't know? Rumor has it that behind this Xiao Emperor sect stands a supreme powerhouse, said to slay tribulation transcendence experts as easily as killing chickens. You're full of it, as easy as killing chickens.
Instantly, the many cultivators in the square began to murmur among themselves.
I don't care who you are, come out here, stop playing tricks. Kumu roared.
You all within 3 breaths make your choice. Stand with my disciple or with the Xiao Emperor sect.
Kumu then turned his gaze to the many power leaders of the great Nan dynasty seated in the VIP section. In an instant, numerous cultivators in the VIP section rose and moved toward Kumu's side. Forgive us, Sect Master Ke. Forgive us, Sect Master Ke.
Soon only Nanming Yanshang and the city lord of Dongli remained in the VIP seats. Kuwei said nothing. What surprised him was that the gate master of Dixon Gate Man John chose to stay by his side. In their eyes, no matter how powerful the Xiao Emperor sect was, it couldn't rival the Soul sect Heaton even with a saint-level grand formation. Even if the formation could protect the sect, what about them? Kuwei understood this too, so he said nothing. People have their own choices.
Gate Master Man, from now on the Dixon Gate is under the protection of the Xiao Emperor sect, Kuwei said, looking at Manjon.
Haha, you're too kind, Sect Master Ke. My Dixon Gate is a sect in name only. It's just me alone. I'm a solitary man, not afraid of the Soul sect.
Manjon laughed heartily. Alone?
Kuwei was curious.
The Great Nan Dynasty has a sect support policy, so I registered as a sect to claim quite a few spirit stones each year,
Manjon said. As he spoke, his expression turned slightly awkward. Damn, 6th Prince Nanming was still here.
Very well, what about you? Kumu then looked at the crowd in the square. These people were like ants to him, but his disciple needed them.
Indeed, his disciple was Nan Xianxia.
Senior, we've long despised this Xiao Emperor sect, a lousy sect with such high entry requirements. Exactly. We wish to follow Senior's disciple. Us too.
In an instant, the people in the square voiced their allegiance one after another. Hearing this, Kuwei frowned. You can follow anyone. Everyone has their own choices. But slandering the Xiao Emperor sect was something he could not tolerate.
Guanqiu passed down the order. All cultivators remaining here are accepted into the Xiao Emperor sect,
he said to Guanqiu beside him.
Yes, big brother.
Then Guanqiu's voice echoed across the field.
All cultivators who support the Xiao Emperor sect may join us without examination. Disciple Fanyu. Disciple Luoji. Disciple Ming Song.
In an instant, the remaining cultivators expressed their desire to join the Xiao Emperor sect. In their view, the Xiao Emperor sect genuinely cared for cultivators, while following Kumu would surely lead to a grim fate. Of course, they were gambling, risking their lives. If the Xiao Emperor sect fell to the Soul sect, their end would be dire. But so what? If they won the bet, they would become disciples of the Xiao Emperor sect, and the sect would surely treat them well. Every step a cultivator takes is a gamble. As rogue cultivators struggling in this cultivation world, how could they pass up a chance to soar? Fortune favors the bold. Kumu watched all this without interfering, for in his eyes, these people were already dead. He refused to believe that the Xiao Emperor sect had a backer too formidable for his Soul sect. If such a being existed, they would have shown themselves already.
Disciples of the Xiao Emperor sect, I Kuwei have something to say. You may still choose to leave the sect. To be honest, our sect may not withstand the Soul sect. I respect each of your choices.
Kuwei suddenly spoke. He also wanted to test the loyalty of the sect's disciples once more.
We are willing to live and die with the sect.
The disciples of the Wu Emperor sect declared in unison.
We are willing to.
The newly joined disciples also voiced their commitment.
Ha ha, excellent.
Kuwei laughed heartily. At this moment, he felt immense gratification. Every one of them was truly remarkable, and he would never let his disciples down. As the saying goes, at the peak a crowd of false followers gathers, at dusk true believers are revealed. Bai Fengliu watched the scene with a satisfied smile. For a sect to thrive, unity is essential. Kuwei's response pleased him immensely. With a flicker of movement, he appeared beside Kuwei.
I am very satisfied,
Bai Fengliu said to Kuwei.
Master.
Kuwei bowed respectfully. Bai Fengliu was slightly taken aback. Since taking him as a disciple, this brat had always worn a cocky expression. What's wrong with him today? Did he take the wrong medicine? Or drink too much?
Get lost before I change my mind,
Bai Fengliu said indifferently to Kumu.
Are you the one backing the Wu Emperor sect?
Kumu sneered at Bai Fengliu. He sensed no energy fluctuations from Bai Fengliu.
Yes,
Bai Fengliu replied flatly.
What if I refuse?
Bai Fengliu didn't answer. He slightly curled his fingers, and Kumu felt himself enveloped by a formidable force, his body slowly twisting.
Don't speak, I don't want to hear it. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it.
With that, Bai Fengliu clenched his fist, and Kumu turned into a mist of blood.
It's over.
All the cultivators who had sided with Kumu were filled with regret and bitterness. They knew they had bet wrong. The power behind the Wu Emperor sect far exceeded their imagination. Though the sect wouldn't hold a grudge, their future in the Great Nan dynasty was doomed.
I intended to let this brat use him as a training target, but perhaps the entire Soul sect is more fitting,
Bai Fengliu said lightly.
Get lost,
Bai Fengliu said coldly to the group of black-clad men who were nearly terrified out of their wits. They didn't dare linger, and fled the Wu Emperor sect immediately. But one remained.
And you all?
Bai Fengliu addressed the crowd in the square.
Wait.
Kuwei suddenly spoke.
I respect everyone's choices, but I will not allow anyone to trample on my Wu Emperor sect to curry favor with others. Xiao Ke, kill all those who slandered our sect. How can your sect be so tyrannical?
Someone immediately stepped forward. Kuwei ignored him, unwilling to waste words on such people. Seeing a single black-clad man still present, Bai Fengliu asked calmly.
You're not afraid of death. Why should I be? I Nan Xianxia.
Before Nan Xianxia could finish, Bai Fengliu waved his hand, and he was gone.
Spare me the nonsense. Not afraid of death. Then he'll send you off.
All the world rushes about merely for a few silver coins. The characters I depict may not satisfy every reader, but I shall do my utmost to achieve the best. I know this story is not popular, yet I am grateful for the few readers who leave comments and ratings, be they good or bad. They remind me that someone is still reading. Even if only one person remains to read, I will continue writing. I will not abandon this book. Welcome, dear readers. The world is small. A turn and you never know whom you might meet. The world is vast. A turn and you never know who might disappear. Everything returned to calm, and Man Zhan joined the Wu Emperor sect, becoming its 8th elder at the Divine Ability Perfection stage. Within the grand hall of the sect, all disciples of the Wu Emperor sect had gathered. Kuwei sat in the foremost seat, while Bai Fengliu still lounged lazily on the steps.
Everyone, from today onward, our sect opens the cultivation tower. Within it lie the legacies and opportunities left by my master. All disciples and elders who have contributed to the sect may enter the tower to cultivate. I remind you that the spiritual energy within is dozens of times denser than the outside world,
Kuwei declared. Hearing this, all disciples revealed delighted expressions.
Xianxia and the 8 Divine Ability Perfection inner elders shall manage the opening of the tower. Yunfeng Puyang, you are responsible for distributing the sect's rewards.
Indeed, Puyang had successfully reached the Golden Core stage and displayed astonishing talent in the way of the sword. He was also specially promoted by Xiao to become an outer elder.
Yes, sect master.
They accepted the order.
Regarding the soul sect, my master has a few words to say.
Upon hearing that Bai Fengliu was about to speak, all cultivators of the Wu Emperor sect pricked up their ears. This one was an absolute grandmaster.
Little ones, I am quite satisfied with your performance just now, and also with Xiaoya's answer. I have left 3 legacies within the cultivation tower. Those with ability shall obtain them. Remember, the burden on your shoulders is heavy. It may even concern the survival of this continent. Xiaoya's burden is even heavier. In this world, some must carry the weight forward, and you are those people. Your stage is not merely the Great Nan dynasty, nor are your opponents only the Soul Sect. I need you to have ambition, but not rebelliousness. The Soul Sect is merely your first opponent on the path to rise. However, I must make this clear: when disaster strikes, you must do all you can to protect your families and clansmen. Can you do that? Yes.
The reply was loud and unified.
The current Wu Emperor sect is not yet strong enough to confront the Soul Sect. On the day of war, I will not intervene, but I will give you 1 year.
After speaking, Bai Fengliu waved his hand, and a spatial rift appeared above the hall. On the other side was a gloomy sect shrouded in black qi, exuding an immensely evil aura. The Soul Sect. Witnessing this, everyone realized that the figure before them was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Within the Soul Sect's hall, a withered elder frowned, looking up at the spatial rift.
I speak, you listen. Understood.
Bai Fengliu said calmly.
Who are you daring to spy on our Soul Sect?
The elder sneered. Bai Fengliu grabbed through the air, and the elder was instantly caught by an invisible force.
Sect Master!
The cultivators in the hall cried out in alarm.
Sect Master!
Perfect, Bai Fengliu said indifferently. Before the elder could finish, Bai Fengliu obliterated him.
Get someone more obedient to be the Sect Master!
Bai Fengliu's voice echoed. Seeing this, the disciples of the Wu Emperor sect were filled with fighting spirit. What defines a true Grandmaster? This. No matter your status or cultivation, if he deems you unfit, you cannot live. They had set Bai Fengliu as their goal, however exaggerated it seemed.
Senior, I am the Vice Sect Master of the Soul Sect. May I ask why you killed our Sect Master?
A black-robed elder spoke tremblingly, though a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes well hidden. Of course, this did not escape Bai Fengliu's notice. He grabbed again through the air, and the black-robed man was also obliterated.
Find another who can speak properly.
Bai Fengliu's tone remained flat.
Senior,
An elder stepped forward, but before finishing his sentence, he too was obliterated.
Sorry, I got carried away,
Bai Fengliu said with a hint of embarrassment. The crowd.
Fine, I don't care who becomes the Sect Master. But if within 1 year any Soul Sect member lays a hand on someone from the Wu Emperor sect, your sect will cease to exist. Understood.
Bai Fengliu's voice turned icy. The Wu Emperor sect disciples felt nothing, but the Soul Sect members seemed to see a peerless god of slaughter staring at them with a chilling gaze.
Senior, what if someone from the Wu Emperor sect attacks us?
Someone asked fearfully.
Then you endure it. If you want to fight back, come find me. I'll spar with you. And after 1 year, I will no longer intervene in the feud between the Soul Sect and the Wu Emperor sect. Good.
Bai Fengliu turned to the crowd.
Do you feel great pressure?
They fell silent. The current strength of the Wu Emperor sect lagged far behind the Soul Sect. 1 year. How could it be enough?
What afraid?
Bai Fengliu taunted.
No.
The disciples roared.
To become a strong one, you must seek survival in desperate situations, and seize that thread of hope. That thread is not given by others, but earned by yourselves.
Kuwu merely smiled faintly. Bai Fengliu turned to him.
I was scolding them, not you. Got it. What are you smiling at? I'm telling you, your path is harder than theirs. Starting tomorrow, go to the small world and fight beasts. If I find out you had Xianxia fight for you, it'll break your legs.
After a thought, Bai Fengliu added.
And its legs too.
Xianxia thought, can you not be so sudden? The crowd dispersed, and all Wu Emperor sect disciples began cultivating with fervor. Only Guanqiu and Kuwu remained in the grand hall.
Little fatty, you're not suited for cultivation. Tomorrow learn alchemy formations and artifact forging from the little spirit.
Bai Fengliu said to Guanqiu.
Senior, by why am I not suited? I think I'm quite suitable.
Guanqiu asked, puzzled.
Don't you realize? Besides being good at taking beatings, what other abilities have you developed?
Guanqiu thought it over, and found Bai Fengliu's words true, so he bowed slightly and left.
Master, why did you say Guanqiu is not suited for cultivation?
Kuwu asked curiously, knowing that Bai Fengliu's words were not the full reason. Bai Fengliu smiled faintly.
He is also of the spirit clan.
Then he added,
A very rare spirit, the Yin Dao spirit. So that's why this little fatty's defense is so monstrous. He's from the spirit clan.
Kui realized.
Monstrous defense.
Bai Fengliu turned.
In all my years, if we compare defense, you rank first.
After a pause he added,
Even Xianxia is no match for you.
Xianxia thought, what have I done to deserve this? Bai Fengliu brought Kauai into the small world, then found Xianxia and instructed him to arrange relatively weaker demon beasts for Kauai.
Brother, rest assured, leave it to me,
Xianxia assured him. Then he turned to Kauai and produced the demon suppression tower. Upon seeing the demon suppression tower, Kauai's face turned pale. Noticing his discomfort, Xianxia asked,
Nephew, what's wrong? Could it be that the demon suppression tower doesn't satisfy you? Get lost,
Kauai roared. Damn it, bringing out the demon suppression tower again. How many times did he want to trick him?
If you don't want to go into the demon suppression tower, then don't. Why shout so loudly?
Xianxia muttered.
Brother, Bai, you saw it too. My nephew doesn't seem to like my arrangement.
Xianxia looked at Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu was silent for a moment before speaking.
You can't blame him. This time you were indeed a bit troublesome. How about this? Go to the southern corner of the small world, where there are some relatively weaker demon beasts,
Bai Fengliu said after some thought. Soon Kauai was sent to a forest in the southern part of the small world.
Brother Xianxia, tell me honestly, what level is the weakest demon beast here?
Kauai whispered to Xianxia. He didn't quite trust Bai Fengliu. The so-called weaker demon beasts in Bai Fengliu's words were bound to be terrifyingly strong. Xianxia thought for a moment.
The weakest is about at the peak of the divine ability stage. Peak of divine ability, the weakest.
Kauai's eyes widened. Then he turned to Bai Fengliu.
Master, tell me honestly, did you send me here for training or to die? I told you the burden on your shoulders is heavier than others. How can you grow without pressure?
Bai Fengliu replied calmly. This was called a little pressure. The pressure was nearly overwhelming. Kauai fell silent. After a moment, he walked to Xianxia and handed over his storage ring.
Nephew, what are you doing?
Xianxia asked in confusion.
Brother, this contains all my savings,
Kauai said flatly. Suddenly his tone shot up by 180 degrees.
Make me a coffin with the highest style, only the most expensive, not the right one.
Then he resolutely walked into the forest. Xianxia was stunned. Was this a last testament? Was it really that serious?
Brother, this.
Xianxia looked at Bai Fengliu, unsure how to speak.
This kid's still the same.
Bai Fengliu shook his head.
Go and instruct all the demon beasts in this area to go all out against that kid. If any of them can kill him, I'll grant them a great opportunity.
After speaking, Bai Fengliu turned to leave.
Brother, if this continues, my nephew might truly never leave this forest,
Xianxia said gravely.
He can grow slowly, but the burden on his shoulders won't allow it, and time won't either.
Bai Fengliu finished speaking and vanished. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression changed. He understood exactly what Bai Fengliu meant. Shaking his head, Xianxia muttered to himself.
Nephew, rest assured. Your elder brother will definitely arrange a grand funeral for you. Go in peace.
With that, Xianxia conveyed Bai Fengliu's words to all the demon beasts in the forest. Kauai walked cautiously through the forest, carefully observing his surroundings. A faint sound reached Kauai's ears. He spun around instantly, and without a thought swung his sword, Void Severance. Then a figure appeared not far from Kauai. The figure reached out its hand, and directly caught the sword light of Void Severance. A divine ability peak transformed demon beast.
Great opportunity,
the transformed demon beast muttered, then suddenly lunged at Kauai.
Endless Night Dharma Body.
Kauai immediately manifested the Endless Night Dharma Body. Sword intent surged continuously, forming a long sword shadow identical to the Sky Piercer in the hands of the Dharma Bodhi's phantom.
Endless Night Domain open,
Kauai roared. As the Endless Night Domain expanded, the transformed demon beast's speed slowed. Kauai shot toward the figure swinging the Sky Piercer to unleash another Void Severance sword light, while the Endless Night Dharma Body behind him also swung out a sword light. The transformed demon beast did not dodge, letting Kauai's first sword light strike its body. A clang rang out as the Void Severance sword light hit the demon beast, sounding like metal clashing. The demon beast sneered disdainfully, but before it could taunt, It was sent flying by the void-severing sword light from the endless night Dharma body. The sword light tore a massive wound across its chest.
Damn it!
The transformed demon beast cursed, then reverted to its true form. Nether Wolf. Seeing this, Kawaii smiled faintly. He had poured all his sword intent and most of his spiritual energy into that illusory sword shadow. That was why his own void severance couldn't harm the Nether Wolf, but the formless Dharma body could.
Human, I will kill you!
The Nether Wolf growled, radiating cold, murderous intent.
You can't!
Kawaii shook his head.
It's...
The Nether Wolf began, but then felt itself surrounded by a dense net of sword chi. It howled, its body instantly expanding several times, and the sword chi around it was dispersed in an instant. Seeing this, Kawaii's expression shifted slightly. He had thought the trackless sword art would be enough to trap the Nether Wolf, but it had only held for a moment.
It seems I have to go all out,
Kawaii murmured, then charged forward with the Sky Piercer. One word: fight. Thinking of running. The problem was there was no escape. Fortunately, this territory belonged to the Nether Wolf, and Xianxia had warned all the demon beasts in this forest that only one beast could fight Kawaii at a time, and no one could enter the territory of a beast occupied in battle for 3 days. Anyone who disobeyed this command would be directly killed. This was also Bai Fengliu's intention. First, to prevent Kawaii from being overwhelmed by a group of demon beasts and dying on the spot. Second, to give Kawaii some breathing room. Because of this command, the demon beasts in the surrounding territories, though sensing the battle, dared not step into the Nether Wolf's domain. Soon Kawaii and the Nether Wolf had fought for hundreds of rounds. Aside from the wound inflicted by the initial carelessness, and a few small sword marks from the trackless sword art, the Nether Wolf had no other injuries. Kawaii, however, was covered in blood, his body marked with claw wounds from the Nether Wolf. Even the endless night Dharma body had become faint, and was about to dissipate.
Human, you're not bad lasting this long with your late golden core cultivation.
The Nether Wolf's cold voice rang out.
But now die!
Then it charged at Kawaii at incredible speed. Seeing this, Kawaii, drenched in blood, let a faint smile curl on his lips.
Formlessness dissipate!
Kawaii roared. In the Y Emperor sect, Bai Fengliu watched this scene slightly stunned, then suddenly burst into laughter.
Separating the formless within the endless night domain and integrating it into the trackless sword art. This move is quite interesting. Good, very good.
With Kawaii's explosive roar, the Nether Wolf suddenly felt the few faint sword scars on its body begin to seep inward, rapidly devouring the demonic energy within it. The Nether Wolf halted, howling in agony, as it desperately resisted the erosion of the traceless sword aura. Yet it soon discovered that no matter what method it employed, it proved utterly futile.
Returning flow.
Just as it struggled against the sword aura, Kawaii executed the returning flow sword technique. He appeared directly before the Nether Wolf, channeling all his spiritual energy into his Xianxia right arm, and slammed down a mighty fist. With a thunderous boom, the Nether Wolf was blasted dozens of zhang away. Collapsed on the ground, it lay at death's door, its demonic energy swiftly devoured, until its body faded into nothingness. Kawaii let out a long sigh of relief. This technique had been conceived during Bai Fengliu's recent explanation of the nocturnal sword art. Since he could not fully merge the void essence into the nocturnal domain, he would instead attach it to the traceless sword technique. In truth, Kawaii felt quite helpless. Had he been able to fully integrate the void essence into the nocturnal domain, the Nether Wolf would have had to fend off its erosion from the very start of the battle. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. Regardless of the means, he had endured this fight. Slaying a peak divine ability beast with a late golden core cultivation was an astonishing feat. After taking a divine recovery pill, Kawaii sat cross-legged, deeply contemplating the battle he had just fought. The void essence belonged to the nocturnal sword art. Even when partially extracted, it could only be attached to the traceless sword technique, which was also part of the same art. As for attaching it to the void severing technique, he found it impossible. Moreover, his mastery of the traceless sword technique was barely superficial, sufficient only for simple restraint. It was utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of a powerful opponent. Kawaii sighed. Within the nocturnal domain, he could only barely integrate the colorless and void essence aspects. As for the formless Dallas and lawless aspects, he could not even grasp the faintest hint.
Formless. What truly defines formlessness? Even Master's nocturnal domain has a tangible form.
Kawaii pondered incessantly. Wait. Tangible form. A sudden realization struck Kuya. Formless was not literal. Bai Fengliu's nocturnal domain was called formless, because its range was vast beyond measure, covering every corner without end. Omnipresent.
So that's it. I've been fixated on making the nocturnal domain formless to evade detection. But why not shrink its range instead? Enveloping myself. That way in combat my opponent can never escape the domain. Ha ha ha.
Kuya suddenly burst into manic laughter. Witnessing this, Bai Fengliu shook his head in exasperation. This kid was a genius at thinking outside the box. If the void essence couldn't be fully integrated, then don't integrate it, just attach it to the traceless sword technique. If formless omnipresence was unattainable, then don't cover everything, simply envelop oneself. Impressive, no doubt. But my friend, do you even realize why the nocturnal domain is called a domain? It's a group technique. If you want a single target variant, study the later 7 swords of the Immortal 8.
Too difficult.
After some research, Kuya plopped down on the ground. He envisioned the nocturnal domain encircling him, but in practice, he found it exceedingly challenging. To have the nocturnal domain envelop just 5 zhang around him with flexible control over its size and position was impossible with his late golden core spiritual body.
Forget it. It'll take it step by step. Achieving what I envision requires at least tribulation transcendence. By then, shrinking the domain's range will be unnecessary.
Kuya felt disheartened. His efforts had amounted to nothing. 3 days passed. After failing to shrink the nocturnal domain, he devoted himself entirely to comprehending the sword path. Unbeknownst to him, as he delved into sword insight, the sword heart within him began to stir. A towering sword intent erupted from Kuya. Kuya opened his eyes, sensing his cultivation. He had reached early nascent soul.
How so fast?
He wondered in confusion. In just 3 days, he had become a nascent soul cultivator. Much of this was due to the sword heart. Within Bai Fengliu's microcosm lingered traces of his sword path. Although Bai Fengliu had sealed most of the sword heart's power, as Kuya comprehended the sword, the heart gradually absorbed faint strands of Bai Fengliu's sword aura. These subtle strands propelled Kuya directly to early nascent soul. Bai Fengliu felt somewhat resigned. Had he not sealed the sword heart, Kuya's cultivation would have soared, but his foundation would have become irreparably unstable. In the later stages, he would be utterly stuck. More critically, the sword heart absorbed sword intent from countless cultivators, and fed it back to Kuya, making him a patchwork of diverse sword wills. Though Bai Fengliu was troubled, he could not fully seal Kuya's sword heart. A complete seal would render Kuya utterly useless. Fortunately, once Kuya endured until the Saint Realm, Bai Fengliu could lift the seal. By then Kuya would sense the sword heart's presence and control its operation.
Cultivation has broken through, but my sword path remains its sword master,
Kuya muttered to himself before striding forward.
You finally arrived.
As he walked, a voice sounded behind him. Turning, he saw a towering figure standing there. A heaven-reaching ape. This ape was also at peak divine ability, but its stature far surpassed the netherwolf, standing over 10 meters tall. Kuya stared at the colossal heaven-reaching ape, then abruptly slapped himself.
Kuya, are you blind?
He muttered.
How could you miss something this huge? Huh? Are you blind?
He slapped himself again. This move left the celestial ape utterly dumbfounded. What kind of tactic was this? This human was truly a formidable character. Slash the void. Kuya suddenly roared, and the slashing sword light imbued with a ferocious aura directly struck the celestial ape. Damn it, you're attacking by surprise. The celestial ape's heart was now a swirl of complex emotions. What kind of eccentric was this human cultivator? Did he really play like this? Despite his turmoil, the celestial ape simply tore apart the sword light Kuya had slashed at him. Big monkey, tell me what's wrong with you beasts. Huh? Can't you just dodge? When you do that, it makes my move look utterly pathetic, don't you understand? Kuya looked at the celestial ape and said indignantly, what was this? Could any beast block it so easily? Forget it, talking to you is pointless anyway. All beasts are just idiots. Kuya scoffed. Outside the forest, the Xianxia, who had been watching the scene with great interest, was completely stunned. A moment later, a furious roar from the Xianxia echoed within the small world. Oh, Bai, don't stop me.
am going to tear that bastard apart, arg. It'll kill him. Human, you seek death. Hearing Kawaya's words, the celestial ape flew into a rage. It grabbed a nearby tree, stripped it of its branches in one swift motion, and charged at Kawuyu wielding the trunk. Seeing this, Kawuyu was stunned. Damn, if that club came down, wouldn't it just send him straight to the afterlife? Wait, big brother, can we not use weapons? Kawuyu suddenly asked. To his surprise, the celestial ape actually stopped. As a being of great fortune, you have that privilege. What do you want to use for this fight? Fists, Kawuyu said with a slight smile. He then activated the Xianxia right arm. Big monkey, have you ever seen a fist as big as a sandbag? The celestial ape shook its head, then extended a fist larger than Kawaya's entire body. It taunted, yours has no power to hurt, mine is the real deal. Sorry, I withdraw the question. Kawuyu immediately manifested his formless Dharma body. The right arm of the formless Dharma Bodhis projection was also exceptionally thick, just like Kawaya's Xianxia right arm. Big monkey, come on. With that, Kawuyu threw a punch. The celestial ape sneered and threw a punch in return. Was this human tired of living, challenging it to a fistfight? With a boom, the trees for dozens of zhang around were obliterated by the shockwave from their fists. Kawuyu was sent flying back, dozens of zhang spitting a mouthful of blood in midair. The celestial ape took only a single step back. It roared, took a stride, and chased after the flying Kawuyu. Just as Kawuyu landed, and before he could steady himself, the celestial ape's fist was already before him. Kawuyu fully activated his nocturnal domain, frantically channeling spiritual energy into his Xianxia right arm, and met the attack with a punch of his own. This time it nearly sent Kawuyu to his doom. His formless Dharma body was almost ethereal. Damn it, what did this monkey eat to grow so big? Its strength is monstrous. Kawuyu muttered. Human, I must say your courage is admirable, daring to trade blows with me. The celestial ape said slowly. Warm-up is over. I'm getting serious now. Kawuyu said calmly. Come on. Holy shit. You have no martial honor. The celestial ape was about to say come on, when it saw Kawuyu directly draw Zhutian. The projection behind him also solidified, and in its hand appeared a long sword projection. Since you want follow the rules, then bring it on. I hope you don't regret it. Staff, come. The celestial ape roared. It reached out its right hand to grab. This grab caught nothing but air, because the earlier fight had already destroyed all the trees for dozens of zhang around. Damn it, where are the trees? Although the void couldn't harm the celestial ape, Kawuyu didn't believe that Zhutian couldn't break through this monkey's defense. After all, it was a gift from Bai Fengliu. Big monkey, taste my sword. Kawuyu instantly erupted. The nocturnal domain directly enveloped the celestial ape. Because he had broken through to the early nascent soul stage, the Zhutian held by the nocturnal Dharma Bodhis projection was even more solid. Watching this human and the projection both charging at him with swords, the celestial ape suddenly asked human, which one should I block? Kawuyu ignored it, gathered all his strength, and brought his sword down directly onto the arm the celestial ape raised to defend. A sound of a blade cutting through flesh rang out. Kawaya's strike directly cut through the celestial ape's arm. To his chagrin, the strike from the formless Dharma body failed to breach the celestial ape's defense. This guy's defense is far more monstrous than the Netherwolf's. If the formless Dharma body can't break through it, it means void essence can't attach to the celestial ape's body. Indeed, the reason he had only left a few small cuts on the Netherwolf before was that his goal was merely to leave void essence in the wounds. So he hadn't used Zhutian, but had continuously employed the traceless sword art. But now it seemed the traceless sword art couldn't even scratch this monkey, since even the formless Dharma body couldn't break its defense. The celestial ape, wounded by Zhutian, instantly entered a berserk state. The celestial ape's eyes turned crimson, and its size more than doubled. However, the wound inflicted by Zhutian was shrouded in a faint blue sword energy, and could not heal. The celestial ape roared, pounding the ground twice, which cracked the earth. Damn it, big brother, what did you eat as a kid to get so huge? Before Kawuyu could finish speaking, he was sent flying by a single punch from the celestial ape. Spitting out a mouthful of old blood, Kawuyu roared, "I'm asking you a question, and you attack by surprise. Do you have no martial honor?" This time the celestial ape didn't answer, and threw another punch. Kawuyu was sent flying again. Watching Kawuyu fly away, the celestial ape suddenly roared back.
I asked you the same thing just now. Did you answer me, huh? It even flipped Kuwei the middle finger. But before the celestial ape could continue speaking, it suddenly saw a sword embedded in its own chest. Kuwei, with blood at the corner of his mouth, was looking at it with a smile. The returning flow sword art is forever the best, Kuwei said, then frantically circulated his spiritual energy, trying to thrust Shu Tian completely into the celestial ape's chest. However, his internal energy was almost depleted, and even with all his might he could only drive it in halfway. Helpless, Kuwei quickly retreated out of the celestial ape's attack range. Struck by Zhu Tian, the celestial ape let out a painful roar, and pounded its chest violently to vent its fury. And then it hammered Zhu Tian in itself. Seeing this, Kuwei's mouth fell open. After a long pause, he said incredulously, "Amazing. Brother Monkey, your move is even more classic than my returning flow combined with Slash the Void." Outside the forest, the watching Xianxia covered its face with its paw. It sighed helplessly. "Suddenly, I feel that what my nephew said before wasn't entirely without reason." Kuwei had expected a more troublesome encounter, but the monkey simply eliminated itself. Remarkable. Drawing the Zhu Tian sword, he swallowed a divine restoration pill, and adjusted his condition on the spot. "Still too weak," Kuwei murmured to himself. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage might dominate an empire, but within the great dynasties, nascent soul cultivators were as numerous as hairs on an ox. Only those who reached the divine ability stage could be considered true experts in a dynasty. "I haven't even reached the divine ability stage yet. I have to face a tribulation transcendence powerhouse. Troublesome," Kuwei said softly, then rose and strode deeper into the forest. As he walked, a sudden suspicion struck Kuwei. Logically, his previous two battles should have been detected by some demon beasts. Yet not a single beast had come. This was abnormal. Moreover, when he encountered the heaven-reaching ape, he had distinctly heard it say, "You have finally arrived." Could it be that these demon beasts were under some restriction? Kuwei recalled that after his battle with the nether wolf, he had rested for about 3 days before encountering the heaven-reaching ape. Could it be that only one demon beast was allowed to fight him within a 3-day period? Uncertain whether it was a coincidence, Kuwei decided to stop and observe. For 3 days, Kuwei immersed himself in comprehending the nocturnal sword art. Suddenly a dark shadow lunged at him. Kuwei, who had been meditating on the spot, snapped his eyes open. So the interval is indeed 3 days. Kuwei slashed out with his sword, colliding fiercely with the shadow. He then swiftly retreated, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A tribulation transformation, initial stage, thunder leopard. Kuwei's brow furrowed deeply. Against an ordinary beast, he might have a chance, but a thunder leopard, a beast born with innate divine abilities, was beyond his match. What to do? Kuwei's mind raced for a strategy. Forget it, he'll fight first and think later. He unleashed his full power, the nocturnal Dharma body, the nocturnal domain, the void-severing sword light, and the traceless sword art. In an instant he unleashed all his killing techniques. To his shock, the nocturnal domain barely slowed the thunder leopard's speed. Upon closer inspection, Kuwei's expression darkened. He noticed that the thunder leopard's body was enveloped in fine crackling lightning. It was this lightning that constantly deflected the sword chi within the nocturnal domain. A formidable opponent. Most importantly, the thunder leopard had not communicated with him at all since its appearance, relentlessly seeking an opportunity to destroy him. Kuwei retracted the nocturnal domain and poured half of his spiritual energy into the formless Dharma body. He then unleashed several void-severing sword lights in rapid succession. These sword lights were unleashed in the blink of an eye, each imbued with intense killing intent, streaking toward the thunder leopard. Suddenly the thunder leopard vanished before his eyes, and the sword strikes hit nothing but air. Not good! Kuwei's face paled in alarm, as he instinctively slashed behind him. With a thunderous boom, he was sent flying by a bolt of azure lightning. Yet a faint smile curled at the corner of Kuwei's mouth. The sword light he had swung behind him, though failing to wound the beast, had left a trace of sword chi on its body. This meant he could seize the right moment to use the recurrent sword art and deliver a fatal blow. But the next second the thunder leopard vanished before his eyes once more. Having just landed, Kuwei instantly activated his Xianxia right arm and threw a punch toward his. With a resounding crash, Kuwei felt his right arm go numb. A dense web of electric currents enveloped his Xianxia right arm, blocking all infusion of spiritual energy.
Such a domineering divine ability.
Kawaii couldn't help but exclaim. This thunder leopard was undoubtedly the most troublesome opponent he had ever faced. Not far away, the thunder leopard stared at him with icy eyes, as if it would appear before him in the next instant.
What should I do?
Anxiety gnawed at Kawaii's heart. He had thought of many combinations of techniques, but none could pose a threat to this thunder leopard. At this moment, he suddenly understood Bai Fengliu's words. All the flashy sword techniques of a sword cultivator were merely auxiliary.
The true killing move is to make your sword faster and faster still. This beast is decent enough to serve as a good training target for the lad. That silly monkey was too stupid,
Bai Fengliu remarked indifferently as he watched. Kawaii looked at the thunder leopard and said calmly,
I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. You'd better leave now, while you still can, or it'll be too late.
The thunder leopard completely ignored him.
You forced my hand,
Kawaii growled fiercely. Then gathering his spiritual energy, he bellowed,
Master, save me.
After a long wait, there was no response. Kawaii felt a bit awkward.
Actually, I think you're quite impressive, a real talent, so I decided not to summon my master,
he said to the thunder leopard.
Human, you talk too much.
The thunder leopard replied unexpectedly, then vanished from its spot. Kawaii abruptly enveloped the area with his nocturnal domain, his spiritual energy surging wildly. He knew Bai Fengliu would not intervene this time. He had to rely on himself. At this thought, Kawaii was startled. He shook his head and let out a self-deprecating laugh. From the moment he entered this forest, he had never truly believed he would die here, confident that Bai Fengliu would not abandon him. Since when had his life come to depend on someone else's will? With this realization, Kawaii suddenly roared,
My fate is mine to command, not heaven's.
And then, a bolt of azure lightning struck him directly. The thunder leopard's indifferent voice drifted over.
Too much blabbering. Serves you right for getting struck by lightning.
Kawaii, enveloped in electric currents, could only feel numbness.
Ifuck.
Kawaii stammered out 2 words. He then frantically circulated the spiritual energy within his body, trying to break free from the lightning's restraint. Before he could escape, he suddenly discovered a spear of lightning had pierced his chest.
It's over,
Kawaii uttered before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, within the Y Emperor sect, Bai Fengliu, who was watching this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly.
He actually broke my seal. How interesting.
Kawaii felt his consciousness slowly dissipating, then everything went pitch black. A thumping sound came. Kawaii snapped his eyes open. Before him, a crystal-clear heart brimming with boundless sword intent was beating slowly. Surrounding this heart were 8 divine swords, each exuding immense pressure.
Where is this?
Kawaii asked in confusion. Wasn't he dead, killed by the thunder leopard? But then what was this place? Did everyone who died come here?
You're awake,
a ethereal voice came. Kawaii quickly looked around, but aside from the heart and the 8 long swords, there was only a vast emptiness.
Who are you?
Kawaii asked.
I am you, or more precisely, I am your heart.
Heart? Who the hell are you trying to fool?
Does everyone come here after death?
Kawaii asked again.
You are not dead. This is your internal space.
The voice came again. This left Kawaii completely bewildered.
Take this sword and feel it.
As the voice spoke, one of the 8 swords materialized before Kawaii. Kawaii grasped the sword with skepticism, and then his expression changed drastically. He could sense the aura of the Wuzhou sword art within this blade.
This. Could it be the Wuzhou sword?
Kawaii asked in astonishment.
Correct, more precisely, it's a fragment of the Jingzhi sword.
The voice came again.
Wait, you just said I'm not dead. What's going on?
Kawaii inquired.
You are indeed dead, but not yet dead. To be precise.
Kawaii cut him off.
Just tell me, am I dead or not? Not dead. Then stop dawdling and send me back immediately. I'm in a hurry. I'm going to kill that thunder leopard. Don't rush, let me explain in detail. I'm in a hurry. Are you that eager to die, huh?
The voice suddenly roared. The Wuzhou sword then pointed directly at Kawaii's brow.
Say you're in a hurry one more time, go on, I'm listening. I suddenly feel I'm not in a hurry anymore. So you need to change your temperament. Among all the people I've chosen, only you, and the first one, dared to speak to me like this. Who's the other one?
Kuwei asked.
Your master Bai Fengliu.
The voice sounded somewhat unnatural when mentioning Bai Fengliu.
Bai Fengliu, didn't you say you are me? What does he have to do with it?
Kuwei asked. The voice sighed and then spoke. The sword heart was the first primordial rule born from the chaos at the dawn of creation, containing immense power within. Later, many other primordial rules were born along with countless lives and races. Some primordial rules did not wish to be controlled by the heavenly Tao, so many rules united incited powerful beings to imprison the heavenly Tao. In a world without the heavenly Tao, a great calamity of the ages would erupt every tens of millions of years, and the beings who perished in these calamities would become nourishment for those primordial rules. As the first primordial rule, the sword heart naturally did not wish to see this happen. However, despite their power, primordial rules had to rely on powerful beings to manifest their energy. Otherwise, even the mighty sword heart could not intervene. Thus, the sword heart began its search for beings capable of bearing its energy. After a long search, the sword heart finally found a human youth, Bai Fengliu. But soon Bai Fengliu, who was only at the foundation establishment stage, discovered the sword heart's existence. Without any hesitation, he expelled the sword heart from his body. In Bai Fengliu's words,
"One man, one sword is enough for me. Why would I need external things?"
The sword heart sighed as it spoke. The most powerful primordial rule in the universe, upon its first voluntary attachment to a human, had been rejected. Hearing this, Kuwei was silent for a moment before saying,
"I think my master is right. I don't need you either. Go find the next one." "Enough. Without me you would have just died. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think you're Bai Fengliu? You're just a weakling. Your master was already invincible across the myriad realms at your age. He truly didn't need me, but look at you, what a piece of trash. I sometimes doubt my own judgment,"
the sword heart said disdainfully. Kuwei felt a bit embarrassed and pondered the sword heart's words carefully. The words were harsh but true. He was indeed somewhat lacking. No longer considering the issue of the sword heart's departure, Kuwei asked curiously,
"Do you know how strong my master really is?"
This was a question Kuwei had always wanted to know, but Bai Fengliu's strength remained a mystery. The sword heart was silent for a moment before slowly uttering two words.
"Invincible. That powerful."
Kuwei was shocked.
He could have stopped the great calamity of the ages, but he simply cannot act.
The sword heart sighed helplessly.
"Your master actually had another disciple, who was my second host. Later he was killed by a group of foolish humans."
The sword heart said, its tone full of sarcasm.
"Later your master found a way to resolve the great calamity and realized my importance, but by the time he returned it was too late. And fusing with him again was no longer possible. It wasn't that he couldn't bear me, but that I couldn't bear his power. He was too strong. At that moment, I realized your master had already transcended the bounds of this world, achieving true freedom. The reason I say your master could stop it but cannot act is, first, these primordial rules are born from the chaotic energy of the world and can hide within it. To find these rules, one must destroy the chaotic energy, which would cause the world's Tao principles to collapse completely. Second, there are several powerful beings behind these rules, and even your master is unclear about their identities. As for why my help is essential, you will understand in time. Then why did my master seal you? Because I hadn't awakened yet, and hadn't established a connection with you. That would not have been good for you,"
the sword heart replied.
"Now that you've awakened, my master shouldn't seal you again, right?" "Correct,"
the sword heart answered.
"After all the talk you haven't said, what help you can give me?"
Kuwei voiced the question on his mind.
"As long as you wish, I can increase your cultivation speed 100-fold,"
the sword heart said calmly.
"Holy crap, isn't that like having a cheat? I am the cheat. The first cheat since the chaos of creation."
After a while, Xianxia escorted Kuwei out. Bound by the thunder leopard, Kuwei suddenly snapped his eyes open. A towering sword intent erupted from his being. Grand Sword Master. Kuwei's cultivation base surged unceasingly. Early nascent soul, mid nascent soul, peak nascent soul. Early divine ability, mid divine ability, peak divine ability. Tribulation Transcendence. It finally halted at early tribulation transcendence.
"Exhilarating,"
Kuwei roared, feeling the boundless spiritual energy within him. He then broke free from the thunder leopard's restraint. A sword light of void slashing swept out, directly striking the thunder leopard, who was staring dumbfounded at Kuwai's miraculous power-up. This blade, like countless times stronger than before, erased the thunder leopard from existence. Suddenly Kuwai felt a ripple in the space around him, and the next moment he found himself outside the forest. At that moment, Bai Fengliu and Xianxia stood before him.
Is Xianxia awake?
Bai Fengliu asked. His tone betrayed neither joy nor sorrow.
Yes, master,
Kuwai replied.
Good news. But the path ahead may be even harder for you,
Bai Fengliu said.
Master, why is that?
Kuwai was puzzled. He had just received this boost, why would it be harder?
You mean that path?
Jianzin's voice came through. Bai Fengliu nodded.
Brother, you're not thinking of sending the lad down that path, are you?
Xianxia seemed to guess the truth, asking in shock.
Indeed it is Paji,
Bai Fengliu said calmly.
Nephew, good luck to you.
Xianxia looked at Kuwai with sympathy.
What is Paji?
Kuwai asked, utterly confused.
Let me explain,
Xianxia began.
Nephew, you know the power of the sword heart. It can vastly accelerate your cultivation without any instability, for its second host had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm.
Xianxia spoke slowly. As one of the 4 great demon kings under Yuan Di, Xianxia clearly knew many secrets.
Because of this, during your cultivation, the sword heart can merge its second host's insights at each realm into your own understanding. Thus, until you surpass the Emperor realm, your cultivation will face no issues. Isn't that a good thing?
Kuwai was perplexed. Wasn't this a legacy? How could it be bad?
Nephew, do you realize that if you follow this path to the end, the peak of the Emperor realm will be your limit? In other words, you will lose your own comprehension of the great Tao.
Xianxia said.
So-called Paji means shattering your cultivation, starting anew, and comprehending the ultimate essence of each realm within the Paji Tower. Paji Tower.
Kuwai was at a loss.
You don't need to know the origin of the Paji Tower. You only need to understand that when you reach the peak of the Emperor realm, you will face the trial of the Paji Tower. If you fail, you will become a complete waste. Elder, is the trial of the Paji Tower very difficult?
Kuwai asked. Everything he had experienced today shattered his understanding.
Extremely difficult,
Jianzin's voice came.
Throughout the ages, only 2 have passed the trial of the Paji Tower. One is Yuan Di, and the other is your master Bai Fengliu. Damn, that hard.
Kuwai blurted out a curse. Who were these 2? One was Bai Fengliu, whom the sword heart called invincible. The other was Xianxia's master, the ancestor of all demons. Was this necessary?
Do you think this cultivation was given for free?
Bai Fengliu said flatly. Kuwai fell silent. Indeed, there was no such thing as a free lunch.
Master, what if I fail?
Kuwai suddenly looked at Bai Fengliu.
There is no failure. You must not fail.
Bai Fengliu turned and left.
Nephew, old Bai has high hopes for you. Work hard.
Xianxia vanished as well. Amid the starry sky, Bai Fengliu overlooked the myriad worlds, and beside him stood a refined man.
Old Yuan Di, tell me, should I just reach out and seize the puppet master behind this?
Indeed, the refined man beside Kuwai was Yuan Di, the ancestor of all demons. Yuan Di laughed upon hearing this.
You already have the answer in your heart, why ask me? The Lord of Jingjia's sword, who makes the world tremble, also has a heart that pities the heavens and the earth. You care for all living beings, unable to act freely, unwilling to destroy the last traces of chaos in this world. Old Bai, aren't you afraid this lad won't withstand the trial of the Paji Tower?
Bai Fengliu shook his head.
He must succeed. There is no time left. This era is different from the past. If he fails, there will be no second chance.
Yuan Di nodded.
True.
Then he added,
the sword heart understands this too, otherwise it wouldn't have acted so directly. That's why I didn't seal it again,
Bai Fengliu said.
Actually, I've been torn. After sealing the sword heart, the lad's cultivation progressed far too slowly. The awakening of the sword heart this time indirectly made the choice for me.
Finished, Bai Fengliu looked at Yuan Di and asked,
any movement from the cosmic divine court?
Upon hearing this, Yuan Di sneered.
A bunch of useless wretches, still expecting anything from them. That lad has learned some things, but the burden on his shoulders is far heavier than he imagines.
Yuan Di sighed softly.
If the lad fails, what will you do?
He asked Bai Fengliu.
I said he cannot. Cannot or will not.
Yuan Di looked at Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu did not answer, turning his gaze to Yuan Di. They exchanged a smile, and Yuan Di knew the answer. Inside the small world, Kawui still stood rooted to the spot.
There is always a breeze in the world to fill my 100,000, 8,000 dreams, yet those 100,000, 8,000 dreams are but a single breeze in the world.
Kawui gathered his thoughts, and then departed from the pocket realm. Gain and loss are two sides of the same coin. Everything unfolds as nature intends. Damn. Brother Yer, Guanqiu gaped jaw-slack stunned to see Kawui's cultivation had already reached the initial tribulation transformation realm. The sheer weight of the first sovereign of chaos, the foremost prodigy born at the dawn of creation, surely transcends the comprehension of a mere plump little fellow like you, Kawui declared, voice tripping with arrogant disdain. Guanqiu, I shall be away for a time. The operation of Wuya Imperial Sect falls entirely to you, including full authority over resource allocation. Kawui turned to Guanqiu and spoke. Brother, I propose dispatching our disciples to various imperial courts for trial and cultivation. Though they strive diligently since joining Wuya Imperial Sect, their progress has been stifled by excessive shelter, too much comfort, too little crucible. You know well, the war against Hun's sect begins in 1 year, Guanqiu said, meeting Kawui's gaze. Kawui fell silent for a moment, then gave a slow, solemn nod. Then he turned and walked away. Kawui sought out Bai Fengliu, only to find him standing beside a strikingly handsome man, tall of stature with sword-like eyebrows and star-bright eyes. Strangely faint shimmering scales traced the man's arms, barely visible yet undeniably there. Master, who's this dashing fellow? Kawui asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Dashing fellow? Nephew. Speak more, old brother loves it. At the man's first words, Kawui instantly recognized him. Ah, Xianxia, that incorrigible trickster. Old brother Xianxia, how did you end up trailing my master? Xianxia chuckled slyly, heard from old brother Bai that the maidens of Donglo. Before he could finish, Bai Fengliu's warning glance swept across him like a blade. Xianxia swallowed hard. The maidens of Dong. Gugu. Bai Fengliu's brow furrowed into a deep dark line, his exasperation palpable. For a fleeting moment, he even questioned whether bringing this fool along had been wise at all. In an instant, Xianxia and Bai Fengliu vanished, reappearing upon the vast sun-drenched plains of Dongzhou. Keep your conduct restrained here. It cannot withstand your brand of chaos, Bai Fengliu warned Xianxia. Understood, old brother Bai. Xianxia grinned. Nephew, this is... Wait, what the hell? Where'd he go? He turned, and Kawui had vanished. Old brother, where's nephew? Xianxia turned to Bai Fengliu, who blinked, paused, then admitted flatly, I forgot him. Meanwhile, Kawui stood utterly bewildered, staring at the spot where Bai Fengliu and Xianxia had just disappeared. The wind here felt piercingly cold, wild, disordered, unsettling. Just as Kawui stood dumbfounded, the sky above him tore open. A colossal hand seized him and pulled him through. In the next breath, he stood face-to-face with Bai Fengliu and Xianxia once more. Let's go. Acquaint ourselves with this land, Bai Fengliu said, coolly stepping forward. The three strolled leisurely, absorbing every nuance of their surroundings. In truth, Dongzhou's spiritual energy was several times denser than that of the great southern imperial court, yet Kawui, long accustomed to the condensed aura of pocket realms, felt little impression. As they walked, Bai Fengliu's lips curved into a subtle smile, Xianxia's brow furrowed faintly, while Kawui, blissfully oblivious, continued gazing idly at the scenery. Suddenly a figure materialized before them. Kawui frowned, studying the newcomer with quiet curiosity, a cultivator at the peak of divine ability realm. The man stared at the trio and blurted, fight. Strike. Strike, strike. Robbery. All three exchanged grimaces of profound dismay. Old brother, he's mimicking you, and doing it even more intensely than your gugu. Kawui remarked, glancing at Xianxia. Xianxia froze, then rolled up his sleeves. Son of a bitch, daring to imitate me. He lunged forward, only to be halted by Bai Fengliu's steady hand. This road, the cultivator brandished a massive cleaver and stammered on, when Kawui interrupted. This road was hewn by you, this tree planted by your hand. To pass this way, you must pay the toll. Am I right, esteemed sir? Yes. 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 The man glared fiercely at the trio. Kawui stepped forward, clapped him lightly on the shoulder, and said gently, come now, good sir, let's be off. You've chosen the wrong targets today. My companions behind me have notoriously short tempers. A pause. Humph. Frankly, I lack the will to deal with you at all. The cultivator slammed his great blade upright before his chest, and snarled, What nonsense, nonsense. FFF, to hell with you. I've had enough. Xianxia raised his hand, and struck. Before the man could utter another syllable, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground, blood erupting from his mouth. Xianxia blinked, mildly surprised. Though he compressed his force to the barest minimum, even that should have shattered a divine ability peak cultivator outright. The man staggered upright, hefted his cleaver, and charged Xianxia. Old brother Bai, do cultivators in Donggo truly behave so recklessly? Shouldn't he have fled? Xianxia asked, astonished, turning to Bai Fengliu. Before Bai Fengliu could reply, the man barreled straight into Xianxia, and seized his thigh in a desperate embrace. He bellowed, Strike! Strike someone! Compensation! Compensation! Xianxia had never in all his millennia felt such profound, speechless incredulity. Staring down at the man still clinging to his leg, Xianxia's fury simmered, rising, coalescing, until his hand lifted ready to erase the being from existence. Bai Fengliu shook his head, then flicked a finger. A sliver of white light pierced the man's body. His form stiffened, then he cried again, You struck me too. You owe compensation. What the? I'm not stuttering anymore. What the? He released Xianxia's leg instantly, staring at Bai Fengliu in awe. Old brother, what did you do? Xianxia looked puzzled. This man was no paragon of mercy. He had unmade entire worlds without hesitation. He bears no killing intent, Bai Fengliu said calmly. Xianxia studied the man, and paused, expression shifting to quiet astonishment. Hey, what's your name? How long have you practiced this trade here? Xianxia asked. The man hesitated, then replied respectfully, Senior, this junior is Xiao Ke. I've been robbing travelers here for 40 years. His reverence was absolute. Bai Fengliu's effortless mastery had revealed these three as titans beyond reckoning. Truth be told, only two were true sovereigns. The third, merely a lovable simpleton. Xiao Ke. Fitting name. Suits you perfectly, Xianxia muttered deadpan. Then why, after 4 decades of robbery, do you carry no trace of killing intent? Xianxia pressed. I only take wealth, never life, came the reply. Kuya interjected, Actually everyone he stops walks away before he finishes speaking. Since you spilled no blood, you may go, Bai Fengliu said indifferently. The man bowed deeply and departed. After he left, Kuya frowned. Master, how does one ascend to divine ability peak without ever taking a life? And whence come the resources for such cultivation? Nephew, he isn't human. He's a spirit in disguise, akin to Xiao Dowling, a benevolent spirit, though his bloodline is exceedingly weak, Xianxia explained. Even spirits stutter. Kuya asked, then answered himself before Xianxia could speak. Well, if Xianxia, one of the 4 sovereign beasts, Gagugas, then surely a spirit stammer is hardly surprising. Xianxia turned to Bai Fengliu, face utterly serene. Old brother, today I swear, I will kill him. Even if you kill me first, I'll still kill him before I die. Then he fixed Kuya with a glare. Nephew, annihilation. Let none survive. And he lunged, straight toward Kuya. The three continued forward, unaware of how long they had walked, when a massive city came into view. The entire eastern continent is divided into 5 cities. The eastern Tianwu City. The strongest force, 9 Sword Mountain. The northern Barbaric City. A mix of various forces. The southern Ghost City. The strongest force, Soul Sect. The central Zhongdu City. The strongest force, Tianji Pavilion. And the city before them was Zhongdu City. Upon entering Zhongdu City, Kuya couldn't help but feel once again like a bumpkin.
Brother, you can't say that. The female cultivators here are truly enchanting,
Xianxia said to Bai Fengliu with a look of foolish admiration. Bai Fengliu replied,
What are you talking about? I don't understand. Let's find a place to rest,
Bai Fengliu said lightly, and then directly headed to Tianji Pavilion in the center of Zhongdu City. Upon arriving outside the Tianji Pavilion, Kuya looked at the vast and imposing Tianji Pavilion and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Tianji Pavilion, his Wia Emperor sect seemed pitifully shabby.
Halt!
Just as the three were about to step into the Tianji Pavilion, a voice rang out, and a disciple of Tianji Pavilion appeared before them. A peak expert. It turned out to be just a gatekeeper disciple. Bai Fengliu did not respond, merely standing quietly in place.
Elder, your presence at my Tianji pavilion is an honor, but Gu Tianji was unable to greet you in time. I hope you won't hold it against us.
An elderly voice followed, and an old man in a white robe appeared before the three.
You may leave now,
Gu Tianji said to the Tianji pavilion disciple standing aside.
Yes, ancestor.
The disciple respectfully bowed to the old man, and then left.
Elder, please come in.
Gu Tianji walked up to Bai Fengliu, slightly bowed, and respectfully said,
Nephew, learn from this. This is how to make an entrance.
Xianxia said to Kuya.
I want to be a Loki person. Bai Laoj also wants to be Loki, but his strength doesn't allow it.
Gu Tianji led Bai Fengliu and the others to an elegantly decorated guest hall.
Elder, my Tianji pavilion's first-generation ancestor left a teaching. When an elder visits, it signifies the rebirth of my Tianji pavilion.
Gu Tianji said somewhat nervously.
Tianji Taoist. That guy has some skills.
Bai Fengliu smiled slightly, then shifted the topic.
How did you know I am the one that old Taoist spoke of? In response, Elder, my master left this item before departing.
Gu Tianji took out a shimmering crystal emitting a faint white light, and carefully handed it to Bai Fengliu.
My master once said that when this crystal shone, it would mean you have arrived. However, I feel ashamed to say that I have studied for countless years, and still do not know what this is.
Gu Tianji said.
Then why do you know my master is that person, and not me or brother Xianxia?
Kuya asked in confusion.
Young friend, don't you have an understanding of your own strength? Although I cannot see through the elder beside you, he exudes a faint aura of the demon race. As for you, that's not possible. Sorry, I misspoke. How is this possible? The Guantian mirror actually shattered,
Xianxia said with a serious expression.
During the last epic calamity,
Bai Fengliu said lightly. Gu Tianji and Kuya both wore bewildered expressions. Neither of them knew what the Guantian mirror was.
In the last epic calamity, that old Taoist shattered the Guantian mirror to forcibly protect the Xiantian Great World. Bai Fengliu continued.
Are you saying that the Xiantian Great World once experienced a great calamity?
Gu Tianji asked.
Indeed, Tianji Pavilion has indeed declined. Bai Fengliu did not answer but sighed.
I as a junior have failed to develop the Tianji Pavilion. I feel ashamed.
Gu Tianji sighed.
You are somewhat interesting.
Bai Fengliu looked at Gu Tianji with a smile.
Elder flatters me. I merely have lived longer than other cultivators in the eastern continent. Bai Fengliu did not answer, holding the Guantian mirror fragment. He seemed lost in thought. In the endless starry sky within a great world,
an old man dressed in ragged clothes, like a beggar, was setting up a stall on the streets of a city to read fortunes, observing people, the land and destiny, divination, fate, and the secrets of heaven. 2 small flags hung at the old man's stall. However, not a single passerby came to seek a fortune. The old man did not shout. He sat lazily in front of the stall. Suddenly he raised his head and looked up at the starry sky.
Bai
Fengliu arrived at Tianji Pavilion. This is 1,000 years earlier than I predicted. Could it be that this time is truly so serious?
The old man muttered to himself. Hey, old man. How much for a reading here?
A middle-aged man walked over, about to ask, when he suddenly noticed that the old man and his stall had abruptly vanished. Eastern Continent, Tianji Pavilion. At this moment, all the high-level members were gathered together.
Ancestor, can the youth really lead our Tianji Pavilion to the pinnacle?
The master of Tianji Pavilion respectfully inquired of Gu Tianji. Gu Tianji nodded.
I just completed a divination aside from those 2 elders' fates that I cannot see through the fate of that young man.
At this point, Gu Tianji's voice suddenly stopped. Then the spiritual power and life force within him began to frantically drain away.
Ancestor!
Seeing this, many high-level members of Tianji Pavilion rushed to Gu Tianji's side.
You old fool, lacking the ability yet insisting on reading that young man's fate.
Bai Fengliu's voice reached everyone's ears. Then he appeared beside Gu Tianji, gently waving his hand, and the rapidly draining spiritual power and life force of Gu Tianji directly stopped and began to slowly recover.
Thank you, Elder.
Gu Tianji got up and bowed.
That old Taoist left the Tianji secret realm at Tianji Pavilion, right?
Bai Fengliu asked.
Yes, Elder.
Gu Tianji respectfully replied.
Tomorrow let that young man enter the Tianji secret realm.
Upon hearing this, many high-level members of Tianji Pavilion revealed shocked expressions. It's not that Bai Fengliu wanted to use the Tianji secret realm, but because the Tianji secret realm is an extremely dangerous place. Even cultivators at the peak of tribulation transcendence have no return. And that young man was only at the early stage of tribulation transcendence.
Just open the secret realm, there's no need to worry about anything else,
Bai Fengliu said before disappearing.
Let's go with the elder's arrangements,
Hu Tianji said.
Yes.
Outside Tianji Pavilion in a brothel, Xianxia was surrounded by two beautiful women. The expression was quite lecherous.
This is what enjoyment is. What's the point of fighting every day?
Xianxia laughed heartily.
Sir, let this servant serve you tonight,
a woman said sweetly in Xianxia's ear. Hearing this, Xianxia was taken aback. As an old virgin for countless years, Xianxia could be said to be inexperienced in this regard. It's not that he didn't want to, but because of his bloodline. His bloodline was too violent. If the other party's bloodline was too low, it simply wouldn't. You understand. Thinking this, Xianxia quickly got up.
That's enough for today, I'll come again another day. TCH, a pretty face, but useless. I thought you were fierce, turns out you're just a weakling.
Just as Kuya came out of another room and heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. However, before he could mock Xianxia, a voice came from behind.
While laughing at others, aren't you just a weakling too? Just the same kind of trash.
At dawn the next day, Bai Fengliu brought Kuya to the entrance of the heavenly mechanism secret realm. Gazing at the beam of light before him, Kuya's face was filled with curiosity.
Master, what is this? A fine place,
Bai Fengliu said with a smile. Yet there was something oddly unsettling about that grin.
Master, I...
Before Kuya could finish his words, Bai Fengliu unceremoniously tossed him into the heavenly mechanism secret realm. Kuya felt formidable forces tearing at his body. Just as he thought he would be ripped apart, he finally landed safely on an open space. Kuya looked around, utterly puzzled. Wasn't this supposed to be a secret realm? It looked more like an arena. Damn it, this was nothing like the secret realm he had imagined. Aren't secret realms supposed to be filled with treasures?
Brother, by that old Taoist, Tianji is such a cheat. Calling the heavenly mechanism tower a secret realm, it's just misleading the younger generation.
Xianxia also arrived before the heavenly mechanism secret realm. Watching the scene through the projection array, he spoke with disdain.
That old man scoured the world for powerhouses, schemed to obtain a wisp of their aura, and infused it into this celestial secret realm. That cunning old fellow gives nothing in return. He's a total freeloader.
Xianxia grew more agitated.
Enough, are you still sore about that old Taoist teaching you a lesson?
Bai Fengliu turned to Xianxia.
Yes, I am.
Meanwhile, inside the celestial secret realm, Kuya was curiously examining the 9 beams of light before him. While he was still dazed, these 9 beams suddenly appeared in front of him.
Disciples entering the secret realm, please choose one of these 9 beams as your trial opponent.
An aged voice echoed. Upon hearing it, Kuya realized this was no secret realm. It was a battle arena. Since Bai Fengliu had thrown him in here, he knew he wouldn't be let out without putting up a good fight. So Kuya approached the 4th beam and said,
I choose this one.
As his words fell, the voice spoke again.
4th Arena, Sovereign of the Henglian Great World, Xianxia. Cultivation suppressed to the peak of tribulation transcendence. Peak of tribulation transcendence.
Kuya was stunned. Was this a joke? His very first opponent was at the peak of tribulation transcendence. Before he could dwell on it, a man clad in imperial robes appeared before him.
Young friend, please.
Xianxia addressed Kuya.
Senior, I have a question. Speak, young friend. Are you imprisoned here?
Xianxia shook his head.
Merely a wisp of aura.
Kuya nodded, saying no more. Then, unleashing his full power, he struck at Xianxia with a single sword stroke. Kuya reasoned that since it was only a wisp of aura, if he kept fighting it would eventually fade away. But reality dealt him a harsh blow. Before he could even reach Xianxia, he was sent flying by a single palm strike. Kuya rose, his expression grave. He had underestimated the situation. Even if this Xianxia would eventually vanish at this rate, he would be beaten to death long before that happened.
Endless Night Domain.
Kuya immediately activated the Endless Night Domain, which was now several times more powerful than before. Xianxia, enveloped by the domain, furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed a faint familiarity within it, but as a mere wisp of aura, he lacked the memories of his original self. After deploying the endless night domain, Kuya unleashed several slashes of void-cutting sword light. Xing Wentian merely smiled, and a jade fan appeared in his hand. Defend. As Xing Wentian spoke, the jade fan in his hand emitted a faint glow, blocking all of Kuya's void-cutting sword light. Trace! In an instant, countless sword auras within the endless night domain enveloped Xing Wentian. Strike! Kuya roared, activating his formless Dharma body, which unleashed a tremendously powerful sword beam. Xing Wentian remained unfazed. He spread his jade fan and waved it gently, erasing the sword auras surrounding him. Break! Xing Wentian pointed his jade fan forward, blocking the void-cutting sword light. However, his body began to grow ethereal. Time is running short, Xing Wentian murmured to himself before vanishing from his spot. The next moment, he appeared beside Kuya. With a thunderous crash, Kuya was sent flying by a strike from Xing Wentian's fan, slamming heavily into the surrounding formation. Just as Xing Wentian appeared beside Kuya again, his body was nearly dissipated. Young friend, it seems you have passed my trial. Congratulations. With those words, Xing Wentian vanished. Before the projection array, Xianxia curled his lips. Not exciting at all. That nephew's luck is something else. Not only did he pick the refined Xing Wentian, but it was also when that wisp of aura was about to fade. Indeed, after being drained by countless cultivators who had entered the heavenly mechanism secret realm, Xing Wentian's wisp of aura was nearly gone by the time Kuya faced him. First trial passed. Please choose the second beam, the voice announced again. No rest time. Kuya muttered to himself. This trial was exceptionally grueling. Without hesitation, Kuya approached the first beam. He figured that most cultivators who entered would choose it, meaning the aura within might already be quite weak. But he wasn't the only one with that idea. First beam, Demon Realm, Xianxia. Damn it! Kuya inside the secret realm and Xianxia before the projection array both exclaimed simultaneously. Kuya was shocked to encounter Xianxia. Xianxia, on the other hand, was surprised to be placed among the first wave of 9 beams. After all, the further back the beam, the stronger the aura's owner. That old man must be blind. Am I really that weak? Xianxia sneered. Don't whine. There are 4 waves totaling 28 beams. Being included in the beams means Tianji Old Taoist considers you among the top 30 in the Shutian rankings. Bai Fengliu said. Then why am I placed so far back? Xianxia was still indignant. Second wave Dragon Court D Tian Ting Yun Kaishan. Wait, brother Bai. I can accept the first 2 and even D Tian being second, but how can that Kai should be ranked ahead of me? Bai Fengliu looked at Xianxia. I don't accept it either. But what can you do? He's got money. Damn money power. He's decked out in divine gear. Even I feel like robbing his drunken immortal tavern. Brother, you said there are 4 waves of beams, so why are there 28? Xianxia was puzzled, for according to reason there should be 36. Bai Fengliu smiled faintly. Because the last wave has only 1 beam. 1. Who? Xianxia asked again. Me. Inside the Wuji secret realm, Xianxia, suppressed to the peak of tribulation transcendence, looked at Kuyan before him. Kid, who gave you the courage to choose me? Brother, don't you recognize me? Kuyan asked, utterly bewildered. But the next moment, he understood. This was merely a wisp of aura left before he had ever known him. Who the hell are you? Do I have to know you? Xianxia sneered disdainfully. Before the projection formation, Bai Fengliu turned to Xianxia. Now do you understand why you always get beaten up? Just look at how insufferable you are. To this, Xianxia merely gave an awkward laugh. Kuyan wasted no words, directly activating the Xianxia right arm, eager to see just how strong a Xianxia at the peak of tribulation transcendence truly was. Seeing Kuyan activate the Xianxia right arm, the wisp of Xianxia's aura within the Wuji secret realm suddenly changed expression drastically. Kid, who exactly are you? Impossible. How could you possess the aura of the original body? Then Xianxia muttered to himself. Damn it, that original body must have been showing off everywhere, and got himself killed. What a disgrace. Even a human brat of this cultivation level can share the original Bodhis aura. As he spoke, he raised his head, his entire aura turning ferocious, and violent eyes, bloodshot sharp fangs gleaming with a terrifying glint. No matter what happened to that original body, you shouldn't have touched his aura. Die. With that his form suddenly erupted, transforming into a streak of blood-red light that lunged at Kuyan. Outside the secret realm, Xianxia's eyes widened, and then he looked at Bai Fengliu in bewilderment.
Brother, was I really this insufferable before?
Damn it, even a wisp of my own aura doesn't think highly of me. What does God himself killed mean? No, this temper has to change.
It must change.
Inside the secret realm, Kuyan was already locked in battle with Xianxia. He immediately unleashed the Noti domain and the formless Dharma body, and fully activated the Xianxia right arm. He clashed fiercely with that wisp of Xianxia's aura. Soon Kuyan realized that this wisp of Xianxia's aura was incredibly weak, fearsome in appearance only but truly a pushover in combat. Despite being at the early stage of tribulation change when clashing with a Xianxia at the peak of tribulation transcendence, he not only held his ground, but even gained the upper hand. What's going on? Brother Xianxia is this weak.
Brother, to be honest, I didn't expect you to be this weak,
Kuyan said, looking at the enraged wisp of Xianxia's aura.
Damn it! If it weren't for that old Taoist, how could I be this weak?
The wisp of Xianxia's aura roared in fury. Outside the secret realm, Bai Fengliu turned to Xianxia.
When did you leave this wisp of aura? It's way too weak, isn't it?
Xianxia's face flushed red, and he said awkwardly.
Back then, that old Taoist found me and demanded a wisp of my aura. Brother, you know my temper back then. I naturally fought him.
In the end, that old Taoist beat me within an inch of my life and took a wisp of my aura.
Bai Fengliu was speechless. No wonder.
No wonder this wisp of Xianxia's aura was so faint. Of course, there was also the suppression of cultivation to the peak of tribulation transcendence. Without that suppression, even the faintest wisp of Xianxia's aura could have instantly obliterated Kuyan. Inside the secret realm, Kuyan grew more and more exasperated as the fight dragged on. The phantom of Brother Xianxia had caused him no real harm, and was now on the verge of vanishing.
Kid, you got lucky. Next time we meet. Aw, there won't be a next time. Looks like the original body is already dead.
With that, the Xianxia phantom vanished.
You're the one who's dead. Your whole family is dead.
Xianxia roared outside the secret realm. After roaring, he noticed Bai Fengliu staring at him with a peculiar look. Something felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it.
The second trial is passed. Please choose your third opponent,
the voice announced again. Kuyan quickly swallowed a divine restoration pill, then slowly walked to the array of light beams, glancing left and right without making a choice. After a while, the voice sounded again.
Damn it, just pick one already. Why are you cursing at me? Don't be so aggressive, I'll choose.
Kuyan shouted back, then walked to the last beam of light.
I choose him,
Kuyan said, facing the beam before him.
The ninth beam, young Bai Fengliu. Cultivation, early nascent soul.
The voice announced again. Young Bai Fengliu.
Holy crap, my master.
Kuyan's legs nearly gave way. The shadow Bai Fengliu had cast over him was just too immense.
Brother, didn't you say you were last?
Xianxia asked Bai Fengliu curiously. Bai Fengliu smiled faintly.
That old Taoist lived longer than me. He sought me out in my youth, but I was only at the nascent soul stage back then. Nascent soul. Damn it, who did that old man take me for? He sought you out at nascent soul and put you at that level alongside me.
Xianxia felt utterly crushed. The greatest blow in all the world. Looking at the youthful Bai Fengliu before him, Kuyan couldn't help but find it amusing. This Bai Fengliu wasn't a youth. He was a little kid, wasn't he?
I think he'll meet you in the future.
The 100-year-old Bai Fengliu spoke. Holy crap. That cocky. Kuyan nodded.
Young man, I see you have extraordinary bone structure. I think you'll become my disciple one day.
Outside the secret realm, Xianxia's jaw dropped. He looked at Bai Fengliu, whose face had turned pitch black.
Nephew, even if you get beaten to death in there, don't you dare come out.
Xianxia muttered under his breath.
I don't believe it.
Young Bai Fengliu smiled faintly.
Oh. Why not? Because you're too pathetic.
Holy crap. Who do you think you are? A mere wisp of nascent soul cultivation dares to look down on me.
Old Bai, don't blame me.
You were way too insufferable when you were young.
Kuyan shouted as he charged at young Bai Fengliu, roaring.
Today he'll show you what a slap feels like. Then activating the Xianxia right arm, he swung a slap at young Bai Fengliu.
Slap.
Kuyan was sent flying backward. He scrambled to his feet, staring in shock at the smiling young Bai Fengliu.
Holy crap! No way! An early nascent soul is this strong.
Kuyan felt like he was dreaming. Then he charged again.
Slap!
Another slap sent him flying.
Holy crap!
Kuyan got up, charged again, and was flung back.
What the hell?
Again charge, again flung. Back and forth more than a dozen times. When Kuyan clambered to his feet once more, he unleashed everything, the Noti domain and the Noti Dharma body at full power. Trembling, he stared at young Bai Fengliu and stammered,
"I'm warning you, don't come any closer."
Bai Fengliu looked at the Noti domain enveloping him, a faint smile spreading across his youthful face.
I can do this too.
Then an endless darkness directly engulfed the Wuji secret realm. Outside the secret realm, Xianxia watched in astonishment and said,
"Brother, you really stabbed me in the ass with a dagger. You've opened my eyes."
Within the pitch-black expanse of the nocturnal domain, Kuwei felt himself to be utterly feeble. He glanced at others, then at himself. What exactly was his own nocturnal domain? A flash of sword light streaked by, and a fine sword scar appeared on Kuwei's left shoulder.
"No, I must find a way to break this nocturnal domain, or it'll be finished sooner or later." Actions speak louder than words.
Kuwei immediately tried to unleash the void-severing sword light with all his might. But the next second he froze.
What the hell is going on?
He couldn't mobilize a single shred of spiritual energy within his body, and the void-severing sword light was utterly uncastable. No Tao. No law. Kuwei hadn't expected that the young Bai Fengliu's nocturnal domain had already integrated the concept of no Tao. No law.
Damn it!
Kuwei's face changed color as he realized he was done for. One by one the sounds of blades slicing through flesh reached his ears, and he felt a gash open on his left arm as well. Then it spread across his entire body. Before long, Kuwei was covered in wounds, yet not a single drop of blood flowed. The young Bai Fengliu withdrew his nocturnal domain, looking at Kuwei with disappointment.
Too weak. How boring.
Kuwei offered no rebuttal. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. His cultivation at the tribulation transformation initial stage stood utterly helpless before the young Bai Fengliu, who was at the nascent soul initial stage.
"All right, let me send you on your way."
The young Bai Fengliu's sword intent surged wildly, a faint hum emanating from his blade.
"Wait."
Kuwei suddenly spoke.
"Oh. Any last words?" "Well, actually, I'm your disciple."
Kuwei forced a smile.
"I know."
The young Bai Fengliu's tone remained flat.
"After you unleashed the nocturnal domain, I understood,"
he added.
"And you still want to kill me?"
Kuwei was utterly bewildered.
"Brother, since you know I'm your disciple, why do you still want to kill me? I am merely a wisp of aura. What does your life or death have to do with me? Besides, what connection does the future me have with the present me?"
Before he could finish, Kuwei interrupted.
"Enough, stop talking. It's annoying. Just kill me directly."
With that, he slashed out several beams of void-severing sword light. The young Bai Fengliu smiled faintly, holding his long sword upright before his chest. Then he spread his hands apart, and in an instant 8 identical swords materialized around him, mirroring the one in his hand.
"Extreme."
The young Bai Fengliu uttered a single word slowly. The void-severing sword light that had reached him dissipated instantly, and Kuwei was pinned to the formation by the young Bai Fengliu's long sword. Instant annihilation. A sigh echoed, and the next second Kuwei's body was infused with surging sword intent. The nocturnal sword within his brow flickered faintly. The sword energy within the limitless secret realm continuously poured into Kuwei's body, causing his cultivation to steadily rise. With a booming wave of powerful energy, Kuwei directly broke through to the tribulation transformation mid-stage.
"Sword Heart, why have you appeared again?"
The young Bai Fengliu stared at the sword heart within Kuwei.
"I'm done playing. This wisp of my aura can't defeat you with the sword heart. Go find my true body for a fight."
With that, the young Bai Fengliu vanished without a trace. Kuwei stood frozen, then roared moments later.
"If you want to kill me, just say so. Sending me to fight the current you. Are you brain dead, or am I? Brother, is it over just like that?"
Xianxia said with dwindling interest, having hoped to see Kuwei get thrashed by the young Bai Fengliu.
"With the sword heart's blessing, it was indeed hard for me to kill him back then,"
Bai Fengliu replied calmly.
"Hard, but not impossible."
Xianxia asked. Bai Fengliu nodded.
Brother, tell me quickly, have you ever lost since you started cultivating?
Bai Fengliu thought for a moment, then shook his head.
I reached nascent soul at 9, became a saint at 10, attained the position of great emperor at 13, passed the pole-breaking tower at 15, and then began my path of invincibility.
Xianxia fell silent. After a moment, he looked up at Bai Fengliu and said with utmost seriousness,
Brother, I think you are the very first cheater since the dawn of chaos. The sword heart is nothing but trash. Sword heart can I break through infinitely as long as there is sword intent?
Kuwei asked.
No. Only Bai Fengliu's sword intent can allow you to break through. Why? Because I once resided within him for a time. Only his sword intent can I absorb and transform. Then after I get out, I'll ask Master for a few sword energies. Can you help me get some position like Great Emperor to play around with?
Kuwei suddenly thought of this.
Are you dreaming of eating farts? Or do you think I've lived long enough?
The sword heart's voice rang out.
Huh? The current Bai Fengliu, go ask around the entire world. Who can withstand a few of his strikes? Before I can even convert it, I'd blow myself up.
The sword heart's furious voice came through.
The third trial passed. Please choose the fourth beam of light.
Within the heavenly mechanism's secret realm, that voice echoed again. This time, the beams had returned to 9, and they were even thicker than before.
I choose the second one.
Kuwei couldn't be bothered to jump anymore, as whatever appeared was more twisted than the last.
The second beam, all heaven's universe, god of wealth. Let me handle it.
No sooner had that voice fallen than another voice rang out. Hearing this achingly familiar voice, Kuwei nearly fainted on the spot.
Damn, I just fought the young Bai Fengliu, and now Bai Fengliu himself is here.
The next moment, Bai Fengliu's figure appeared before him.
Senior, someone's cheating. Are you going to do something? Take him back.
Kuwei shouted loudly within the secret realm.
Senior, go after him. Take him back. Shut up, you idiot. If I could control him, I would have.
That voice said, then fell completely silent. Kuwei swallowed hard and squeezed out a smile.
Hey, Master.
Bai Fengliu looked at him with a smile.
Come on, I'll give you a chance to teach me a lesson. Can I say no? No.
Outside the secret realm, Xianxia looked at Bai Fengliu with a mischievous grin.
Brother, that's not just an aura, it's one of your avatars.
Bai Fengliu nodded. Then, he said calmly,
this disciple of mine hasn't acted up for a few days, and my hands have been itching.
Hearing this, Xianxia's grin grew even more lecherous. Hey, this should be a good show.
Come, let me show you the starry sky.
Bai Fengliu said calmly, looking at Kuwei before him. The next moment, they both appeared in a vast expanse of stars.
When you fought me, the younger Bai Fengliu, earlier, did you gain any insights?
Bai Fengliu asked. Without a second thought, Kuwei replied.
Speed, your sword was too fast, Master.
Bai Fengliu shook his head.
That's only part of it. Aren't you curious why, despite my cultivation being weaker than yours, at that time my nocturnal domain had already reached perfection? Please enlighten me, Master. No. Figure it out yourself.
What the hell?
Watch.
Bai Fengliu said, a long sword appearing in his hand, as he gave a gentle sweep. Kuwei followed the direction of Bai Fengliu's swing, only to find that nothing seemed to have happened. But the next second, the very space began to crack inch by inch, and countless massive spatial fissures materialized out of thin air.
This.
Kuwei was stunned. What kind of sword technique was this?
Curious.
Bai Fengliu asked, looking at the utterly bewildered Kuwei. Kuwei nodded.
The traceless sword art.
Bai Fengliu answered.
The traceless sword art. But Master, you didn't even activate the nocturnal domain.
Kuwei was perplexed.
With a mere thought, the domain is omnipresent. But when you used it before, it was pitch black. That was just for your benefit. Use your sword heart to comprehend a sword technique within this starry expanse. You have the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn.
Bai Fengliu stated flatly.
Master, what if I fail to comprehend? Then you'll get a good thrashing.
Kuwei sat cross-legged, quietly meditating on all the experiences he had gathered along his journey. Soul's Ever Valley. Death Chi. As his sword heart revolved, the death aura around Kuwei grew heavier and heavier. His brow furrowed tightly. Gradually, the death aura surrounding him dissipated, and he rose to his feet.
Master, what do you think of this move?
With that, Kuya summoned Zutian. Strands of black aura coiled around him. Kuya plunged Zutian fiercely into his own chest and roared, "Souls ever!" And then, Kuya felt his life force rapidly draining away.
"Damn it, I forgot I don't have that immortal body! Master, save me!"
he cried out in panic. Bai Fengliu standing opposite him was utterly speechless. What kind of sword technique was this? Watching the scene, Xianxia exclaimed,
"When it comes to creativity, my dear nephew is absolutely divine."
Bai Fengliu flicked his finger, and a sliver of sword light entered Kuya's body, rapidly restoring his vitality. Looking at the still shaken Kuya, Bai Fengliu shook his head helplessly. This kid was useless at everything but champion at suicide.
"If you want to infuse death chi into your swordsmanship, why not choose the traceless sword art?"
Bai Fengliu said, exasperated.
"Damn it, Master, why didn't you say so earlier?"
Hearing this, Kuya felt like a complete fool. He could have merged death chi into the traceless sword art, so why had he wasted time on such a pathetic technique? Suddenly enlightened, Kuya burst into maniacal laughter. He then unleashed his domain, fully enveloping Bai Fengliu in the traceless sword art imbued with death chi.
"Strike!"
Kuya unleashed a void-severing sword beam, while activating his nocturnal Dharma body. Pushing his speed to the limit, he thrust his sword at Bai Fengliu.
"Condense!"
Kuya bellowed. Countless traceless sword energies coalesced into a single longsword radiating intense death chi, which he slashed directly at Bai Fengliu. Almost simultaneously, Kuya's Zutian and the condensed longsword struck Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu's figure was erased by those two strikes.
"Ha ha ha! I'm about to rise. Even Bai Fengliu I can take down."
Kuya laughed hysterically. The next moment he froze. A hand had landed on his shoulder, and a voice came from behind.
"Why stop laughing? Go on, enjoy it while you can. After all, such illusions are rare. Master, did I say something wrong? Please tell me what I did wrong and it'll change. But could you please not use your hands?"
Kuya didn't even dare turn his head, terrified of seeing Bai Fengliu's face.
"You did nothing wrong. I think you're just fine. As your master, I'm very gratified. A disciple who doesn't want to surpass his master isn't a good disciple. Come, let your master spar with you."
Then Kuya felt a hand imbued with intense life force slap hard against his face.
"Look, disciple, your master has invented a new skill too, infusing life force into my palm so I can slap you without worry."
Watching this, Xianxia exclaimed,
"Brilliant."
Then he added,
"I take back what I said earlier. In terms of creativity, my nephew is no match for you, old Bai."
After Bai Fengliu had slapped him for a long while, Kuya remained completely unharmed, not even a swollen face.
"Master, I know I was wrong."
At that moment, Kuya felt like crying. What a disaster. Why couldn't he control his mouth? He had managed to behave for a few days, and now he had relapsed.
"Forget it. This trip to the heavenly secret realm has been a waste. Not a single bit of progress."
Indeed, Xing Wentian was at his weakest, Xianxia was at his weakest, and even the younger Bai Fengliu had lost interest in fighting after seeing Kuya's sword heart. As for Kuya, he had reached the mid-tribulation transformation stage. To Bai Fengliu, that was hardly any improvement at all. So Bai Fengliu sent Kuya out of the heavenly secret realm. As Kuya walked through the heavenly secrets pavilion, he overheard several disciples discussing something.
"I heard that Fairy Yinran is coming to the eastern continent." "Really? It's true. I've heard it too."
Fairy Yinran. Kuya scratched his head, feeling the name was familiar. But he shrugged it off. Since she was a fairy, she must be beautiful, right? Kuya left immediately after hearing this, harboring a faint suspicion in his heart. After leaving the Tiandong Pavilion, he arrived at a place called Tingfeng Terrace. Located in the east continent, Tingfeng Mountain boasts a pavilion halfway up the slope. He had learned from the disciples of Tiandong Pavilion that this time Fairy Yinran had come to the east continent, seemingly to meet the talented disciples of the region. Upon arriving at Tingfeng Terrace, Kuya was left dumbfounded. No way, right? Below Tingfeng Mountain, at least tens of thousands of young cultivators had gathered. Kuya's gaze turned towards Tingfeng Terrace, where he saw a graceful woman wearing a veil elegantly seated, accompanied by two other veiled women. Lu Yanran. Although obscured by the veil, Kuya recognized her at once. "Wow, it really is my wife." I mean, Big Brother Bai Fengliu only mentioned her briefly. Did you really remember that clearly? To catch a glimpse of Fairy Yanren's beauty, I can consider my life complete. A cultivator said to someone beside him. TCH, look at your ambitions, you should at least dream about having a beauty like her for a day, right? Keep your voice down. Don't you see those leading young men sitting below Tingfeng Terrace? TCH, I don't care who they are, I just want to see who they are. What? The chief disciple of the Dao sect, Dao Tian. The chief disciple of Jiujin Mountain, Jian Wuyang. The chief disciple of Tiangong Pavilion, Meng Shenyi. From the barbarian Chu family, Chu Gu. From the Su family, Su Hantian. And from the Soul sect, Gu Shaoqing. All the leading figures of the younger generation in the East Continent have come. So are you still dreaming, brother? The person asked. No way, I'm awake. Kuwuyo turned to a young man at the side, who was at the initial stage of divine ability, and asked, excuse me, what is the background of Fairy Yanran? He knew Lu Yanran, and was aware that Bai Fengliu had found her a very impressive master, but he still did not know her master's background. The young man was intently watching Lu Yanran on Tingfeng Terrace, but was suddenly interrupted and felt quite annoyed. He turned to vent his anger, but found that the one who had just spoken to him was actually a mid-tribulation cultivator, and he quickly forced a smile. This friend, the background of Fairy Yanran is very powerful. It is said that not long ago a very formidable force suddenly appeared in Zhongzhou, the Xian Dao Academy. When the Xian Dao Academy emerged, many local forces in Zhongzhou were naturally displeased, and some forces took the initiative to confront the Xian Dao Academy, only to be thrown out by the Academy's people. Brother, you may not know, but the person who was thrown out was one of the top cultivators in Zhongzhou. What do you think such a strong person values the most? Of course, its face. The young man grew more animated as he spoke. Thus he gathered many leaders of top forces in Zhongzhou, intending to regain face from the Xian Dao Academy, but in the end, those people were thrown out together, and no one dared to provoke the Xian Dao Academy anymore. Of course, Fairy Yanran is one of the people from the Xian Dao Academy in Zhongzhou, and is said to be its chief from a higher plane. Therefore, this time Fairy Yanran came to the East Continent. All forces sent their most core disciples, aiming to meet the leisurely fairy. Kuwuyo nodded. On Tingfeng Terrace, Lu Yanran suddenly spoke up. Welcome, brothers, to Tingfeng Terrace. My master once said to connect with the talents of the world. I Yanran have come this time to meet some talented individuals from the East Continent. Lu Yanran's words immediately stirred the cultivators below. What the leisurely fairy says is true. Gu Shaoqing echoed. Gu Shaoqing, a person like you who is neither human nor ghost dares to associate with the leisurely fairy. Don't you know what kind of trash your soul sect is? The hot-tempered Su Hantian said directly, without courtesy. Those who understood the relationship between the two knew that their dynamic could be described as water and fire. Su Mengfu, today the leisurely fairy is here. I won't argue with you, but one day I will take your life. Gu Shaoqing said coldly. Oh! Gu Shaoqing, your words almost scared me to death. Su Hantian said sarcastically. Enough, you two. Private grudges should be resolved privately. Today's occasion is not for you two to bicker. Dao Tian interjected. Hearing Dao Tian's words, both Su Hantian and Gu Shaoqing snorted coldly, and ceased further conversation. All of you brothers are the heroes of the East Continent. Yanran has a small suggestion. Why not take this opportunity to have a competition? Of course, Yanran would also participate. Lu Yanran spoke again. This trip to the East Continent was arranged by her master, the Azure Phoenix Empress, and what puzzled her most was that her master actually allowed her to propose a competition at this gathering. What kind of competition does Fairy Yanran have in mind? Chugu asked. A martial contest might be too damaging to harmony. Today, we shall engage in a literary contest. Lu Yanran smiled slightly and said softly. Today we will use the literary method of the secular world, couplet matching. I will first provide the first line, and you brothers will respond with the second line. After that, I would ask you to provide another first line. What do you brothers think? That sounds excellent. The eldest disciples of various factions expressed no objection. Only the brash Su Hantian wore a bitter expression. Brothers below the mountain may also participate, Lu Yanran said, looking at the many cultivators watching from below. The first line is great trees, towering pine, cypress, phoenix, and willow. Lu Yanran thought for a moment and said, Above the clouds of the east continent 3 figures stood firm. Bai Fengliu looked at the Azure Phoenix Empress beside him, and said, "It seems you want to sabotage this match of fate." The Azure Phoenix Empress, not understanding, asked, "Senior, why do you say that?" "Let me answer that question, little girl," the nearby Xianxia said. "Please enlighten me, Senior Xianxia," the Azure Phoenix girl said. "It's quite simple. That kid is just like his brother. He's a complete illiterate. Isn't this method just asking for his life?"
"I shall go first."
Dao Tian rose to his feet. He then said,
"Fellow cultivators, forgive my audacity. Gentle streams flow rivers, and lakes converge into the vast sea."
Dao Tian recited.
"Excellent. Truly worthy of senior brother Dao Tian such literary grace."
Below, a crowd of cultivators voiced their approval. Lu Yin'er also nodded in agreement.
"Since brother Dao Tian has offered his verse, allow me to present a couplet."
Mengshini rose.
"Water freezes into ice, ice bears snow, snow atop frist."
Then Shinmingyi looked toward the assembly.
"I shall take this challenge."
Chu Gu stood up.
"Mist rises in the sky, mist forms clouds, clouds part to reveal the sun." "Bravo! Magnificent!"
Chu Ge's couplet once again drew thunderous applause from the cultivators beneath the listening wind platform.
"Allow me."
Gu Shaoqing rose to his feet. After a moment's thought, he said,
"The ancient tree before the rocky mountain withers, this would serve as kindling."
Then, casting a teasing glance at Su Hongtian, he added,
"Su the brute, won't you showcase your skill before the graceful immortal?"
Su Hongtian seethed with fury, cursing Gu Shaoqing's ancestors in his heart. He steeled himself and stood up.
"Gu Shaoqing, who says I'm a brute? Today you'll show you what I've got."
After pondering for a long moment, Su Hongtian's eyes lit up, and he declared,
"Within the long scarf tent a maiden is fair, a young girl is even finer."
Well, this.
Ha ha!
Though many were reluctant to offend Su Hongtian, this fellow's couplet was just too remarkable.
Ha ha, Su the brute, well done. A splendid match.
Gu Shaoqing burst into laughter. Amid the crowd, Kawaii savored the words and murmured to himself,
"I find brothers us couplet quite admirable."
While the crowd roared with laughter, Kawaii soared from the throng and alighted before the assembly of senior disciples. He cast a sweeping glance over them, then turned his gaze to Lu Yin'er.
"Miss Lu, might I be permitted to join this gathering?"
"Miss Lu? Who in the blazes allowed you to address her so familiarly?" The senior disciples below wore frosty expressions, save for Mengshini, who showed a flicker of surprise. He knew of Kawaii. Just yesterday, the Celestial Secrets Pavilion Master had decreed that no disciple of the pavilion was to provoke Kawaii on pain of expulsion.
"Naturally."
Lu Yin'er paused briefly, then replied with a smile. She was of course acquainted with Kawaii. At Lu Yin'er's reaction, the faces of those below darkened further, yet they held their tongues, for she was still present. Kawaii scrutinized Gu Shaoqing. He harbored no goodwill toward this chief disciple of the Soul Sect, for in a year's time, the Soul Sect and the Y Imperial Sect would be at war, meaning Gu Shaoqing was his enemy.
"Why did you laugh just now, fellow cultivator?"
Kawaii addressed Gu Shaoqing. Gu Shaoqing was taken aback, not expecting such a direct question.
"I laugh if I please. What business is it of yours?"
he retorted instinctively.
"I'll make it my business."
The brash Kawaii was not one to tolerate such insolence. They were enemies from the start, and he also noted that Su Hongtian was at odds with Gu Shaoqing. Perhaps he could join forces with Su Hongtian to teach Gu Shaoqing a lesson.
"Ha ha, I like this spirit."
Su Hongtian laughed heartily.
"Boy, do you have a death wish."
Gu Shaoqing's expression darkened. He was about to strike.
"Come on, I'm begging you to hit me,"
Kawaii taunted. Gu Shaoqing was ready to act, but his gaze flickered to Su Hongtian, who was poised to join in, and he held back. He was no fool. If he made a move, Su Hongtian would surely follow. Though he feared not Su Hongtian, there was also Kawaii, amidst its tribulation transcendence cultivator before him. Since this cultivator dared to provoke him so openly, he must have a trump card. Acting rashly could lead to loss. With that thought, he smiled faintly.
"A crude fellow unfit for refined company." "Crude fellow." "Preposterous,"
Kawaii sneered.
"Just now Miss Lu suggested we duel onion with couplets. Do you dare?" "Why wouldn't I dare?"
And so a literary contest commenced between Gu Shaoqing and Kawaii, while the chief disciples looked on with amusement.
"You go first." Kuwei said. A slumber leads to the western paradise. Who knows the vastness of dreams?
Gu Xiaoqing recited.
Air.
Kuwei was bewildered. Well this? Gu Xiaoqing sneered and continued.
Heroes leave their marks through ages, 1,000 merits, and 1,000 odes eternal. Air.
Kuwei now regretted his folly. Why had he, an illiterate, sought out such torment? Just then Su Hongtian interjected.
Brother, I have a couplet you'll surely like. Pray tell Brother Su.
Kuwei urged eagerly.
First line, Gu Xiaoqing feigns refinement. Second line, Gu Xiaoqing is a true scoundrel. Brother, what should the horizontal inscription be?
Su Hongtian said. Without a second thought, Kuwei replied.
Well spoken, Brother Su. I understand.
Then he suddenly unleashed his full power, his Noti domain enveloping Gu Xiaoqing, while Su Hongtian surged forward with overwhelming aura. They shouted in unison.
The horizontal inscription is let's beat him to a pulp.
The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. What happened? Why the sudden violence? Isn't this pure rage and humiliation? High above the clouds, Bai Fengliu and the Azure Phoenix Empress watched with dark expressions, while Xianxia nodded in approval.
What's the point of all this elegance? Simple and brutal. I like my nephew's style.
With a thunderous crash, the caught off guard Gu Xiaoqing was sent flying by Su Hongtian and Kuwei. Within the listening wind platform, Lu Yin'er smiled faintly. This fellow's still the same temperament.
How dare you?
A furious roar rang out as an elder at the Tribulation Transcendence Peak descended before Gu Xiaoqing, shielding him as he lay on the ground.
You wretches shall die.
Gu Xiaoqing rose, wiping blood from his lips, and glared coldly at Kuwei and Su Hongtian. At the sight of the elder at Tribulation Transcendence Peak, Su Hongtian sneered.
Gu Xiaoqing, it seems you're aware of your soul sect's reputation in the Eastern continent. You even brought a soul sect elder to protect you in secret. If you're so afraid of death, why not stay holed up in your turtle shell? Wouldn't that be better? Ha ha.
He turned to Kuwei and said,
Brother, pick one of these two. Hey, where'd he go?
He spun around to find Kuwei had vanished. The next moment, he saw Kuwei appear before Gu Xiaoqing, thrusting his sword toward Gu Xiaoqing's breast, the returning flow sword art. Witnessing this, Su Hongtian roared with laughter.
Such audacity. I love it. Brother, I'm with you.
He charged forward as well. A great battle was about to erupt.
Immortal Yinran, will you just stand by and watch?
The soul sect elder bellowed. His only thought was to flee with Gu Xiaoqing as soon as possible. If other forces arrived, he and Gu Xiaoqing might well be annihilated here. Within the listening wind platform, Lu Yin'er addressed a woman beside her.
Curious or Su and Sir Ke find themselves at a disadvantage, intervene and rescue them. If Sir Gu and his companion are outmatched, well, let them be.
Hearing this, the elder nearly spat blood. What kind of nonsense is this? Why not just tie us up and hand us over to these two? Huh? Kuwei swung the Jutian, and with the support of the Wuzhou domain and the Wuzhou avatar, he struck Gu Xiaoqing to the point where she could not retaliate.
Where did this cultivator come from? This is too fierce.
At the foot of Listening Wind Mountain, a group of cultivators expressed their shock at Kuwei's power, each taking turns to comment. On the other side, Su Hongtian was even more ferocious. What does it mean to be reckless? Su Hongtian is the very definition of recklessness. Su Hongtian was a body cultivator completely devoid of any concept of defense. He would take a punch and retaliate with two, insisting on seeing who could endure the blows. The elder from the soul sect watching this was nearly spitting blood. Damn it, you are a body cultivator, but I am not. Who can withstand this? The aftermath of the battle spread in waves before Listening Wind Terrace.
Run!
Suddenly the elder shouted, crushing an 8th-level void-breaking talisman, tearing open a massive rift in the air. Then his entire body began to burn with spiritual power. He punched Su Hongtian back, and grabbed Gu Xiaoqing's shoulder, tossing her directly into the rift. Kuwei seized the opportunity, and struck Gu Xiaoqing with his sword. A mist of blood erupted from her, and she vanished into the spatial rift. The elder, seizing the chance, fled the battlefield towards the rapidly closing spatial rift. However, he suddenly noticed a massive fire serpent emerging from the rift, its enormous mouth lunging towards the elder of the soul sect. The elder roared, "Beast, dare you obstruct my retreat!" Then a surge of violent energy erupted from within him, slamming into the fire serpent. To his surprise, the fire serpent was shattered by his strike. Oh no! It's an illusion. By the time the elder reacted, channeling his spiritual power to break the illusion, the rift torn by the void-breaking talisman had already closed.
Hey, old man. How is Dream Brother's illusion? Exciting enough.
Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning mischievously. Having just clashed with the elder, Xianxia was visibly injured.
Dream God One.
The elder of the soul sect, his voice hoarse and filled with hatred, shouted out. Just a little more. If only he had taken that step, he could have retreated, but at this critical moment Dream God One unexpectedly made a move. Dream God One stood up, smiled slightly, and said,
I hesitated for a moment and let Gu Xiaoqing go.
So I could only leave you behind.
Then he fell silent, looking at Kuya and nodding slightly.
Kuya and Xianxia naturally would not let the elder of the soul sect escape. Under their powerful attacks, the elder, already burning with spiritual energy, could barely hold on for less than a stick of incense before being jointly slain. The entire listening Wind Mountain fell silent. Who exactly is this young man? He teamed up with Xianxia to slay an elder of the soul sect upon his arrival. He knew that Xianxia was the young master of the Su family, whose strength was not weaker than that of the soul sect. The feud between the Su family and the soul sect was known to all cultivators in the eastern continent, so it was no surprise that Xianxia would take action. But this young man, does he not fear the soul sect's retaliation? Eastern continent Ghost City within the soul sect. At this time, all the high-ranking members of the soul sect had gathered in the main hall, and the newly appointed sect master, Kuhi, had an extremely grim expression. He had already grasped the ins and outs of the situation and realized that the elder he sent to secretly protect Gu Xiaoqing had likely been killed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to not have returned by now. What he could not accept the most was that Gu Xiaoqing was injured to the point of only having a breath left. She had already fallen into a coma. It should be noted that Gu Xiaoqing was the most gifted disciple of the soul sect in nearly 1,000 years.
Investigate this matter thoroughly. I want to see who dares to make a move against my soul sect's disciples and elders.
Kuhi said with a dark expression.
Yes. First, the former sect master and the grand elder were killed by an unknown powerful being, and now someone has attacked my soul sect's chief disciple. Do these people really think my soul sect is a soft persimmon that anyone can bully? Second elder, come with me to the central continent. After clarifying the matter regarding Xiaoqing, do not act rashly. We will decide once I return. Sect master means requesting help from the holy master,
Kuhi said darkly. At this moment, before Listening Wind Terrace, the crowd had already dispersed. After the commotion caused by Xianxia and Kuya, the gathering of talents from the eastern continent could no longer continue. The chief disciples of various forces, including Dao Tian, were curious about Kuya. However, they did not investigate his background. They were not fools. Since Kuya dared to act against Gu Xiaoqing, who was from the soul sect, it was clear he had some backing. To recklessly investigate could easily provoke the dissatisfaction of Kuya's backing. These people really think too much investigating the forces behind Kuya. Investigating you by Gu. Isn't that just overthinking?
Brother, come visit my Su family sometime. I, Xianxia, have decided to be friends with you.
Xianxia said to Kuya. Kuya nodded. He felt quite good about Xianxia and was indeed interested in making a friend. Once everyone left, Kuya turned to Lu Yanran and said,
Miss Lu, shall we take a walk together?
Lu Yanran did not refuse. For some reason she felt a strange familiarity with this young man she had only met a few times. Very warm.
Wife. Miss Lu, do you believe in fortune-telling?
Kuya suddenly asked.
I believe. My master once said that when a person becomes powerful enough, they can see through the secrets of the heavens.
Lu Yanran nodded. What the hell? Old Bai is not deceiving me. In the clouds above.
Senior Bai, is there any fate between Yanran and that young man?
The Empress Qingwan asked Bai Fengliu.
You already have the answer in your heart, why ask? I am still shallow in cultivation and cannot see much.
The Empress Qingwan shook her head slightly.
Little girl, do you know that when the sword-bearer is born, there are also the 9 companions that arise with him?
Xianxia interjected. Kuya and Lu Yanran walked together for the entire journey without uttering a single word of substance. None of their conversation ever touched upon the main topic.
Young Master Good is getting late. Yanren shall take her leave here. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the central continent.
Lu Yanren spoke with a faint smile.
Can you not? Very well, we will meet in the central continent.
Then Kuya watched as Lu Yanren departed. Witnessing this scene, Xianxia was fuming with rage.
Brother, by just what kind of disciple have you taken on? How can he be so cowardly? If he had even 1% of my brazenness, the young girl would have been won over by now.
Bai Fengliu turned to look at Xianxia.
Learn from you. Learn your thick skin to pursue Dition's wife. Or learn your shamelessness that got you chased and beaten across dozens of star domains without dying.
Well, that was. Bai Fengliu suddenly shifted his tone.
But this lad is indeed somewhat disappointing. If he had learned even a fraction from me, he wouldn't be sleeping alone tonight. Elder brother, are you really that formidable?
Xianxia's eyes widened. Bai Fengliu said disdainfully.
Do you think the name Fengliu is for nothing?
Only after Lu Yanren's silhouette had completely vanished did Kuya leave the listening wind terrace. Returning to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Kuya sought out Mingshini.
Thank you for your assistance today, Brother Ming.
Kuya expressed his gratitude sincerely.
Brother Ku, you are too kind. Brother Ming, how about we spar a little?
Kuya suddenly felt a surge of interest. Mingshini nodded, also curious about Kuya's strength. The two entered a self-contained space within the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion specifically designed for disciples to practice combat.
Be careful, Brother Ku,
Mingshini said. Kuya nodded and immediately summoned his divine sword Jutian.
Sever.
Without holding back, Kuya unleashed a void-severing sword light. Mingshini, standing opposite, neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he produced a bronze mirror emitting a faint white glow.
Store.
As Mingshini uttered the command, Kuya's sword light vanished into thin air.
Impressive technique, Brother Ming.
Kuya praised, then immediately activated his endless night domain. Countless fine sword energies swirled around Mingshini.
Again.
Kuya laughed heartily, simultaneously unleashing the traceless sword art and the void-severing sword light. Seeing Mingshini's still composed demeanor, a sense of unease crept over Kuya. Something was wrong. Kuya immediately activated his sword heart. Under its influence, he manifested the endless night Dharma body, then channeled all his power into his Xianxia right arm, punching fiercely into the space around him. As the punch landed, faint ripples spread through the air around Kuya. It was indeed an illusion.
Brother Ku is truly formidable to have seen through my illusion so quickly.
Mingshini was somewhat astonished.
Brother Ming is the truly skilled one.
Kuya's admiration was sincere. He had no idea when Mingshini had even cast the illusion. Kuya carefully retraced the recent events in his mind, but he simply could not pinpoint the exact moment Mingshini had woven the illusion. Seeing Kuya's furrowed brow, Mingshini smiled faintly.
It is no great secret, Brother Ku. The moment you laid eyes on mine, you had already fallen under my illusion technique. Your eyes?
Kuya inquired.
Indeed, I was born with strange pupils,
Mingshini explained.
No wonder.
Kuya carefully examined Mingshini's eyes and noticed a hint of grayish-white in his pupils, barely perceptible unless one looked closely.
Brother Ming, let us go again.
Mingshini nodded.
Sever.
It was still the void-severing sword light, but this time it was unleashed by the formless Dharma body.
Sever.
Mingshini surprisingly uttered the same word. Then an identical void-severing sword light burst forth from the bronze mirror. Truly remarkable. Kuya had not expected the mirror to possess the ability to store another's martial technique. Earlier in the illusion, Mingshini had spoken the word store. It must have been storing one of his void-severing sword lights. Wait, if it was stored within the illusion, how could it still be used now? A chill ran down Kuya's spine. Could this be another illusion? Kuya once again fully activated his Xianxia right arm and struck violently at the space around him. Ripples once again spread around him. Indeed, another illusion.
Brother Ming's illusions are truly formidable.
Kuya could not help but exclaim.
You flatter me, Brother Ku,
Mingshini said with a faint smile.
However,
Kuya suddenly shifted his tone and once again struck fiercely at the space around him. A cracking sound was heard as the space around Kuya began to shatter inch by inch, then reassemble.
I see. From the moment I entered this space, I have been trapped within your illusion,
Kuya said, looking at Mingshini before him.
Admirable.
Ming Shini raised a thumb.
Brother Ke, illusions are not entirely unreal. They are interwoven with both falsehood and truth. For instance, my bronze mirror truly did store a sword light you unleashed.
Ming Shini said, looking at Kuya. Kuya nodded, sensing that a trace of his sword energy lingered on that bronze mirror. Seeing Kuya nod, a bad feeling suddenly crept over Ming Shini. The next moment, Kuya vanished from his spot and appeared abruptly before him. Jutian was already pointed between his brows. The returning current sword art.
Brother Ming, you have lost.
Kuya smiled slightly, but the next second, he realized the Ming Shini before him was beginning to fade. The bronze mirror floated in midair. No, it was a decoy. Then Kuya heard Ming Shini's voice behind him.
Impressive skills, Brother Ke. You almost had me. However, Brother Ke, it seems you are the one who is lost now.
Kuya withdrew the Jutian sword from his hand.
I have lost. But Brother Ming, how did you know about that move of mine?
Kuya asked, somewhat perplexed.
Ha ha, Brother Ke, have you forgotten that I am a disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion?
Ming Shini laughed heartily.
Brother Ke, our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion walks the path of divination. Though my cultivation is shallow, I can briefly glimpse the future. Just now, I quietly activated the Heavenly Secrets Tao and saw through your move.
Kuya was astonished. If that were the case, wouldn't the disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion be invincible? If they could see through an opponent's every move, how could anyone fight them? Seeming to read Kuya's thoughts, Ming Shini shook his head slightly and said,
It is not as you imagine, Brother Ke. The Heavenly Secrets Tao is fraught with too many taboos. Overusing it invites divine retribution.
Hearing this, Kuya nodded. But in his heart, he thought, this is already incredibly convenient, isn't it? Without using the Heavenly Secrets Tao too much just once in a battle is enough to give an opponent a hard time. After parting with Ming Shini, Kuya found Bai Fengliu and recounted his sparring session.
Master, is the Heavenly Secrets Tao truly that formidable?
Kuya asked. Bai Fengliu nodded.
The Heavenly Secrets Tao is indeed powerful, but it carries immense karmic burden. Moreover, the threshold for cultivating it is exceedingly high. In the current Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, aside from Gu Tianji, who is somewhat accomplished, the rest barely scratch the surface of the lesser arts. Do you know to what terrifying extent the Heavenly Secrets Tao of its founder, the Heavenly Secrets Taoist, had reached?
Kuya shook his head.
He could perform a divination for me. Do you realize how formidable my fate is? In all the world, only that old Taoist Tianji can calculate my fortune.
Bai Fengliu said with admiration. Kuya was speechless. Master, I only asked how strong the Heavenly Secrets Tao is. I didn't ask you to show off. And this sudden flex caught me off guard.
It was because the Heavenly Secrets Taoist revealed too many celestial secrets and bore an overwhelming karmic burden that he was forced to leave the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The rest of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion cannot withstand that kind of karma.
Bai Fengliu sighed.
Disciple, do you know?
As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and he vanished in an instant. Only Kuya was left behind, bewildered. The next moment, Bai Fengliu appeared directly within the human clan's heaven-suppressing hall. The atmosphere in the hall was exceedingly somber.
Where is Tingyun?
Bai Fengliu asked a man whose robe was stained with blood.
Sword Master Tingyun,
the man said, producing a ball of light.
Only this wisp of her soul remains.
Gazing at the light, Bai Fengliu's expression turned grim.
I never expected that a single oversight would allow one to slip through. Fine, very fine indeed.
With that, Bai Fengliu seized the ball of light. A surge of immense power billowed above the heaven-suppressing hall. Bolts of void lightning rained down, as if the very fabric of space was being torn asunder. Then a beam of light shone upon the orb, and streams of energy identical to its aura poured continuously into it. After a moment, the orb slowly expanded, and the silhouette of a woman materialized before Kuya.
Tingyun thanks the Sword Master,
the figure said, bowing slightly.
It was my oversight. Tingyun, your physical body will need time to reform. Rest and recuperate well. Long Ting strengthen the defenses of the Western Pass during this time. Kill any outsider who steps foot within without question.
Bai Fengliu then addressed the man in the blood-stained robe. Then he turned and vanished. Within a certain great world, the Heavenly Secrets Taoist suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy. He looked up, his expression turning grim, and cursed loudly.
Damn fool! Who did you have to scheme against? Why did it have to be Bai Fengliu? If that madman goes berserk, we'll all be doomed.
Then he vanished. At the junction between the alien clan's world and the human clan's world, Bai Fengliu's figure suddenly appeared. The space there was already shattered with fierce energies still gnawing at the remnants. Clearly a great battle had ended here not long ago. Gazing at the ruined void, Bai Fengliu reached out with a hand, and 3 dazed figures appeared before him. Bai Fengliu moved, stepping directly into the river of time, and from within it, he retrieved 3 souls. He infused these 3 souls into the 3 shadowy figures. Moments later, the shadows slowly coalesced into 3 human forms. They were unmistakably the 3 great human clan powerhouses from before.
We thank the Sword Master,
the 3 said respectfully.
Return to the heaven-suppressing hall and rest. Leave this place to me. Yes.
Gazing at the alien clan's world on the other side, Bai Fengliu's eyes were colder than ever.
Old Bai,
a voice sounded behind him. Then the figure of the Heavenly Secrets Taoist appeared beside him.
Have you come to stop me, old Taoist?
Bai Fengliu said coldly.
I wish I had that ability. I only came to say that this matter is not as you think. There is another behind it all, but something obscures the celestial secrets from me. I cannot see through it. However, I am certain there is someone else pulling the strings.
The Heavenly Secrets Taoist said.
Rest assured, leave those behind the scenes for my disciple to deal with. You needn't worry about me destroying this universe.
Hearing this, the Heavenly Secrets Taoist breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that the man before him would lose his mind. If that happened, there would be no need to wait for the great calamity of the era. Everyone would simply perish together.
Then he'll say no more, old Bai.
He turned and left. Back in his great world, the Heavenly Secrets Taoist suddenly felt the urge to cast a divination for the alien clan. He took out several divination sticks and drew upon a thread of celestial fate. Suddenly the sticks before him all snapped in unison.
Heavens, this isn't just an inauspicious sign, it's completely gone. Forgive me, forgive me. May the members of the alien clan have a safe journey.
Meanwhile, Bai Fengliu had already stepped into the alien clan's world. Sensing the strange aura there, he frowned. He truly disliked this atmosphere.
Come out. If you dare to scheme against me, you must be prepared to die.
Bai Fengliu said, his voice icy. Then he sealed off the entire alien clan's world, ensuring that not even a speck of dust could escape.
Bai Fengliu, since you've come to seek death, we shall grant your wish.
As the words fell, dozens of figures appeared before Bai Fengliu, each radiating a formidable aura.
Interesting. Today I am in the mood. I wish to paint a picture across heaven and earth with your blood. To see you off on your final journey. Such arrogance,
a figure said coldly, then reached out with a massive hand. The void around Bai Fengliu instantly churned, and numerous black holes in the void threatened to crush him. Bai Fengliu swung his sword, and sword lights tens of thousands of feet long slashed directly at the alien group. The alien who had just spoken snorted coldly and waved his hand, causing the 10,000-foot sword lights to dissipate into nothingness.
Ha ha, the legendary Bai.
However, before he could finish his words, he realized that an unknown sword chi had pinned him in the void, and the vitality within him was rapidly fading.
Damn it, attack with full force!
The leader roared, and a spear shimmering with dark light appeared in his hand.
Kill!
Dozens of alien great cultivators struck simultaneously, causing the void beneath their feet to crack inch by inch. Huge fissures appeared out of nowhere, and powerful chaotic void currents tore violently through the space. Bai Fengliu's eyes were filled with contempt as he sneered.
Struggling in vain.
The next moment his figure vanished. Then blood rain began to pour down across the entire alien world. The death of an emperor brings lamentations from heaven and earth. The entire void was now shrouded in the aura of battle. No figures were visible, only flashes of saber and sword lights. With each flash of sword light, a resentful scream followed. Half an incense stick later, the void fell silent save for the occasional flicker of space cracks that emitted a mesmerizing light. Silence, a deathly stillness. Bai Fengliu still wore his tattered Taoist robe, not a single drop of blood on him. Before him in the void lay the corpses of dozens of alien great cultivators pinned neatly by sword chi. Their expressions ranged from unwillingness to fear to confusion. Turning his head, Bai Fengliu gazed at a distant point in the void and said coldly,
"Get out here!" Humph.
With a cold snort, an immensely terrifying pressure enveloped the heavens and earth, and then a figure appeared before Bai Fengliu. Where this figure stood, everything in the void was erased, and the void itself churned as if unable to withstand the pressure radiating from the man.
If you dare to act, why not show yourself?
Bai Fengliu sneered.
Ridiculous. You say I dare not. Bai Fengliu, others fear you, but I don't.
The figure said coldly.
The lord of the alien race is nothing more than this. You are just a dog of the one behind you. Never mind, he'll slaughter this dog first, and let the mastermind live a little longer. You seek death.
The lord of the alien race erupted in fury, and a blood-red aura burst forth around him.
All of you aid me.
As the lord of the alien race's words fell, all the cultivators in the alien world exploded, and streams of blood energy surged into his body.
My king, we are loyal. My king, why?
Screams echoed through the alien world.
You are with me.
The lord of the alien race said coldly, his aura continuously rising. Seeing this, Bai Fengliu did not stop him, allowing him to grow stronger. Or rather, he disdained to. After absorbing all the blood of the alien cultivators, the lord of the alien race felt his boundless power, and sneered at Bai Fengliu.
Bai Fengliu, what can you use to fight me? Huh?
In response, Bai Fengliu raised one finger.
One strike. I'll only use one strike. If it doesn't kill you, I'll end myself here. Ha ha, come. I want to see how you can kill me with one strike.
The lord of the alien race seemed to hear the greatest joke.
And so pitiful. Fine, let me show you what despair really means.
With that, Bai Fengliu reached out, and Kauai in the Celestial Secrets Pavilion felt the 8 small swords within him instantly leave his body and vanish.
What the hell? What's going on?
Kauai was utterly bewildered. The 8 small swords tore through the void and appeared before Bai Fengliu.
Converge.
The 8 small swords fused into one, and a sword intent that pierced heaven and earth spread out. A long sword engraved with strange patterns, and shimmering with cold light, appeared in Bai Fengliu's hand. The awakening thunder sword. In the distant demon realm, Yuendi suddenly looked toward the alien world.
No way, why is that guy using the awakening thunder sword? Is it just to show off? I originally planned to casually erase you with one strike, but I've taken a sudden interest. Today you'll let this ant see and understand why your master dares not show himself.
Then, Bai Fengliu held the awakening thunder sword before him.
Immortal 8 sword ultimate technique, eternal night.
In an instant, the entire alien world shattered, and the lord of the alien race was destroyed along with it, despite having set up several defenses secretly, when Bai Fengliu drew the awakening thunder sword. All struggles were rendered futile before Bai Fengliu's strike. Moments later, the entire alien world was completely erased, vanishing from the starry sky. Bai Fengliu flashed and appeared before a figure.
Old man Yuendi, why are you here? Did that old Taoist send you?
Indeed, the one who came was Yuendi, the ancestor of all demons. Yuendi shook his head.
No, I sensed the aura of the awakening thunder sword and came to check. I was afraid you might accidentally destroy my demon realm too. But luckily you were just showing off and only exerted a little effort. Old man, today's fight wasn't satisfying. How about we spar?
Bai Fengliu sidled up to Yuendi with a mischievous grin.
Didn't I leave Xianxia with you? Go find him. He can take a beating.
Xianxia, I feel like living is a mistake. After Bai Fengliu dispersed the Jingzhe swords, the 8 smaller blades returned to Kauai's body. Kauai let out a long sigh of relief.
Damn it, I almost ended my cheater career right here.
Bai Fengliu did not pursue the mastermind further, but returned to the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. As he said, he was utterly helpless, able to act yet fearing he might shatter this very starry sky. What a predicament.
Brother, the latest divine martial ranking of the Central Continent compiled by our Celestial Secrets Pavilion is out. Would you like to take a look?
Mengshini approached Kauai.
The Central Continent Divine Martial Ranking.
Kauai was puzzled. Judging by the name, it should be a ranking for the Central Continent, so why was it compiled by the Celestial Secrets Pavilion?
You see, the disciples of our Celestial Secrets Pavilion span the 5 continents of the Xianwang continent. This ranking is called the Central Continent Divine Martial Ranking because for thousands of years, the top 10 cultivators on the list have all hailed from the Central Continent.
Mengshini explained. Kauai nodded, finally understanding. Mengshini handed him a jade slip.
Brother, could take a look. This divine martial ranking features 200 prodigious cultivators under the age of 30.
Kauai opened the jade slip. Central Continent Divine Martial Ranking. Rank 200 Western Continent Rogue Cultivator Mingzhan Mid-Stage Tribulation Transformation Peak. Rank 199 Western Zhou's Gong Family Gong Nanshan Early Stage Tribulation Transformation. Rank 80 Eastern Continents, Su Family, Su Hungwang Peak Tribulation Transformation. Rank 31 Eastern Continents, Soul Sect Gu Xiaoqing Early Stage Tribulation Transcendence. Rank 30 Eastern Continents, Dao Sect Dao Tian Early Stage Tribulation Transcendence. Rank 28 Eastern Continents, Chu Family, Chu Gu Early Stage Tribulation Transcendence. Rank 26 Eastern Continents, Su Family, Su Hongqian Early Stage Tribulation Transcendence. Rank 23 Eastern Continents 9 Sword Mountain Jian Wuliang. Seeing the rankings down to the 20th, Kauai couldn't help but marvel. Between ranks 20 and 200 the Central Continent occupied the majority, while the remaining spots were shared by cultivators from the other 4 continents. The strongest views of the Eastern Continent, he knew except for Mengshidi, were all ranked around 30. Rank 18 Central Continents, Heavenly Martial Gate by Ting Feng. Rank 17 Central Continents, Heavenly Martial Gate Shuaihan. Rank 16 Heavenly Martial Gate Gu Yang. All were at the Mid-Stage Tribulation Transcendence Peak. These 3 are the core disciples of the Heavenly Martial Gate in the Central Continent, known as the 3 Heroes of Heavenly Martial, Mengshini explained. Further down from rank 15 to 11, except for Shuet Songhan from the Southern Continent, at rank 13 all other cultivators hailed from the Central Continent. Rank 10 Central Continents, Sacred Lord Manor, by Yi Latest Tribulation Transcendence. Rank 9 Sacred Lord Manor Han Yun Latest Tribulation Transcendence. Rank 8 Sacred Lord Manor Mu Xiaotian Latest Tribulation Transcendence. Rank 7 Immortal Dao Academy Dugu Jian Latest Tribulation Transcendence. Rank 6 Immortal Dao Academy Wu Fengzi Latest Tribulation Transcendence. Rank 5 Eastern Continent Celestial Secrets Pavilion Ming Shini Early Stage Tribulation Transcendence Peak.
Wow, brother Ming, you're this formidable.
Kauai gave a thumbs up.
Compared to you, brother Ku, I'm still far behind.
Ah, mutual flattery. Rank 4 Immortal Dao Academy Lu Yanran Early Stage Tribulation Transcendence Peak.
Impressive, my wife. In such a short time you become this powerful.
Kauai thought, a smile tugging at his lips. Rank 3 Northern Continents, Holy Sun Yuwutian Peak Tribulation Transcendence. Rank 2 Central Continents Immortal Sound Sekli Mengyu Peak Tribulation Transcendence. Rank 1 Central Continents Sacred Lord Manor Holy Sun Chu Aotian Early Stage Great Achievement. After reviewing the ranking, Kauai understood that the list wasn't ordered solely by cultivation level, but by overall strength. He wasn't surprised that Chu Aotian, the top ranker, had already reached the Great Achievement stage. Given the countless prodigies across the entire Xianwang continent, the foremost of the younger generation would naturally be exceptional. Anything less would be astonishing.
Brother Ming, why am I not on the list?
Kauai asked, puzzled. Not to boast, but if he could hold his own against Mengshidi ranked 5th, surely he deserved a spot. Moreover, he had crippled Gu Xiaoqing ranked 31st. Gu Xiaoqing.
Are you even You see, this ranking is compiled by our Celestial Secrets Pavilion. It's not set in stone, it's merely based on the strongest combat power these prodigies had displayed so far,
Mengshini explained.
The true ranking will be determined at the Divine Martial Grand Tournament held in the Central Continent 3 days from now. I came today to invite you, Brother Ke, to participate in this tournament. Can anyone join?
Kauai asked. Shouldn't the Divine Martial Grand Tournament be exclusive to those on the Divine Martial ranking? Mengshini nodded.
Yes, besides the competition among those on the ranking, those not listed can also challenge the ranked cultivators.
Kauai nodded, indicating his willingness to try.
All right, Brother Ke. In 3 days we'll set off together for the Central Continent. He'll come find you then.
With that, Mengshini departed. After Mengshini left, Kauai's expression turned grave. If even the younger generation was this powerful, how formidable must the older generation be? And the Soul Sect, the top-tier force in the Eastern Continent, how strong could it be? He didn't believe the Soul Sect lacked figures like Supreme Elders. Shaking off his thoughts, Kauai headed to Bai Fengliu's residence. He wanted to extort, or rather seek Bai Fengliu's help to acquire some resources for the Wei Emperor sect.
Master, could you?
Kauai found Bai Fengliu, but was interrupted before he could finish.
Don't worry about cultivation resources for the Wei Emperor sect. Xiao Dowling is here,
Bai Fengliu said calmly.
Huh? Master, how did you know I came to scam? Seek cultivation resources. Just look at your expression. It's practically written scammer all over your face.
Well, I was worrying over nothing. With Xiao Dowling around, the Wei Emperor sect indeed had no need to fret about resources. That night Kuwei lay in bed.
In such a short time, from the Tai Empire to the Great Nan Dynasty, then to the Eastern continent, and now heading to the Central continent, before even figuring out the East, is this destined to be my life? When will I ever become invincible?
Kuwei lamented.
If you wish, I can make you invincible right now,
came Xianxia's voice. Hearing this, Kuwei perked up.
How invincible? Can I defeat my master?
Xianxia fell silent.
You can't defeat your master. TCH, then what's the point of saying invincible?
Kuwei scoffed.
I beg you, just be a normal person, all right. Who the hell gave you the guts to constantly talk about taking down Bai Fengliu? That fool typing away at the screen. Huh? His brain's not right either. How did he create a screw-up like you?
Me.
What does this have to do with me? Brother, would you spar with me once more?
After careful consideration, Kuwei approached Xianxia. Xianxia wore an expression of utter disdain. Every time this young man sought him as a sparring partner, he merely stood still while the youth hacked away at him. Utterly bored.
Brother, this time you may strike back, but you must suppress your cultivation to match mine.
Kuwei mused aloud.
Truly.
Xianxia's eyes lit up instantly. Judging by his demeanor, he was clearly dissatisfied with his earlier performance. Merely a wisp of aura had sufficed then. This time he intended to reclaim his dignity. The two entered the self-contained spatial realm of the Tianji Pavilion. Without hesitation, Xianxia immediately suppressed his power to the mid-stage of tribulation transformation.
Nephew, beware. I shall strike now. If you cannot endure it, say so at once. I'd rather not face Elder Bai in a murderous rage.
Xianxia remarked coolly.
Damn it, I'll beat you senseless this time. Go ahead, brother. Show me what you've got.
Kuwei scoffed.
Is that all you can muster?
You couldn't even best me at peak stage tribulation transcendence. How could you possibly stand against me now at mid-stage tribulation transformation? Well then, these two were truly a pair of kindred spirits, like a tortoise devouring mung beans, perfectly matched. Xianxia wasted no further words. His fist surged forward in a single ferocious blow, radiating savage, unbridled energy. Kuwei in turn fully activated Xianxia's right arm. Since Xianxia sought brute force confrontation, he would not flinch. With a thunderous boom, Kuwei flew backward, stunned, utterly dazed by that single shattering punch. This defied logic. Xianxia at peak stage tribulation transcendence had been no match for him. Yet now, at mid-stage tribulation transformation, he was terrifyingly formidable. Had he known that Xianxia's earlier aura had been so feeble it nearly dissipated without even needing a strike, he might have thought very differently.
Again!
Kuwei rose and instantly activated the Evernight domain and the Evernight divine body.
Abandoning brute force.
Xianxia grinned mischievously.
Blissful. At last I understand Elder Bai Fengliu's joy. Cut!
Kuwei answered not, but unleashed a void-cutting sword beam. 3 long swords forged from the seamless sword art followed in swift succession. Xianxia extended his right hand, crushing Kuwei's void-cutting beam with a snap, then let the 3 swords strike his body unimpeded. A sharp crack, the 3 swords shattered upon contact.
Damn!
Kuwei blurted out involuntarily. What in the world is this? Is this some kind of farce? Is this truly Xianxia amidst its tribulation transformation? His strength borders on the absurd.
Nephew, your sword strikes me, and I feel nothing at all,
Xianxia declared with smug pride.
Try this.
Kuwei summoned Zhu Tian, and in an instant appeared before Xianxia. Zhu Tian lunged straight for Xianxia's chest, once again employing the backflow sword art. With a ringing clang, Zhu Tian halted dead upon striking Xianxia's chest, piercing only his robe, leaving not a single wound.
Forged from the scales of the Candle Dragon. Far too weak. Nephew, even if you slaughtered the Candle Dragon itself to forge a blade, it still wouldn't pierce my defense.
Candle Dragon, suddenly I sense my days are numbered. My end draws near.
Nephew, the backflow sword art must never be wielded carelessly. Though it proves effective in certain circumstances, in others, it spells certain death.
Xianxia spoke earnestly. Kuwei nodded slightly.
Thank you, brother. I beg another round.
This time he withdrew the Evernight divine body, with his sword heart pulsing. The Evernight domain grew denser, more profound. He dispersed the countless sword energies generated by the seamless sword art, retaining only a single thread, which he controlled with absolute focus.
Fascinating. Your sword heart is truly extraordinary,
Xianxia praised.
1 gives rise to 2, 2 give rise to 3.
Kuya repeated softly, echoing Elder Bai Fengliu's words. Slowly that solitary sword energy grew ethereal, then split into 2, continuing to multiply. With a faint chime, the fragmented energies dissolved seamlessly into the Evernight domain. Formless. Pathless. In that moment Kuya began to grasp their meaning. Ultimately it all distilled to one principal: speed. Using sword energies accelerated to the utmost limit, he severed the connection between cultivators within the Evernight domain and the heavenly Tao, and all its divine arts.
Ha ha!
Kuya laughed unrestrainedly, then slashed forth once more with the void-cutting sword beam. This time its velocity doubled, exceeding even his prior strike. Yet Kuya's hope crumbled. Xianxia raised his hand once more, and crushed the beam to dust. Kuya fell silent. After a pause, he lifted his gaze, bewildered, and asked,
Brother Xianxia, why even within my Evernight domain can you still crush my sword energy barehanded?
He truly could not comprehend it. Were Xianxia restored to full power, such a feat would be unsurprising, but he had deliberately suppressed himself to mid-stage tribulation transformation.
Nephew, though your Evernight domain has advanced, it holds no sway over me. I am a divine beast. A divine beast, do you understand? Invincible in physical form.
I grasp the theory, but must you boast so shamelessly?
Brother, do you truly claim invincibility in the flesh?
Xianxia nodded solemnly. Then Kuya bellowed,
Master! Brother Xianxia claims his flesh is invincible. Even you cannot cut him.
Xianxia, goddammit. Nephew, can you at least act like a human being?
Huh? Nephew, the 8 immortal swords are indeed formidable. But let me tell you plainly, even if one mastered them to perfection, they still could not breach my defenses.
Xianxia stated flatly, answering before Kuya could even ask.
The 8 immortal swords were created by Elder Bai in his youth. Their strength lies solely in being his technique. Frankly speaking, nephew, your rendition is utterly pathetic. Let me put it this way, were Elder Bai himself to wield the void-cutting sword art, I might exhaust every ounce of my strength, and still fail to block a single beam. Not because the art is supreme, but because Elder Bai's power is terrifying beyond measure. The 8 immortal swords are hailed as the supreme sword art across all realms. Their magnificence is undisputed. Yet any art's power remains inseparable from its wielder. Do you grasp this distinction?
Kuya paused, then nodded slowly.
Nephew, let us conclude today's session. Do not despair, you need not feel discouraged. Among peers, the 8 immortal swords rank among the highest celestial arts. Mastery guarantees supremacy within your cultivation tier. Brother, why have you changed your stance?
Kuya asked, puzzled.
Because I have a dreadful premonition.
Xianxia swallowed hard.
Your premonition is spot on. Continue, please. I find your lecture most illuminating.
Bai Fengliu's voice rang out, directly behind Xianxia. Damn it. We're doomed. Hearing Bai Fengliu's words, Xianxia stiffened and turned around with difficulty.
Brother, by what a coincidence. When did you arrive, venerable sir? I came when I heard you explaining the 8 immortal swords to this lad. You spoke well, very well.
Bai Fengliu said.
I think you're right. Come, they'll suppress my cultivation to tribulation transcendence, and you restore yours. We'll have a fight. Brother, what are you saying? Look at my reckless mouth, I just babble nonsense. Don't take it seriously.
Cold sweat dripped from Xianxia.
What a coward.
Kuya interjected.
Get lost, what do you know? Brother Bai's words are like farts. Can you measure him by cultivation?
Ah. How did you?
Xianxia suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Oh heavens! Did I just say something?
Excellent. Bai Fengliu's tone was unreadable.
Brother, let me explain.
With a sharp crack, Xianxia's body pierced through the formation and embedded itself into the spatial barrier of this isolated realm.
Marvelous,
Kuya said with schadenfreude. He finally understood Xianxia's joy. Watching his master strike someone was pure bliss.
My handsome face. Brother, your hand is too harsh.
Xianxia looked utterly despondent.
If you can't speak, say less. Why so much nonsense?
Bai Fengliu glanced at him.
Not bad you grasped the essence of no path, no law so quickly. Very impressive.
He praised Kuwei.
Actually, Xianxia wasn't entirely wrong, but he missed one point. What point?
Kuwei was perplexed.
Not invincible among peers, but truly invincible. All right, I understand.
Kuwei turned and left.
Hey, disciple, don't go. Your master hasn't finished speaking. Xianxia, why are you leaving too? Hear me out. Can't stand it, too much bragging.
They both said in unison. What kind of people are these? I haven't finished yet. Damn it.
Brother Ke,
a hearty voice called out. As Kuwei just left the isolated realm, he saw Mingshani, who stood beside a robust young man. Su Hongtian.
Brother Su, why are you here?
Kuwei asked in confusion.
Brother Ke, I only learned your name today. Well, Brother Meng and I are close friends privately, and the Su family has excellent relations with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. When Ming sent word that you joined the Divine Martial Grand Tournament, and since I'm participating too, I thought we'd travel together.
Su Hongtian said with a laugh.
Actually, Uncle Su wanted to send a Su family elder to accompany him, but Hongtian refused. He insisted on joining our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's team after hearing you compete.
Mingshani added.
That old bastard is always worrying he'll get into trouble. What trouble could I possibly face? In the entire Xinhuang continent, who dares to touch me, Su Hongtian?
Su Hongtian said disdainfully. Old bastard. What a filial son.
Hey, isn't that the little fellow from the other day?
Xianxia was slightly surprised to see Su Hongtian. He personally liked Su Hongtian's temperament, just like his own. How were they alike? Neither had any brains.
Brother Ke, who is this?
Su Hongtian asked, curiously sizing up Xianxia. He frequented the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, but had never seen this person before.
Hongtian, don't be rude. This is Senior Xianxia.
Mingshani quickly interjected. He feared the reckless Su Hongtian might say something wrong, provoking Xianxia to slap him dead.
Oh. Greetings, Senior Xianxia.
Su Hongtian gave a slight bow. Mingshani breathed a sigh of relief, but then heard Su Hongtian burst into unrestrained laughter.
Xianxia, I love that name.
Damn. Brother, even if you like it, don't say it out loud. To Mingshani's surprise, Xianxia didn't get angry but laughed heartily as well.
Kid, you've got taste. I like you.
Hearing this, Su Hongtian turned stiffly to Mingshani.
Old Ming, this guy isn't into men, is he? Get lost. I don't like your rugged looks,
Xianxia said with disdain.
No way. Big brother, you really like men.
Su Hongtian was shocked. Then he stared at Xianxia.
Brother, you say I look rugged. Really? That's perfect. I love hearing people call me rugged. Haha, you've got taste.
Well, these two together were truly a sight to behold. Ah, so blinding. So blinding.
Senior Xianxia Hongtian, stop joking around,
Mingshani quickly said.
You youngsters carry on.
With that, Xianxia vanished.
Brother Ke, Brother Hong, and I have something to discuss with you.
Mingshani's expression grew grave.
My Heavenly Secrets Pavilion disciples report that Ku He, the new sect master of the Soul Sect, secretly led elders to the Central Continent. And their purpose is to meet someone. Who?
Kuwei asked.
The Xinhuang Sacred Lord, Lung Wuchang. The Sacred Lord?
Mingshani nodded.
Though we don't know why it's suspicious, as the Sacred Lord Lung Wuchang should have no dealings with the Soul Sect. Most importantly, Ku He left precisely on the day you struck against Gu Shaoqing. Regardless, we must stay vigilant on this journey to the Central Continent.
Mingshani's expression was heavy. Somehow, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion couldn't be unaware of this news yet. They had issued no orders, as if they didn't care at all. Upon hearing this, Kuwei laughed, a wild, unrestrained laugh.
Huh?
Su Hongtian and Mingshani were baffled. What was wrong with Brother Ke? Had he lost his mind?
To borrow a phrase from Brother Su. What phrase?
Su Hongtian asked.
In the entire Xinhuang continent, who dares to touch me, Kuwei? Who dares?
Upon hearing Kuwei's words, Mingshani was utterly astonished. When had Kuwei become such a braggart? Well, I only meant to say that you still don't know Kauai well enough. It wasn't that he could brag at times, he was always bragging. After all, this was a man determined to overthrow Bai Fengliu. Ha ha, brother Ku, you're bold enough, I like that. Su Hongtian laughed heartily, feeling that Kauai was truly his kindred spirit. Is it tough? Tough. Is it impressive? I think it's bullshit. Mingshini interjected. This remark abruptly ended the topic, otherwise Su Hongtian and Kauai would have boasted to the heavens. Brother Ku, we must prepare. I have a nagging feeling that something will go wrong in this divine martial tournament, Mingshini said gravely. Hearing this, Su Hongtian's face registered shock. He knew Mingshini well. As the chief disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, his premonitions were remarkably accurate. Since Mingshini said so, it meant there was a 90% chance that the divine martial tournament would face a disruption. Brother Ming, which elder from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion will accompany us this time? The 6th or the 7th? Su Hongtian asked. Thus the esteemed 6th and 7th elders of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion were reduced to Lao Lu and Lao Qi in Su Hongtian's mouth. Ming Shini's reaction was indifferent, as he was long accustomed to this fellow's loose tongue. He shook his head slightly. This time our Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has raised the matter. No way, don't do this to me, Brother Ming. If I'd known, I would have asked my father to send some people. Su Hongtian shook his head. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion seemed somewhat unreliable. Brother Su, why are you so scared? Kauai walked over his expression, saying, Relax, leave everything to me. Suddenly Bai Fengliu's figure appeared abruptly before the three of them. Master, what brings you here? Kauai approached Bai Fengliu, asking cheerfully. Nothing much. I'm just here to tell you that Xianxia and I won't be going with you this time. We have other matters to attend to. Then Bai Fengliu's figure vanished. Oh my God! Isn't this screwing me over? Looking at Kauai's face, which was uglier than if he'd eaten shit, Su Hongtian walked over and patted his shoulder. Brother Ku, it's all on you now. Can I take back what I just said? I'm a coward, I'm scared. Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Inner Chamber. At that moment, the inner chamber of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had gathered all its high-ranking members. I just cast a divination. The Xianxia continent is about to undergo a great upheaval, Gu Tianji said calmly. The high-ranking members thought, Ancestor, if a great upheaval is coming, how can you remain so composed? Gu Tianji's status among them was beyond doubt, not only due to his seniority, but also his strength. Since Gu Tianji said a change was coming, it was certain. Ancestor, what is your view on the Soul Sect? Asked Kan Yuanzi, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The Soul Sect will experience some tremors this time, but the impact should be limited. The real trouble lies with Lung Wuchang. Lung Wuchang secretly fostered the Soul Sect, an evil force. He may fool others, but he cannot fool my Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. This time it depends on Lung Wuchang's choice. If he sides with the Soul Sect, then he will likely end up battered and bruised. The Ancestor said coldly. He deeply despised Lung Wuchang's actions. The Soul Sect was full of heretical cultivators, and all forces on the Xianxia continent detested them. The reason the Soul Sect stood firm in the Eastern continent was not because of its immense power. Could it withstand a siege from multiple forces even if it were stronger? The true reason was that the Soul Sect had the backing of the Sacred Lord's Mansion. Ancestor Lung Wuchang is after all the ruler of Xinhuang. If something happens to him, the entire continent will be thrown into turmoil. Should our Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion really not intervene? Kan Yuanzi asked. Hearing this, Gu Tianji looked at him with a strange expression, then sighed. You have sat in the seat of Pavilion Master for centuries. Why can you not see through such a simple situation? If Ling Wuchang is courting death, why stop him? Not to mention senior by even the mysterious Immortal Tao Academy is not someone he can afford to provoke. Ancestor, your lesson is well taken. Your disciple has been short-sighted. Kan Yuanzi quickly replied. Lung Wuchang has been blinded by the sacred realm. Humph. Even if he steps into the sacred realm, what is he but an ant? This time you too will accompany those three youngsters. Gu Tianji said, looking at the 7th and 9th elders. The remaining elders will follow in secret. With that, Gu Tianji turned and left. Returning to his secluded meditation chamber, Gu Tianji cast another divination on the situation of the Xianxia continent. As the hexagram appeared, his brow furrowed deeply. Originally Lung Wuchang's fate had been delayed, and the shift in the continent's landscape had also been postponed. The time 1 year later. Central Continent Sacred Lord's Mansion. Sacred Lord, I beg you to seek justice for my soul sect. The soul sect's leader Ku, he had recounted the events that had befallen his sect, and now lay prostrate on the ground. A Tao spirit. Lan Wuchang repeated Ku He's words. Yes, Sacred Lord. The White Emperor sect indeed has a Tao spirit that can refine pills, Ku, he replied respectfully. Good, ha ha ha. It seems there is no mistake. I never expected you to end up there. Lan Wuchang laughed heartily. Go back. I will naturally not ignore the matter between the Soul sect and the White Emperor sect a year from now. Also be wary of the people from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. There is an old fellow there whom even I cannot see through. Lan Wuchang said indifferently. Yes, Sacred Lord. With that Ku, he respectfully withdrew. After Ku, he left a woman with a lithe figure appeared before Lan Wuchang. She exuded a captivating charm that could stir one's soul. My beauty, what do you make of this? Lan Wuchang pulled the woman into his embrace. Sacred Lord, this humble one believes that Ku he must be hiding something. Oh! How so? Ku he only mentioned that a mysterious strongman killed the Soul sect's previous leader and the Grand Elder, but he said nothing about the process. This humble one believes that the mysterious person is far more powerful than Ku he claims. Sacred Lord must be cautious, the woman said. Do you doubt my strength? The Sacred Lord asked. This humble one would not dare. I only ask that the Sacred Lord be careful in all things, the woman said, coquettishly caressing the Sacred Lord's chest. The Sacred Lord nodded and asked, how is the blood sacrifice grand formation coming along? It can be activated in a year. Good. In a year I will use the Soul sect for the blood sacrifice and capture that Tao spirit. I refuse to believe I still cannot step into the true sacred realm. Soul sect, I have supported you for so long. Now it is time for you to repay me. The Sacred Lord's gaze turned icy. Then looking at the woman in his arms, his desire ignited. He scooped her up and headed toward the bedchamber behind him. What happened there? Let your imagination run wild. In the past couple of days, Kuya had been sparring with Su Hongtian within the self-contained space of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Su Hongtian's combat prowess caught Kuya somewhat off guard. In other words, Su Hongtian's fighting style left Kuya utterly speechless. It was far too reckless, practically suicidal. It was truly a case of you land a punch on me, and I'll endure it just to land two on you. What astonished Kuya the most was that Su Hongtian seemed to be a humanoid beast. The slashing sword radiance could only leave shallow scars on his body. Hongtian, you're not actually a beast, are you? Kuya asked. Through their 2 days together their relationship had grown closer, and his address had shifted from Brother Su to Hongtian. Su Hongtian was silent for a brief moment, then nodded. Damn, you really are. Kuya was utterly shocked. Hongtian, don't talk nonsense. You're a perfectly normal person, how could you be a beast? Mingshidi said helplessly. Back in the Su family, every time I called my old man an old turtle head, say I was an animal. So doesn't that make me a beast? Su Hongtian asked, puzzled. Brother, a beast and an animal are not the same thing. You are indeed an animal but not a beast. Kuya said. Is there a difference? Su Hongtian asked, confused. Oh heavens! No difference. Xianxia, if you keep spouting nonsense here, believe me, I'll tear you apart. Do you have any manners at all? Kuya no longer wished to converse with Su Hongtian. This fellow was nothing but a brute utterly devoid of culture. May I ask, do you have culture? You're looking down on others. It's getting late. Rest for the night, and well set off for the central province tomorrow. Mengshini spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Hongtian became excited. I've long wanted to join the Divine Martial Tournament. Being ranked 26th really doesn't sit well with me. Are all the people in your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion just useless? Mengshini couldn't be bothered to respond to Su Hongtian and turned to leave. Kuya also wanted to go, but Su Hongtian grabbed him. Brother Ka, I just had a great idea. The reason he called him Brother Ka was because Kuya had requested it, feeling that the name Wuya was somewhat inappropriate. What? Have you lost your mind? I gave you that name, and you're dissatisfied. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? What idea? Kuya asked curiously. He genuinely had no clue what idea Su Hongtian could possibly have. Su Hongtian thought for a moment, and said we're both brutes. How about we form a duo? I've even thought of the name. We'll use your surname Brother Ke and call ourselves Ke. What do you think? I don't think much of it. Kuwiao looked utterly despondent. Brother, I beg you go read some books. Stop focusing only on cultivation, look at what it's done to your brain. Why? Su Hongtian asked. Kuwiao thought for a moment. Brother Su, I think my surname doesn't sound good. Let's use yours. Let's call it Su Erbi. Su Hongtian immediately clapped in approval. It'll go by Su Erbi from now on. What's Hongtian? How could it compare to Erbi? Su Hongtian's father, unfilial son, utterly unfilial. Night fell, bringing a slight chill. Kuwiao lay quietly in bed thinking of little Dao Spirit. He missed that mischievous little one. I wonder if little Dao Spirit is doing well in the Weiyao Emperor sect. Once I finish this divine martial tournament, I'll return to the Weiyao Emperor sect. Kuwiao muttered to himself as he lay in bed. The next morning, Kuwiao, Su Hongtian, and Mengshini boarded the back of a flying beast heading to the central province. They were accompanied by a listed disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and 2 elders. The reason for using a flying beast was that its speed far surpassed that of an airship. Standing on the back of the massive flying beast gazing at the scenery below the clouds, Kuwiao couldn't help but sigh. Now this is style. My master's method of tearing through space is too fast, there's no enjoyment in it. Wait. Damn it, I'm a sword cultivator, and am already at the mid-tribulation transformation stage. Why can't I fly on my sword yet? This makes no sense. At that moment, above the clouds of the central province, 2 figures had already appeared. Bai Fengliu and Xianxia. Bai Fengliu had told Kuwiao that he and Xianxia wouldn't be going because he wanted to see how Kuwiao would handle situations on his own. Bro, this tournament is nothing compared to having fun with a woman. Xianxia's words were cut short by a glare from Bai Fengliu. Stay here, Bai Fengliu said, and turned to leave. Bro, where are you going? Xianxia asked. To do what you want to do. Central Province, Sacred Martial City. Sacred Martial City was located at the heart of the Central Province, which was also the center of the Xianhuang continent. The city was bustling with unprecedented excitement, packed with cultivators who had come to watch the battles. The center of Sacred Martial City was enveloped by a massive isolation barrier within which stood an enormous arena. This was the venue for the Divine Martial Tournament. Damn, what? A ticket costs 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Why don't you just rob me? A voice rang out in front of the barrier. Hey, are you buying a ticket or not? If not, get lost. Don't waste my time, you pauper. A cultivator said discontentedly. Fine, I'll buy it. What's your rush? Can't I even complain? The cultivator who spoke earlier gritted his teeth and reluctantly paid 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for a spectator ticket. This is daylight robbery, he muttered before turning and leaving. Kuwiao, who had already arrived at the tournament entrance, saw the scene and sneered. Watching the tournament greatly benefits a cultivator's training. 100,000 spirit stones, and he's complaining. Look at how pathetic he is. Fortunately, as a participant, he didn't need to pay. Following Mengshini and the others into the venue, just as he was about to step through the barrier, Kuwiao was stopped. Ticket, the man said flatly. What? A ticket. I'm a contestant. Except for those on the Divine Martial list, everyone else needs a ticket to enter the venue. The man's voice grew impatient. Damn, are you kidding me? Kuwiao was stunned. What about them? He asked, pointing at the 2 accompanying elders from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. They are the guardians behind the contestants, so they don't need one. Hurry up. Do you have the spirit stones or not? If not, leave immediately. Stop yelling. I'll pay all right. How much? 100,000. What? That expensive? Why don't you just rob me? Kuwiao reluctantly handed over 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. As he did, he muttered, this is absolutely criminal. Ah. Wasn't it just someone who called others pathetic? Your voice isn't any quieter than theirs. After entering the formation, Kuwiao followed Dream God E to the resting area assigned to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. As a top-tier power in the Eastern Continent, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion possessed an excellent vantage point for observing the Divine Martial Grand Competition. At this moment within the formation, all participants had arrived one after another. To Tianhui's surprise, not every faction was granted a dedicated resting area. There were 10 resting areas in total: the Nine Swords Mountain of the Eastern Continent, the Tao Sect, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Saint Sovereign Manor of the Central Continent, the Immortal Tao Academy, the Immortal Sound Sect, and the Heavenly Martial Sect. The Southern Continent had the Desolate Mountain, the Northern Continent had the Northern Saint Manor, and the Western Continent had the Boundless Mountain.
Damn it, that old bastard couldn't even secure a spot. He's unworthy of being the patriarch. I'd do a better job myself.
Su Hongtian grumbled when he noticed the Su family was not among the 10 seats. Hearing this, Kuweo fell silent for a moment before speaking.
Hongtian, there's a question I've always wanted to ask you.
What question?
Have you never been beaten as a child? Have you? Welcome everyone to the decennial Divine Martial Grand Competition.
A resonant voice echoed within the formation. Then a middle-aged man appeared on the competition platform. He was at the pinnacle of the Great Perfection stage. Kuweo narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed he had underestimated the cultivators of the Central Continent. A mere competition host possessed cultivation at the Great Perfection peak.
The rules of this competition: the first to step onto the platform may challenge a higher-ranked participant. The challenge may choose to accept or decline. If they forfeit, their rank is exchanged with the challenger. Everyone understands the importance of rankings. All participants must rely solely on their own strength. Use of external forces is forbidden. Any violation will result in removal from the rankings. Furthermore, the match ends only when one side concedes. If no one yields, it continues until one perishes. Participants who have already fought enjoy a 3-hour protection period, during which they may refuse any challenge even if named. Now let the competition begin.
As the middle-aged man's words faded, the atmosphere within the formation surged with excitement.
Brother Dream, what impact do these rankings have on cultivators?
Kuweo inquired. Dream God, he pondered for a moment.
After the competition, all ranked cultivators will receive rewards provided by the Saint Sovereign Manor. For rogue cultivators, this is an irresistible temptation, because rogue cultivators lack cultivation resources the most. For disciples of other factions, being on the rankings means they will receive the full support of their sect. Thus, being on the list is crucial for every cultivator.
Dream God, he explained.
Then why are the competition rules so peculiar? And also,
Dream God, he felt a headache coming on, and quickly interrupted Kuweo.
Brother Ke, stop asking, I beg you. Don't act like a curious child. You ask me, but who do I ask? I've never participated in this competition either.
Soon a cultivator flew onto the platform.
I am Ming Zhan, a rogue cultivator from the Western Continent, ranked 200 on the Divine Martial list. I challenge Quang Dao, ranked 177.
The cultivator announced. As his voice faded, a cultivator carrying a long blade flew onto the platform.
I accept the challenge.
Kuweo had expected a fierce battle, but to his surprise, Ming Zhan won with overwhelming dominance. Throughout the match, Quang Dao, ranked 177, was completely suppressed. In the end, unable to withstand the onslaught, Quang Dao conceded.
Dream.
Kuweo began, but Dream God, he cut him off.
Brother Ke, let me have some peace, all right.
As the battle concluded, the Divine Martial list atop the platform updated. Quang Dao's name fell to the bottom, while Ming Zhan's rose to 177.
I am Gong Nantian of the Gong family, Western Continent, ranked 199 on the Divine Martial list. I challenge Huang Ji of the Southern Continent. I accept the challenge.
A young man with a refined appearance flew onto the platform. Huang Ji of the Desolate Mountain was ranked 162 on the Divine Martial list. The battle commenced swiftly. This match was intensely fierce despite being only at the early Tribulation Transcendent stage. Gong Nantian displayed astonishing combat prowess. Huang Ji, in contrast, was at the peak of the Mid-Tribulation Transcendent stage. Gong Nantian's techniques were overwhelmingly domineering, leaving Huang Ji far inferior. Initially, Huang Ji was utterly defenseless, much like the previous match, completely suppressed. However, gradually the outwardly refined Huang Ji turned bloodthirsty. His eyes flushed red, and he panted heavily, resembling a frenzied beast. This was the Huang clan's innate divine ability, Beast Transformation. After transforming, Huang Ji seemed impervious to pain, enduring Gong Nantian's attacks, and forcing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. The two fought for a long time, until finally Gong Nantian seemed to make a decisive choice, unleashing a ferocious killing technique that blasted Huang Ji to the ground incapacitated. Gong Nantian himself was pale and unsteady. Witnessing this dream god, he shook his head slightly.
A loss outweighing the gain. What's the point of winning this way?
Seeing Kawaya's curious gaze, dream god, he quickly interjected.
Don't ask, you ask me, but I don't know either.
In the following matches, lower-ranked cultivators challenged those about 30 places above them. To Kawaya's exasperation, every challenger emerged victorious without exception. This time Kawuyo and Su Hantian both turned to Dream God.
Brother Dream, I won't ask you any questions this time. Hantian and I have just one thing to say. What is it?
Dream God asked curiously.
Is the heavenly mechanism pavilion utterly useless? Huh? Is this the ranking they compiled? Look, is this a list any sane person could produce? If even one challenger had failed, I wouldn't be saying this.
Kawaya's words left Divine Dream unable to refute. Indeed, if even one had failed, he could have argued back. Yet not a single one had.
These little ones are each more adept at concealing their brilliance than the last.
Bai Fengliu remarked from atop the clouds, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed the matches.
Dull, utterly dull. Not as entertaining as my nephew's occasional suicide strikes.
Xianxia said, his tone laced with boredom. Kawaya was speechless.
Brother Ming, brother Ke, I'm going up for a bout. Watching from below has my hands itching.
Su Hongtian declared, looking at the two. Then the brute soared onto the stage, his coarse voice booming.
I Su Hongtian challenge by Tingfeng of Tianwu sect. Challenge accepted.
A youth in white robes, a long sword slung across his back, leaped onto the stage.
Now this is getting interesting. Indeed, indeed. This is a duel between cultivators ranked in the top 30 of the Divine Martial list. It's bound to be spectacular.
Around the arena, the gathered cultivators buzzed with chatter.
Bold of you.
Bai Tingfeng sneered at Su Hantian.
Blathering like a sissy, come and die.
Su Hantian threw a punch directly. Good heavens. I only spoke 4 words, and that's blathering.
Haha, this kid, I like him.
From atop the clouds, Xianxia finally perked up with interest.
Brother Ke, who do you think will win?
Divine Dream asked. Kawaya pondered.
According to your Celestial Secrets Pavilion's ranking, I believe Hantian will win. After all, no challenger has failed so far.
On the martial stage, Bai Tingfeng, clad in white, drew the long sword from his back and unleashed streaks of sword light. The arena flickered with afterimages of the blade. Swift. Bai Tingfeng's sword was far faster than Kawaya's. Yet in the eyes of the brute Su Hongtian, it took on a different meaning.
Sissy, can't you put some strength into it? This is like a tickle for your grandpa.
Su Hantian taunted disdainfully. As he said, though the sword lights were blindingly fast, they struck Su Hongtian's body without leaving a single mark, causing neither pain nor itch. Witnessing this, Kawaya fell into deep thought. He recalled Bai Fengliu once saying that if the sword path reached ultimate speed, it could ignore all defenses. During his own sparring with Su Hongtian, his sword, though slower than Bai Tingfeng's, had managed to leave shallow cuts on Su Hongtian's body. Yet Bai Tingfeng's blade left no trace. He knew that back then he had not used the Zutian sword, just an ordinary one. Where had he gone wrong? Could Bai Fengliu be mistaken? How was that possible? From atop the clouds, Bai Fengliu watched Kawaya lost in contemplation and shook his head.
What's wrong, brother?
Xianxia asked, curiosity piqued.
This kid is probably puzzled by my words. I once told him that speed is paramount for a sword cultivator. Seeing that Yu's sword is faster than his, yet fails to harm Su Hongtian, he doubts my teachings.
Bai Fengliu explained.
Brother, I don't practice the sword, but I know it's about speed, precision, and ruthlessness. I think you're right,
Xianxia said. Nonsense. Who in this world could question Bai Fengliu about the sword?
I only told him about speed, not precision and ruthlessness. I expected him to grasp the rest, but it seems he's a complete fool.
Xianxia fell silent for a moment.
Brother, if it comes to it, just kill him. I see no point in my nephew's existence with that IQ, pure suffering. If you can't do it, brother, I will. Sword Heart, my master, once said that a sword cultivator values speed. Bai Tingfeng's sword is faster than mine, so why is it weaker?
Kawaya asked.
Bai Fengliu is right. Sword cultivation is about speed, precision, and ruthlessness. What's the problem? There's also precision and ruthlessness. You didn't know? No. Then die. Living is pointless. I waited millions of years for an imbecile. Curse my fate.
On the stage Bai Feng's pristine white robes were now stained with blood, his sword-wielding hand trembling. Meanwhile Su Hongtian bore only a few sword marks, and was largely unscathed.
Is this all the strength of Bai Feng, one of Tianwu Sect's 3 talents? What a disappointment.
Su Hongtian taunted.
Do not be insolent.
Bai Feng's expression turned cold. He raised his sword, held it horizontally before his chest, and gently caressed the blade.
The sword is my soul, I am the sword.
He lifted his head, and a fierce sword intent radiated around him.
Instant kill strike.
In an instant Bai Feng vanished, and a massive phantom of a sword appeared above Su Hongtian, slashing straight toward his head.
Well met.
Su Hongtian laughed heartily, summoning a pitch-black warhammer. This was the first time Kuwei had seen Su Hongtian wield a weapon. Since knowing him, he had always assumed his fists were his only arms.
Sky-shattering.
Su Hongtian roared, his warhammer swelling dozens of times in size, smashing violently into the phantom sword. With a crack, the phantom sword shattered under Su Hongtian's blow.
Trouble.
Kuwei's brow furrowed tightly at the sight. It was a feint. The real killing move was the vanished Bai Feng. With a hiss, a long sword pierced Su Hongtian from behind, emerging through his chest. Bai Feng had appeared behind Su Hongtian without warning.
You lose, and the price is your life,
he said coldly.
Is that so?
Su Hongtian turned his head, a bloody grin spreading across his face, as he looked at Bai Feng with amusement. Bai Feng's expression shifted abruptly, but before he could retreat, he felt his neck seized by Su Hongtian's grip.
It is over,
Su Hongtian said. Without waiting for Bai Feng to yield, he tightened his fingers. A crack echoed, as Bai Feng's neck was crushed.
You seek death. You seek death.
2 furious roars erupted from the Tianwu sect's rest area as 2 youths glared at Su Hongtian with murderous intent. The Tianwu sect's leading elder's expression was grim and terrifying, yet he said nothing. Su Hongtian paid them no heed. He pulled out the sword and looked at the lifeless Bai Feng, sneering.
Such injuries are an everyday occurrence for me. You think this could take my life? A joke.
With that he gripped the sword and thrust it deep into his own abdomen, then yanked it out and stabbed again. How brutal was that? In the rest area Kuwei watched this, and said to Divine Dream.
I recall a saying that is absolutely true. Which one? A quote from Hongtian's father. That bastard is truly a beast. He is not even remotely human.